Chapter 68. The Time Black Hole. Wudong Town, nestled at the foot of the Qinggu Jialing Mountain, was originally a small settlement with a sparse population. It served as a temporary refuge for wandering cultivators seeking opportunities in the mountain. However, following the joint efforts of the master of the Ye family's Qianluan Palace and the leader of the Zhenlong Pavilion to combat a formidable beast tied a few months ago, Wudong Town gradually became bustling with activity. Its area has expanded several times over, attracting many wandering cultivators who come seeking fortune, claiming that one day, a humble donkey cart leisurely entered Wudong Town. The driver was a young man clad in simple clothing, while two distinctly different young girls sat in the back of the cart. One was quiet and serene, and the other was restless and fidgety. They were none other than Suifeng and his companions. Starting from Yunxiao City to Wudong Town, he had allowed the cart to travel. Along the way, they witnessed many scenic views and encountered numerous people. Naturally, they also indulged in various delicacies. The little girl Guyolan was quite the culinary talent, her skills rivaling those of the chefs at Zemenglu. She could extract the deepest value from any ingredient, transforming it into exquisite dishes. Truly a treasure, Suifeng bestowed upon her an unprecedentedly high praise. Oh, Wudong Town has changed so much. As the donkey cart moved slowly, Xiaoxiao looked around, her eyes filled with astonishment. In her arms, she cradled a small white rabbit. This rabbit was ordinary, save for its exceptionally large front teeth, which were several times larger than those of an ordinary rabbit. Xiaoxiao was instantly smitten and rescued it from a litter of rabbits while exclaiming, "The little bunny is so adorable." She munched on the delicious dishes made from siblings. This scene drew a scornful glance from Suifeng. "The last time I came here with my sister and the others, it was merely a larger village," Xiaoxiao remarked. Suifeng nodded in agreement. The number of cultivators along the journey, they noticed a significant rise in the number of cultivators, likely having come from various other places. After a while, they arrived at a grand square. In the center of the square, mist swirled, and faintly, behind the thick haze, a colossal structure could be discerned. As they approached, Suifeng was taken aback. It was two lifelike statues. One figure held a long spear, his gaze sharp and fierce, exuding an air of battle readiness, as if hunting a monstrous beast. That was Yelong. The other figure stood with a long sword resting on the ground, hands clasped behind his back, his battle robe billowing with an aura of authority. That was Ye Huang. The people of Wudong Town had erected statues in honor of these two individuals. Xiaoxiao gazed upward, her mouth agape. "They are so handsome." "Mind your words." Suddenly, an elderly cultivator approached. "These are the immortal Huang and Lord Long, extraordinary prodigies. Such mortal language cannot suffice." He shot Xiaoxiao a stern glance, then produced two long incense sticks, igniting them before placing them at the base of the statues. Xiaoxiao stood stunned for a moment, unsure of how to respond. She was being reproached for praising her own brother and sister by an outsider. What has become of this world? Suifeng chuckled as the old cultivator finished his offerings and stepped forward to inquire, "Esteemed friend, why do you honor these two young individuals in such a..." The old cultivator scrutinized Suifeng. "You must be new to Wudong Town," he said. "I advise you to quickly purchase a stick of incense and light it at the feet of the immortal Huang and Lord Long. You shall surely receive the blessings of fortune." With that, he disregarded Suifeng and turned to Suifeng scratched his nose. "Am I supposed to offer incense for my daughter and nephew? How absurd. Besides, they are not in need of such things." "Uncle, should I go buy some now to try and attract good luck?" Xiaoxiao giggled behind her hand. "Get lost," Suifeng replied tersely. Xiaoxiao huffed, and the little rabbit in her arms bared its teeth at Suifeng. Truly a rebellious creature, mirroring its owner's defiance. One day, it would end up in the pot. Suifeng observed the throngs of people offering prayers and chose not to linger, turning to depart. Behind him, Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Guyolan and whispered, "Yolan, trust me, he's too proud to do it himself. You should go buy some incense to offer." Guyolan remained unfazed. "Miss, my aunt instructed me to only heed the elder's words when outside. I sincerely apologize." Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. So boring. The three of them shared a meal in Wudong Town, but did not linger long, setting off deeper into the Gaoling. After traversing the road crowded with cultivators, Suifeng finally quickened their pace. With a wave of his hand, the entire donkey cart lifted into the air, soaring above the clouds at great speed. Xiaoxiao shed her robe, her purple-red hair flowing in the wind, her spirits lifted. Meanwhile, Guyolan clutched the cart tightly, looking quite tense. Don't worry, Uncle won't let you fall, Xiaoxiao said as she pulled Guyolan up. The two stood in the cart, gazing at the sun floating above the clouds, the golden sunlight gently gracing their faces. Isn't it beautiful? Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Guyolan nodded vigorously. As she beheld this scene, she recalled her aunt's words. By following that esteemed elder, you will witness wonders that no one else can experience in a lifetime. When she first saw the donkey cart, she had harbored doubts about this statement. But now, she was completely convinced. The towering mountains rushed past beneath them. The donkey cart continued its journey through the sky, delving deeper into the Qinggu jailing, eventually arriving at the summit of a dense forest. Suifeng whistled, and the cart gently descended, landing beside a shallow pond. This was the very place where Ye Jingguang had wait for me here, Suifeng instructed, rising into the air and landing atop a high cliff across from them. The view here was expansive, allowing him to see everything beneath. A year had passed since that incident, and nature had long erased all traces. Suifeng let out a soft sigh. In truth, he had always been somewhat evasive regarding Ye Jingguang, his biological father in this world. After all, he hailed from another realm, a fully cognizant adult, and having an extra father thrust upon him was anything but easy to face. It was true that with his current abilities, he could even reunite the soul and reconstruct the body to revive Ye Jingguang. But once revived, how would they interact? He simply could not bring himself to sincerely call him father. Thus, even though the circumstances of Ye Jingguang's death were suspicious, he had never taken the initiative to investigate. Had it not been for Ye Zhongzong's plea, he might never have come to this side. Well, I should uncover the truth. It would serve as closure for this borrowed body. Suifeng inhaled deeply, slowly extending his hand before suddenly flipping it upward. Time reversal. As he made the motion, everything beneath him began to transform. The trees swayed, the streams flowed backward, the heavens and earth turned upside down, the grass burrowed underground, and even the birds rapidly shrank, returning to their eggs. Suddenly, the great trees began to topple, revealing a scene of devastation before Suifeng's eyes. He had returned to the time just after the battle occurred a year ago. He saw shattered rocks, blood-soaked earth, and the tragic fates of the Ye family members. The might of the bloodthirsty tiger was beyond their capacity to withstand. Suifeng slowed his pace, intent on discovering how this incident unfolded. As time progressed, a ferocious roar echoed ominously. It was the voice of the bloodthirsty tiger. The truth lay before him. But just then, a sudden and intense spatial fluctuation erupted. The scene before him began to shake violently, with all images rippling like water, unsteady and uncertain. Suifeng furrowed his brow. A formidable aura suddenly erupted, and an unfathomable spiritual power radiated forth, stabilizing this fragment of time. 2. However, in the next moment, all the images abruptly vanished, transforming into an expanse of pitch-black void. Suifeng's expression turned solemn. This place was a temporal black hole. Someone had wielded extraordinary powers to forcibly sever the scene of Ye Jingguang's In the next instant, all the images abruptly vanished, dissolving into a pitch-black void. Suifeng's expression grew solemn. This was a temporal black hole. Someone had unleashed a supreme divine art, forcibly severing the scene of Ye Jingguang's ambush, cutting it straight out of the flow of time itself. Chapter 69, Apologies, River of Time. Within the abyss of the temporal black hole, there exists a profound void. Suifeng stands ensnared within, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He is perplexed as to why the scene of Ye Jingguang's ambush has been obliterated. Who is the perpetrator? What secrets lie therein? How could a frail cultivator in the late Golden Core stage attract such formidable foes? Countless questions swirl in Suifeng's mind. He continues his temporal regression. And after a duration within the black hole, light returns to the realm. Yet, the world below has regained its tranquility, evidently reverting to a time before the conflict erupted. The nameless entity truly came for Ye Jingguang. Intriguing. A cold smile graces Suifeng's lips. If you choose to conceal your identity, I shall ascertain who you are and what schemes you harbor. Subsequently, he rewinds time, traversing the black hole once more, arriving at the scene that had been erased. Dozens of corpses from the Yi clan lie before him, drenched in blood. Can you sever time and erase causality as well? Suifeng curls his fingers into claws, instantaneously piercing the void. Moments later, he seizes a gray thread in his grasp. It is the path of causality. Previously, while pursuing the assassin of Suihua, He had merely skimmed the surface of causality. This time, however, he has entirely commandeered the essence of the path of causality. Go! Yi Suifeng thrusts forth his palm, and the gray thread of causality expands infinitely, transforming the entire expanse into a gray world. This is the celestial canopy of causality. Countless threads of fate sway within it. Through this celestial veil, Yi Suifeng gazes upon the fallen members of the Yi clan. Yet, to his astonishment, a perplexing phenomenon unfolds. Within the realm of causality, he perceives the life trajectories of all beings. However, the deceased Yi clan members are shrouded in a nebulous gray mist. They are no longer entangled in causality. The entity has truly eradicated even the threads of fate. Yi Suifeng's heart swells with further confusion. What prowess does Yi Zhenguang possess that warrants such treatment from that being? Observing the scene devoid of any trace, Yi Suifeng gestures with a wave of his hand, dispersing the gray world and returning to reality. The fresh air begins to soothe his inner turmoil. It is evident that the individual responsible for these actions is a master of profound abilities. They are well versed in the great Tao and execute their deeds with unparalleled precision, leaving no trace to pursue. This situation has grown increasingly intricate. Little did he expect that the first promise would prove so arduous. Yi Suifeng shakes his head, yet a cold smile emerges upon his visage. However, if you believe I shall relinquish my pursuit due to this, you underestimate me greatly. I shall certainly find you. Moments later, Yi Suifeng gently descends beside the donkey cart. Uncle, we have discovered a nest of emerald spirit bird eggs. Upon his return, Yi Xiaoxiao joyfully ran over. However, when she glimpsed Yi Suifeng's serious expression, her heart sank, and she withdrew her hand, gazing at him wide-eyed, rendered speechless. She had never before encountered such a grave demeanor from her uncle. Yi Suifeng looked at her and smiled gently, saying, "It's nothing to worry about. I must depart once more. You all should stay here obediently and refrain from wandering." As he spoke, he extended his finger and drew a large circle around the donkey cart. Remember, do not step outside this circle. The earlier events had instilled a slight wariness within him. Perhaps the individual behind it all was not merely concerned with Yi Zhenguang. Rest assured, uncle, I will absolutely not stray. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly. Yi Suifeng chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair. Wait for me. I shall return swiftly. With that, his figure gradually faded from view. Uncle, Yi Xiaoxiao called out, but it was too late. She surveyed her surroundings and instinctively clutched the little rabbit in her arms. Then, Yi Xiaoxiao pulled Gu Yulan and sought refuge inside the cart. Yulan, do not be afraid. I will tell you a story. In the realm of the void, the silver river of time flowed from the ancient past into the future, an eternal stream unnoticed. Suddenly, a figure appeared above this river of time. It was Yi Suifeng. He gazed upon the boundless expanse of the temporal flow with a cold smile. I refuse to believe you can affect this place. The void was shaped by the evolution of the river of time. To oppose, it was to contend with the entirety of existence. Here, no one possessed such formidable power. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yi Suifeng traversed the air above the river, flowing against the current. Soon, he arrived at the temporal juncture from a year prior. The moment Yi Zhenguang was ambushed. At last, he beheld Yi Zhenguang. Witnessing the frenzied, bloodthirsty tiger, Yi Suifeng's spirit lifted. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. After a moment's thought, he plunged into the river of time, arriving at that familiar scene. On the ravaged land, a burly middle-aged man, covered in blood, faced a gigantic red-black, demonic tiger. Behind him lay dozens of lifeless bodies. Impossible, you cannot be here. The middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to Yi Suifeng, being none other than Yi Zhenguang. This was the first time Yi Suifeng had witnessed him alive. At this moment, he was gravely injured. At the end of his strength, he questioned angrily. However, the bloodthirsty tiger showed no intention of conversing, letting out a roar before lunging forward. Its sharp claws instantly tore through Yi Zhenguang's body. After effortlessly accomplishing this horrific act, the bloodthirsty tiger howled to the heavens and then transformed into specks of starlight, vanishing completely. The individual had come solely to eliminate Yi Zhenguang. Yet, what was his true intention? From the earlier scene, he discerned that Yi Zhenguang was, in fact, an utterly unremarkable cultivator. Given the stature of that entity, there was no rationale for expending such effort to deal with him. Yi Suifeng found himself perplexed. Perhaps it was best to seek the answers himself. He focused on the location where the blood-fiend tiger had vanished, preparing to invoke the path of causality once more within the river of time. However, just as he initiated his actions, the scene before him abruptly transformed, and the entire galaxy appeared to invert, suspended in the heavens. Suddenly, countless immense portals surged forth from within the galaxy, encircling Suifeng in an instant. Each portal concealed a distinct realm behind it, drawn from the very essence of the river of time. With a cold snort, Suifeng unleashed all his power, delivering a punch that struck one of the portals. Yet, after a thunderous impact, the portal merely quivered momentarily before returning to its original state. The silvery light continued to swirl upon the portal's surface. Suifeng furrowed his brow, sensing that the individual seemed to have connected these portals with the entire river of time. To oppose them was akin to opposing time itself. This was evidently a premeditated scheme. Was it orchestrated for my downfall? Observing the flow of temporal power across the myriad portals, Suifeng realized that the situation was more intricate than he had initially surmised. But are you truly prepared? Suifeng sneered, a spark igniting within him as he unlocked the cultivation stored in his system, causing it to surge into his being. 10,000 years. 100,000 years within the portals, Suifeng's cultivation surged uncontrollably. That world possessed its limits. Exceeding them could lead to its collapse. Yet in the void, such concerns were non-existent. As Suifeng continued to extract his cultivation, ripples began to manifest in the surrounding emptiness. The speed of the temporal power circulating through the countless portals quickened, evidently sensing the mounting pressure. After extracting an astronomical amount of cultivation, the portals became riddled with cracks. Begone! Suifeng thundered, clenching his fist and delivering a direct strike upon the portal before him. An unfathomable energy surged forth, tilting the very fabric of reality. In a moment of contact, the myriad portals disintegrated into mere dust. The energy was overwhelmingly potent. After shattering the portals, it surged directly into the river of time. Boom! A deafening roar resonated through the void. The pitch-black emptiness seemed to ignite, akin to an extraordinarily radiant sun, blinding to behold. After a considerable duration, the brilliance gradually faded. Suifeng stood amidst the void. Before him, the silver river of time had manifested a colossal rift at its center. With a single punch, he shattered the very fabric of time. The void surged forth, flowing through the rift and consuming the upstream of the river of time. In this world, all moments from a year ago were utterly obliterated by Suifeng's wrathful strike. Gazing at the scene before him, Suifeng fell into silence. He had just broken through, but his control over the force was inadequate. My apologies, River of Time. Chapter 70, No Turning Back. In the realm of nothingness, Suifeng stood suspended in the void, watching as the distant River of Time was gradually engulfed by the void until it vanished completely. Suddenly, a resonant thud echoed, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Immediately, at the point of the river's rupture, a gray mist, akin to smoke, surged wildly upwards. It was the essence of chaos. Suifeng remained indifferent. It appeared that his earlier punch had not only interrupted the river of time, but had also shattered this void space. You must understand, it was not my intention. Suifeng felt a sense of helplessness. He had merely aimed to break the portals that confined him, never anticipating that the strength of 1 billion years of cultivation would be so ferocious. He had inadvertently created a massive fissure in the realm of nothingness. Truly, the fire at the city gates has brought calamity to the fish in the moat. Who could have orchestrated such a grand scheme? This was not merely for Xianxia's sake. Within the river of time, Suifeng clearly saw that Xianxia was merely an ordinary cultivator, utterly unremarkable. Could it be due to his mother? Suifeng furrowed his brow. In his memories, his mother was just a disciple of a modest sect outside Xianxia City, and their marriage was more a political alliance than anything else. The likelihood of her being the target was slim. Perhaps there was another possibility. He truly came for me, to sever the threads of time and erase the causality, only to lead him into the river of time in search of the truth. In the river of time, the moment he had tapped into the path of causality, those portals emerged. Reflecting on it, those portals connecting to the river of time were perilous indeed. Even someone nearing the limits of cultivation in that mundane world would find it impossible to break free. They could very well be slain on the spot. Do you wish to use Xianxia's death as a means to eliminate me? Suifeng chuckled coldly. The man's methods were indeed transcendent. Yet he had failed. However, he had succeeded in one regard. He had roused Yi Suifeng's fury. I hope you have the foresight to find yourself a favorable burial site. As he spoke, Yi Suifeng opened his palm, revealing a pure white leaf that resembled snow, quietly resting in his hand. Upon the leaf was an image of an animal, seemingly a bear with a luxuriant coat. At the moment Yi Suifeng inadvertently shattered the river of time, his consciousness had captured this leaf. It exists within the fragment of time when Yi Jingguang was slain. Moreover, the leaf is exceedingly unique. Similarly severed from the causal line, it does not reside within causality. Wait, I shall undoubtedly find you. Yi Suifeng tucked away the white leaf, turned, and prepared to return to his original world. As he traversed the void, a thin veil appeared before him. This veil constituted the world's barrier, designed to thwart the incursion of chaotic storms from the outside realm. Yet for Yi Suifeng, passing through was an exceedingly simple task. Without much contemplation, he stepped into the world barrier. However, at that very moment, a horrifying occurrence transpired. As his foot crossed the threshold, a series of cracking sounds erupted. To Yi Suifeng's astonished gaze, the world barrier began to fracture inch by inch. Countless laws of the universe contained within the barrier shattered, one after another, turning to dust. Witnessing this scene, Yi Suifeng hastily withdrew his foot. Only then did the collapse of the world barrier gradually cease, beginning to mend the shattered laws piece by piece. Yi Suifeng realized he had forgotten that he had extracted 100 billion years of cultivation. His energy had long surpassed the tolerance of this realm. It is no exaggeration to say that if he were to lose a single hair due to a late night and fall into this world, within the span of an hour, the world would utterly collapse. I was fine upon arrival, and now I cannot return? A resounding exclamation echoed in Yi Suifeng's heart. In the depths of the Qinggu highlands, a donkey cart stood incongruously amidst the dense primeval forest. Outside the cart, a white circle emitted a faint glow, seemingly protecting it. Inside the carriage, two young maidens, Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan, crouched within. Suddenly, a noise emanated from outside. Yi Xiaoxiao perked up her ears, turned, and leaned over the carriage, cautiously peeking out. The jungle was silent, the flora dense. A flicker of fear danced in her large eyes. Then, she slowly withdrew her head. What a liar. You promised to return swiftly. It has been 3 days, and there is still no sign of him. Yi Xiaoxiao murmured. She clutched the rabbit in her arms tightly, curling up as much as possible, burying her face in her knees. Yulan, do you think he has abandoned me because I was too mischievous? Or has he encountered some peril? Perhaps he has been ambushed and... Gu Yulan observed the girl before her and let out a slight sigh. The typically reckless one transformed into such a timid figure upon the true departure of Yi Suifeng. She straightened her posture and sat beside Yi Xiaoxiao. Miss, why don't you tell me another story? Yi Xiaoxiao turned her eyes and glanced at her. I have no stories left. Then please share how you assist those impoverished children in their dreams to achieve their aspirations, Gu Yulan urged. Yi Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment, finally letting out a soft sigh. Dreams are but illusions. The following day, some will still perish from hunger. Gu Yulan was taken aback. Then why do you not save them? Yi Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and gazed intently at the straw before her. In the realm of dreams, I witness countless dreams each day. There are beautiful dreams as well as nightmares. I also see many struggling and succumbing to their nightmares and suffering every day. I watch them die right before my eyes, yet I am powerless to assist, not even knowing where they are. I cannot save anyone. I truly cannot save anyone. With that, Yi Xiaoxiao buried her head in her knees and sobbed softly. Gu Yulan stared in shock at the weeping Yi Xiaoxiao, unable to fathom that this seemingly carefree girl had long been accustomed to the cycles of life and death in the world. She pursed her lips, gently raised her arm, and embraced Yi Xiaoxiao. How about I tell you a story? Chapter 71, The Mandate of Heaven. Beyond the world barrier, Yi Suifeng had been here for a full day. He tried various methods to enter this realm. Yet, whether he concealed his aura or disguised himself as a feeble cultivator in the tribulation phase, he could not safely pass through the world barrier. Of course, this safety was in relation to the world itself. His current strength, if he were careless, could bring about a permanent calamity to this realm. What is this? He exclaimed. Something that could be destroyed by mere urine can be called a world? The insignificance of the world irritated him. If he truly could not return, what would happen to his family? How heartbroken would Yi Huang be? Moreover, he had left Yi Xiaoxiao behind at Qinggu jailing. No, he needed to calm down. Yi Suifeng took a deep breath and began to ponder seriously. Relying on brute force was certainly futile. The issue was not a lack of power, but rather an excess of it. Even dispersing his cultivation was not an option. His body had reached an immeasurable state alongside his ascension. At this moment, a single drop of his blood could easily annihilate countless beings and destroy a small world. Was he to abandon his physical form and seek a new host? That was even more repugnant. After much contemplation, Suifeng gradually recognized his greatest weakness: insufficient mastery of the Tao. Although he possessed cultivation and divine essence beyond the ordinary, allowing him to easily grasp the principles of the Tao, he was somewhat inexperienced in certain intricate and specialized techniques. The reason was simple. He had never encountered them before. Since his transcension, he has encountered numerous martial arts techniques, yet they are all confined to the realm of the mundane. His exposure to knowledge that transcends the ordinary has been exceedingly limited. It is precisely for this reason that he fell victim to an unknown entity, nearly shattering the entire void space and rendering him unable to return. The mere thought of this incites within Suifeng an increasing desire to locate the puppet master behind it all and deliver a reckoning. Nonetheless, he resolves to first contemplate how to return. Before him lies the world barrier, interwoven with countless heavenly laws, resembling a finely crafted celestial web. Perhaps if I were to transform myself into the heavenly law of this realm, I could integrate into it. A fleeting spark of inspiration ignited within him as he recalled something significant. Opening his palm, a dazzling crystal appeared, the heavenly array stone. This crystal is capable of directly connecting with heavenly laws, serving as a conduit for the rules. The origin tower was constructed utilizing this very characteristic, employing intricate formations to intertwine the laws, thus generating a variety of primordial spiritual liquids. Indeed, this approach should have a high probability of success. Suifeng nodded. Sweeping his hand, and countless heavenly array stones arranged themselves neatly in the void. It is a colossal undertaking, for he must inscribe all heavenly laws onto these stones to serve as his disguise. After a moment of contemplation, Suifeng commenced his task. Day after day, he immersed himself in the process of replicating the heavenly laws. Before him, each heavenly array stone bore intricate patterns of array lines, each representing a distinct heavenly law. At long last, diligence bore fruit. He successfully inscribed a complete heavenly law into the heavenly array stones. At this moment, the heavenly array stones ought to be renamed heavenly law stones. Suifeng exhaled deeply, counting and discovering that there were indeed hundreds of billions of heavenly law stones, each detail meticulously accounted for. I hope you do not disappoint me. With a flourish of his hands, the hundreds of billions of heavenly law stones instantly coalesced into a colossal vortex, subsequently contracting tightly towards the center. Moments later, all the heavenly law stones vanished, transformed into a delicate white ring that rested in Suifeng's palm. Let us call you the heavenly law ring. Suifeng casually named it and adorned his finger with the ring. Instantly, the aura surrounding him underwent a transformation, profound and enigmatic. It was as if, in that moment, he had morphed into a walking embodiment of the heavenly law. Let's test this. With the heavenly law ring securely in place, Suifeng approached the world barrier once more. Taking a deep breath, he extended his palm towards the world within. As he traversed the world barrier at last, no collapse ensued. A glimmer of light flowed forth from the heavenly Tao ring, enveloping Suifeng's hand. It safeguarded Suifeng, no. It shielded this world from any harm that might arise from him. Suifeng felt invigorated, taking a step forward as his entire being glided into the barrier. No further mishaps occurred. He finally entered successfully. What a challenge it had been. Suifeng glanced at the heavenly Tao ring on his hand, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Alas, within this realm, he would be rendered as feeble as the Tao itself. It was best to check on Xianxia and the others to see if they had been mischief makers. At Chengdu jailing, the donkey cart remained. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the cart. The gaunt old donkey let out a startled bray. Xiaoxiao's head popped out from the carriage, momentarily stunned upon seeing Suifeng. Ah, quite impressive. You actually behaved this time and didn't wander off. Before Suifeng could finish his thought, a small figure leaped into his embrace, clinging to him tightly. I thought you wouldn't return. Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her voice tinged with tears. Almost didn't but I managed, Suifeng replied with a smile. Xiaoxiao said nothing, merely tightening her grip around his arms. Sensing her emotions, Suifeng sighed softly and remarked, I remember the last time you stayed in the dream void for a month, and you didn't react this way. That's because you returned on time, Xiaoxiao mumbled. What? Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly released her hold, glaring at Yi Suifeng. I mean, can you specify a time when you leave next time? You said you'd be back soon, and we waited for over half a month. Taken aback by Yi Xiaoxiao's sudden ire, Yi Suifeng wondered when she had become so attached to him. He ruffled her purple-red hair and chuckled. Very well. I promise to give you a precise time if I must leave again. How does that sound? Yi Xiaoxiao pouted. That's more like it. Turning his gaze, he noticed Gu Yulan just disembarking from the carriage. You have no idea how terrified Yulan was in this desolate wilderness. All right, you win. What you say goes. Gu Yulan replied. Yi Suifeng smiled. This time it's on me. You enjoy playing, don't you? I promise, for the upcoming journey, there will be no restrictions. Play as you wish. Yi Xiaoxiao immediately burst into cheers, observing this adorable little girl. Yi Suifeng couldn't help but feel that all the effort he had expended to return was worthwhile. As for that shadowy mastermind, I will settle the score in due time. Chapter 72, The Northern Snowfields. Towering mountains rise sharply, their peaks seemingly hewn by a knife, piercing the clouds and reaching heights of hundreds of zhang. Virtually no humans have ever set foot here. Everything retains its most primordial form. Among them, there stood a peak that soared higher and more majestically than the others. At the summit of this towering mountain, there lay a serene green pond. Beside the pond, a lion, entirely cloaked in azure, lay with its eyes closed, deeply immersed in slumber. Suddenly, its ears perked up, and it turned its gaze towards the southern sky. A formidable wave of energy was rapidly surging in its direction. The azure lion sprang to its feet, its eyes fixated on the distant horizon. The aura emanating from that direction was nearly as potent as its own, bold and unabashed. Was it a challenge to its dominion? A fierce energy erupted from the azure lion, its fur bristling with rage. Who dared to provoke it in this realm? Moments later, a vibrant figure materialized in its line of sight, resembling a bird in flight. The azure lion was taken aback as two streams of heated breath escaped its nostrils, melting the stones beneath its feet. It recognized the approaching avian figure as its arch-nemesis, the resplendent phoenix, dwelling 100 miles away. As the phoenix swiftly approached, growing larger in its vision, the azure lion puffed out its chest, its mane billowing, and let out a thunderous roar towards the phoenix. A tremendous force erupted at the peak of the mountain, displacing the surrounding clouds and mist, creating a vast arc several kilometers in diameter. Roar! It unleashed its fury. Yet, suddenly, the surroundings felt peculiar. The scent of flora had vanished, replaced by a faint, sweet fragrance. The azure lion opened its eyes to find a human face before it. Meow! A massive fist loomed larger in its sight. With a resounding thud, darkness enveloped its vision, and it lost consciousness. Uncle, what was that? A voice belonging to a girl echoed from the phoenix above. A head with violet-red hair emerged from beneath the phoenix. It was Yi Xiaoxiao. Instead of sitting atop the phoenix, she was hanging from one of its claws, swaying gently in the air. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoxiao let go, and a blue circle appeared beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, she was before Yi Suifeng. Yi Suifeng continued to drive the donkey cart, casually tossing the unconscious lion behind him, remarking coolly, "This is the ancient azure lion, an 8th-grade demon beast, equivalent to a human cultivator in the late stage of integration." Oh, Yi Xiaoxiao responded with a tilt of her head, observing the now smaller and somewhat adorably dazed ancient azure lion, which was being stabbed in the throat by Gu Yulan with a knife from within the cart. Use the method I taught you to discern it carefully. This type of lion has delicious meat and is treasure all over, Yi Suifeng instructed. Yes, sir. Gu Yulan withdrew her small knife, and blood gushed forth, which she promptly collected in a small vial. The small knife, meticulously crafted by Yi Suifeng for Gu Yulan, possesses the ability to slice through even the most resilient of materials with ease. Gu Yulan extended her finger, dipping it into a droplet of blood on the blade's edge before placing it in her mouth. Instantly, her eyes radiated a soft golden glow. Observing the two individuals before her, Yi Xiaoxiao could not help but withdraw her neck in apprehension. It was undeniably cruel. The lion was so endearing. Yet, recalling the delectable delicacies crafted by Gu Yulan, her stomach audibly protested. Enough of this, she thought, as she leaned backward, a blue circle manifesting, transporting her to the neck of the colorful phoenix. In that moment, she perceived the sound of soft sobbing. Tilting her head, she discovered that the vibrant phoenix was, in fact, shedding tears. Little Kai, what troubles you? Yi Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity. The colorful phoenix spoke. That green lion was an old friend of mine. Yi Xiaoxiao paused, processing the implication. So, you wish to accompany it? Oh no, no, no. The phoenix exclaimed, shaking its head in alarm. I am merely moved. I am incredibly fortunate that the esteemed lord spared me and did not hand me over to that little witch in the carriage. Yi Xiaoxiao playfully tapped its forehead. Stop shaking. I'm about to fall. The phoenix promptly ceased its movements, flying steadily. Rest assured, little Kai. As long as you stay with me, you shall be safe. As she spoke, Yi Xiaoxiao plucked a vibrant feather from its neck, beginning to weave it into a headpiece. You are quite the little witch yourself, the phoenix remarked. Nevertheless, it is preferable to facing the other stronger beasts that end up served on a platter. Several figures soared swiftly through the sky. Suddenly, a bone-chilling gust of wind struck them head-on. Yi Xiaoxiao paused, donning the completed, colorful headpiece before rising to gaze into the distance. An expansive expanse of pristine white came into view, dazzling and blinding under the sun's radiance. Uncle, we have arrived, Yi Xiaoxiao called out exuberantly. Yi Suifeng nodded, for he had already seen it. The northern snowfields were indeed his destination. While traversing the river of time, he had brought forth a white leaf, upon which was etched the visage of a bear with long fur. Upon closer inspection, Yi Suifeng recognized it as a legendary creature that existed solely in the northern snowfields, referred to by people as a natural disaster. Thus, he opted to cross the Qinggu Highlands to reach the northern snowfields. However, he did not travel hastily. He took his time, allowing Yi Xiaoxiao and the others to fully appreciate the splendor of the Qinggu Highlands. They indulged in roasted dragon fish, steamed vermilion qilin, and stir-fried earth deities. Along their journey, they vanquished all beasts of the 6th rank and above, gathered heaps of spiritual fruits, and plundered countless treasures of heaven and earth. Indeed, the phrase plucking feathers as the wild geese pass aptly describes their exploits. Fortunately, they have finally arrived at the northern snowfields. If the ancient Qinggu Jailing were sentient, it would undoubtedly shed tears of gratitude. Uncle, where shall we go next? Yi Xiaoxiao inquired. At this moment, they had officially entered the sky above the northern snowfields, where the earth lay entirely enveloped in a thick blanket of ice and snow, devoid of any signs of life. Yi Suifeng extended his consciousness, sweeping across the landscape, and soon discovered a small town populated by humans several hundred miles to the east. Let us seek out the townsfolk, he declared. With that, the donkey cart altered its course and swiftly headed towards the human settlement, while Yi Xiaoxiao perched atop the vibrant wan bird, following closely behind. Chapter 73, The Land of Eternal Winter. The Northern Realm is a vast expanse frozen in ice, perpetually beset by falling snow. The climate here is extremely frigid, presenting exceptionally harsh conditions for survival. Yet, some beings resolute in their will manage to endure in such a place. Humans are among them. In this boundless snowfield, a towering wall stands, shielding against the biting winds that sweep in from the depths of the snow. It is a wooden barrier, illuminated by the glow of intricate runes, enduring the passage of time, steadfast and unyielding. Behind this wooden wall, a cluster of rudimentary wooden houses is scattered about. Their exteriors and roofs are thickly insulated with hay and animal hides, while on the snow-laden streets, passers-by, tightly wrapped against the cold, hurriedly make their way. At that moment, a donkey cart appeared from the distance, its design starkly contrasting with the local architecture. It was exceedingly simple, drafty, and lacked even a proper cover. A man and 2 young women, clad in insufficient clothing, were buffeted by the chill winds. Yet, remarkably, the 3 of them seemed entirely unperturbed by the biting cold. A curious sight indeed. The donkey cart, though appearing slow, arrived at the gates of the wall in a matter of breaths. The sentinel stationed atop the wall instantly grew vigilant. Who goes there? Speak your purpose, they called out, their language entirely different from that of the Jurchen Alliance. Yi Suifeng snapped his fingers, and a thread of spiritual awareness emanated from the crown of the guard's head, splitting into 3 streams that entered the minds of the trio. In an instant, they comprehended the language. Who are you? What do you seek? One guard bellowed, his bowstring drawn taut, poised for action. With a playful mimicry of Yi Suifeng, Yi Xiaoxiao also snapped her fingers. Subsequently, the guard on the wall swayed and collapsed to the side, succumbing to a deep slumber. Hee, she grinned at Yi Suifeng. He shook his head, guiding the donkey cart onward as the gates swung open automatically, the sentinels lost in their dreams. Moments later, they arrived before a larger building, where various beasts were tethered, fiery steeds, unicorn oxen, and a peculiar large bird with elongated legs, all seemingly fit for riding. The establishment was known as the Wooden Tower Inn. This is a resting place where faint voices can be heard emanating from within. Let's venture inside. Yi Suifeng dismounted from the donkey cart, and Yi Xiaoxiao, along with Gu Yulan, followed suit. The colorful phoenix, having shrunk to the size of a sparrow, nestled within the long hair of Yi Xiaoxiao. With a creak, Yi Suifeng pushed open the door and stepped inside. Instantly, a wave of heat, laden with the heavy scent of smoke and liquor, accompanied by a cacophony of noise, enveloped him. Ugh! Yi Xiaoxiao was caught off guard by the stench. Waving her hands in front of her nose, and upon lifting her head, she discovered that the once boisterous inn had fallen eerily silent. Almost every gaze was now fixed upon them, filled with curiosity, suspicion, and even greed. Yi Suifeng strode forward and casually selected an unoccupied spot to sit. Waiter, bring forth your finest wine and dishes. Right away. A lean young man responded loudly. Soon, he approached with a jug of wine and several plates of food. The other patrons, finally returning to their previous clamor, resumed their conversations. The 3 dishes served were all meat, prepared in a simple and rough manner. Nevertheless, Yi Suifeng picked up his chopsticks. For a true foodie, one must possess a heart daring enough to embrace new experiences. Gu Yulan, on the other hand, produced a low-grade spirit stone and placed it in the waiter's hand. The waiter paused momentarily, then smiled widely as he departed. Returning to the counter, he leaned in close to the burly innkeeper. Uncle, those individuals seem to have traveled from afar. Saying this, he discreetly jingled the spirit stone. The innkeeper, pipe in hand, shot him a reproachful glance. Mind your own business. Those people are clearly not ordinary. Do not invite trouble. The waiter chuckled. Of course, I want tea. However, the Black Wolf-esque group may not be able to contain themselves. Following the waiter's gaze, 5 men clad in dark, coarse clothing huddled together at a nearby table, whispering among themselves while casting glances toward Yi Suifeng. Let them test the waters first. The innkeeper exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Moments later, the members of the Black Wolf stood, grins of malice plastered on their faces as they approached Yi Suifeng. Hey, shut your mouths and crawl back. Yi Suifeng lifted the wine jar, took a sip, frowned slightly, and then set it down. Having been spoiled by Gu Yulan's exquisite taste, he found these mundane offerings utterly unappealing. The Black Wolf, taken aback by the indifference, was momentarily stunned. After years of tyrannizing this region, he had never encountered such audacity. You son of a bang! Just as he began to speak, the 5 members of the Black Wolf were sent hurtling backward, crashing through several tables and chairs before colliding with the wall and collapsing to the ground. Blood spilled from their mouths, and they breathed their last, their eyes wide open, never comprehending the formidable presence they had provoked. The other patrons within the inn rose to their feet, their expressions fraught with terror as they gazed at Yi Suifeng. How had he accomplished such a feat? Yet, Yi Suifeng remained unfazed, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. He picked up a piece of meat, placed it in his mouth, shook his head, and set down his chopsticks. The food and drink here left much to be desired. Subsequently, he stood and approached the innkeeper directly. The innkeeper, upon noticing Yi Suifeng's approach, felt his heart nearly cease. With a pipe clenched in his mouth, he dared not move. Have you seen this? Yi Suifeng produced a white leaf and held it before the innkeeper's eyes. The innkeeper paused, his gaze fixed on the bare emblem upon the leaf, his pupils constricting in shock. This was the totem of the eternal winter kingdom. His expression turned to one of horror. The person before him was seeking the eternal winter? That was one of the most formidable powers dwelling upon the northern snowfields. Where is it? Yi Suifeng retracted the leaf. The innkeeper, regaining some composure, replied, It lies very far away, thousands of miles to the northeast. I have only heard tales of that place. Thank you. Yi Suifeng placed a low-grade spirit stone on the table and turned to leave. Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan promptly stood and followed him out. After a considerable time, the inn began to murmur with voices once more. Uncle, who exactly were those individuals? A trembling attendant inquired, his legs still quaking. He was fortunate to have resisted his greed earlier. The innkeeper withdrew his gaze from the group of black wolves and took a deep draw from his pipe. Speaking in a low tone, they are extraordinary beings. Yet, it remains uncertain whether they are fate-bound mages or beast spirit warriors. A cloud of smoke escaped his lips, and he continued with a hint of trepidation. Fortunately, their target is the eternal winter kingdom. The attendant, puzzled, remarked, Why have I never heard of this name? Indeed, you would not have, the innkeeper replied. It is a vast empire located tens of thousands of miles away, rife with extraordinary beings. Once by a stroke of fate, I accompanied a remarkably powerful, extraordinary being and happened upon it. Merely the journey consumed 3 years. As they conversed, Suifeng and his companions arrived before a colossal gatehouse. Towering several dozen zhang into the clouds, it resembled a gateway to the heavens. Above it, 2 grand characters were inscribed: Eternal Winter. Chapter 74, The Enlightenment Tree. Pingyang Pass. The westernmost stronghold of the Eternal Winter Kingdom loomed like an ancient dragon coiled within its domain. In comparison to Pingyang Pass, Yuxiao City appeared little more than a quaint village. The western sky gate, standing several dozen zhang tall, was adorned with a luminous barrier that extended outward for countless miles. To enter the Eternal Winter Kingdom from this side, one could only pass through the western sky gate. Each day, cultivators seeking entry would form serpentine lines stretching for miles outside the gate. As the leaves danced with the wind, there was no patience for queuing. Silently and swiftly, his donkey cart arrived within the grand gates of Pingyang. In an instant, a wave of warmth greeted him. How bustling this place is! Xianxia gazed at the broad streets and the ceaseless throngs of people, marveling in awe. Meanwhile, some passers-by fixed their eyes upon her. What sort of vehicle is that? It appears to be an ordinary old donkey. Ah, that girl looks rather charming. One might mistake her for a little princess from a noble family. They whispered amongst themselves about the humble donkey cart. Fortunately, the eclectic styles of dress among the crowd rendered no one particularly curious about her peculiarities. Hey, uncle, look quickly. I've spotted that bear. Xiao suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a child on the street. On the child's back was embroidered a pattern that resembled the long-haired bear head depicted on the white leaf. Suifeng sighed softly. Lift your head. Upon doing so, Xiao's mouth fell agape. The streets and alleys, the shops and tall buildings, were adorned with the same white flags, each embroidered with the image of the long-haired bear. Have we arrived at the bear's den? Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Suifeng extended his finger, tracing a circle in the air. Instantly, a multitude of intricate information surged from above the heads of the people in the streets, converging at his fingertips to form a vortex. Subsequently, he delved his consciousness into the swirling mass. The Great Celestial Bear? A pivotal piece of information emerged. In the realm of Everwinter, this bear was not referred to as a calamity as it was in the outside world. Rather, it was revered as the Great Celestial Bear. This divine being possessed vast powers, capable of summoning winds and rains. Most significantly, it was responsible for the creation of the Everwinter Barrier, shielding humanity from the harshness of the external winter storms, allowing them to thrive in peace. Suifeng smirked. He had noted the Everwinter Barrier upon his arrival, recognizing the unmistakable signs of an intricate formation, clearly laid by several formidable cultivators. It seemed that this great celestial bear had little to do with it. However, he was not concerned about the Everwinter Barrier. His curiosity lay in why the head of this great celestial bear would appear on the white leaf. What exactly is this white leaf? After some contemplation, Suifeng expanded his consciousness, enveloping the entirety of Pingyang, rendering all its inhabitants clearly visible within his perception. Is the most powerful presence merely at the integration stage? Suifeng furrowed his brow. The one capable of severing the causal ties of this leaf and placing it within the river of time could not simply be a minor figure at the integration stage. Nonetheless, he could inquire further. With this thought, Suifeng prepared to summon him. Yet, within his consciousness, he suddenly encountered a familiar name. Let's explore that direction. Moments later, the donkey cart arrived in an exceptionally prosperous area. The decor here has evidently elevated the establishment to an entirely new echelon. Among its impressive features stands a magnificent 9-story building, distinguished by a prominent sign inscribed with the characters Wanbao Pavilion. Indeed, it reflects a formidable influence, with establishments scattered across the continent. Suifeng alighted from the vehicle, accompanied by Xiao and Gu Yulan, and stepped into Wanbao Pavilion. As in other locations, the first floor was teeming with patrons. A cursory glance revealed that the merchandise here differed significantly from that of the 9 Cities Alliance, particularly with a notable decrease in the proportion of medicinal pills. Instead, a plethora of beast blood and inner cores from various magical beasts dominated the offerings. These items appear to be highly sought after. The assembly of cultivators in that vicinity was peculiar. Their internal spiritual energy was remarkably heterogeneous. Yet their physical prowess was extraordinarily robust, each individual emanating one or several distinct beastly auras. Beast spirit warriors? In the information he had just acquired, There were fragments regarding beast spirit warriors and destiny mages. This represented a cultivation method starkly different from that of the Nine Cities Alliance. It would be prudent to inquire further and discern the merits of these two distinct paths of cultivation. Yi Suifeng nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he allowed Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan to explore freely, and then his figure gradually faded from view. On the top floor of Wanbao Pavilion, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe meticulously examined an account book. Suddenly, the presence of an unfamiliar aura permeated the room. "Who goes there?" The man abruptly lifted his gaze, and a 3-inch-long, handleless dagger shot forth from his sleeve, hurtling towards the unexpected figure before him with blinding speed. It was his most formidable life spirit weapon, nearly unassailable by anyone below the integration stage. Yet, a chilling turn of events unfolded. The usually invincible dagger, just moments away from striking the young man, inexplicably halted midair. Simultaneously, the middle-aged man found himself immobilized, unable to move a muscle. His mind raced. The only person he feared at the Pingyang Pass was the formidable Pass Lord of the integration stage. Yet, even the Lord did not possess such terrifying power. Where did this formidable cultivator emerge from, and why had they sought him out? The middle-aged man's heart trembled with trepidation. "Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to ask you a few questions," Yi Suifeng said, picking up the dagger and taking a seat before the middle-aged man. He then placed the dagger on the table, a commendable spirit weapon with a rather unique design. As Yi Suifeng's words echoed in the air, the middle-aged man suddenly felt the ability to move return to him. Instinctively, he recoiled, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Yi Suifeng found himself speechless. This man lacked even the courage of Gu Wanxin. "You must be the master of this Wanbao Pavilion. Am I correct?" Yi Suifeng inquired. The middle-aged man nodded, swallowed hard, and struggled to articulate. "Senior, I am indeed the master of this place, Xianxia. Should you desire anything here, please feel free to take it." Yi Suifeng was once again rendered speechless, pondering what he must think of him. Without uttering another word, he produced a leaf and inquired, "Have you seen this before?" Xianxia was momentarily taken aback, then gazed at the leaf, his brow furrowing in astonishment. "Senior, how could you possess such a thing?" His surprise was palpable. Yi Suifeng grasped the leaf firmly, commanding, "Speak. Please hold on a moment, while I verify," Xianxia exclaimed, hastily darting to a large chest beside him. After deftly unraveling a complex array, he revealed a chest brimming with books, numbering in the thousands. He swiftly began to rummage through the volumes, and soon emerged with a tome that appeared exceedingly ancient. "Indeed, this must be it." Xianxia reverently opened the book to a particular page and presented it before Yi Suifeng. "Senior, please take a look." The sequence of his actions elicited amusement in Yi Suifeng, who mused that he had done nothing to warrant such a reaction. Shaking his head, he picked up the ancient book. The pages illustrated a towering tree, beneath which a group of playful, fluffy bear cubs frolicked, their innocence endearing. Yi Suifeng glanced at the chapter title, The Enlightenment Tree. Chapter 75, The Divine Gift Assembly. In the primordial chaos, as heaven and earth began to take form, a great tree emerged, standing as a pillar between the realms. As it grew, the distance between heaven and earth expanded, creating an initial world. It was called the World Tree, also known as the backbone of existence. Once the heavens and earth were stabilized, the World Tree fulfilled its purpose and collapsed. From its remnants, several new saplings sprang forth. As offspring of the World Tree, these saplings were extraordinary from birth, each immensely powerful and endowed with unique abilities. The Enlightenment Tree was one among them. According to legend, the Enlightenment Tree symbolizes the nascent wisdom of heaven and earth, capable of enlightening all living beings. One fateful day, a wounded mother bear, heavy with cubs, fortuitously sought refuge beneath the Enlightenment Tree to recuperate. However, her injuries were too grave, and she did not survive. After giving birth to 7 cubs, she passed away. Those cubs thrived beneath the Enlightenment Tree, nourished by the celestial essence, growing stronger by the day. Under the tree's nurturing influence, the cubs were exceptional, each more formidable than the last. Following a complex series of events, one day, one of the bears shattered accumulated ice and snow that had lingered for millennia, establishing an oasis within a snowy expanse. This place would later be known to humanity as the Eternal Winter Kingdom. The bear that founded this realm was venerated as the great celestial deity, receiving profound reverence from all living beings. The tale inscribed within the ancient tome reaches its conclusion here. The leaf that Yi Suifeng holds, if the records are accurate, is indeed a leaf from the enlightenment tree. Thus, the emblem of the great celestial deity is imprinted upon it. Yi Suifeng closes the ancient book, lost in silent contemplation. Could it be that the one who placed the leaf of the enlightenment tree into the river of time is none other than the so-called great celestial deity? According to the text, this deity may truly possess the power to traverse the void. After a moment's reflection, Yi Suifeng inquires, where might one locate the enlightenment tree? Xianxia's expression turns awkward. Senior, I am afraid I do not possess that knowledge. The information regarding the enlightenment tree came to me merely by chance while perusing through books, leaving only a faint impression. Yi Suifeng nods, acknowledging the truth of his words. Such a being is not something a late-stage transformation cultivator could comprehend. Who would truly know of the enlightenment tree or the great celestial deity's secrets? Yi Suifeng probes further. Xianxia ponders briefly before responding. It is likely that only those from the eternal Eastern Imperial City might have some understanding of the enlightenment tree. However, if you seek the great celestial deity, his consciousness will descend upon Pingyang Pass during the Divine Bestowal Festival in half a month. Yi Suifeng raises an eyebrow. The Divine Bestowal Festival. He recalls hearing this name during his earlier inquiries. It appears to be a grand event, and the influx of visitors to Pingyang Pass recently is undoubtedly in anticipation of this festival. Pray, tell me more about this Divine Bestowal Festival, Yi Suifeng requests. Certainly, Xianxia replies eagerly. The Divine Bestowal Festival is held every 3 years and is the most magnificent event in the Eternal Winter Kingdom. As Xianxia elaborates, Yi Suifeng begins to grasp its significance. In essence, it is merely a selection event orchestrated by the great celestial deity. The festival occurs triennially, and participants must be young prodigies under the age of 16. Fate mages, beast spirit warriors, and practitioners from various other sects are all welcome to compete. After rigorous selection and fierce battles, the most exceptional young talents will be determined. Subsequently, the great celestial deity will bestow certain blessings upon them based on their rankings. The top contenders will be directly ushered into the celestial realm by the deity, embarking on an extraordinary and legendary journey. This year, there are 5 slots available from the Pingyang Pass, all to be taken back by the great celestial deity. It sounds as though this great celestial deity resembles a cult leader, Yi Suifeng quips. Xianxia chuckles awkwardly, well aware that such remarks would not be well received by the locals of Eternal Winter. Any disparagement of their deity could provoke a fierce backlash, regardless of one's strength. Are you certain that the great celestial deity's consciousness will indeed arrive? Yi Suifeng questions. Indeed, Xianxia affirms, since I arrived at Pingyang Pass, I have attended every Divine Bestowal Festival. I can sense the terrifying presence of the great divine, instilling a chill in the heart. No one could ever hope to rival it. Of course, in comparison to you, my esteemed senior, it pales significantly. Yi Suifeng fell silent once more. Your continued existence, coupled with your rather timid disposition, is likely inextricably linked, is it not? However, if the Great Bear truly intends to arrive, there will be no need for him to search further. When the time comes, he can simply be apprehended. A punch first, and only then will questions be asked. With half a month remaining, Yi Suifeng pondered and inquired, does your Wanbao Pavilion possess any techniques or tomes regarding the cultivation of fate mages or beast spirit warriors? Xianxia's heart raced. The feared scenario had indeed come to pass. Wanbao Pavilion would undoubtedly face severe repercussions this time. Yet, he dared not deceive this esteemed individual. Yes, senior, we not only possess such techniques, but also those practiced by the high-ranking cultivators of the southern regions, along with spiritual artifacts, elixirs, high-grade beast cores, heavenly materials, and spiritual stones. That will suffice, Yi Suifeng replied, resting his hand upon his forehead. I only require those 2 techniques. Provide me with as many as you can. During this waiting period, he intended to explore the unique aspects of these 2 cultivation systems. Very well. Soon, Xianxia presented a beautifully crafted storage ring to Yi Suifeng. A mere glance revealed a staggering collection of over 10,000 tomes. It was as if he had emptied his entire household. What is the total cost? Let us adhere to standard pricing, Yi Suifeng specifically instructed. Xianxia appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback that the senior would offer payment. The cost price is approximately 800 billion low-grade spiritual stones. Does that seem acceptable to you? Yi Suifeng remained silent, extracting the techniques from the storage ring. placing a sufficient amount of spiritual stones within and handing it back to Xianxia. It was merely a trifling matter. He was not destitute enough to resort to theft. Having concluded his business, he prepared to depart when suddenly he recalled an important matter. Ah, how does one participate in the divine gift assembly? It would also serve as an excellent opportunity for that girl, Xianxia, to gain some experience and keep her from causing mischief. Ah, the slots for the assembly were determined over a month ago, Xianxia replied. Is it possible to purchase a slot? How much is it per entry? Xianxia's lips twitched. The senior seemed to wish to acquire everything. How wealthy are you, esteemed one? How many slots do you require? One will suffice. I happen to have a junior disciple with me whom I would like to see participate. That is quite manageable, Xianxia remarked. This year, Wanbao Pavilion has 10 slots available, and I can reserve one for you. Suifeng furrowed his brow. You have surely predetermined the candidates. Would this not displace others? Xianxia respectfully replied, the matters concerning the esteemed senior take precedence. Have you not inquired whether she qualifies? Your disciple must surely be a paragon among mortals, a dragon among men. Suifeng, unable to endure any longer, uttered a dismissive remark. Then so be it, and swiftly exited the room. After a considerable time, Xianxia approached his chair and seated himself slowly, bearing a countenance that betrayed lingering trepidation. He shook his head with a sigh, expressing, I had thought that upon reaching the late stage of transformation and arriving at Pingyang Pass, such turmoil would be behind me. Yet here we are. It's all right. Maintain a tranquil mindset. Simply living is enough. Chapter 76. Who is the useless one? You want me to participate in a competition? Exclaimed Xianxia in astonishment within an elegant and comfortable chamber. Suifeng lounged by the window, where a table was laden with an array of fruits. All exquisite specialties from the eternal winter kingdom. They were refreshingly cool and melted effortlessly upon contact with the tongue. Indeed, it is akin to the Battle of Yanxiao City, he remarked. Xianxia leapt from her chair, expressing her concern, but this place is evidently much larger than Yanxiao City, and there must be many formidable individuals here. What if I cannot defeat them? Suifeng scoffed lightly. If you cannot prevail, then simply stand tall and take your licks. What else can you do? One must inevitably face some hardships. You're already 14. It's time to grow up. With a look of reluctance, Xianxia cast her gaze downward at her toes. But what is their strength like? She inquired. I do not know, Suifeng replied. Regardless, the competitors are all adolescents under 16. They cannot be exceedingly powerful. With half a month until the competition begins, you should spend these days contemplating how to confront them. It had been several months since they departed from Yanxiao City. Along the journey, he had taken the opportunity to concoct several origin towers, utilizing the supreme essence produced for cooking, personal hygiene, bathing, and other daily necessities. Naturally, it was also employed for regular training. The term supreme was not mere rhetoric. With such resources at her disposal, even without dedicated training, Xianxia's cultivation had soared. Over a month ago, she had entered the foundation establishment stage. Now, she was a budding genius at the 5th level of foundation establishment. Even Gu Yulan, who initially was only at the Qi refinement stage, had made successive breakthroughs and was now a practitioner at the late stage of transformation. Indeed, Pingyang Pass surpassed Yanxiao City by a great margin, yet the talents under 16 would not be overwhelmingly extraordinary. The most exceptional among them would likely be at the foundation establishment to golden body stages, translating in this realm's cultivation hierarchy to between the 3rd and 4th tiers of destiny mages or beast spirit warriors. With Xianxia's skills, even if she were to struggle, the losses would not be insurmountable. Very well, she conceded softly. All along, she had been delving into the dream void realm, where her offensive capabilities were admittedly lacking. It seemed she needed to ponder this matter thoroughly. If you are genuinely concerned, there is a gathering at the Wanbao Pavilion tonight, where numerous competitors will be in attendance. You might consider attending, suggested Suifeng. A gathering? How wonderful! Xianxia exclaimed, her spirits instantly lifted. Do not act recklessly. Do not tease others, and certainly do not steal. Make sure to understand the strength of your opponent. Do you comprehend? Suifeng remarked with a huff. This girl is still too young, having grown up under the protection of the family, and her playful nature is rather excessive. Rest assured, I have outgrown the age of foolishness, Xianxia replied, feigning maturity. Suifeng shook his head. Nevertheless, she was not entirely wrong. Ever since that day at Qinggu jailing, the girl had indeed changed somewhat. Although her character remained lively, she no longer acted out of line. All right, Off you go, Yi Suifeng said, ushering her away. After her departure, he took out a book and began to leaf through it. Destined Mage, Beast Spirit Warrior. How intriguing, he mused. That night, in a private chamber of the Wanbao Pavilion, an irate voice echoed. Why is this happening? I must seek the pavilion master for an explanation. Within the room, 10 young men and women lounged casually, one of whom stood up, filled with righteous indignation and visible fury. Xiaoda, sit down. A slightly older individual commanded in a deep tone. Huarong, a Fen clearly earned this qualification, yet as the competition approached, it was taken from him by a stranger. I must confront the pavilion master. Xiaoda exclaimed angrily. Do you think Wanbao Pavilion operates on your whims? The elder Huarong retorted. The pavilion master's decision is surely justified. We must accept it. Moreover, did he not promise an appropriate compensation? Compensation? Xiaoda scoffed. What compensation could possibly be more precious than the divine liquid? Perhaps he could even be chosen by the great deity. At that moment, someone beside Huarong suddenly laughed. Chosen by the great deity? You speak such fanciful nonsense. What eating you, Xiaoda began. Isn't it true that you lament a Fun's disqualification because you can no longer swindle the divine liquid from him? Huaining interrupted. Xiaoda's face darkened. A Fun is my dearest friend. Indeed, a friend from whom you exploit daily. Do you think we are blind? Huaining retorted scornfully. Xiaoda fell silent. The others present were not fools. They had seen through the daily occurrences clearly. At that moment, another young woman, playing with a dagger, chimed in. If this newcomer possesses considerable strength and does not hinder us, I have no objections. How could he not be weak? Xiaoda spread his hands in exasperation. I have learned that this person is merely a relative of the pavilion master, clearly having taken the backdoor route. Suddenly, there was a knock at the main door of the room. A small head with violet-red hair peeked in from outside. Excuse me, is this the gathering point for contestants of the Wanbao Pavilion? It was none other than Yi Xiaoxiao. Her arrival instantly silenced the room, and all eyes turned to her face, some scrutinizing, some puzzled, some indifferent, and others disdainful. In such an atmosphere, Yi Xiaoxiao gradually withdrew her small head. After a moment, she peered back inside. Is Hurong here? The older Hurong stood up. I am Hurong, and you are. Yi Xiaoxiao let out a breath, stepped fully into the room, and then produced a token, handing it to Hurong. It's from Jian Xingchuan, yes. He sent me here. The crowd immediately realized that this little girl was the new participant. She appeared rather too young. Was she not here for a jest? You must be Yi Xiaoxiao, right? How old are you? Hurong also felt incredulous. Although the rules permitted those under 16 to participate, nearly all contenders were indeed 16. After all, at this age, a difference of a single year could result in a significant disparity in strength and experience. I'm 13 or 14, Yi Xiaoxiao declared. A chorus of sighs resonated throughout the room. So young, participating in the Divine Gift Conference, is she merely seeking hardship? The overall strength of the team was of vital importance in this competition. The participants of this session would undoubtedly face immense pressure. Xiaoda shrugged and remarked, I told you, she must have come in through the back door. Now we've lost a third-tier Destiny Mage and gained what appears to be a foolish waste. Our Wanbao Pavilion is set to be humiliated at this Divine Gift Conference. As Xiaoda spoke, he noticed the expressions of those around him growing exceedingly peculiar. Everyone's gaze shifted towards him. Oh no, it was directed at his side. Xiaoda felt somewhat bewildered and was about to inquire when suddenly a gentle breath brushed against his ear. In an instant, his pupils constricted and a chill ran down his spine. Struggling to turn his head, he found a pair of icy eyes, laced with a hint of anger, coldly fixated on him. A sharp blade, imbued with a frigid aura, pressed against his throat. Who did you just call a waste? Chapter 77. The Wolf Girl is stunned. The cold dagger pressed against Xiaoda's neck. The deepening sting sent a shiver through his entire being. Drops of crimson blood began to trickle down his neck. The people in the room stood frozen, none having noticed how this girl, who appeared merely 12 or 13, had approached Xiaoda. No one could have anticipated her decisive strike. As they watched a thin line of blood appear on Xiaoda's neck, he dared not move, casting a pleading glance towards Hurong. Sister Yi, enough, Hurong whispered, aware that if a fatal incident were to occur, he would be grossly negligent as the team leader. However, Yi Xiaoxiao did not spare him a glance. The sharp blade slowly shifted. That's enough. He didn't mean it. Hurong's expression turned grave. If this continued, he would have no choice but to intervene. Hypocrisy. It was evident that he was being intentionally deceitful. Yi Xiaoxiao let out a soft hum, and the sharp blade once again glided across the air. The atmosphere in the room had plunged to a freezing point, as the blade drew perilously close to Xiao Da's major artery. Huarong and a few others were already poised to strike. Suddenly, with a startled cry, Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, and the blade vanished from her grasp as she nonchalantly strolled to the side. Almost forgot. He forbids me from causing too much commotion. How bothersome. With that, Yi Xiaoxiao settled down, her tone and demeanor light-hearted and playful, as if she had merely been engaging in harmless antics moments before. Crash! Xiaoda abruptly sprang to his feet, colliding with several stools as he hastily retreated behind Huarong. He clutched his throat, casting a fearful glance at the seemingly unconcerned Yi Xiaoxiao, his eyes brimming with terror, cold sweat soaking his garments, his entire body trembling. Just moments ago, he had truly felt the chilling grip of death. Observing that Xiaoda appeared relatively unscathed, Huarong relaxed, flexing his fingers only to realize that his palms were also damp with sweat. This seemingly innocuous little sister exhibited such ferocity when provoked. I find this newcomer quite appealing. Suddenly, the woman toying with the dagger stood and approached Yi Xiaoxiao. She was far more formidable than that foolish lad. A smile graced her lips, and her exposed neck and shoulders were adorned with an array of tattoos. Yet, the most striking feature was her icy blue eyes, exuding an aura of chilling intensity. Who is a fun? Yi Xiaoxiao inquired, puzzled. Just an inconsequential individual, the woman replied with a smile. And who might you be? Xianxia, she extended her hand. But everyone calls me Wolf Girl. Yi Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes in surprise at the peculiar moniker. However, she felt no aversion towards this woman. She extended her small hand and gently shook hers. Come, let me take you to today's gathering. Let them wallow in their boredom here. With that, Wolf Girl tugged Yi Xiaoxiao to her feet and led her out of the room. Once they departed, the atmosphere in the room eased slightly. Xiaoda, still clutching his throat, approached Huarong. Brother Rong. Silence. Huarong snapped coldly, turned to glare at him. I have told you time and again to focus your energy on training, rather than scheming to gain advantage over others. Strength is paramount. He chuckled derisively, terrified by a 13-year-old girl, unable even to resist. Look at yourself. You shame Wanbao Pavilion, having already tarnished your own reputation. With that, he forcefully pried Xiao Da's hand from his throat. Xiao gasped, quickly feeling his neck only to find that it had long ceased to bleed. Yi Xiaoxiao's knife skills were remarkably precise, inflicting only minor pain and shock without causing any significant injury. Observing the flustered Xiaoda, Huarong let out a cold snort and turned to exit the room, followed closely by the others who left in succession. As they passed by Xiaoda, their eyes were filled with disdain. This venue was an exceptionally opulent hall, illuminated by an array of glimmering cups and shadows, where dozens of young individuals engaged in spirited conversations. At that moment, two figures entered through the doorway, one tall and one short. The Tayirwan, with a wheat-colored complexion and adorned with intricate tattoos, possessed a pair of blue eyes that sent a chill down one's spine. The other, with cascading crimson hair nearly reaching the ground, had bright eyes brimming with curiosity, exuding an undeniable charm. A handsome young man, upon noticing the two, instantly brightened and approached them. Sister Siua, get lost. The wolf girl didn't spare him a glance, as she led Yi Xiaoxiao directly into the depths of the hall. 2 cups of ghost flame wine, she ordered. Shortly after, 2 goblets filled with blood-red liquid, ablaze with green flames, were presented before them. The wolf girl took 1 cup and handed the other to Yi Xiaoxiao. Can you drink this? Yi Xiaoxiao curiously examined the goblet. The potent scent of alcohol mingled with a hint of blood wafting towards her. This was her first encounter with such a drink. I'll give it a try. After spending days alongside Yi Suifeng, she had already become accustomed to drinking. She accepted the cup and took a delicate sip. Immediately, her eyes widened as an explosive force erupted in her throat like a conflagration. The wolf girl laughed heartily, taking a swig herself, feeling an intense heat envelop her, as if every pore in her body was igniting with flames. This was no ordinary wine. It was brewed from the blood of various high-level magical beasts and infused with special spiritual fruits. The ferocity of its energy was such that even as a 4th-tier beast spirit warrior, she required considerable time to recover after just 1 sip. Encouraging Yi Xiaoxiao to drink was merely a playful jest on her part. Hello, may I have another cup? A voice interrupted her thoughts, revealing Yi Xiaoxiao eagerly clutching a second goblet of ghost flame wine and downing it in large gulps. The wolf girl exclaimed in disbelief, Xiao, you wolf sister. There must be sugar in this, right? Xiao wiped the remnants from her lips and added, next time, I'll ask uncle to add some sugar too. His wine is too spicy. This one tastes much better like juice. With that, she requested another cup from a nearby maid. The maid responsible for serving the guests was now utterly flustered, questioning whether she had mistakenly offered the wrong drink. The wolf girl's eyelid twitched as she watched Xiao down her third cup of ghost flame wine and inquired, Xiao, what tier are you currently? After finishing her third cup and letting out a satisfied burp, Xiao replied, I suppose I will be considered a third tier, 6th level destiny mage. Among our group, that's rather behind. On the road, she had learned through the introduction of the Wolf Maiden that the most formidable individuals in the Wanbao Pavilion were Huarong and the Wolf Maiden herself. One was a 4th tier, 3rd level destiny mage, while the other was a 4th tier, 2nd level beast spirit warrior. The remaining members were all in the late 3rd tier. The Wolf Maiden remained silent. At the 6th level of the 3rd tier, no one dared to indulge in the ghostly flame wine. Beautiful lady, do you have any more of this juice? I would like to take some back, Xiao said to the maid, wishing to let her uncle taste it as well. Miss, if you wish to take it outside, it must be purchased, the maid replied. And what is the price? The maid responded, a cup costs 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. But if you purchase it in barrels, it can be cheaper, totaling 500,000. Oh, then I'll have one. Before Xiao could finish her sentence, she was stopped by the Wolf Maiden. With a smile, she said, it is your first visit. How can I let you pay? I shall treat you. No need. Manaj, Xiao insisted. I insist, the Wolf Maiden replied firmly. Consider it my gift to you for our first meeting. Now, how many would you like? Xiao blinked. All right then. She removed her storage ring and handed it to the maid. Let us just fill 100 barrels. The Wolf Maiden exclaimed. What kind of family do you come from? Do you measure in hundreds? Chapter 78. The God-slaying technique that evening. Uncle, I have brought you something wonderful. Xiao bounced back to the inn, standing before Suifeng. What is it? Suifeng inquired, still engrossed in his book without turning around. This. Take a look. It's absolutely delicious. As Suifeng turned to see, he was met with Xiao cradling a wooden barrel nearly her size, pouring out a crimson, mysterious liquid. Instantly, the room was filled with the rich aroma of wine, laced with a faint metallic tang of blood. With a snap of her fingers, the liquid in the cup ignited. She then held it out to Suifeng, saying, Uncle, please try this. Suifeng set down his book and grimaced slightly. Without tasting, he could tell it was a concoction mixed with the blood of numerous low-level beasts. However, to avoid dampening the child's enthusiasm, he took a small sip. How is it? Xiao asked, her face beaming with anticipation. Not bad, but it's not to my taste, Suifeng replied, picking up his book again. It's more suited for children. Xiao finished the remaining ghostly flame wine, feeling unsatisfied. But I'm just a child. Suifeng shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. I think it's quite good, Xiao said as she placed the barrel in the corner of the table, continuing. I bought 100 barrels to take back for my sister and my cousin Huang to try as well. I originally intended to buy 1,000 barrels, but someone insisted on paying for me, and I felt too embarrassed to let them. As she spoke, she suddenly realized that Suifeng was gazing at her with an odd expression. How many did you purchase? He inquired. 100 barrels, she replied. What's the cost per barrel? He asked again. 500,000 spirit stones. Did someone else pay for it? Yes, Xiao nodded. She has been quite kind to me. She is a friend I made this evening. Suifeng set down his book once more, rubbing his forehead. The friend who paid for you should be given a token of gratitude at an opportune moment. Subsequently, your monthly allowance will be reduced from 100 million spirit stones to a mere 100 spirit stones, he stated. Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Why? She exclaimed, feeling disheartened. I kindly brought you delicacies, yet you are slashing my allowance. Furthermore, the extent of this reduction is rather excessive. Once you comprehend the reasoning behind this, I shall reconsider your allowance, Suifeng replied, returning to his reading, seemingly ignoring her. Pouting, Xiao struggled to understand what she had done wrong. However, she recognized that her uncle's decision surely held merit. What did she do? Well, there was nothing to be done but to ponder it thoroughly. Bowing her head, she turned to exit the room. After a brief moment, Suifeng sighed softly and set his book aside. Her antics rendered it impossible for him to focus on his reading. He acknowledged that he bore some responsibility for Xiao's disposition. He should never have acquiesced to such an outrageous request in the first place. Goodness, to purchase 100 barrels in one go. Such behavior was akin to someone visiting the Wanbao Pavilion and purchasing all their items in one fell swoop. Who does such a thing? Indeed, such people do exist. Yet I fear not the risks that accompany lavish spending. Without the assurance of strength, an abundance of wealth often serves as a fuse that ignites peril. It seems prudent to allow her some exposure to the world's harsh realities from time to time. Otherwise, she might forever remain confined within her own sphere. Suifeng shook his head. Fortunately, the girl had a good heart. Her intention behind acquiring so many items was to share with Huang and the others, rather than for frivolous indulgence. She simply needed to experience more of life. Reflecting on this, Suifeng found himself thinking of Huang and the others. Several months had passed. He wondered how they were faring now. He raised his hand, considering using the great Tao to glimpse into their circumstances, but hesitated for a moment before ultimately setting it down. Never mind. Each individual has their own path. Excessive interference may prove detrimental. Let them carve their own brilliance. In the 9-city alliance, within the bounds of the city of Su, the largest city was Xianxia City. At the central Yuan Grand Arena, a figure stood proudly. Surrounding her lay a dozen young cultivators, bloodied and fallen. Opposite her knelt a valiant young man, propped up by his long sword. Huang Yeqing's prodigies are not so extraordinary after all. Yi Huang sheathed her long sword, the blood-stained purple cloak billowing around her. The young man spat a mouthful of blood, his voice laced with fury. Yi Huang, do not go too far. Too far? A cold smile graced Yi Huang's lips. Do you remember the faces you wore when we first arrived in Huang Yeqing? Rustic brutes, commoners, lowly beings, wretched scum. Huh, now, you find yourselves felled by the very lowly beings you once scorned. How does that make you feel? The young man's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. He had heard of Yi Huang's reputation, but never anticipated her strength to be so formidable. Dozens of prodigies from Huang Yeqing, all under 20 and at least in the foundation establishment stage, had simultaneously besieged Yi Huang, only to be utterly defeated in the span of a single incense stick burning. A few were even slain on the spot. Even if we have wronged you in the past, you cannot be so ruthless. The young man's eyes were bloodshot. As among the slain were his friends. Ruthlessness is what you have taught me, Yi Huang replied, stepping forward and producing a small box, placing it before the young man. Upon opening it, he beheld 20 fingers, each belonging to different bodies, meticulously arranged. Had he not treated the disciples of Tianwan Palace as mere playthings and tortured them to death, perhaps today would not have ended this way. With a swift motion, she drew a short dagger from her waist. The young man gazed at the glinting blade, a low chuckle escaping his lips. You harm me, and you shall not leave Huang Yeqing. Yi Huang's expression remained impassive. If I do not harm you, I cannot return to Tianwan Palace. With a sickening plunge, the heated blood flowed down the dagger, staining Yi Huang's hand. The young man's eyes reflected disbelief and an inescapable terror, gradually fading to lifelessness. As the dagger was withdrawn, his body collapsed to the ground, blood soaking the box containing the fingers. Yi Huang straightened, a gentle breeze tousling her hair, and in that moment, she truly became the master of Tianwan Palace. My child. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed. Yi Huang turned to see a middle-aged man, exuding an overwhelming presence, charging towards her. Behind him, a group of formidable individuals followed closely. Upon seeing the young man sprawled at Yi Huang's feet, the middle-aged man's eyes turned bloodshot. You dare kill him, he roared, a violent aura surging towards Yi Huang, a force belonging to the Golden Course stage. Yi Huang stood amidst it, like a solitary leaf in a tempest. Who dares harm my master? Suddenly, a throng of individuals clad in black attire leapt onto the stage, positioning themselves behind Yi Huang to withstand the powerful pressure emanating from the middle-aged man. You all shall perish. The middle-aged man glared at Yi Huang with seething rage. Yet, Yi Huang remained unfazed, slowly uttering, I can understand your feelings, however. She produced a sheet of white paper, inscribed with words. We, having signed a pact of life and death. The middle-aged man gazed at the document, fixating on the familiar name, as sorrow and rage gradually consumed his reason. I care not for any pact of life and death. You have slain my son, my only son. Today, even if the king of heaven himself were to appear, I shall take your life. He was driven to madness, unleashing all his might, charging forth. Yi Huang sighed softly. Then do not blame me. At her brow, a delicate lavender petal drifted down. Yi Huang unsheathed her long sword, and the petal gracefully landed upon the blade, instantly transforming into a stream of violet light. akin to celestial radiance. At this moment, the middle-aged man had completely lost his sanity, recklessly charging forward. Yet Yi Huang remained composed, raising her sword and calmly uttering, "God-slaying." First form. Chapter 79 commenced. Huangyi City stood as the paramount city within the jurisdiction of Su City, its expanse several times that of Yunxiao City. From above, it resembled a neatly arranged cube, nestled upon fertile plains. However, today, a colossal fissure extended from the heart of Huangyi City, cleaving the city with a profound gash. A middle-aged man stood at the center of the arena, silently observing the origin of the crack. Beside him, a young girl clung tightly to his arm, her complexion pale, none other than Ye Xiaoyin, who had participated in the Drunken Dream Conference. "Father, is it truly the work of Yi Huang?" Her voice trembled. She could scarcely fathom the immense power required to rend Huangyi City asunder. If Yi Huang had unleashed such a strike upon her that day, it was likely. The middle-aged man did not speak, merely nodding gently. At that moment, several formidable figures descended rapidly from the sky, landing beside him. Their expressions filled with horror as they beheld the immense sword scar. Nye family head. One stepped forward inquiring, "What the people from Tianwan Hall?" "They have departed," replied the Nye family head. "Fled?" "No." He shook his head. After slaying the Huang family head, she did not leave, but awaited our arrival. The man was taken aback. "And then?" The Nye family head sighed softly. "I allowed her to leave." "What?" exclaimed another family head in shock. "How could you let her go? She has so brazenly provoked us in Huangyi City. She must pay the price." The Nye family head turned, his expression impassive. "Have you considered Yi Suifeng?" The others fell silent momentarily. Indeed, if his daughter possessed such strength, what of her father? Yi Suifeng had single-handedly unified Yunxiao City and established a city beyond the imagination of ordinary men. Their tardiness was merely to catch a glimpse of the character Yi that hung high above Yunxiao City. A mere glance sent tremors through their spirits, nearly injuring them gravely. How could such a person possibly be an adversary they could contend with? After a moment's silence, one individual inquired, "Where is the head of the Huang family?" "Right here," came the response from the head of the Nye family, who opened his palm to reveal a severed thumb lying in his hand. This was a chilling act, both an act of vengeance and a warning. The head of the Nye family gazed distantly towards the direction of Yuntian City. "Perhaps in the future, we shall need to deliver our tributes there." Yuntian City. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 resounding bells echoed throughout the city. A brand new courtyard slowly unveiled its doors, and the plaque above fell, revealing the words beneath, crafted in a vigorous and elegant script, "The World." As the gates swung open, a group of young individuals clad in pale blue robes formed 4 long lines and entered the courtyard in succession. Leading them was a young girl, her demeanor solemn and her expression grave. It was none other than Xiao Yi, the girl who had narrowly escaped from Xianxia. Upon entering, they beheld a towering sculpture standing majestically in the center of the plaza, depicting the lord of Yuntian City, Yi Suifeng. They settled around the statue in a wide, fan-shaped formation. "We pay our respects to the dean," they chanted in unison. At the base of the statue, Yiqian slowly opened his eyes. Sandstone City, located in the western part of the 9-city alliance, is a major city whose status rivals that of the northern Sioux City. Despite its harsh environment, the local populace is fiercely spirited, with practitioners known for their combative nature. Battles are a common occurrence, with numerous arenas built for the purpose of combat. Among them, the Huangfeng Arena stands as the largest, consistently filled to capacity with spectators eager to witness the thrilling contests. Have you heard? There's a faction called the Jinlong Pavilion that's been quite active lately. 2 burly men, half-clad, conversed loudly in the audience. "I know, but it seems the leader of the Jinlong Pavilion is just a mere boy, fair-skinned and effeminate," replied the other man. At that moment, another individual nearby chuckled. "Ha! You haven't encountered the Dragon Lord, have you?" The 2 burly men turned to him. "Why would we meet a wet-behind-the-ears lad, just because he looks like a pretty boy? Ha! Here in Sandstone, we honor strength in battle. You wouldn't dare forsake our traditions to follow that so-called Dragon Lord, would you, and become a mere sycophant?" Their words dripped with provocation. "Unconvinced? If you dare, let us settle it in the arena. That is the way of Sandstone." However, the one who was provoked merely smiled and remarked, "Let me first ask you, what brings you to the Huangfeng Arena today?" "Humph, coward," one man retorted, turning his head away. Another burst out laughing, exclaiming, "We are here for the Gun King." Of course, armed with a single firearm, he ascended from the smallest arena to the Huangfeng Arena in just over a month. Moreover, he selected only the fiercest adversaries, emerging from each battle bloodied, yet victorious. That is the person we, the people of Xian, should follow, not some dandy who feasts on peaches. As tensions escalated, a thunderous cheer erupted throughout the arena. Gun King! Gun King! The crowd roared with fervor, a cacophony of excitement. Amidst this tidal wave of enthusiasm, a figure strode into the arena, wielding a long gun, his attire tattered and stained with blood, a manifestation of indomitable combat spirit. If you have the guts, summon your dragon lord to face the Gun King. The burly man laughed heartily, yet the figure continued to smile, exuding an air of triumph. It seemed unlikely, for he was indeed our dragon lord. At the southernmost edge of the Nine Cities Alliance lies a vast mountain range. At its heart stands a towering gateway, piercing the clouds above, inscribed with the 4 grand characters, Tianfu Academy. We have finally returned, Xianxia exclaimed with fervor. Standing beside her, Yi Qiniao gazed at the magnificent scene, her heart filled with emotion. They had traversed numerous locales and encountered myriad tales along their journey. Now, they had finally reached their destination. Let us proceed, Xianxia said, turning with a smile as she took Yi Qiniao's hand, leading her up an ascending path resembling a heavenly staircase. This path, according to the Academy's regulations, could only be traversed on foot. As they ascended, Xianxia elaborated on their surroundings. Eventually, they arrived at the foot of the mountain gate, where the Academy's entrance appeared even more majestic from below. We shall enter through the Dragon Gate, Xianxia declared, guiding Yi Qiniao to a peculiar small door rather than the main entrance. Puzzled, Yi Qiniao listened as Xianxia explained, every newly admitted student must pass through the Dragon Gate, which serves to assess their innate talent and determine their future placement. Do not be anxious. I believe in you. You will surely be placed in the Four Seasons Court at the very least. Along the way, Yi Qiniao had learned from Xianxia that Tianfu Academy was also stratified into levels. From lowest to highest, there were 5 tiers: the Mortal Court, the Gentleman Court, the Four Seasons Court, the Star Court, and the Heaven and Earth Court. To gain admission to the Four Seasons Court signifies one as a true genius. However, Yi Qiniao bore no obsession with this notion. For her, every place was merely a realm of mortal existence. She stepped forward toward the Dragon Gate. The chime of the bell would herald her entry into the Four Seasons Court. She resolved to give it her all. Xianxia encouraged from behind, her spirit tense. The first chime resonated as expected. She felt a flutter of uncertainty. Moments later, the second chime echoed, accompanied by a mocking thought. In these rural lands, so-called geniuses are often met with no more than 2 chimes. At that moment, Guanmu approached her from behind. Xianxia huffed defiantly, asserting that she would surely gain entry into the Four Seasons Academy. Guanmu burst into laughter, dismissing her hopes. Do you think anyone can simply waltz into the Four Seasons Academy? If she succeeds, I shall forfeit a prized Earth-level spiritual artifact. Xianxia rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore him. Yet the anticipated third chime lingered, failing to arrive. Just as her patience waned, the third chime finally sounded, swiftly followed by the fourth, then the 5th and 6th. Shortly thereafter, the 9th chime resounded, reverberating throughout the Tianfu Academy. A thunderous boom startled Yi Suifeng, who was absorbed in his reading. Frowning, he prepared to investigate. At that moment, Gu Yulan entered, announcing, "My lord, the Grand Assembly has commenced." A magnificent firework exploded above Pingyang Pass, illuminating the entire gateway in a kaleidoscope of colors. Streets and alleys brimmed with throngs waving banners of the great deity. The fervor of millions igniting this colossal event. Inside the room, Yi Suifeng gazed out the window at the ever-changing hues of the sky. "My lord, aren't you curious to take a look?" Gu Yulan inquired. He withdrew his gaze, shaking his head dismissively. "No, I find little interest in such affairs." Turning back, he picked up a tome, engrossing himself in its contents. The allure of such gatherings had diminished for him, far less captivating than the plate of fruit before him. "The competition officially begins today, and the young lady will make her debut," Gu Yulan remarked. Yi Suifeng paused, then replied, "Go accompany her and remind her to perform well." "I shall be watching closely." Gu Yulan nodded obediently and exited. Moments later, another knock echoed at the door. "Senior, it is I. Come in." A middle-aged man gently pushed the door open, carefully closing it without a sound. It was Jian Xingxuan. "Isn't today the opening of the Grand Assembly? What brings you here?" Yi Suifeng casually asked. "Such matters pale in comparison to those concerning you, Senior," Jian Xingxuan replied, bowing respectfully. Yi Suifeng sighed inwardly. Xianxia's excessive caution bordered on servility. He preferred a more relaxed and comfortable interaction, where everyone could be at ease. However, such matters cannot be compelled. He could discern that Xianxia's character was not cultivated overnight. In the realm of cultivation, one must possess certain survival skills to endure for such a duration. What is it? Yi Suifeng inquired. Xianxia respectfully presented a ring. Senior, I have found some high-level techniques you requested. However, to discover the most exceptional ones, one must venture to the eternal winter imperial city. Yi Suifeng nodded and accepted the ring. Upon opening it, he found it meticulously arranged with over 1,000 tomes, all pertaining to the techniques and secrets of destiny mages and beast spirit warriors. Previously, after gaining an understanding of these two cultivation methods, Yi Suifeng had developed an interest in them. They were starkly different from the southern practices of cultivation. Destiny mages appeared to be a variant that incorporated formations into traditional cultivation. These formations were remarkably unique, connecting the practitioner to an entity known as the Fate Star. By communicating with the Fate Star, the cultivator could refine their body and practice spells. Compared to traditional methods, Destiny mages offered greater convenience and speed in cultivation. Yet they were also more reliant on innate talent. The significance of the Fate Star is paramount within the realm of Destiny mages. It is foundational. Should an individual's Fate Star be feeble, they may never ascend to the rank of a Destiny mage. Conversely, Beast Spirit warriors aptly filled the existing gap. This cultivation method is notably straightforward and forceful. They strengthen themselves and enhance their power by merging with the souls of magical beasts and bathing in their blood, thereby acquiring a portion of the abilities of the fused beasts. Unlike Destiny mages, this approach can swiftly forge a warrior of considerable strength. Hence, the number of beast spirit warriors within the Eternal Winter Kingdom is exceedingly vast. Both of these unconventional cultivation methods bear significant shortcomings, yet they also possess their own merits. As Yi Suifeng delved deeper into his understanding, he found that certain characteristics of these methods might serve as extensions for the subsequent stages of the primordial technique. After establishing the first two stages of the primordial technique, he had set this matter aside, initially treating it as a mere whim without much thought. However, now he saw an opportunity to refine it further. Thus, he had instructed Xianxia a few days prior to seek out higher-level techniques, intending to reassess after reviewing them. After securing the ring, Yi Suifeng produced a verdant spiritual fruit and handed it to Xianxia. Your reward. Xianxia hurried forward, cradling the spiritual fruit with both hands. He felt a twinge of confusion, unsure of its nature. Gazing at the fruit's exquisite and natural patterns, along with the faint aura of life it emanated, Xianxia's pupils suddenly constricted. This appeared to be the source of destiny fruit, a sacred-grade spiritual fruit. It could extend one's life, purify the soul, and even reshape the body. Xianxia gazed at the ethereal fruit, his hands trembling with trepidation, fearful that a moment's carelessness might cause it to slip from his grasp and shatter upon the ground. Senior, this reward is far too generous. He hesitated to accept the spirit fruit. Treasures of such caliber are, even for those in the tribulation phase, exceedingly rare and sought after. Take it, just take it, Yi Suifeng urged, as he retrieved the tome from his storage ring and began to peruse its contents. As they traversed the verdant heights of Qinggu, they had not only vanquished all beasts of the 6th rank and above, but had also pillaged an abundance of spirit fruits and herbs of the same grade, including divine elixirs akin to the life source fruit and a plethora of others. Yi Suifeng felt that throughout this journey, he had been consistently drawing from the Tao of Heaven. Cultivating his family was part of it as well. It felt somewhat unjust to exploit it so brazenly. Thus, he resolved to seize the opportunity during his travels to gather more sacred medicines and divine beasts, to nurture them within the Mirror Lake Garden upon his return, thereby giving back to the Tao of Heaven. Moreover, should he ever crave their essence, they would be readily available. Observing Yi Suifeng's nonchalance, Xianxia, with trembling hands, cautiously accepted the life source fruit. The will of his senior, after all, must not be defied. All right, you need not keep running back to me. Go preside over the assembly. Yi Suifeng began to usher him away. Are you not attending? I have arranged the finest seat for you, Xianxia replied. Yi Suifeng pondered. I shall wait until the final battle. He was confident that with Yi Xiaoxiao's current prowess, she would undoubtedly reach the finale. Xianxia acknowledged his order and exited the chamber. Moments later, He found himself hovering above a grand arena, landing upon the highest viewing platform. Master Jian. The others promptly greeted him with warmth and respect. After all, he was the master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, a formidable presence with late-stage transformation cultivation. One of the preeminent figures within the Pingyang Pass. Jian Xingchuan nodded impassively and ascended to the highest seat, taking his place beside a burly man adorned with a thick beard. Old Jian, where have you been? You didn't even attend the grand ceremony. The man inquired gruffly. Jian Xingchuan clasped his fists apologetically. I apologize, Master. Sure, I was attending to an important guest. It turned out that this man was the overseer of the Pingyang Pass. Master Sure turned slightly to observe an empty chair beside Jian Xingchuan, noting its placement seemed to denote an even higher status than that of Jian Xingchuan himself. Is that a high-ranking official from your 10,000 Treasures Pavilion? Master Sure asked. Jian Xingchuan turned his gaze, narrowing his eyes. Master, I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from concerning yourself too much with the affairs of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Master Sure scoffed dismissively, yet did not pursue the matter further. The higher one stands, the more one understands the true significance of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Suddenly, a tremendous cheer erupted from the grand arena, the atmosphere around the numerous stages igniting with fervor. The Divine Gift Assembly has officially commenced. Chapter 81, A Single Blow. In the grand arena of Pingyang, numerous platforms of varying sizes are arranged in a staggered manner. Tens of thousands of spectators crowd around the fighting stages, their voices rising in a cacophony of fervor and excitement. I am number 885, Sister Wolf. What is your number? Asked Yi Xiaoxiao in one of the preparation rooms. The room was sparsely populated, primarily with young individuals, some serious, others brimming with enthusiasm. This was one of the preparation chambers for the participants of the Divine Shrine Tournament. I am number 21, the Wolf Maiden responded, applying a special paint onto her arms. This was no ordinary paint, but a mystical powder made from the essence of various beast bones. Most beast spirit warriors adorn themselves with this powder to enhance their own abilities. Why do our numbers differ so greatly? Yi Xiaoxiao asked, momentarily taken aback, before realization dawned upon her. I understand. It's drawn at random to ensure fairness, right? The Wolf Maiden paused, her expression somewhat peculiar. Well, not entirely accurate. Actually, the numbers are assigned based on estimated strength to prevent powerful, extraordinary beings from encountering one another too early, she shrugged. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes widened as she gazed at her high three-digit number, feeling the weight of the world's disdain. How could there be such a disparity between her and the Wolf Maiden? Over 800 places apart? This seemed utterly absurd. A clear misallocation. The estimated ranking is primarily determined by level and age. The information you submitted indicated you are a 14-year-old, 3rd tier, 6th level Destiny Mage, which is why you were assigned such a high number, the Wolf Maiden explained. At that moment, she had finished painting the beast patterns and patted Yi Xiaoxiao's shoulder. Do not be disheartened. We possess strength, and no rank can intimidate us. There are over 2,000 participants. This ranking is quite respectable. Prepare for battle. Our turn will come soon. Yi Xiaoxiao slumped her shoulders, clearly uncomforted by such reassurances. By the way, Sister Wolf, she suddenly turned, retrieving a delicate small box from her pocket and handing it to the Wolf Maiden. Then somewhat bashfully she continued, last time, you bought 100 barrels of Ghost Flame wine for me, and upon returning home, I faced a severe scolding from my elders. Thus, I found something special to express my gratitude. The Wolf Maiden paused, recalling the gathering that day. She had ultimately mustered the courage to part with 50 million spirit stones to purchase the Ghost Flame wine, as she had already made the promise. And backing out would have been quite disreputable. She had nearly forgotten about that incident, surprised to find that Yi Xiaoxiao had kept it in mind. With a gentle smile, she replied, It's nothing. That was merely a gift to welcome you. You needn't feel burdened by it. Oh, just take it, otherwise I will get scolded again when I return. Yi Xiaoxiao insisted. Suddenly, a horn at the doorway announced, Number 885 proceeds swiftly to platform number 19 for the competition. That was precisely the identification number of Yi Xiaoxiao. I must take my leave, refrain from idle chatter, and hand it over swiftly. With that, Yi Xiaoxiao hastily thrust a small box into the hands of the wolf girl and hurried out of the room. Observing her departing silhouette, the wolf girl shook her head in resignation. The box in her hands was quite light, exuding a slight chill. Could it be some sort of toy belonging to a girl? The wolf girl pondered as she slowly lifted the lid. Suddenly, an icy aura surged forth. instantly saturating the entire room, causing the temperature to plummet by several degrees. The others present could not help but shiver, casting bewildered glances around. With a swift motion, the wolf girl snapped the box shut, her eyes briefly reflecting a deep shock. Just a slight opening had revealed a pristine white inner core of a demonic beast nestled within. For beast spirit warriors, it was the pinnacle of cultivation resources. Typically, she employed a 5th-grade demonic beast inner core for her training. However, the overwhelming power emanating from this core suggested it was at least of the 7th grade. Moreover, it was perfectly aligned with her cultivation direction. Could it be the Icefield Wolf King? In the Pingyang Arena, atop the 19th platform, stood Xianxia, solitary as she awaited her opponent's arrival. Suddenly, a diminutive bird's head emerged from her cascading hair. The little bird yawned, its eyes half closed, appearing rather lethargic. "Ah, you finally returned." The bird unexpectedly spoke. Xianxia rolled her eyes and remarked, "It's just a small wolf. Look at you, you've been sleeping for days." "A small wolf?" The bird's eyes widened in alarm. "My dear lady, that is the Icefield Wolf King, an 8th-grade demonic beast. Its prowess is only slightly inferior to mine." This little bird was none other than the colorful phoenix that Suifeng had tamed on the Qinggu Heights. It had since become Xiaoxiao's cherished pet. As for her previous favorite pet, well, the colorful phoenix certainly wouldn't want to know its fate. "Huh, don't you constantly boast about being unrivaled beneath the 9th grade? Xiaoxiao scoffed. In the end, it was I who had to ensnare it within the dream void realm for a brief moment before you could vanquish it. The colorful phoenix fell silent, not anticipating that in the northern environment, the Wolf King would be so ferocious, nearly besting it in combat. Had it not been for Xiaoxiao's intervention, victory would have been uncertain. The colorful phoenix marveled at the thought. A mere foundation-stage cultivator had managed to trap an 8th-grade demonic beast. Even if for just a fleeting moment, that was enough to instill fear. Indeed, those under that individual's command were not to be trifled with. At that moment, on the opposite side of the platform, a robust youth made his entrance. "Agili! Agili!" With his arrival, the audience erupted into cheers, clearly recognizing him as a celebrity. Xiaoxiao carefully scrutinized the number tag at his waist. 273. "Agili, eliminate this little sorceress. Let her grasp the extent of our might." A group of youths, their faces flushed, fervently cheered. Agili nodded, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes as he leered at Xiaoxiao. Among the audience, some unfamiliar with the two began to murmur. Agili, 16 years old, a level 8 tier 3 beast spirit warrior, was known for his brutal temperament and extensive combat experience. He had once torn apart a 3rd tier ice giant with his bare hands. Xiaoxiao, merely 14, was a level 6 tier 3 fate sorceress, though her stature appeared diminished. Some dug up their records, noting the significant disparity. Indeed, Xiaoxiao is rather young and looks malnourished, far too slender. She resembles a mere child. I doubt she can withstand even one blow from Agili. The crowd buzzed with skepticism, largely dismissing the fragile Xiaoxiao. Come, place your bets. Agili pays 1-1, while Xiaoxiao pays 6-1. Place your bets now. Some even began to set odds. I wager 100 spirit stones on Agili. I bet 300 spirit stones. I'm banking on the underdog. Xiaoxiao, I'll place 10 spirit stones. The overwhelming majority opted for Agili. Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful young girl approached. I bet on Xiaoxiao to win 10,000 spirit stones. It was Gu Yulan. Instantly, the surrounding crowd regarded her with incredulous expressions. Yet, Gu Yulan remained unfazed, turning her gaze toward Xiaoxiao in the arena. "Xiaoxiao, your pocket money depends on you now." The battle commenced. With a commanding shout from the referee, the clash officially began. Agili, grinning malevolently, suddenly threw his head back and let out a roar, tearing apart his shirt to reveal a muscular frame marred by scars. "Tremble, insignificant youth. I, Agili, shall give my all against even the weakest of foes." He bellowed again, and black fur sprouted rapidly from his body, glistening like steel needles. He had transformed into his beast form right from the outset. His spirit beast was the earth violent ape. Xiaoxiao was in peril. The spectators were visibly shaken, unable to suppress their concern for the petite girl facing him. Xiaoxiao tilted her head, observing the metamorphosis of Agili. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared, and a brick inscribed with a pig's head materialized behind Agili. Bang! Blood splattered. Enough of the noise, it's deafening. Xiaoxiao, brandishing a bloodied brick, turned without a glance, and walked off the stage. The hulking Aguli, halfway through his transformation, collapsed to the ground, blood staining the arena, unconscious. The audience stared in disbelief, rendered speechless. Is this it? Chapter 82, Divine Essence. Is he not coming? In the lounge, Xianxia gazed at Gu Yulan, her eyes reflecting a sense of disappointment. I have diligently studied numerous combat techniques, intending to showcase them to him. With her head bowed, she felt somewhat disheartened by Yi Suifeng's absence. For the past few days, she had scarcely rested, immersing herself night and day in the dream void realm, honing her fighting methods. All of this was to earn Yi Suifeng's recognition of her efforts. Yet, unexpectedly, he had not come. The master assured her that he would always be watching, encouraging her to perform well, promising that he would appear at the final battle to cheer her on. Gu Yulan elaborated slightly on Yi Suifeng's sentiments. This reassurance instantly rekindled the sparkle in Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes. Is that true? Hee. I am certain I will make it to the final showdown. Did you not see how I knocked that big fellow silly with just one brick today? And I have more. Listening to Yi Xiaoxiao's ramblings, Gu Yulan couldn't help but sigh softly. In truth, she felt that the master's expectations for Xiaoxiao were rather lofty, considering she was merely a 13-year-old child. The Divine Gift Conference was still in full swing, with over 2,000 young prodigies from various regions competing to determine the top 30 within 5 days. The top 100 would receive generous rewards from the Grand Lords, while the top 30, in addition to other prizes, would be bestowed with the precious Heavenly God Liquid, an exceedingly rare and potent spirit fluid. For the sake of the Heavenly God Liquid, all the youth were giving their utmost, unleashing their most formidable techniques in battle. Throughout this process, some tasted bitter defeat, while others soared to great heights. The Pingyang Mansion, the Wanbao Pavilion, and the Great Heaven Alliance remained dominant, with nearly all participants advancing smoothly into the top 100. Among the most outstanding individuals were Shi Zhong and Liao Huayan from Pingyang Mansion, Ming Untu and Shirigan from the Great Heaven Alliance, and Hua Rong and the Wolf Girl from Wanbao Pavilion. They all crushed their opponents with an invincible demeanor, being regarded as potential candidates to be chosen by the great heavenly god this year. Of course, apart from them, there were also lesser-known prodigies who displayed formidable prowess, emerging as dark horses. Among them, the most talked about was another participant from Wanbao Pavilion. At only 14, she was petite and adorable, yet her techniques were cunning. Wielding a brick and accompanied by a comically peculiar monkey, attacking anyone in her path. Those who faced her were nearly left dazed, showcasing sheer brutality. Her reputation rivaled that of the Wolf Girl from Wanbao Pavilion, earning her the moniker Monkey Girl. Yi Xiaoxiao's face fell as she approached Gu Yulan, her eyes icy. Sister Yulan, who bestowed that title upon me, I will ensure that they have a night to remember. Upon learning of this title, she was utterly bemused. In Yinshao City, she was revered as the Dawn Fairy, yet upon arriving at your home in Pingyang Pass, she was dubbed the Monkey Girl. Yi Xiaoxiao was infuriated and threatened to confront the person responsible. Gu Yulan quickly intervened, explaining, everyone here derives their titles from their characteristics. There is no concept of a fairy here, and since you always carry that monkey, it is only fitting. But that monkey is merely an illusion I conjured. It is, in essence, just a weapon. Yi Xiaoxiao retorted loudly. Gu Yulan, with a resigned expression, replied, yet no one perceives it that way. Yi Xiaoxiao fell silent. After a prolonged pause, she huffed, very well, I shan't concern myself with their opinions. In the ensuing days, the battles escalated in intensity. The competitors were nearly evenly matched, exerting their utmost in every encounter, which erupted in a flurry of bloodshed. Particularly, Monkey Girl Yi Xiaoxiao exhibited an increasingly violent demeanor, seemingly spurred by some unseen catalyst. Moreover, as the audience fervently chanted her name, her ferocity intensified to the point that some weaker opponents were frightened into forfeiting. Scholars postulated that the Monkey Girl Star of Fate must be linked to some form of motivation, suggesting that the more enthusiastic the crowd, the stronger her combat prowess became. Consequently, her supporters vociferously rallied behind her in every match. After 5 days, the competition had dwindled from over 2,000 participants to a mere 30. These individuals were the epitome of brilliance, extraordinary talents. The majority were 4th-tier transcendent beings, with only a few still at the 3rd tier. Among them, Yi Xiaoxiao stood as the strongest. The Grand Arena of Pingyang had seen the removal of its numerous platforms, replaced instead by a singular, magnificent superstage. The top 30 competitors of the Heavenly Gift Conference now stood at the center of the stage, receiving accolades from the esteemed Grand Commander Xianxia, along with their rewards. Following a speech of encouragement, each received a substantial quantity of cultivation resources. Finally, the Grand Commander personally presented a beautifully crafted jade platter, upon which rested 30 small vials. As the vials appeared, the entire arena seemed to hold its breath, eyes fixated with fervent intensity upon the jade platter. Within those vials lay the supreme treasure, first-tier celestial essence. The wolf girl, too, was visibly excited. Sister Wolf, what exactly is its purpose? Though Xianxia had participated in the contest, she was wholly unaware of the significance of the first-tier celestial essence. It is the most potent spiritual liquid, the wolf girl whispered. It can purify the soul and cleanse the body's essence, a treasure only the great celestials possess. Xianxia, puzzled, pointed at Xianxia. But doesn't he have one too? That was left by the great celestial in advance, the wolf girl explained. If we can secure a place in the top 10, the great celestial will personally descend and bestow upon us the even more powerful second-tier celestial essence. The top 3 will be summoned by the great celestial to the divine mansion to embrace their destiny. The wolf girl's heart raced with anticipation. Xianxia blinked, still uncertain about the nature of the object, yet it sounded remarkably impressive. Shortly thereafter, all 30 individuals received a vial of first-tier celestial essence. With spirits soaring, they soon learned that the qualification battle for the divine mansion would commence in just 2 days. That evening, Xianxia returned to her chamber, played with the little monkey for a while, and then retrieved the vial of celestial essence. What could it truly be? After pondering for a moment, she gently opened the bottle. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, refreshing and invigorating. It was indeed extraordinary. Xianxia flared her nostrils, relishing the delightful scent. Yet it carried a strangely familiar essence, as if she had encountered it before. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head, dismissing the thought. Never mind. Sister Wolf had mentioned that the celestial essence could be consumed directly, so she decided to give it a try. With that, Xianxia raised the small bottle and delicately poured its contents in her mouth. The rich spiritual energy coursed down her throat, instantly nourishing every corner of her body. At that moment, Gu Yulan entered, carrying a basin. Miss, it's time to wash your feet. Xianxia remained silent, causing Gu Yulan to pause momentarily before placing the basin down and approaching her side. Suddenly, her pupils constricted and an overwhelming shock appeared in her eyes, causing her body to tremble slightly. Miss, Xianxia turned her head, confused. What's wrong? Gu Yulan's expression was complex as she gently embraced her. Miss, it's nothing. The name Monkey Girl is unappealing. We need not heed it. You must not belittle yourself because of this, even to the point of drinking your foot bath water. Xianxia. She glanced at the vial in her hand, and then at the basin she used for washing her feet daily. Suddenly, realization struck her, and she understood why she felt a sense of familiarity with the first-tier celestial essence. Instantly, her stomach churned. Ugh. Chapter 83. The Celestial Maiden. Is this the celestial essence? Suifeng held the small vial, an intrigued expression gracing his face. Yes, Gu Yulan replied. As the miss mentioned, this is the first-tier celestial essence awarded to the top 30 of the competition. Once the strongest is determined, the great celestial will personally descend and bring forth the second-tier celestial essence. Suifeng nodded. He had not anticipated that this so-called first-tier celestial essence was, in fact, the raw spiritual energy produced by the first level of the origin tower. The second-tier celestial essence could very well be the body-tempering liquid produced by the second level. This indicated that the great celestial possessed an origin tower of their own, undoubtedly of considerable rank. Otherwise, a divine realm of such magnitude would surely face a shortage of spiritual energy. Xianxia must be quite disappointed. Suifeng chuckled softly, handing the vial to Gu Yulan. Since their outing, the water used for their ablutions has been entirely replaced with the essence of spiritual energy. The water utilized for cooking has been meticulously refined by Suifeng. Otherwise, the rapid progress of the two young maidens would not have been so remarkable. Indeed, Miss is quite disheartened, Gu Yulan remarked. Suifeng smiled and replied, inform her that the recent competition has been splendid. I shall personally attend the next battle, encouraging her to persevere. With that, Suifeng picked up a book, immersing himself in the ocean of cultivation techniques. You haven't disclosed anything, have you? Outside? Yi Xiaoxiao intercepted Gu Yulan, her expression grim as she inquired. No, no, the master did not inquire further. He even praised your recent performance, Gu Yulan hastily assured her. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao's demeanor softened slightly. I knew he must be secretly watching me, humph. She then turned to Gu Yulan and whispered, the matter of the foot-washing water must remain solely between us. No third party should ever know. Understood? Gu Yulan blinked in confusion. What foot-washing water? 2 days later, at the Pingyang Grand Arena, after spending more than half a month in his room, Yi Suifeng finally arrived at the venue, taking his place at the seat prepared by Xianxia. The Grand Master Xianxia frequently cast curious glances in Yi Suifeng's direction. However, Yi Suifeng remained languid, seemingly indifferent. After all, he was merely a small cultivator in the integration stage, not worthy of his attention. His presence was twofold. Firstly, to witness Yi Xiaoxiao in action. Secondly, to await the arrival of the grand celestial deity. Cough, cough. Sensing Xianxia's gaze, Xianxia cleared his throat twice, offering a cautionary glance. Xianxia shrugged and then rose to his feet. After a lengthy and grandiloquent speech, the final match officially commenced. In the first battle, Yi Xiaoxiao stepped onto the stage. Upon seeing Yi Suifeng seated in the stands, her heart brimmed with joy, and even the thunderous cheers from the audience seemed less jarring. Her opponent was a member of the Grand Celestial Alliance, Shi Hong, a 4th stage, 2nd-level Destiny mage. Monkey girl, we finally meet, Shi Hong said, crossing her arms and casting a disdainful look at Yi Xiaoxiao. However, your underdog journey ends here. Yi Xiaoxiao scoffed. I have heard such words countless times. The two faced off, and the battle began. Shi Hong was the first to strike, swiftly waving her arms, conjuring several deep gray lines that surged toward Yi Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, a brick appeared at the back of her head. Anticipating this, Shi Hong smirked wickedly as gray matter surged around her, rising to entwine her being and then shooting upward through the hand extending from the blue aura. Yi Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, quickly retracting her hand, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of gray tendrils. The brick, subjected to the corrosive grip of the gray substance, crashed heavily to the ground, emitting a thunderous roar. What is this? Yi Xiaoxiao pondered as she raised her hand, discovering that a trace of the gray matter clung to her skin even as she closed the door to the dream void realm. This substance appeared to serve no other purpose. Its weight was astonishing. To be distracted in combat. Shi Hong suddenly laughed, as a massive gray vortex formed before her. Come forth, she bellowed, instantly causing the vortex to unleash countless fine threads, reminiscent of the fur on a beast. The gray matter on Yi Xiaoxiao's hand mirrored this phenomenon. Subsequently, an overwhelming force of attraction materialized out of thin air, pulling her body irresistibly toward Shi Hong. No, it was the vortex she was being drawn into. Yi Xiaoxiao frowned, hastily opening the door to the dream void realm and darting away. However, the attraction returned with relentless tenacity, as if it were a vice grip. Monkey! She summoned the little monkey, and blue halos flickered into existence, their forms intertwining in the air. Yet, despite their efforts, they could not escape the formidable pull of the gray vortex. It seems Shi Hong's life star is of the mysterious magnetism type, observed Xianxia, stroking his chin. The monkey girl is in quite a predicament now. As he spoke, he glanced knowingly toward Yi Suifeng. Master Shi, perhaps you should concern yourself more with the people of Pingyang Prefecture, suggested Xianxia in a low voice. Ha! Xianxia laughed heartily. My son, Shi Zhong, wields the beast soul of a mountain giant, the one least afraid of mysterious magnetism. His face was alight with pride. Shi Zhong, a 4th-tier, 5th-level beast spirit warrior, was the most favored contender for victory. Xianxia snorted softly, remaining silent. However, he felt a twinge of anxiety. The current situation was highly unfavorable for Yi Xiaoxiao. Of course, his concern was not for her potential defeat, but rather for the repercussions if she were to lose, which might provoke the displeasure of the individual beside him, leading to dire consequences. He stole a glance at Yi Suifeng, who remained languidly seated, his expression unchanged. Xianxia, with a heart full of trepidation, redirected his gaze to the arena. At that moment, Yi Xiaoxiao's monkey had also become ensnared by the gray substance, crashing heavily to the ground, immobilized. Ha, monkey girl, your tricks have all been exhausted. It's time to concede gracefully. Shi Hong laughed boisterously. Yi Xiaoxiao gazed at the fallen monkey, letting out a gentle sigh, yet a smile graced her lips. Since it has come to this, Allow me to present to you something I have recently devised. Uncle, do keep a close watch. She stood still, no longer relying on the void gateway, gazing towards the distant high platform. Her body, drawn by the allure of the gray vortex, moved swiftly, ultimately vanishing completely within it. A sense of alarm surged through Xianxia. The supporter's expression was one of terror. Yet Suifeng wore a faint smile. So this was the case. This young girl possessed a remarkable understanding of the dream void realm. The entire Pingyang Grand Arena had fallen silent, with everyone anxiously awaiting the culmination of this battle. What had become of that girl? Suddenly, an enigmatic aura rippled forth from the gray vortex on the stage. Following that, a colossal white flower slowly emerged from the vortex. It boasted 6 petals, intricately connected. Upon blooming, the white petals were adorned with a lattice of black lines, while the center of the flower was an abyssal darkness. Beautiful yet eerie. Was that the celestial flower? A knowledgeable voice called out its name, sending chills through the crowd. The celestial flower, symbolizing the nightmarish blossom of eternal dread. How could such a thing appear here? Suddenly, a melody, accompanied by a gentle whisper, emanated from the abyss within the celestial flower. It was the voice of Xianxia. In an instant, countless giant celestial flowers sprouted on the stage, enveloping the entire arena, including the terrified Suifeng. Everyone was captivated by this fantastical scene. However, Suifeng suddenly turned his gaze to the sky. Behind the void, an extraordinarily powerful force was approaching. Had the great celestial deity arrived early? Chapter 84. The Moon Rose. In the Pingyang Grand Arena, countless celestial flowers were in full bloom. A gentle breeze carried a faint fragrance, wafting through every corner of the arena. Gradually, some of the less skilled individuals began to lose focus. Some felt inexplicable joy, while others seemed to plunge into profound fear. Xianxia atop the high platform also caught a whiff of the floral scent. Frowning, he waved his hand, summoning a gust of wind to disperse the aroma of the celestial flowers. At that moment, those entranced gradually regained their senses, eyes wide with terror. However, after a fleeting moment of clarity, the fragrance began to waft once more. Xianxia's brow furrowed deeply. If this continued, the people in the arena would once again succumb to dreams. Very well, I declare the victor of this match to be the monkey girl, Xianxia. He could no longer contain himself. Yet the celestial flowers on the stage remained enchanting. Master Jian, have her cease, or I shall intervene personally. Xianxia spoke in a deep voice, yet his gaze shifted to the side where Suifeng stood. At that moment, Suifeng diverted his attention from the heavens above. He had come to the firm conclusion that a presence of peculiar nature had just arrived above the arena. It lurked behind the veil of the void, observing the events transpiring within the battlefield. Could it truly be a great celestial deity? Suifeng pondered, for in his perception, that entity possessed merely the strength of someone in the mid-stages of tribulation. According to the ancient texts, the power of a great celestial deity surely exceeded such limitations. He resolved to wait and see. After all, the deity would undoubtedly descend following the climactic battle. Lord Yi, look, Xianxia urged, unable to restrain herself as she noticed Suifeng's lack of response. If Xianxia were to personally enter the fray, the matter would transcend mere victory or defeat. Xiao, enough. I see it, Suifeng replied. He was aware that the girl was merely awaiting his cue. After all, she had painstakingly developed such an extraordinary technique and undoubtedly wished to showcase it before him. As Suifeng's words hung in the air, the celestial maiden on the stage suddenly began to wither and shrink at an astonishing speed, ultimately vanishing completely. All that remained was a violet-haired girl clutching a brick and Suifeng, who lay sprawled on the ground, her back stained with blood. Xianxia beamed triumphantly at the high platform, as if to say, behold my prowess. Ultimately, with the referee's announcement, the first battle concluded with Xianxia emerging victorious. Many exchanged bewildered glances, for they had not witnessed how Xianxia had defeated Suifeng, who had seemingly been at a disadvantage. Yet, upon seeing Suifeng being carried away, her face pale with fear that even blood could not conceal, some realized the truth. Perhaps the sudden appearance of the celestial maiden was not unrelated. Turns out the monkey girl is the celestial maiden, someone declared loudly. This assertion swiftly spread throughout the arena, soon morphing into a tidal wave of cheers. Celestial, 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 they shouted, expressing their admiration and reverence for Xianxia. With a beaming smile, Yi Xiaoxiao returned to the preparation area. Through her own efforts, she had triumphed over a formidable opponent and earned her uncle's approval. Most importantly, she could finally shed the moniker of Monkey Girl. Congratulations on your initial victory, the Wolf Girl remarked with a grin. You did splendidly as well. Yi Xiaoxiao chuckled, but then suddenly recalled something. By the way, Sister Wolf, have you consumed the first-tier celestial essence we acquired a few days ago? Her large eyes sparkled with curiosity. The Wolf Girl shook her head, replying, such a treasure of the world should not be taken lightly. I need to find an appropriate moment to cleanse myself, empty my spirit platform, and approach it with reverence. All right, enough said, as long as you haven't consumed it. Yi Xiaoxiao interrupted her reverence for the divine nectar and felt a sense of relief. Yet, for reasons unknown, a flicker of disappointment lingered within her. Am I the only one who has ingested the footbath water? Shaking her head, Yi Xiaoxiao produced a small vial and handed it to the wolf sister, speaking in a mysteriously playful tone. Sister Wolf, you should sell that vial of divine nectar. The contents of this one are far superior. The wolf sister was taken aback. She had believed that the divine nectar was the ultimate treasure of this world. Could there possibly be something even more potent? With curiosity, she cautiously opened the vial slightly. Instantly, a rich fragrance enveloped her, invigorating her senses and causing her blood to surge with renewed vigor. The wolf sister hastily sealed the vial, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She could sense that the essence within bore a resemblance to the first-tier divine nectar, yet the energy it harbored was more than tenfold stronger. Xiao, what is this? The wolf sister could not help but inquire. Don't worry, it's not anything too precious. We use this for cooking at home. Yi Xiaoxiao casually waved her hand. She feared that the wolf sister might consider it too valuable and return it to her. The wolf sister fell silent, first producing an inner core from an 8th-tier demon beast, then casually revealing a more potent elixir than the divine nectar, claiming it was for culinary purposes. Xiao, what kind of family do you come from? The final battle of the Divine Gift Conference was still fiercely underway. After the initial skirmish, Yi Xiaoxiao faced two more opponents, one of whom was a favorite to win, the champion of the Great Tian Alliance, Shirigon. However, within the nightmarish celestial domain constructed by the celestial fairy, no one could successfully break free. Yi Xiaoxiao emerged victorious in every battle, successfully securing her place among the top 10. Hu Rong from Wanbao Pavilion also made it through, winning decisively. Hu Rong was already one of the most favored contenders for the championship, while the Wolf Sisters' formidable performance was an unexpected delight, even surprising the pavilion master, Xianxia. Yet only the Wolf Sister herself understood the terrifying benefits she had gained from the inner core of the Icefield Wolf King. She felt immense gratitude towards Yi Xiaoxiao. But who could have predicted that in the first battle for the qualification to advance, she would encounter Yi Xiaoxiao? The final qualification battle, first match, Wolf Sister Xianxia versus Monkey Girl Yi Xiaoxiao. The host announced loudly, "It is the celestial fairy Yi Xiaoxiao. Damn it. How dare you utter such nonsense and insult my idol?" The host was taken aback by the fervent reaction stirred by a single title. They had been the loudest supporters just moments ago. Nevertheless, he quickly corrected himself and fled the stage in haste. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Yi Xiaoxiao and the Wolf Sister ascended the arena. Sister Wolf, it seems we have crossed paths once again, Yi Xiaoxiao remarked with a smile. Unleash your full strength. Let us engage in a fierce battle. The Wolf Maiden chuckled, assuming a combat stance. Sister Wolf, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly grew serious, gazing intently at the Wolf Maiden. I sincerely hope you will exert your utmost power. The Wolf Maiden paused, her expression turning to one of resignation. This girl is far too astute. She has discerned my intention to hold back. Throughout our time together, I have genuinely come to cherish this innocent and spirited sister. A mere qualification to enter the Divine Mansion may not be of paramount importance after all. Truly, Sister Wolf, Yi Xiaoxiao reiterated, my lord is watching me from the stage. I do not wish for him to think that I arrived here through any underhanded means. He wishes to witness my efforts, and I, too, desire him to see my diligence. Confronted with Yi Xiaoxiao's resolute demeanor, the Wolf Maiden remained silent for a moment before once again assuming her combat stance. Then let us proceed. Her eyes radiated an icy blue light, and the black tattoos on her body began to shimmer ominously. But you must understand the harsh and tormenting environment in which I was raised. The nightmares you create hold no sway over me. As Yi Xiaoxiao beheld the menacing aura of the Wolf Maiden, a smile suddenly graced her lips. Who says I can only conjure nightmares? With a gentle snap of her fingers, An enormous flower unexpectedly blossomed beneath the wolf maiden's feet. Its petals, pure white tinged with a hint of emerald green, enveloped the wolf maiden at its center. A refreshing, pure fragrance instantly permeated the entire arena. Suifeng's lips curled into a slight smile. The green and white rose is indeed a rare sight. Chapter 85. The great celestial being arrives. Bang. 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 A dilapidated wooden door was being pounded from the outside with great force. Dust from the upper walls cascaded down under the impact. In the corner of the room, a little girl, appearing no older than 3 or 4, clutched her small wolf-shaped pillow, which had become misshapen. Her hair was unkempt and dirty, and her small eyes were filled with confusion and an unshakable fear. The relentless knocking on the door continued, the person outside seeming to grow impatient. "Please, don't do this. She is our child." Suddenly, a woman's voice faintly emerged from outside the door. The girl's eyes brightened at once, murmuring, "Mama, she is a calamity. She is a harbinger of disaster." A man bellowed in anger. "No, we must leave this place today. Please spare her. She is my only daughter." The woman pleaded, her voice thick with sorrow. "Absolutely not. The village elder has decreed that she must be offered as a sacrifice to the mountain god. Otherwise, our village will face relentless misfortune." The man rejected her, and the furious banging on the door resumed. "I cannot allow you to take her away. It is absolutely out of the question." The woman appeared to be in a frenzy, soon followed by the sound of a fierce struggle. However, tranquility enveloped the scene abruptly after a resounding crash, as the door outside was forcefully shattered, splintering into several pieces amidst a cloud of dust. The little girl shuddered, instinctively clutching her small wolf pillow once more. Suddenly, the door was violently flung open, crashing to the ground, and a robust man emerged, wielding a bloodied axe. His furious gaze fixated upon the girl, cowering in the corner. The girl's eyes, wide and unblinking, peered past the man, where she beheld a woman, drenched in blood, collapsed on the ground, her eyes devoid of life. "Mother," she whispered again, a soft murmur escaping her lips. The man, with a grotesque expression, advanced towards her, the bloodied axe dripping ominously before the girl. She lifted her gaze, her diminutive stature allowing her only to see the man's midsection. "Big brother?" A massive hand descended from above. With a swift motion, blood erupted, splattering against the earthen wall, cascading down to form a crimson tableau. Moments later, the girl emerged from a lowly abode, her hands smeared with blood, soaked through the remnants of her severed wolf pillow. She walked aimlessly, her expression vacant. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted into her nostrils, gradually clearing her vision. As she surveyed her surroundings, she discovered a profusion of blooming green and white roses, stretching endlessly before her. Awakening the heart's demons, Xianxia, is this your new tactic? The wolf maiden remarked, embracing her arms with a soft chuckle. Before her, the flowers swayed, transforming in an instant into a young girl with flowing crimson hair, none other than Xianxia. "I once said that nightmares hold no power over me," the wolf maiden shrugged. Xianxia regarded her with a complex expression, gently shaking her head. "No, I intended to weave a beautiful dream for you." The wolf maiden paused, then nonchalantly replied, "To me, it matters not. Illusions cannot harm me. But they can harm her, can't they?" Xianxia pointed behind her. The wolf maiden turned to see an ordinary woman, smiling tenderly, gazing at her with affection. The wolf maiden fell silent. "You never spoke of this to me," Xianxia said. "There is nothing to say." The wolf maiden turned away. "Who among us lacks a past hidden in their heart? Let be my inner demon." Xianxia sighed, and after a moment, she suddenly smiled. "My guardian once told me about it. He said that the heart's demons are exceedingly difficult to confront. Avoid them, and they cling like a burr. Resist them, and they only grow stronger." The wolf maiden remained silent for a while before asking, "And then?" Xianxia shook her head. "There is no and then. He spoke of it during dinner, and afterward, he simply went to sleep." "Wolf girl, is it truly this casual? I suddenly feel an overwhelming desire to meet your guardian," she remarked. Xiaoxiao's family is nothing short of an enigma, and the key to this riddle likely lies with the guardian she frequently mentions. They have been rather occupied lately and do not entertain just anyone. Xiaoxiao replied, "Moreover, you must first find your way out of my domain." Wolf girl gazed upon the boundless sea of flowers, chuckling softly as she shook her head. "I concede. I admit I underestimated your mastery over this illusion. Here, I find no means to shatter the enchantment." Xiaoxiao smiled mischievously. "This is not an illusion. It is a dream. However, She had no intention of elaborating, for her uncle had once advised her never to reveal her secrets, even to those closest to her. Moments later, in the grand arena of Pingyang, amidst a colossal rose, Wolf Girl slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was clear and tranquil. The spectators were perplexed, unaware of the events that had transpired. It was only upon the announcement of the results that they learned Xianxia had emerged victorious. In the subsequent matches, she skillfully overcame every opponent, soaring to new heights. In the ultimate showdown, she triumphed over the formidable heir of the gatekeeper, Shurchong, claiming the top position and becoming the unexpected dark horse of this divine tournament. Xianxia, unperturbed by his son's defeat, considered it a valuable lesson for the young man. Moreover, he understood that Xianxia was a protege of the Southern Grand Cultivation. How could she be ordinary? The rankings had been firmly established. Next came the final and most significant segment of the Divine Bestowal Tournament, the ritual. Xianxia ascended the platform to construct a grand altar, laden with meticulously selected precious offerings. He then commenced the sacrificial rites to the great celestial deity, striving to summon its will. Suifeng's consciousness remained anchored in the skies. However, to his disappointment, beyond the void, aside from the already arrived tribulation period entity, there were no other beings or consciousnesses extending forth. Could it be that the great celestial deity is merely a fabrication? The celestial deity descends, as Xianxia spread his arms wide and bellowed to the heavens. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. A massive visage, imbued with formidable authority, gradually emerged in the sky. It was a bear-like face. Its long fur resembling undulating waves formed from countless auspicious clouds. Its eyes were indifferent, surveying all living beings. All hail the great celestial deity. Xianxia was the first to kneel, and in the arena, nearly everyone, including those from the Pingyang Gate, reverently bowed to the ground. With a deep breath, the great celestial deity exhaled 2 streams of white mist from its nostrils. A dense white mist rapidly enveloped the entire Pingyang Grand Pass before gently descending. Suifeng grasped a wisp of the mist, pinching it between his fingers. It was merely a diluted essence of spiritual energy, reduced by thousands of times. Nevertheless, for ordinary cultivators, it was an immense fortune. They savored the rich aura, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces, their heads bowed in deeper reverence. Suddenly, a colossal black bear paw descended from the heavens, its palm facing upwards, crashing heavily onto the arena, nearly occupying half of its area. The bear paw slowly opened, revealing 10 translucent little vials nestled within its palm. Chapter 86. Are you frightened? Suifeng felt a profound sense of disappointment. He had anticipated that this figure, revered in ancient texts and the embodiment of faith throughout the Yongdong Kingdom, would possess strength unparalleled in this realm. Yet, to his dismay, it was merely a fledgling in the tribulation stage. He had thought he had uncovered the mastermind behind the scenes. Looking at the pitch-black bear claw protruding from the void, it was indeed dark, but this black hand could hardly manipulate the threads of time. Senior, behold, that is the great deity, Jin Xingquan exclaimed, his expression filled with astonishment as he gazed at the descending might, his body involuntarily trembling. Suifeng cast a sidelong glance at him, utterly at a loss for words. At that moment, Xianxia on the arena had respectfully received the 10 glowing vials from the palm of the great deity. Aside from Xianxia and a few others, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. The second-tier deity liquid. To them, it was nothing short of a divine treasure. This is the blessing of the great deity. You must regard it with utmost reverence and dedicate yourselves to cultivation, Xianxia declared, personally handing each vial of the second-tier deity liquid to everyone. Xianxia discreetly opened her vial for a glance. Indeed, it was the very essence she had previously used for her baths. The great deity was quite stingy. Divine Gift Tournament, the top 3 stepped forward. Suddenly, Xianxia called out loudly. Shizhong and Ming Untu from the Great Heaven Alliance immediately stepped forward. Xianxia glanced at them and hurriedly joined in. Fortunate ones, Xianxia gazed proudly at his son, then turned to the other 2, proclaiming, "Step onto the palm of the great deity. He will personally escort you to the divine realm." The others cast envious glances at them. The top 3 would be personally received by the great deity to cultivate in the divine mansion, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. On Huarong's face, however, there was a look of discontent, for he had lost to Ming Untu by a single move, falling to 4th place and forfeiting this incredibly precious opportunity. Father, I shall not disappoint you. Shi Zhong exclaimed to Shi Haojia, bowing deeply several times before stepping onto the great deity's palm, filled with anticipation and excitement. After bidding farewell to his family, Ming unto resolutely ascended. In contrast, Yi Xiaoxiao appeared lost in thought, glancing intermittently at the high platform. What should she do? Should she go up or not? Senior? Jian Xingquan roused the contemplative Yi Suifeng. When? The great celestial is about to take Miss Xiaoxiao away. Are you not going to bid her farewell? Jian Xingquan gestured toward the center of the arena. Yi Suifeng responded with a peculiar smile. Of course I shall go. With that, he stood tall and swiftly approached Yi Xiaoxiao. Uncle! Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyfully, leaping into his embrace. The others cast curious glances, and even the wolf girl regarded them with intrigue, as it was her first encounter with Yi Xiaoxiao's family. It seemed that aside from his handsome appearance, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. You've done well. Continue to strive, but do not let your sister surpass you too much, Yi Suifeng said, affectionately ruffling her hair. I certainly won't. When I return, I will surely defeat them all, Yi Xiaoxiao declared, waving her small fists. At that moment, Shi Haojia approached. This esteemed Lord Yi. He casually clasped his fists and remarked, your descendant must depart. We cannot keep the great celestial waiting for too long. Yi Suifeng raised his head, his indifferent gaze causing Shi Haojia to feel a sudden chill. He has only waited a short while. I have been waiting for him for over half a month. Yi Suifeng replied coolly. People from Wanbao Pavilion. You should choose your words carefully. Shi Haojia frowned, recalling Jian Xingquan's warnings about this formidable individual from the southern Wanbao Pavilion, known for his volatile temperament. For the safety of Pingyang Pass, he had always approached with caution, disregarding any lack of respect directed toward him. However, he could no longer tolerate Yi Suifeng's blatant disrespect toward the great celestial. Shi Haojia, do not overstep. The great celestial observes from above. Do not jeopardize your descendants' future due to a slip of the tongue and bring trouble upon yourself. Shi Haojia admonished sternly. Yi Suifeng gently patted Yi Xiaoxiao's small shoulder, encouraging her to release him. He then advanced deliberately. In that case, I shall go greet him, he stated, making his way toward the great celestial's imposing black paw. You all should leave. This area may not be safe for much longer. Yi Suifeng addressed the two youths perched upon the paw. They were momentarily taken aback. How could they be unsafe while in the presence of the great celestial? You are being insolent. Shi Haojia could no longer restrain himself. A powerful aura erupted from him as he unleashed his strongest technique, launching a ferocious punch toward Yi Suifeng's back. However, Yi Suifeng did not even glance at him, merely waving his hand gently behind him. Instantly, Shi Haojia, who was already airborne, felt his pupils constrict. A chilling sense of life and death crisis erupted violently within the depths of his soul. In an instant, he crossed his arms and shifted from offense to defense, shielding himself. Boom! A tremendous energy suddenly erupted on the arena. A large crowd, including Shi Haojia, was sent flying like petals scattered by the wind, crashing to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only Yi Suifeng and Yi Xiaoxiao remained standing serenely on the stage. I said leave, Yi Suifeng said coolly. Lying on the ground, Shi Haojia groaned, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His expression was one of horror. Just moments ago, it felt as though he had been struck by an overwhelming force of nature. He had never felt such dread, even in the face of the will of the great celestial god. My son, Shi Haojia hurriedly glanced around, searching for his child. Yet, he soon discovered that others were in a similar predicament, merely having been knocked off the stage without severe injury. This realization only deepened Shi Haojia's terror. What kind of formidable being could execute such precision in that fleeting moment? This is a disaster. On the high platform, Jian Xingquan slumped his chair. What to do? He has indeed provoked this terrifying entity. Senior, what exactly do you intend to do? He struggled to lift his head, gazing at the arena. At that moment, Yi Suifeng had approached the massive bear paw. He raised his head to behold the imposing bear face, breaking into a smile. What? Have I frightened you? Chapter 87. The great celestial god has been struck. Looking at the great bear face above him, Yi Suifeng gently placed his hand upon the bear paw. Let's have a conversation, Yi Suifeng remarked. At this juncture, the great celestial god seemed to finally become enraged. The slender strands of hair formed by auspicious clouds gradually began to darken. An overwhelming fury descended from that bare visage. It's over. The great celestial god is furious. Sure, Haoji's expression turned pale as he felt that formidable power. The great celestial god is not to be trifled with. He gazed at the figure of the human on the stage, pondering how one might withstand the wrath of a deity. Either you come down, or I will ascend. Yet, Suifeng maintained an unperturbed demeanor, showing no signs of fear. However, the great celestial god seemed disinclined to descend. With a thunderous roar that resonated through the air, it caused ears to ring and its long hair to swirl wildly. Subsequently, the bare paw on the arena began to rise slowly. Suifeng gently shook his head. Today, if you do not clarify matters, you shall not depart. With that, he pressed down forcefully on the immense bare paw. Boom! The tremendous shockwave made it difficult for anyone to stand firm, as if the entire Pingyang Great Pass had just trembled. On the elevated platform, Xianxia was utterly astounded. He witnessed Suifeng, with but a single hand, pressing down the great celestial deity, causing the array-covered arena to be dented with a colossal indentation, from which countless fine cracks radiated outward. Predecessor, do you intend to confront the great celestial deity directly? Soon, the great celestial deity provided its answer. A fist, as immense as a mountain, descended from the heavens. Accompanied by a ferocious roar, it barreled toward Suifeng on the platform. Feeling the sheer force of it, Xianxia was nearly paralyzed with fear. This was a divine being. How could a mere human withstand such might? Yet Suifeng merely shook his head. Very well. In the face of the overshadowing fist, he too clenched his fist in response, swiftly launching an attack aimed at it. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, sending forth a massive wave of energy that radiated outward in a circular explosion, propelling those nearby the arena several dozen meters away. When they regained their senses, they were horrified to see that the world-destroying fist had been obliterated. Even the colossal arm atop the platform had been severed in half and was dissipating. The great celestial deity's enormous visage had vanished from the sky, leaving behind a gaping hole in the clouds. At the end of this void, the fabric of reality shattered, forming a dark, ink-like abyss. Within that abyss, a comically adorable little bear stood, its gaze fixed in a daze. Suifeng looked at the bear and smiled broadly. The bear bolted in fright. However, as it turned to flee, it encountered a familiar figure standing before it. Speak, Suifeng commanded. Roar! The bear's body suddenly expanded, resembling a muscular giant, and it struck out with a powerful paw. Suifeng countered with a swift palm, striking the bear upon its snout. Bang! The fabric of reality shattered, and the bear was instantly propelled out of existence, crashing heavily into the center of the arena, creating yet another massive pit. Dazed, the bear shook its head and once again beheld the visage that sent chills down its spine. Speak! Before it could react, a fist rapidly magnified before its eyes, crashing into its face. The resounding booms echoed as the bear's form completely shattered the arena, soaring dozens of meters away and carving a deep trench in the ground. Struggling to rise, the bear was once again met with the impending fist. Speak! Still not speaking? You shall not remain silent. Suifeng grasped the bear, delivering punch after punch to its face. He moderated his strength, ensuring it was non-lethal, yet intensely painful. The onlookers in the arena were left in a state of disbelief. This seemingly clumsy little bear was in fact their great celestial deity, and at that moment, their great celestial deity was being mercilessly pummeled by a human cultivator. Tears and snot flowing, with no opportunity to retaliate. What has become of this world? The beliefs they once held dear are crumbling rapidly under the relentless assault of Suifeng's fists. Yet you remain silent. Another blow lands forcefully upon the nose of the great celestial god. The little bear, unable to contain itself any longer, exclaims, "Why don't you just ask?" The voice, surprisingly, is quite high-pitched. Suifeng halts his poised fist, gazing at the tear-streaked little bear with a quivering tone. "Oh, I forgot to inquire." "Then go ahead." With that, he seized the bear by its fluffy ears and leapt into the sky, inadvertently taking with him the onlooker, Xianxia. The little bear's heart was heavy with sorrow. "Because you forgot, I endured so many blows for nothing." Moments later in the room, Suifeng sat by the window, leisurely sipping tea. Two young girls stood on either side, curiously observing the adorably clumsy little bear before them. "Is this truly the great celestial god?" Xianxia exclaimed in disbelief. Who could have imagined that the great celestial god would be so endearing? A colorful bird's head poked out from Xiaoxiao's shoulder, eyeing the bear warily, seemingly concerned about its own position. "I'm asking you a question. Yi Suifeng stated calmly. The bear's expression shifted instantly, and it hurriedly replied, I am the great celestial god. No, I am not the great celestial god. Wait, what is the great celestial god? The three of them responded in unison. Are you speaking in riddles? Yi Suifeng turned his gaze, and upon seeing that face, the bear nearly burst into tears, exclaiming, I truly do not know what the great celestial god is. I merely came at the invitation of the eternal Winter Emperor to complete a task. As the little bear recounted its tale, Yi Suifeng began to grasp the situation. It turned out that within the eternal Winter Emperor's realm, there indeed existed a bear den. They resided in a hidden domain, each individual remarkably powerful, possessing terrifying strength akin to that of human cultivators in the tribulation stage from the moment of their birth. The mightiest among them had nearly touched the ceiling of this world. Every 3 years, the eternal Winter Emperor would visit this secret realm, requesting the dispatch of a few bears to undertake a guiding task. Upon completion, they would return to the hidden domain, remaining oblivious to worldly affairs. This little bear was undertaking its first invitation to fulfill a task. Thus, it genuinely knew nothing of the colloquial title, the Great Celestial God. All I know, I've already said, the little bear spoke weakly, feeling desolate. Everything was fine until this formidable figure suddenly appeared, relentlessly beating it. Had it known, it would have declined the task. After listening, Yi Suifeng inhaled deeply. He had not misjudged. This so-called Great Celestial God was indeed a deception orchestrated by the human cultivator known as the Eternal Winter Emperor. Very well. Yi Suifeng turned around, his fingers deftly revealing a white leaf. Do you recognize this? Little bear stared blankly at Yi Suifeng, questioning, these leaves belong to the tree atop my house. How do you possess them? Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow, realizing that the enlightenment tree was indeed situated above Little Bear's abode. Perhaps the tales inscribed in that ancient tome were, in fact, true. Where is your home? Yi Suifeng inquired. It lies within the secret realm, replied Little Bear. And where is this secret realm? It's nestled behind the royal mountain of the eternal winter imperial city, Little Bear explained, scratching his arm. If you wish to go, I shall guide you. Yi Suifeng pondered momentarily. Very well, let us journey together. Chapter 88. The Great Array of the Imperial City. A resplendent bird of many colors soared into the sky, its wings casting shadows over the land as it ascended from the Pingyang Pass, heading eastward. At last it departs, sighed Xianxia, watching the majestic creature vanish into the distance, relief washing over him. Having such a formidable deity nearby made him feel perpetually on edge, fearful of committing any misstep that might provoke displeasure. Are you truly not allowing your son to accompany the great deity? Xianxia turned to his companion. Xianxia. Do not utter that name in my presence. Xianxia retorted with a scoff. His expression was grim, his breath uneven, evidently affected by the residual turbulence from the clash between Yi Suifeng and the great deity. I shall not worship a bear that has yet to wean. Xianxia declared indignantly. I will make time to visit the imperial city and inquire with the eternal Winter Emperor about this matter. With that, he took his leave, accompanied by Shizhong. Xianxia gazed toward the eastern sky, shaking his head gently. Eternal Winter Emperor? Perhaps the question of whether one could even meet him was a matter of uncertainty. In the lofty heights, the multicolored phoenix soared rapidly. Upon its back stood 4 figures, including Yi Suifeng and his companions, along with a visibly shaken wolf girl. As they prepared to depart, Yi Xiaoxiao clung to Yi Suifeng's arm, pleading to bring the wolf girl along, claiming her as a dear friend and a promising ally. Thus, Yi Suifeng established 3 conditions. The wolf girl could accompany them, but all her needs, including training resources, would be the responsibility of Yi Xiaoxiao. After all, she belongs to you, not to me. Initially, Yi Suifeng thought Yi Xiaoxiao would abandon her request upon hearing these terms. To his surprise, she readily acquiesced, patting her small chest and assuring him of her commitment. Subsequently, the wolf girl joined them aboard the colorful phoenix, embarking towards the eastern eternal winter imperial city. Do not be anxious, little color flies steadily. There is no need to fear falling, Yi Xiaoxiao comforted, noticing the wolf girl's tense demeanor. The wolf girl glanced at her, forcing a strained smile. It was not the fear of falling that troubled her. Rather, it was the presence of the little bear clutching a milk basin beside her that instilled dread. After all, that was the great deity. When did she ever imagine that one day she would sit alongside the legendary great deity? Do you drink? Suddenly, the little bear blinked its eyes and presented a bowl of milk to the wolf girl. Startled, the wolf girl instinctively recoiled, waving her hands in protest. Oh no, no. I don't need that. Her speech was disjointed. Come on, we are adults now. We've long since outgrown milk. Yet, Xianxia was unperturbed as she approached the bear. How old are you? The little bear, seeing that the wolf girl did not want it, withdrew its hand and mumbled while drinking, I was born just 19 years ago. 19 years old and still drinking milk? Xianxia was taken aback. At that moment, Suifeng interjected, the age of mythical beasts cannot be gauged by human standards. 19 years in their family is probably akin to 2 or 3 years for you. Xianxia realized this and, unable to resist, reached out to fondle the bear's fluffy head. Uncle, are we heading to his home? She inquired. Suifeng nodded. Yes, we need to discuss something with his guardians. After waiting at the Pingyang Great Pass for over half a month, initially hoping to uncover the mastermind behind Yi Jingguang's death, they had unexpectedly encountered this bumbling little bear. Nonetheless, the bear's strength was indeed remarkable. If the ancient texts were not mistaken, its 3 ancestors possessed the capability to orchestrate plans across the river of time. Even if that were not the case, the origins of that white leaf suggested a connection to the eternal winter imperial city. They would soon discover the truth. As they traversed the majestic mountains, the landscape rapidly receded beneath their feet, thanks to the vast formations surrounding the eternal winter kingdom. The climate here was far more temperate than the frigid expanse outside the snowy plains, resembling the winter scenes of Cloud City. The eternal winter imperial city lay tens of thousands of miles from the Pingyang Great Pass. Yet, under the full flight of the colorful phoenix, they reached a magnificent and imposing city within just half a day. Its area was more than 10 times that of the Pingyang Great Pass. The entire city was structured in a towering formation, with its central spire soaring into the sky, piercing through the clouds. A luminous halo, resembling an inverted bowl, enveloped the city above. We have arrived. This is the eternal winter imperial city. The little bear climbed to the forefront, peering ahead, its fur still bearing traces of white milk. I heard from my lord that a formidable formation encircles this imperial city. Even as adults, we cannot breach it. It's quite impressive. The little bear chattered on while casting glances at Yi Suifeng's expression. Unfortunately, it failed to discern any signs of fear. But it's fine. I possess a pass granted by the Eternal Winter Emperor, so we can enter through the main gate. It produced a golden token from who knows where, emblazoned with the words, Eternal Winter Emperor. Yi Suifeng glanced at it before turning away. That token was indeed the key to the formidable formation enveloping the imperial city. In his vision, the grand formation bridged heaven and earth, intertwining the laws of the world to create an impenetrable barrier. Even those cultivators in the Mahayana stage who had survived tribulations and basked in celestial light would find it nearly impossible to breach this formidable shield. The individual who had arranged this formation was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of beings in this realm. Shall we descend, uncle? Little bear inquired, gazing at Yi Suifeng. No need, Yi Suifeng replied, gently caressing a ring on his finger. After waiting for over half a month, my patience has worn thin. With that, he rose to his full height and soared toward the immense luminous dome. Little bear, perplexed, pondered his intentions. What does he aim to do? That formation cannot be forcefully breached. It would annihilate anyone who dared to attack it. Yi Xiaoxiao chuckled, affectionately ruffling the plush head of the little creature. Just wait and see. No wonder Uncle enjoyed patting her head. It was truly such a delightful experience. Before the light dome, Yi Suifeng lingered for a moment, then smiled faintly. The laws, you say? The ring on his hand began to emanate a soft, ethereal glow. Suddenly, the heavenly Tao ring burst forth with a dazzling radiance, unleashing countless tentacle-like manifestations. Each of these appendages represented a complete law of the heavenly Tao. They swiftly unfurled, enveloping the entire hemispherical light shield. At the forefront of each law, a brilliant light radiated like miniature suns. The commotion was so immense that the inhabitants of the imperial city quickly took notice of this extraordinary spectacle. Alarmed, they gazed at the myriad suns in the sky, bewildered by the unfolding events. Within the innermost palace of the imperial city, a middle-aged man clad in a resplendent golden dragon robe was suddenly stirred by an unsettling sensation. He raised his head as radiant light streamed through the windows, illuminating his face. How does the borrowed law compare to the complete law? Yi Suifeng maneuvered the heavenly Tao ring, and then countless luminous tendrils surged toward the light dome. In an instant, a colossal roar erupted, reminiscent of the heavens themselves collapsing. reverberating above the imperial city. Countless fissures, like lightning, rapidly spread across the surface of the light shield. Crack, crack. In mere breaths, it appeared on the verge of shattering. Thud! A pin fell to the palace floor. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe was struck with terror. Quickly, summon the divine wisdom from the secret realm. Chapter 89. A Cataclysmic Destruction. The eternal winter imperial city stands as the most colossal bastion within the realm of eternal winter. Millions of beings thrive here, secure under the protection of the imperial city's formation, never fearing threats from the outside world. Yet today, calamity has struck. All beings streamed into the streets, gazing at the sky filled with miniature suns and the intricate network of fissures adorning the formation, terror surging from the depths of their souls. Some individuals were rendered speechless, unable to believe their own eyes. Others sank to the ground, murmuring incoherently, as if in a trance. Suddenly, a colossal golden warship ascended from the apex of the imperial city, soaring toward the heavens. The Winter Emperor himself had taken to the battlefield. Goodness, could that be the legendary Nine Heavens warship? I have only glimpsed its marvels in ancient texts. Long live our Emperor. The imperial city shall remain unbroken. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers for the Winter Emperor, their spirits lifted. What a formidable adversary. Even the mightiest of foes would be reduced to dust before the Nine Heavens warship. In an instant, the golden vessel arrived before Suifeng. It halted within the formation, flanked by over 100 powerful presences, each exuding an aura that suggested they were at least in the harmonization stage. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, adorned with a golden and jade dragon crown. His expression was one of shock as he gazed at Suifeng. Halt! The Winter Emperor brandished his longsword, pointing it at Suifeng beyond the formation. I care not who you are or whence you hail. Cease your actions immediately. The eternal Winter Imperial City is not a place for you to run rampant. His dragon robe billowed with an extraordinary might, emanating an imposing authority. Alas, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Suifeng's demeanor remained indifferent as he slowly replied, If I do not cease, what do you intend to do? The Winter Emperor's fury erupted. He thrust his sword toward the heavens, unleashing a kingly aura that reverberated with power. Soon after, an immense force began to rise from the entire imperial city. This energy seemed to be drawn towards the longsword in the Winter Emperor's grasp, converging upon him, and his might began to ascend with remarkable speed. Originally possessing only harmonization stage cultivation, he swiftly advanced to the tribulation stage, ultimately breaking through to a level comparable to that of the imminent ascension stage. A magnificent five-clawed golden dragon rapidly coalesced above the Winter Emperor's head, letting out a furious roar aimed at Suifeng. Sensing this overwhelming aura, the populace within the imperial city erupted in excitement. The cries for the Winter Emperor grew even louder. The Winter Emperor's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Suifeng and sternly declared, Cultivator, I advise you not to be too audacious. You must understand that you are now facing the combined might of millions of souls within this city. Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. He could feel that the Winter Emperor had now connected with all the inhabitants of the imperial city. To oppose him was to contend with the entirety of the city. Yet what of it? I shall give you one last piece of advice. Summon forth the one who governs this city. Otherwise, do not blame me for what follows. Suifeng stated calmly. He chose to confront the situation head-on, unwilling to squander any more time in drawing out the individual lurking behind the imperial city. Otherwise, this grand formation would have long since dissipated into nothingness. However, upon hearing these words, the Winter Emperor's anger intensified. I am a master of this imperial city, he bellowed, fiercely swinging his longsword, launching an attack directly at Suifeng. The five-clawed golden dragon ascended, enveloped in an overwhelming aura, charging forth. It was the end for him. The formation could not withstand an assault from within. The colorful phoenix exclaimed in delight. Look! A thud echoed as Xianxia lightly struck its head. Do not forget, you are still a captive. After the reprimand, she turned her gaze to Suifeng, her expression tinged with concern, for the might of the golden dragon was truly formidable. Could Uncle withstand it? Very well. As he faced the oncoming attack from the eternal Winter Emperor, Suifeng remained impassive, the heavenly Tao ring in his hand once again radiating light. In an instant, countless heavenly Tao principles ensconced in the imperial city's grand formation surged into action. Within a mere heartbeat, the cracks in the formation multiplied exponentially. Then, with a resounding crack, it shattered completely. The heavenly Tao principles, akin to serpents gliding through the heavens, redirected their course after dismantling the formation, hurtling toward the five-clawed golden dragon. Boom! The deafening roar shattered eardrums as two immense forces collided with ferocity. Subsequently, the five-clawed golden dragon was utterly torn apart by the heavenly Tao principles, reduced to mere dust. After obliterating the golden dragon, the force generated by the principles, undeterred, surged again toward the eternal Winter Emperor. In sheer disbelief, he never anticipated that the so-called indestructible imperial city's formation could be dismantled in an instant. Moreover, the terrifying attack that gathered the essence of all beings in the city appeared feeble as an ant before that individual. Now, all hope rested upon the Nine Heavens warship. With the eternal Winter Emperor's thunderous roar, all cultivators aboard the warship began to unleash their full power. Then, from the dragon's mouth atop the warship, an energy of unimaginable magnitude swiftly brewed. Just before the principal's assault reached its destination, this world-destroying energy erupted forth from the dragon's maw. Boom! A second explosion reverberated. The blinding brilliance rendered it impossible to open one's eyes. As sight gradually returned, the residents of the eternal Winter Emperor city beheld in terror that the legendary Nine Heavens warship had been utterly annihilated, fragments raining down, nearly obscuring the sky above the entire imperial city. They collapsed to the ground, witnessing the apocalyptic scene before them, a chill spreading from their heads to their heels. Had our emperor been defeated? The eternal Winter Emperor, bloodied and battered, clutched a shattered heavenly-grade spirit sword in his hand. He gazed at the debris of the warship descending upon the imperial city, his eyes filled with confusion. Why was there someone so powerful, so mighty that it instilled despair, causing souls to tremble and hearts to chill? This battle could only be described with a single phrase, utterly devastating. A force tugged at his body, slowly lifting him forward until he hovered before Suifeng. Is the one behind you preparing to abandon you? Suifeng remarked coolly. The eternal Winter Emperor gazed upon the towering figure before him and offered a bitter smile, proclaiming, "When they arrive, you shall find no escape." Suifeng regarded him with indifference, retorting, "You are excessively arrogant." Indeed, at that moment, a voice resonated from the void. Subsequently, a young man clad in plain garments gradually materialized. Having long occupied a position of power, he had seemingly forgotten his original mission. The young man spoke, then waved his hand, conjuring a flurry of white leaves that appeared out of thin air. Suifeng recognized that the leaves were identical to the one he held, leaves from the Enlightenment Tree. The leaves grew swiftly in the wind, casting a protective canopy over the imperial city, intercepting the falling debris from the warships. These fragments were immensely heavy. Had they struck the city unimpeded, they would have obliterated much of the imperial architecture, resulting in countless casualties. The young man safeguarded the residents of the imperial city. Afterward, he retracted the leaves and approached Suifeng, bowing deeply. "Forgive me, esteemed senior. My master has been waiting for quite some time." Chapter 90, The Elder of Heavenly Secrets. The young man in plain clothing spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his posture was notably deferential. "Who are you, and who is your master?" Suifeng inquired. Naturally, he was willing to engage in earnest conversation with one who approached him in good faith. "My name is Yuhong, but you may also refer to me as the Ninth Prince," he replied, gesturing toward the eternal Winter Emperor, his ninth son. Suifeng furrowed his brow slightly. This youth was indeed a son of the eternal Winter Emperor. However, his demeanor suggested a complete disregard for his father, exhibiting not an ounce of respect. "As for my master," Yuhong continued with a smile, "I apologize, esteemed senior, but I cannot mention his name in the main world, lest unfortunate events ensue. It is for this reason that he cannot greet you personally. I hope for your understanding." Yuhong bowed once more. "He does not reside in the main world?" Suifeng extended his hand to retrieve the small bear that had been cast aside on the back of the phoenix. "Could it be that your master is also a bear?" The small bear, still reeling from the earlier shock, was suddenly seized and appeared somewhat dazed. Upon seeing the young man before him, the bear became agitated, exclaiming, "Brother Yuhong, quickly save me." "Riches?" Yuhong was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, saying, "Esteemed senior, my master is not of the ancient battle bear lineage. He is, like us, human. He merely coexists with the bear clan in that small world." Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement. He was not particularly inclined to engage with a bear. Since he anticipated my arrival long ago, Let us proceed, Yi Suifeng declared. This way, please. Yu Hong bowed, clearing the path. Yi Suifeng advanced, with a multicolored phoenix swiftly following suit. As they passed Yu Hong, the small bear cast a pitiful glance at him, but Yu Hong merely shrugged in resignation. After a few individuals departed, Yu Hong lowered his head, observing the still, trembling residents of the imperial city, and let out a gentle sigh. Master, is he truly the one you seek? Just moments ago, he exhibited no compassion for the millions of souls present. With another sigh, Yu Hong followed Yi Suifeng and the others, neglecting the nearly lifeless Emperor Yongdong. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the highest palace of the imperial city. This place, already above the clouds, still possessed a landscape of mountains and rivers behind the palace, suffused with an ethereal ambience. The entrance to the small world lay here. Yu Hong halted, pointing at a shallow pool before him. Yi Suifeng's gaze flickered. Through the vision granted by the heavenly Tao, he discerned that indeed there existed a distinct space behind it, claiming to be a realm entirely unconnected to the main world. Without deliberate investigation, this entrance would be exceedingly difficult to discover, truly well concealed. Let us proceed. Yi Suifeng stepped directly into the pool. The heavenly Tao ring upon his hand, emanating a faint luminescence that enveloped his entire form. He had become so powerful that each transition into a new world necessitated the ring's disguise. Otherwise, the world might shatter before he could even enter. As he traversed the pool, Yi Suifeng found himself within a vast grassland. The expanse was modest, with a solitary, colossal tree standing at its center. Its trunk and leaves were entirely white. Indeed, it was the tree of enlightenment. Beneath the tree of enlightenment, several bears resembling Fu Ge lounged lazily by a nearby pool. Above the pool, a small tower hovered silently. Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. That tower was, in fact, the Tower of Origin. However, it possessed only 8 tiers. Senior, my master is over there. At that moment, Yu Hong entered as well and let out a whistle. Upon hearing the sound, the bears beneath the tree rushed over, encircling Yi Suifeng with curious gazes. Wow, this is truly a bear's den. Yi Xiaoxiao and the others also arrived, at which point the colorful phoenix had shrunk. Now, perched upon her shoulder, the wolf goddess's expression was one of astonishment. What a large assembly of celestial beings. Suddenly, Yu Hong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, Fu Gue is still young. He may have inadvertently bumped into you. I wonder if you might grant him forgiveness this once? Yi Suifeng remained silent, casually tossing the small bear away. Now that they had located the rightful owner, the bear had outlived its purpose. The bear landed, immediately tearful, and rushed to its companions. I will never undertake that task again, boo-hoo. Disregarding the commotion, Yi Suifeng took measured steps towards the tree of enlightenment. There sat an emaciated old man, seemingly desiccated, with his eyes closed, seated in a lotus position by the water's edge. You have finally arrived, the old man rasped, his eyes appearing unable to open any longer. Was this matter orchestrated by you? Yi Suifeng directly extracted a leaf and cast it into the old man's embrace. The elder extended his gnarled and withered hand, brushing against the leaf. Time, causality, the past. Everything is predestined. All is governed by celestial machinations. Yi Suifeng furrowed his brow. He had little patience for riddles and obscurity that clouded understanding. He yearned to discern who had slain Yi Zhenguang and sought to conspire against him through the currents of time. Speak, what is it that you summoned me for? Yi Suifeng inquired once more. The elder, however, merely shook his head slightly. Young man, it is not I who sought you. Rather, it is the celestial design that has found you. Alternatively, one might say it was you who sought it. Suddenly, before the elder could finish, Yi Suifeng struck towards the nearby enlightenment tree with a swift motion, his fingers sinking deeply into the bark, causing a milky sap to flow forth. A visage of torment gradually emerged upon the trunk. Yi Suifeng turned his gaze. I possess little patience. Reveal your identity. Why did you murder Yi Zhenguang, erase his temporal imprint, and ultimately seek to confront me? His tone was frigid. It had become evident to him that the elder by the pond was not his true form. The true essence had long since merged with the enlightenment tree. As he intensified his grip, the face upon the trunk grew increasingly anguished, eventually managing to utter, Do not rush, I shall speak. Upon hearing this, Yi Suifeng gradually relinquished his hold. He sought only the truth, eschewing any mystical notions. Once freed, the visage gasped for air, its eyes wide with astonishment as it regarded Yi Suifeng, seemingly unprepared for the strength of its awaited interlocutor. After a brief moment of recovery, it finally stated, "My name is the Elder of Celestial Design." Through his narration, Suifeng began to grasp certain revelations. It seemed that when this world was newly born, the Elder of Celestial Design had manifested. However, he was not a singular entity, but rather a succession of continuations. The individual before him was already a continuation of hundreds of generations. Upon inheriting the mantle from the preceding elder, he became aware of a profoundly terrifying truth. This world faced an immense crisis, one that could lead to its demise in the near future. Thus, he devoted his entire life to seeking a means to save the world. Yet year after year, he remained fruitless. Until one day, while observing the celestial patterns, he unexpectedly discovered a hazy star. This star possessed the power to salvage the world. He intended to examine it closely, only to find that a mere glance nearly drained his life force, leaving him on the brink of death. Yet that star represented the hope for the entirety of existence. At last, the Elder of Celestial Secrets distilled his lifelong cultivation, merging his essence with the enlightenment tree. He plucked a single leaf, serving as a beacon, and cast it into the vast expanse of celestial mysteries. He harbored the hope that this beacon, imbued with the essence of cosmic wisdom, would locate that distant star and ultimately redeem this dying world. His endeavor proved successful. The leaf was carried by the wind. Yet this formidable being, transcending the realms of fate, appeared to seek certain truths. "Thus, you did not slay Yi Zhengguang?" Suifeng furrowed his brow. "I did not know Yi Zhengguang, and the trap within the river of time was not of your making." The Elder of Celestial Secrets replied with resignation, "With my strength, I cannot possibly reach such a level." Suifeng sighed softly, realizing that the Elder's capabilities were insufficient to manipulate the river of time. In this world, perhaps only he possessed such potential. Perhaps, the Elder suddenly continued, if anyone could traverse the river of time, it would be those whose power surpasses the limits of this world. Suifeng turned back, asking who? Chapter 91, Above the Ceiling. Beyond the unknown realms of the celestial world, every domain possesses its own limits. Suifeng referred to these limits as the ceiling. Ordinarily, no being could transcend this ceiling. However, in the myriad realms of chaos, there are countless formidable entities. If a being, transcending the limits of this world, occasionally leaves traces within it, those native beings might seize the opportunity to break through the confines of their existence, rising above the ceiling. In the world where Suifeng resided, throughout history, there have been those who accomplished such feats. Through the Elder's elucidation, Suifeng grasped the origins of this world. Once, it was merely a desolate expanse. Since time immemorial, powerful beings from the myriad realms engaged in countless fierce battles here. The world was shattered time and again, only to be reformed anew, until one day, a seed descended upon this lifeless land. It absorbed the essence of divine and demonic blood, gradually growing to eclipse the sky. One day, its immense root system pierced through the void, embedding itself into the chaos. The chaotic energies inadvertently birthed various fundamental laws. As time flowed, these laws became refined, and the realm ceased to be chaotic, establishing its own rules. Thus, the way of heaven emerged. The great tree, in conjunction with the way of heaven, expelled the chaotic energies permeating the world, purifying the realm, and ultimately began to nurture life. A world governed by complete laws evolved. However, the indelible traces left by those immensely powerful beings remained challenging to erase completely. As the beings of the world began to acquire wisdom and gradually grew ever more powerful, some eventually discovered their existence. This was a force that transcended the world. Nearly all living beings yearned for it with insatiable desire. Thus, a cataclysm of monumental proportions commenced. Amidst this turmoil, the great tree that sustained the entire world was severed in twain. Even the laws of the celestial order suffered grievous wounds. And it seemed that this realm was on the brink of returning to an ancient era of eternal chaos and deathly silence. In the face of life and death, the spirit of the great tree merged with the celestial order, forcibly igniting the nascent will of the world. Ultimately, the three became one, obliterating the vast majority of the remnants of gods and demons. However, this resulted in the complete demise of the great tree, leaving only a solitary seed. The spirit of the celestial order also disbanded, leaving behind the immutable laws of heaven and earth. The entire world was left with but a mutated will, eternally guarding the world's periphery. This seed of enlightenment was, in fact, the offspring of the great tree that once stood. The elder of heavenly secrets proclaimed. After hearing this, Suifeng fell into a deep silence, astonished by the revelation of such a calamitous past within this world. The myriad realms, both great and small, sparkled like countless stars. Each world is, in essence, akin to an individual being. The world is the body of these beings. The will of the world is their consciousness. And the laws of the celestial order serve as the means for the world to transcend itself. By continually enhancing and perfecting these laws, the entire world advances in tandem. The spirit of the celestial order signifies the path that allows the world to evolve. Yet, this path has now been severed. This implies that even if this world endures through eternity, it possesses no possibility of further advancement. Should the beings within this realm desire to progress, they must traverse a certain passageway to enter a mightier world, such as the celestial realm. The celestial realm stands as the pinnacle of all realms. The elder of heavenly secrets continued. All beings from the smaller worlds can ascend to the celestial realm, thereby broadening their paths of cultivation. This is the sole avenue available to the beings of our world. Suifeng nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed a pathway for all beings in the smaller realms to break through. However, he found himself rather indifferent to the fate of this world. His sole desire now was to uncover one matter. Who, precisely, is the individual whose power surpasses the limitations of the world that you just mentioned? The elder of heavenly secrets let out a faint sigh, and then a disk resembling a palette of colors slowly descended from the seed of enlightenment, hovering before Suifeng. It bore various regions of different hues. Following the ancient calamity, the world, at the cost of its own future, ensured its survival from annihilation, expelling forces that did not belong to it. Yet, some entities, powerful beyond imagination, still remained. Some individuals have attained their strength and successfully transcended their limits. Suifeng gazed at the plate before him, adorned with numerous regions of varying sizes, each marked with distinct symbols. Some bore the image of a malevolent vertical eye. Others depicted a dilapidated tower, while yet others showcased a fractured short sword. As I have previously stated, our world faces impending destruction, largely due to their actions. The elder of heavenly mechanisms remarked, those individuals having surpassed the boundaries of our realm have now shifted their focus towards the will of the world itself. They expand their territory by harnessing remnants of divine and demonic entities, thereby extracting primal power from the very essence of the world's will. The larger their domain, the more rapidly they can siphon this energy. As indicated by the heavenly mechanism disk, our world's will is on the brink of collapse. At that point, it is likely that, apart from themselves, all other beings will face annihilation. Upon concluding his statement, the elder suddenly erupted into a violent fit of coughing. Suifeng furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the intricate design of the disk. There were several particularly prominent regions that collectively occupied over half the area of the heavenly mechanism disk. Are you suggesting that those who have tampered with the river of time are indeed them? Suifeng inquired, pointing at the disk. The elder sighed. I can only speculate, for I cannot conceive of anyone else capable of such terrifying manipulation of time. Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, thank you. Rising from his seat, he prepared to take his leave. With a new objective in mind, he felt it was sufficient to pursue it. Wait, the elder called out anxiously, halting Suifeng in his tracks. What will become of our world if you depart? I know you possess the ability to save it. He rasped desperately. Even if I could, why should I? Suifeng replied slowly. But if the world were to perish, what of your kin and your people? The elder implored. I will ensure their safety. Suifeng interrupted coldly. To say that he could protect every member of the Yi family in the event of an explosion was no exaggeration. He could guarantee their survival amidst chaos and lead them to a more suitable realm. So I apologize. I must take my leave. With that, Suifeng turned away and departed without a backward glance. Watching his retreating figure, the elder of heavenly mechanisms let out a heavy sigh. Tears of blood streamed down from his vacant eyes, pooling upon the ground beneath the enlightenment tree. A solitary sigh reverberated through the air. The elder opened his eyes once more, and Suifeng's silhouette reappeared. His overwhelming power had rendered his emotions increasingly detached, making him seem indifferent to all things. Yet, the sentiments forged within the fabric of his original world remained etched deep within his soul. Family, ethnicity, nation, and the land that nurtured and sustained him. He found it difficult to utter the word abandon. This world had indeed become his second home. Tell me, what must I do? Chapter 92, The Solution. Are you truly willing to save this world? The Elder of Heavenly Secrets inquired, disbelief evident in his voice. Hurry, before I change my mind, Suifeng replied, finding the old man admirable yet verbose. Ah, I see. The elder began recounting the events that led to this predicament. In this realm, some individuals who had acquired remnants of divine beings began to cultivate ambitions, seeking to devour the will of this world. However, the worlds will resided beyond the barriers of existence, making it difficult for them to reach. Thus, they devised an alternative approach. They exploited the remnants of ancient deities, harnessing the formidable essence that did not belong to this realm, to corrode the very essence of the world, aiming to seize its core. Alarmingly, some of the most powerful entities were on the verge of success. The sole remedy lay in utilizing the Enlightenment Tree, a being that rightfully belonged to the world's creator, to purify the earth entirely and rescue the perilously endangered world will. Planting a tree can save the world? Then why don't you do it yourself? Suifeng questioned, somewhat incredulous. The elder, his face etched with bitterness, replied, I have long been discovered by them, and their power far surpasses mine. This is precisely why I have hidden away in this small world. They are always watching me. Even a mere mention of my name in the main world would alert them. Suifeng nodded, understanding why the ninth prince had been hesitant to speak of his master. Once the Enlightenment Tree is planted, will that suffice? He asked. Yes, the elder affirmed. However, once the tree reaches a certain stage of growth, it will undoubtedly attract their attention. At that point, not only must you protect it, but you may also face numerous formidable adversaries. You must be thoroughly prepared. Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. You need not worry about that. Their attacks will be welcome. He then posed another question. To what extent must it grow to genuinely purify this world and save the world will? The elder pondered briefly before responding. It must at least reach the 18th stage. And how long will that take? Suifeng inquired further. The elder gestured toward a small tower hovering above the nearby pond. This is the best tool for nurturing divine objects. If utilized, it will only require 100,000 years to mature. He added, oh, I forgot to mention, this is called the Tower of Origin, and it consists of 9 levels. Suifeng interrupted him, stating, I know what that is. Subsequently, he retrieved a similar small tower from a spatial storage and asked, if I use the 9-level Origin Tower, how long will it take? The Elder of Destiny stared at the brand new small tower, his expression suddenly filled with astonishment. How could you possess such a divine artifact? He exclaimed. In my Destiny Valley, we have exhausted the efforts of countless generations to construct an 8-story Origin Tower. His countenance was shaken, and in a fit of agitation, he could not help but cough violently. Suifeng let out a soft sigh, restraining himself from uttering the words, we have plenty of these at home, and inquired, pray tell, how long will it take? After a prolonged coughing fit, the elder gradually regained his composure. Gazing at the Origin Tower, he spoke with fervor, truly, the heavens have opened their eyes. With such a divine object, it will take merely 10,000 years to restore the Enlightenment Tree to its former glory. He finally comprehended why Destiny had informed him that the man before him possessed the ability to save the world. The elder's spirit was stirred. Yet Suifeng silently shook his head. 10,000 years was far too long. He could never remain in this world for such an extended period merely to cultivate a tree. What if I were to capture and eliminate all those who seek to extract the world's essence? Would that suffice? Suifeng asked. The elder was momentarily taken aback. That may not be feasible. The world has already been tainted by them. Even with such tremendous power, should someone choose mutual destruction, the world would still suffer irreversible damage. Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then tell me, if I possessed 10,000 9-story Origin Towers, could that not reduce the time for the Enlightenment Tree to grow to just 1 year? The elder's eyelids twitched. How could this immensely powerful individual, who possessed 9-story Origin Towers, utter such increasingly ludicrous claims? 10,000 Origin Towers? How could that even be possible? Cough, cough. Such a hypothesis is not attainable. The 9-story Origin Tower is already the finest treasure for nurturing the Enlightenment Tree. Even with more, the enhancement would likely be negligible. Sensing that Suifeng was losing patience, the elder advised, in truth, 10,000 years will pass swiftly. If you prepare well, within 5 generations, our world may rejuvenate. Yet, Yi Suifeng shook his head once more. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he proposed. What if I were to transform this tree into 10,000 saplings, nurturing them simultaneously and planting them in every corner of the world? Would that not shorten time? The elder responded, My dear brother, even if that were possible, could you protect 10,000 enlightenment trees at once? Just tell me, can it be done, and to what extent can the time be reduced? The elder sighed deeply and replied, If such a fanciful dream could be realized, perhaps within a century, we could resolve the world's predicament. With a snap of his fingers, Yi Suifeng declared, All right, let's proceed with that plan. 100 years is still an acceptable time frame. If patience truly runs thin, he has a second course of action to eradicate them entirely. The destruction of both jade and stone. He is unperturbed. The elder of heavenly secrets gazed at the relaxed Yi Suifeng, astonished. You cannot be serious about this, can you? Surely not. My dear brother, consider this carefully. There is no need for further contemplation. This is how it shall be done, Yi Suifeng asserted. I have observed that this enlightenment tree can be divided into over 10,000 segments, which can then be nurtured into viable seedlings. Yet nurturing seedlings requires time. Moreover, to cultivate 10,000 saplings simultaneously, we would need an even greater number of 9-layer origin towers. Where do you propose we acquire them? The elder of heavenly secrets could no longer contain his incredulity and exclaimed. With a flourish, Yi Suifeng waved his hand, and dozens of 9-layer origin towers materialized before them. These were crafted during his idle moments on the road. The elder of heavenly secrets, staring at the array of towers, remained frozen in astonishment. If this is insufficient, I have another 10,000 at home, or I can forge more right now, Yi Suifeng stated. His intent was not to flaunt his wealth. Yet the incessant chatter of this individual was simply too much. After a prolonged silence, the elder of heavenly secrets regarded Yi Suifeng with an expression of utmost reverence. May I inquire, esteemed brother, from what lineage do you hail? Chapter 93, Planting Trees Together. Ultimately, under the overwhelming influence of Yi Suifeng's financial prowess, the elder of heavenly secrets was thoroughly subdued. He answered every inquiry without hesitation, leaving no room for doubt. After all, a person capable of effortlessly producing dozens of 9-layer origin towers is a rarity throughout history. If such an individual cannot save the world, then truly, there is no hope for salvation. Through their discourse, Yi Suifeng gleaned information about the origin towers. The towers' origins trace back to the remnants of the divine demonic battlefield. Subsequently, the ancestors of Heavenly Secrets Valley devoted generations of effort to create a version suited to this world in accordance with its laws. Its purpose was to cultivate the enlightenment tree, restoring the world to its original state. However, they did not anticipate that the knowledge of the origin towers would spread. Those who harnessed the remnants of the divine and demonic entities began to forge their own, surpassing the progress of Heavenly Secrets Valley. Consequently, many powerful factions outside now possess 9-layer origin towers, while the founding Heavenly Secrets Valley has only managed to create 8-layer ones. Why did you cease production? Yi Suifeng inquired. The elder of Heavenly Secrets sighed. Heavenly Secrets Valley is in a rather unique position, having faced a united assault from nearly all other factions, making resource acquisition exceedingly challenging. Moreover, the Heavenly Array Stone, a divine artifact, only formed at the dawn of the world and cannot be naturally generated again. All the Heavenly Array Stones in nature combined would scarcely suffice to forge even a single 9-layer origin tower. Subsequently, the ancestors devised a means to transform the Celestial Array Stones, thereby resolving this formidable challenge. As he spoke, he could not help but cast his gaze toward the origin tower, which continued to float in the air. Surely, this endeavor required trillions of Celestial Array Stones. How on earth had this individual acquired them? At that moment, Yi Suifeng was scrutinizing his wallet. After counting, he nodded. Indeed, he still had 5 trillion Celestial Array Stones remaining, which should suffice. Well then, let us proceed accordingly, Yi Suifeng remarked. Initially, he had come to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes. Yet unexpectedly, he found himself tasked with saving the world. Life is truly unpredictable. Nonetheless, Yi Suifeng had not returned empty-handed, having unveiled the truths of this realm. He was now certain that the one manipulating events across the river of time undoubtedly hailed from a far more advanced world. The celestial realm appeared to be the most suspect target. Should he pursue this matter further, it might necessitate his ascension to the celestial realm. Damn it! I sever my ties to my own celestial sect and have yet to determine how to proceed. Should I clandestinely cross over through another sect? Or perhaps take my family along with me? I shall ponder that later. Moreover, since that individual had chosen to intervene, it was likely that this world was inextricably linked to him. Thoroughly unraveling the mysteries of this realm might lead to uncovering the origins of that shadowy figure. Come forth. I am about to obliterate this tree, Suifeng declared. The elder of heavenly secrets paused, contemplating until he comprehended that Suifeng intended to begin cultivating the sapling of the enlightenment tree. He shook his head with a smile. Feel free to proceed. I have completely merged with it, and upon departing, I shall perish instantly. Do not concern yourself. I had long anticipated my fate. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. The elder's countenance was imbued with a sense of tranquility. Yet, Suifeng furrowed his brow. What are you rambling about? I am concerned that your blood and soul might taint the purity of the enlightenment tree, thereby diminishing its ability to purify the world. The elder of heavenly secrets replied, Very well, I suppose I was overthinking it. Hurry and return to your original body. I shall ensure you 3 more years of life. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, now is the time to act. Suifeng waved his hand. Although this elder was quite verbose and tended to ramble endlessly, he admired the spirit of sacrifice he exhibited in dedicating his life to safeguarding this world. The elder of heavenly secrets was momentarily taken aback, then bowed deeply in gratitude. He did not inquire how Suifeng would manage to produce dozens of 9-tier origin towers at once, for that alone had utterly convinced him. A person of such stature had no need to jest. Soon after, an ancient consciousness detached from the enlightenment tree and entered the body resting by the pond. Upon the opening of the enlightenment tree, the flame of his life began to extinguish rapidly. Suifeng, with the essence of the heavens and the earth from the origin tower, infused the complete laws of life into the core of the life essence of the elder of heavenly mechanisms. Like adding oil to a flame, in an instant, that flickering fire began to brighten once more, ultimately stabilizing. After a brief moment, Suifeng withdrew his hand. 3 years, just 3 years. Thank you, esteemed elder. The elder of heavenly mechanisms awoke, respectfully bowing to the ground. I have concealed the aura surrounding you. You are now free to depart from this small world. Enough. Be on your way. Your presence is tiresome. Suifeng gestured dismissively. The elder rose, bowed once more, and then shakily made his way into the distance. The 9th prince, Yu Hong, witnessing this, approached with an expression of profound astonishment and promptly supported him. Moments later, they, accompanied by a group of celestial beings, exited the small world. Uncle, are we not leaving? At that moment, Xianxia leaped forward with a question. Wait a moment, I have received another inexplicable task, Suifeng replied. What task? Suifeng shrugged. To save the world. Instantly, Xianxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. My esteemed elder is actually saving the world. How magnificent! Uncle, what should we do? Xianxia exclaimed. Suifeng remained silent, facing the enlightenment tree, and snapped his fingers. Immediately, the colossal enlightenment tree erupted silently, its branches and leaves scattering across the sky of the small world. Then, through his life vision, Suifeng divided them into tens of thousands of portions, ensuring that each source of life could nurture a seed of the enlightenment tree. With a series of actions, countless white seeds formed in the sky, arranged in immaculate order. These seeds were not born of nature. They were artificial. In a sense, Suifeng was indeed their creator. Due to their artificial nature, they required meticulous care to truly break free from their shells and grow into seedlings. Suifeng extended his hand, grasped them haphazardly, and then cast them all to the ground. With a single step, all the seeds sank into the soil. Subsequently, Suifeng waved his hand, and the 9 layers of the origin tower soared towards him. Upon reaching the surface where the seeds lay buried, he pointed, and the origin towers descended, landing haphazardly atop one another, resembling construction debris to the untrained eye. Next, Suifeng opened the internal space of the origin tower, and countless essences of the heavens and the earth flowed out, nourishing the seeds below. All done. After completing these tasks, Suifeng clapped his hands, turned around, and playfully ruffled Xianxia's hair. Want to save the world? Then let us plant trees together. Chapter 94. 5 years in the blink of an eye. After planting all the seeds of the enlightenment tree, Suifeng and the others departed from the small world. Outside, the elder of heavenly mechanisms had vanished, leaving only Yu Hong and a few bears waiting. Upon seeing Yi Suifeng emerge, Yu Hong hurried forward and bowed deeply. Senior, do you truly intend to cultivate tens of thousands of enlightenment trees in this world? A look of incredulity filled Yu Hong's eyes. He had thought his teacher was losing his mind when they discussed it earlier. Are there other enlightenment trees? Yi Suifeng inquired. If so, we could plan even more. No, there are none left. Only that one in the small world remains. Yu Hong quickly waved his hands. Yi Suifeng let out a slight sound of disappointment. I must say, it appears you are not well versed in tree cultivation. Clearly, the nourishment is lacking. If the quality were better, it might yield 100,000 seeds. Yi Suifeng remarked with dissatisfaction. Yu Hong, struck dumb, stared in awe. This senior was simply extraordinary. That was the enlightenment tree. Its ultimate form could nurture the existence of worlds. To speak of tens of thousands so casually. However, he soon pondered that if those who siphoned the world's essence were to witness the sudden emergence of 10,000 enlightenment trees in the main world, their expressions would surely be entertaining. Hey, why are you in a daze? As Yu Hong's thoughts wandered, Yi Suifeng called him back to reality. Oh, senior, what commands do you have? I shall do my utmost. Yu Hong promptly suppressed his silly grin and declared loudly. You must be the only disciple of the Heavenly Mechanisms Valley, correct? Asked Yi Suifeng. Yu Hong nodded. Indeed, the lineage of the Heavenly Mechanisms Valley is passed down solely through one disciple. After becoming my teacher, I have become the elder of Heavenly Mechanisms for this era. Yi Suifeng acknowledged this with a nod. Every lineage has its own methods, and he refrained from judgment. The growth of the Enlightenment tree seeds requires approximately 5 years. During this period, he must contemplate his next course of action. After a moment, Yi Suifeng inquired, It seems you do not hold the Eternal Winter Emperor in high regard. At that time, when Yi Suifeng shattered the Grand Formation and the Eternal Winter Emperor was on the brink of collapse, this ninth prince had remained as indifferent as a passerby. Yu Hong chuckled softly. The ruler of the Eternal Winter Realm is ostensibly the Eternal Winter Emperor, but in truth, it has always been the Heavenly Mechanisms Valley. His position is sustained solely because I have become the heir of the valley. Over the years, having occupied such a high position, his thoughts have begun to waver. We are just about ready to replace him. Yi Suifeng fell silent. The dynamics of royal families cannot be understood through ordinary lenses. However, this outcome aligned with his suspicions. Surely you must have a way to acquire some top-tier techniques of destiny mages and beast-spear warriors? Yi Suifeng inquired. During his time at Pingyang Pass, he had perused numerous texts regarding these two cultivation methods and had indeed found certain aspects worthy of note. 5 years is just the right amount of time for him to refine the subsequent stages of the primordial art. There are absolutely no issues, Yu Hong declared. From this moment on, as long as you command, I shall exert every effort to fulfill your wishes, provided the kingdom of Everwinter possesses it. These were the words of the old sage of Heavenly Mechanisms before his departure. Yi Suifeng nodded, then bring forth all the high-level techniques you possess. Additionally, he glanced at Gu Yulan beside him. Please prepare a variety of different ingredients daily for her to practice with. Beasts of the 8th and 9th ranks will suffice. I do not discriminate. Yu Hong's eyelid twitched, yet he respectfully replied, I shall comply with your esteemed directives. At that moment, Yi Xiaoxiao interjected, Uncle, are you going to read again? What about me? Yi Suifeng regarded the little girl thoughtfully before responding. You should continue your diligent cultivation. In approximately 5 years, we should return to Xianxia City. Do not let your siblings mock you then. Yi Xiaoxiao patted her small chest confidently. Uncle, rest assured. I will demonstrate with my strength that following you is the most promising path. Yi Suifeng was speechless, thinking to himself that managing one was quite enough. Adding more would truly make him a professional caretaker. Senior, Yu Hong suddenly remarked with a smile, if this little princess wishes to gain experience, I am aware of several excellent locations. The kingdom of Everwinter may lack in other areas, but it abounds with secret realms, perfectly suited for the training of youth. Yi Suifeng nodded, recognizing the wisdom in this suggestion, which would prevent her from seeking trouble unnecessarily. He then appraised Yu Hong's cultivation level. In his 20s, at the mid-stage of the fusion realm, he was a true genius, surpassing even Shen Tianming and Zhang Dong. Yi Suifeng pointed at Yu Hong and said to Yi Xiaoxiao, I am entrusting you with another task. By the time I emerge from my seclusion, you must at least engage him in combat without facing defeat. Otherwise, I shall not take you back to Xianxia City, lest you bring shame upon me. Yu Hong was momentarily taken aback, wondering how he had suddenly become involved. However, he chuckled inwardly, realizing that this little girl had merely attained the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. How could she possibly rival him in 5 years? This was undoubtedly a method of encouragement from a senior. Little princess, you must strive hard, Yu Hong said with a grin. Yi Xiaoxiao scrunched her nose in defiance. Humph. Just him. Just wait. I will definitely triumph over him. All right, do your best, she added with a laugh. Yu Hong burst into hearty laughter, finding the little girl irresistibly charming. Yi Suifeng observed the delighted Yu Hong and hoped he would still be this cheerful 5 years hence. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng remained within the Everwinter Imperial City. Under the guidance of Yu Hong and the old sage of heavenly mechanisms, the grand formation of the Imperial City was re-established, as if nothing had ever transpired. Yet for the inhabitants of the city, this day was nothing short of a nightmare. First, the so-called eternal and indestructible formation shattered, followed by the Everwinter royal family being vanquished in a single strike, with even the Nine Heavens warship being obliterated. They believed it was the end of days. Yet, who could have anticipated that the very next day, the grand formation would rise anew, and the former Eternal Winter Emperor would descend from his pedestal, making way for the Crown Prince to ascend and become the new Eternal Winter Emperor. The order of the Imperial City swiftly returned to its former state, as if the terrifying events of the previous day had been nothing more than a dreadful nightmare. However, as time progressed, the populace began to notice subtle changes. For instance, a fervent collection of martial arts manuals commenced within the Imperial City. Additionally, the Imperial Guard frequently ventured out, returning each time with a plethora of diverse magical beasts. Furthermore, some individuals occasionally spied a group of bears, identical in appearance to the great celestial deity, roaming above the palace. A mysterious team also emerged within the Imperial City, tirelessly traversing various perilous locations, each excursion yielding significant rewards. The leader of this enigmatic group appeared to be a young girl with flowing crimson hair. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had elapsed. 2 imposing figures appeared at the gates of the Imperial City. Father, are you truly intent on confronting the new emperor? Perhaps it would be best to reconsider, the younger man lamented. Of course I must go, retorted the middle-aged man, his face etched with indignation. I devoted my entire life to the great celestial deity, only to discover he is but an unweaned bear, who was subsequently thrashed by an outsider. This time, I shall demand clarity on this matter. With that declaration, he strode purposefully towards the gates of the Imperial City. The younger man gazed at the majestic city, letting out a soft sigh. 5 years ago, you all came alongside the great celestial deity. I wonder if you have grown stronger since then. With that thought in mind, he quickened his pace to match the strides of the man ahead. If the people of Pingyang Pass were present, they would recognize that the middle-aged man was none other than the Pass Lord, Xianxia, and the young man following him was Shi Chong, who had now matured into adulthood. Chapter 95, The Celestial Assembly. In the eternal winter imperial city atop the palace, 5 years had passed since the new emperor's ascension, and considerable changes had unfolded. A complete overhaul of the administrative ministers had taken place, as was tradition in eternal winter. However, for those beyond the imperial city, it was merely the installation of a new emperor. The overarching policies remained unchanged. Some city lords had witnessed several generations of emperors. The past lord of Pingyang, Xianxia, was one such individual. Were it not for an urgent matter, he would not have left Pingyang Pass, even if the eternal winter imperial city were to crumble. Yet this time, he chose to take the initiative to come forth. For the divine bestowal assembly 5 years prior had shattered his faith completely. He had to arrive and clarify the situation. In the grand hall, Xianxia stood resolutely, his gaze fixed upon the new emperor seated upon the throne, his expression unwavering. Your Majesty, I demand an explanation. The new emperor sat languidly, rubbing his brow as he gazed upon the memorial before him. Master Shi, you failed to attend the divine bestowal ceremony at Pingyang Pass over the past 2 years. Despite your position as its lord, how could I possibly attend? Xianxia retorted angrily. The great deity I have revered since childhood has been reduced to a pitiful bear. Impudent. Yet before he could finish his sentence, palace guards surged forward, their formidable presence aimed squarely at the center, where Xianxia stood. Even as a practitioner at the harmonization stage, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand their oppressive aura, his once erect form gradually bending under the weight. The new emperor raised a hand, prompting the guards to step back, alleviating the pressure that loomed over Xianxia's head. Nevertheless, their vigilant stares remained fixed upon him, ready to subdue him should he utter any further rebellious words. In this palace, no one dared to show disrespect to the Eternal Winter Emperor. The new emperor regarded Xianxia with a slight sigh. Eternal Winter has its own customs. Regardless of what you have heard or seen, it is your duty to preside over the divine bestowal ceremony every 3 years. The commands of the imperial city are indisputable, given your long-standing service at the borders. I shall overlook your absence this time. Xianxia clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming force surrounding him. Ultimately, he exhaled deeply. Your Majesty, having seen the truth, I may no longer be able to continue as the Lord of Pingyang Pass. His visit was intended to unburden his heart, yet he had perhaps overestimated his own standing. Historically, the sovereignty of the imperial city was an untouchable force within the realm of Yongdong, and they had never considered offering explanations. Resigning from his post had been a decision he had made on his way here. After a brief silence, the new emperor spoke slowly. Xianxia, have you truly made your decision? I can grant you one final opportunity. Xianxia, his face weary, bowed deeply. I am resolute in my choice. Very well. The new emperor paused before continuing. In 3 days, a new lord of Pingyang Pass will arrive to assume his duties at the border. You may return with him. Or if you have your own plans, you're free to depart. The choice is yours. Xianxia bowed once more. Thank you, Your Majesty. Once Xianxia had left, a young man clad in simple attire appeared behind the new emperor. It was Yu Hong. You are more merciful than father, Yu Hong remarked. The new emperor sighed and rubbed his brow again. I have come to realize that in this position, mercy can sometimes be a detriment. Take your time. You will be the most outstanding emperor of Eternal Winter, Yu Hong encouraged. Emperor? The new emperor chuckled softly. A puppet emperor? Yu Hong fell silent. Elder brother, there are matters beyond our control. The new emperor could not deny this, smiling slightly as he turned to face Yu Hong. Are you still guarding the tomb at the Temple of Heavenly Wisdom? Yu Hong shook his head, saying, ever since my esteemed teacher passed away, various responsibilities have fallen upon my shoulders. After merely a year of seclusion, I found it necessary to emerge. What's troubling you recently? You appear quite unwell, inquired the new emperor. Yu Hong let out a deep sigh, a vivid image of an otherworldly figure with flowing crimson hair flashing through his mind. This world is fraught with peculiarities that weigh upon the spirit, leading to restless nights plagued by nightmares. No matter, he thought, calculating the time, these nightmares shall soon come to an end. Xianxia left the imperial palace in a somber mood. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, his heart remained unsettled. Upon returning to the inn, he isolated himself, drowning his sorrows in drink day and night. Shurchong, witnessing his father's disheveled state, felt powerless to intervene. Yet, one must persist in living, regardless of circumstances. After several days, Shurchong departed from the inn, resolved to seek a means of livelihood. He pondered for a moment before entering a bustling tavern, a place where news flows freely, and perhaps he might uncover a promising opportunity. Once inside, he chose a random spot to sit, listening to the lively conversations around him. One patron recounted an encounter with a 6th-tier demon beast during his recent travels, sharing how he had to exert tremendous effort to escape alive. Another spoke of stumbling into a cave filled with treasures while exploring a secret realm, instantly amassing wealth. Yet another claimed to have met a Snow Mountain fox demon who had transformed into human form, captivating all with her enchanting figure. This lively atmosphere gradually lightened Shurchong's heavy heart. Youthful vigor is what young people yearn for most. At that moment, a group-esque conversation caught Shurchong's attention. They were discussing the recent recruitment by the War God Guild. Indeed, I plan to give it a try. It is the largest adventurer guild in the Imperial City. You? Better reconsider. The War God Guild seeks true prodigies. UNT even make the cut for sweeping their floors. Hearing their words, Shurchong felt a spark of ambition ignite within him. The name War God Guild itself exuded an aura of dominance. It appeared they recruited only the most exceptional talents. Shurchong, while not considering himself a top-tier genius, believed he ranked among the elite. Joining the War God Guild should not pose an issue. A 20-something, 7th-tier B-Spirit warrior was indeed a rarity. With this thought, he approached the group, intending to inquire about the process for joining the War God Guild. However, at that moment, a cadre of formidable transcendent beings entered the tavern. Each exuded vitality, and their garments bore the intricate embroidery of an enchanting, celestial flower. The War God Guild? It seems they are already in decline. Their arrival silenced the bustling tavern, drawing the attention of all patrons. Shurchong halted. gazing at the group in confusion. The celestial flower seemed oddly familiar. Upon hearing this remark, those deliberating on joining the war god gang turned around and snorted disdainfully. The withered camel is still larger than a horse. Regardless of the circumstances, the reputation of the war god gang has resonated throughout the imperial city for decades, far beyond what a mere newly established celestial society could compare. It was evident that he was a staunch supporter of the war god gang. Is that so? In response to the provocation, a member of the celestial society retorted with a mocking expression. Do you know why the war god gang has begun recruiting? With a chuckle, he added, the celestial society has also recently welcomed many new members. Care to guess where they originated? At this utterance, the crowd exchanged glances, realizing that the two most prominent factions were now at odds. Moreover, it appeared that the war god gang was at a disadvantage. So what? The supporter of the war god gang remained unfazed, stepping forward to declare, no matter how formidable your celestial society may be, I shall never join a faction led by a bunch of simpering fools. I heard your celestial leader is just a young girl yet to mature. You're courting death. The members of the celestial society were instantly incensed. Tension mounted as both sides stood poised for confrontation. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the tavern door was kicked open from the outside. A tall figure strode in with purpose, instantly enveloping the tavern in a chilling aura. Upon seeing the face of a newcomer, Suifeng's pupils constricted in shock. It was her. Chapter 96, An Acquaintance. A slender silhouette entered the tavern. Clad in a short shirt, her flat abdomen was exposed, seemingly impervious to the cold. Several black markings coiled around her body, extending up to her neck. Her icy blue eyes scanned the room, causing the temperature to plummet dramatically. After a brief pause, she approached the tavern counter and, with a flick of her hand, a collection of bloodied, severed heads was laid out upon the table. Heavens! Was that one of the demon kings from the west, the ice golden leopard? That was an 8th-tier beast. And that one, it appeared to be the bloodthirsty eagle, also an 8th-tier beast. In the center, could that possibly be the leader from the Blackshaw secret realm? The 9th-tier beast, the great desolate snow lin? Gasps erupted from the crowd. The display of the woman's trophies was overwhelmingly formidable. Even in death, the oppressive aura instilled trepidation among the extraordinary individuals present. Trembling, the tavern keeper produced a glowing stone tablet, inscribed with dozens of names, all belonging to renowned factions from the eternal winter imperial city. At the top, the war god gang held its position firmly, with the celestial society closely following. The tavern keeper took up a pen and inscribed the names of the great beasts behind that of the celestial society. Instantly, the name of the celestial society radiated with brilliant light, gradually surpassing that of the war god gang, claiming the top position. Subsequently, the woman turned around, gazing coldly at the group of Heaven's Immortals followers, and stated, strength and respect are earned through action, not through quarrels. Instead of engaging in trivial disputes, it would be more prudent to venture out and slay a few beasts. Having said this, she rose and departed. The followers, their heads bowed, ceased their arguments, picked up their weapons, and followed her out. After a considerable time, the tavern was once again filled with lively chatter. Incredible! The achievements of the Heaven's Immortals seem insurmountable for a long time to come, remarked an elderly man beside Suifeng. Suifeng, having just regained his composure from the shock, observed the old man as comment and promptly inquired, Elder, was that woman also from the Heaven's Immortals? The old man stared at Suifeng in astonishment. You must be new here, not even recognizing the foremost among the 5 great leaders of the Heaven's Immortals? Suifeng quickly clasped his fists in respect and said, I beg you, enlighten me. The elder then recounted the history of the Heaven's Immortals. It turned out that this formidable faction had only been established 5 years prior. From its inception, it exhibited remarkable strength, delving into various secret realms and repeatedly vanquishing powerful beasts, achieving resounding victories. Soon, it gained fame within the imperial city, attracting a significant number of young, extraordinary individuals to join. Had it only been that, even after 5 years, they would not have reached such heights. However, a mere 6 months ago, the leader of the Heaven's Immortals suddenly challenged the elites of the Divine Mansion, decisively overpowering every genius within. This was the Great Divine Mansion. After all, its inhabitants had been personally recruited by the Great Divine, with abilities and talents that were truly exceptional. Yet, they all fell beneath the feet of the leader. From that day onward, the reputation of the Heaven's Immortals soared, with countless powerful individuals rushing to join. Ultimately, It evolved into the current Pinnacle faction, led by one leader and 5 great masters. Among them, the Wolf Lord was the earliest follower of the leader, serving as the second-in-command of the Heaven's Immortals. A peak 8th-tier B-Spirit warrior. Upon hearing this, Suifeng was rendered speechless. The woman he had just seen was indeed the Wolf Maiden who had participated in the Divine Gift Conference alongside him 5 years ago. She had now grown to such an extent. He had believed that his mid-7th-tier strength was sufficient to stand proudly among his peers. Moreover, he recalled that the Wolf Maiden had arrived with Xianxia. Could it be that Suifeng remembered the girl who had defeated him in the final match 5 years ago? Using techniques that embodied countless nightmarish visions of the Heaven's Immortals. After 5 years, their figures had ascended to a height he could only gaze up at in awe. Furthermore, according to the Elder, they had not chosen to cultivate within the Divine Mansion. How, then, had they accomplished such feats? Suifeng pondered this conundrum, utterly perplexed. Young man, I see you possess a commendable stature and a pleasing demeanor. Allow me to share a secret. The Celestial Society is preparing to expand its ranks once again. Seize this opportunity to forge your destiny, for if you let it slip by, you shall find no such chance again. The Elder patted Suifeng's shoulder, prompting a reluctant smile from him. Thank you, esteemed Elder. After a brief moment, Suifeng arrived before an opulent edifice. The words Celestial Society loomed large, inscribed in an elegant script that struck awe into the hearts of onlookers. At the entrance, a steady stream of individuals flowed in and out, most adorned with an embroidered white celestial blossom upon their chests, exuding an air of formidable vitality. This was indeed the stronghold of the Celestial Society. Taking a deep breath, Suifeng stepped forward. Upon learning that a former rival had long since faded into the distance, his confidence experienced a significant blow. The pride he once harbored crumbled into dust. Yet, such pride paled in comparison to the resolve of a heart determined to grow stronger. After much contemplation, he concluded that the Celestial Society was his best avenue. With purposeful strides, Suifeng approached the entrance of the Celestial Society. I thought you wouldn't come. A voice suddenly emerged from the side. Turning to look, he beheld a familiar figure leaning against the wall's corner, casually twirling a delicate dagger in her hand. It was the Wolf Maiden. You recognize me? Suifeng exclaimed in surprise. The Wolf Maiden stepped forward. 5 years had transformed her into a genuine beauty, her figure tall and graceful, yet a hint of mischief lingered upon her visage. I recognize you back at the tavern, she replied with a smile. 5 years apart, and you've already become a mid-level B-Spirit warrior of the 7th tier. Truly, you are the most exceptional talent of Pingyang Pass. Suifeng's expression turned bittersweet. Please, spare me the mockery. I am not mocking you, the Wolf Maiden stated earnestly. With your talents, even in the Imperial City or the Divine Mansion, you would not pale in comparison. But you are different. With a playful smile, she added, we are old friends now. Come, let me take you to meet her. Suifeng's pupils contracted. To meet the Celestial Sovereign? Do not let the rumors from the outside world deceive you into believing she is a violent and cruel demon. In truth, aside from her formidable strength, she has changed little since 5 years ago. The Wolf Maiden patted Suifeng's shoulder reassuringly. Relax, perhaps you too may find yourself akin to me. With that, she strode toward the entrance. Suifeng's expression was complex, but ultimately, he took a deep breath and followed her inside. Chapter 97, Unexpected Defeat. At the headquarters of the Celestial Society, Suifeng accompanied the Wolf Maiden as they ascended together. Along the way, they were greeted by numerous voices, including several extraordinary beings whose presence sent a chill down Suifeng's spine. These individuals were undoubtedly of the 8th tier or higher, yet they displayed profound respect in the presence of the Wolf Maiden. Observing his former adversary, who had ascended to such great heights, Suifeng's emotions became increasingly intricate. Was it all due to Xianxia and that individual who had the audacity to confront the Great Celestial? Lost in thought, Suifeng suddenly beheld a bear emerging from a room. Instantly, a chill coursed through him, rendering him immobile, his expression one of sheer horror. The Great Celestial? 5 years prior, he had witnessed that fateful battle. Although the Great Celestial had faced defeat, its terrifying power had been fully unveiled. How could such a being be present at the Celestial Assembly? What is Fu Guei doing? The Wolf Maiden approached, gently stroking Fu Guei's plush head. Suifeng felt as if the world was spinning around him. My Great Celestial, how can you tolerate a mortal touching your crown? The Wolf Maiden will perish. Oh, The Celestial Master has tasked me with delivering something to an uncle in the little world. However, the outcome was not as he had anticipated. The Great Celestial did not exhibit anger. Rather, it appeared quite accustomed to such treatment, even turning its fluffy ears away. "Very well, you carry on," said the Wolf Maiden. Fu Gue nodded, standing on its hind legs, and with a swaying motion, ambled over. "Excuse me." It pushed past Shizhong, approached the window, and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. It was now also a member of the Celestial Assembly. The Wolf Maiden, observing Shizhong's stunned expression, chuckled. "Moreover, it is one of our 5 core members, known externally as the Bear Master, the Black Bear. Because it ranks second, we sometimes refer to it as Bear 2. Shizhong remained in a daze, unable to comprehend. His Great Celestial had become a subordinate of the Celestial Master, now called Fu Gue, Bear 2, and was even being patted on the head. No wonder his father no longer professed faith in the Great Celestial. Moments later, the two arrived at a grand chamber on the top floor. The decor was opulent, yet the style was somewhat peculiar, adorned with strange lines that made it feel as if they were in a dream. Inside the room, 3 formidable figures were busily engaged in their tasks. Shizhong did not see the familiar young lady. She was just here," said the Wolf Maiden, shrugging. "Old 7, where is the Celestial Master?" Shortly thereafter, an individual clad in a 7-colored cloak lifted his head. He possessed a sharp nose, and even his eyebrows were multicolored, exuding a faint aura of a great demon. "Where else could she be?" "Off to find Yu Hong," Old 7 replied, his voice raspy and piercing. As expected, the Wolf Maiden replied, shaking her head in resignation. Suddenly, Old 7 leaped in front of them, scrutinizing Shizhong's face intently. "I believe I have seen you somewhere before." Shizhong was taken aback. He had no distinct recollection of this peculiar person. "A familiar face from Pingyang Pass," the Wolf Maiden interjected. "The Celestial Master is acquainted with him. He possesses considerable talent. Let's see if he can be invited to join us." Old Chi still could not recall where he had encountered Shizhong. With a sense of ennui, he turned away and remarked, "You see for yourself. If it's feasible, then so be it. You know her well. She never concerns herself with such matters. It is always us, the subordinates, who bear the weight of these worries, day in and day out. Old Chi, do not forget. That esteemed elder has longed to taste the flavor of the lawn bird," the wolf girl interjected, nearly provoking Old Chi to explode with frustration. "I merely speak casually. The fact that the immortal master entrusts such matters to me indicates my significant role." Old Chi forced a grimace. "If you seek her, you will surely find her in the royal garden." The wolf girl snorted, gazing at the distant palace, yet ultimately shook her head. "Never mind. I shall not intrude upon her task. We can discuss it upon our next encounter." In the elegant and exquisite garden of the Eternal Winter Palace, a pavilion stood where Yu Hong sat, contemplating a complex formation before him, massaging his temples, visibly fatigued. As time passed, the weariness deepened, his eyelids felt heavy, and he struggled to keep them open. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, Yu Hong was jolted awake. "No!" After uttering these words, he collapsed onto the table, drifting into a deep sleep. When he regained clarity, he found himself amidst a sea of flowers. Inhaling the intoxicating fragrances, Yu Hong lamented, "You've just returned, and yet do not take a moment to rest." However, no one answered him. Suddenly, the floral landscape morphed. Each blossom expelled a dense black mist from its core. The paradise had instantly transformed into a realm of darkness. As this thought crossed Yu Hong's mind, countless flowers rapidly withered, morphing into grotesque demons, drooling and howling as they lunged toward him. With a soft sigh, Yu Hong raised his hand, inscribing symbols in the air. In an instant, a colossal Bagua formation emerged beneath his feet, radiating brilliant golden light as it swiftly expanded. Wherever it touched, the multitude of demons was reduced to mere dust. In mere moments, every malevolent spirit surrounding him had disintegrated, none daring to approach Yu Hong. But just then, a colossal eye appeared in the sky above, mesmerizing and terrifying. Simultaneously, beneath Yu Hong, a gaping abyssal maw slowly opened, revealing row upon row of bloodied, sharp teeth. Yu Hong furrowed his brow and waved his hands once more. Soon, 2 symbols materialized from thin air, swelling with the wind, forming a colossal beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth. Yu Hong then unleashed the symbols, directing them toward the eye and the massive mouth. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated throughout the realm, sending ripples through the very fabric of the void. "Xiao Xiao, enough. If you do not emerge soon, I shall shatter this dream, Yu Hong declared. A soft sigh echoed throughout the world. Suddenly, the scene began to shift, and all malevolence gradually faded away. Yu Hong found himself once again within the pavilion of the garden. However, on the table before him sat a small figure. She still had long, purplish-red hair and bare, slender arms, perched on the table with her legs dangling in midair, swaying gently. Delicate anklets adorned her ankles, entwined with strings of beads. If any formidable beings were present, they would undoubtedly recognize that those beads were all miniature inner cores of demon beasts, each at least of the 9th rank. It was rather mundane, yet still fell slightly short. Xianxia lay on the table, resting her head on her hands, her face adorned with melancholy. The task assigned by her uncle was indeed quite challenging. Yu Hong felt a flush of embarrassment. 5 years ago, when that senior bestowed this task upon Xianxia, he had assumed it was merely a jest. Who would have thought that in just 4 years, Xianxia would ascend from the pinnacle of foundation establishment to the stage of divine transformation? Moreover, ever since entering the divine transformation phase, she had begun to challenge herself. Initially, it was manageable, as Yu Hong was already a peak cultivator of the integration stage, armed with the enigmatic and powerful techniques of Tianji Valley. Though Xiaoxiao's methods were peculiar, they posed no significant threat to him. Yet, this individual was advancing in strength at an alarming rate. Within less than a year, she had successfully broken through to divine transformation, becoming a formidable cultivator of the integration stage. Subsequently, Yu Hong found himself in dire straits. He could no longer easily navigate her challenges. Each encounter required immense effort to extricate himself from those bizarre dreamscapes. Today, however, was relatively better. Perhaps it was due to her recent escapade. This place was becoming increasingly tedious. Only you can accompany me for a while, Xiaoxiao remarked wistfully, gazing at the sky. What about the war bear family? Yu Hong suggested. The ancient war bears possess strength beyond the tribulation stage. They prefer slumber, even in dreams, rendering them utterly dull. Xiaoxiao flipped on her back. Are there any other intriguing secret realms? Yu Hong shrugged and glanced at the beads around her ankle, muttering. The demon kings of eternal winter are nearly extinct due to you. Why not seek out that senior? He surely has a solution. At this moment, Yu Hong merely wished to send this troublesome individual away. Look at you. Xiaoxiao sprang from the table, her long hair cascading like waves down to her heels. 5 years had passed, and she had perhaps only grown 5 centimeters taller, still resembling a little girl. Fear not. Once those saplings mature, we shall depart. By then, I shall present you with a gift. With that, she hopped away cheerfully. Yu Hong shook his head slightly, picked up a talisman brush, and resumed his study of the formation diagram before him. However, as he merely grazed the formation, a cascade of vibrant light erupted from the tip of his brush, swiftly spiraling upwards and ensnaring his body. Yu Hong was taken aback, only to discover that within the confines of this luminous binding, he was utterly immobilized. Subsequently, the colorful radiance gradually coalesced upon his chest, blossoming into a resplendent 9-colored flower. Moments later, it burst forth in full bloom. Yu Hong widened his eyes, beholding a comically yellow round face at the heart of the flower, which was gazing at him with a sly grin. Suddenly, the flower exploded, transforming into a myriad of colorful specks. As the surrounding environment began to morph, it resembled a translucent veil. Once the veil dissipated, he truly returned to the realm of reality. Yu Hong leaned back against the chair as colorful motes gently descended around him. After a prolonged pause, he chuckled and shook his head. I have indeed lost. Chapter 98, Awakening. Here lies a small world. The ground was adorned with lush green grass, and at its center lay a shallow pool of water. Beside the pond sat a man clad in white, quietly meditating. Suddenly, he slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of gray light shimmering within them. It is finally accomplished. Suifeng exhaled softly. 5 years. Do you know how he has spent this time? Not much, really. He has primarily secluded himself within this world. Under his guidance, Yu Hong meticulously gathered every type of elite martial art from the Eternal Winter Kingdom, even acquiring the esoteric techniques of the Heavenly Machine Valley. After perusing various top-tier texts, Suifeng commenced the derivation of the subsequent stages of the primordial art. Previously, during his time in Yanxiao City, he had only explored the initial 2 aspects, Meridian Opening and Danpool, corresponding to the traditional cultivation stages of Qi refinement and Qi transformation. Now he had completed all stages, Qi refinement, Qi transformation, foundation establishment, golden body, golden core, nascent soul. Out of body, spirit transformation, composite, and tribulation crossing. Following the tribulation, one ascends to the great completion, allowing passage through the immortal gate to the celestial realm. In the context of the primordial art, these correspond to meridian opening, Dan pool, Tao platform, Dharma appearance, essence condensation, spirit awakening, manifestation, divine mandate, spirit convergence, and the 9 tribulations. After overcoming the 9 tribulations, one becomes an immortal, ascending the immortal platform and entering the celestial realm. Compared to traditional martial arts, the most significant aspect of the primordial art lies in its universality. It disregards spiritual roots and attributes. As long as one possesses a heart yearning for strength, the path of cultivation is open. Furthermore, while the early stages of the primordial art are relatively easy, the challenges intensify as one progresses. However, correspondingly, practitioners of the primordial art become more formidable than their peers at the same level. Suifeng extended his hand, tracing the air. Moments later, a tome descended, revealing itself to be a complete volume of the primordial art. If this were to be implemented, it would be no exaggeration to say that it could elevate the cultivation levels of the entire world by at least tenfold. For the beings of this realm, it represents a profound blessing, a remarkable transformation. Simultaneously, this aligns with Suifeng's aspirations. He had previously encountered in an ancient tome that when an individual exerts sufficient influence over all living things, the chaotic cosmos will bestow upon them a mysterious primordial power. Suifeng found himself greatly intrigued by this power. Moments later, he extracted a passage from the primordial art and cast it into the void. Such an unparalleled technique, of course, required some small white mice for experimentation. Feng Zhi and his 3 companions remained his subjects for these trials. Over the years, with each stage of his deductions, he had directly transmitted insights into their consciousness through the laws of the heavenly way, periodically checking for any minor issues that might arise. 5 years had passed, and they had not disappointed Suifeng. They had all reached the pinnacle of destiny, the peak of transformation, becoming 8th-tier extraordinary beings in the eternal winter realm. The 4 of them practicing the primordial art, in conjunction with the extermination sword array, were even capable of effortlessly hunting down cultivators in the integration stage. Throughout these years, they had become some of Yi Huang's most formidable aides. Sighing softly, Suifeng realized it was time to return. Calculating the time, it had been nearly 6 years since they left Xianxia City. You wonder how things were faring now in Xianxia City and how Yi Huang and the others were doing. After a moment of contemplation, Suifeng rose to his feet. Master, you have emerged from seclusion. At that moment, a lithe figure with a delicate countenance approached, crossing her hands before standing in front of Suifeng. It was Gu Yulan. For the past 5 years, Gu Yulan had predominantly remained in the small world, assisting Suifeng with various tasks. However, her primary duty had been to cook. Every few days, Yu Hong and Xiao would deliver fresh ingredients for Gu Yulan to work with. Naturally, Suifeng assumed the role of culinary judge. Over the years, exposure to various high-end ingredients had honed Gu Yulan's culinary skills to an extraordinary level. Moreover, her constant proximity to Suifeng had led to significant advancements in her cultivation, successfully breaking through to the transformation realm. Her knife techniques had even garnered praise from Yu Hong. Perhaps this was the intention behind Gu Wanxin's decision to introduce her into Suifeng's orbit. With a nonchalant acknowledgement, Suifeng turned and approached a patch of low yet lush foliage. The heap of what resembled construction debris, the origin tower, remained conspicuous. Yet, it did not hinder the vigorous growth of the enlightenment tree seeds. Thousands of saplings had already broken through the soil, exuding an extraordinary essence within this realm. Suifeng had long realized that the enlightenment tree possessed a miraculous ability to transform the environment and enlighten all things. Had it not been for that catastrophic event, the world would have flourished under the complete essence of the celestial way, evolving to an unimaginable extent, perhaps even becoming another realm of immortals. However, their primary endeavor now remains the purification of the remnants of gods and demons that do not belong to this world. Suifeng examined the growth of the saplings. It would not be long before they matured into genuine entities, ready to be transplanted across the globe. What about Xiao? Suifeng inquired. Miss went to the Black Shah's secret realm today. She should be back by now, Gu Yulan replied. I'm here. Suddenly, a voice chimed in, and shortly thereafter, Yi Xiaoxiao emerged from the void, landing beside Yi Suifeng. Now, her ability to traverse the dream void realm required no opening of a portal. With a playful grin, she gazed at the lush saplings of the enlightenment tree and asked, "Uncle, can we go back now? Missing home?" Yi Suifeng responded. Xiaoxiao nodded. "I've never been away from home for this long, and I wonder how my parents are doing. What about my sisters? I wonder how they have changed." Yi Suifeng chuckled. "Aren't you afraid of being bullied when you return?" "Not at all," Xiaoxiao exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Yi Suifeng's. She then extended a finger, drawing a colorful bubble in the air, which she promptly popped with a playful poke. "I am very confident in my current strength." Yi Suifeng paused and asked, "Have you completed your task?" With a snap of her fingers, Xiaoxiao replied, "It was a piece of cake. Brother Yuhong is no longer my match." Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. This little girl had worked hard for 5 years and had finally surpassed the goal she had set for herself. Upon returning, she had immediately flaunted her achievement before him. It seemed that despite her outwardly unchanged appearance, she had indeed matured within. "Your celestial society is doing quite well." With vigor and flair, Yi Suifeng remarked. "Just having some fun," Xiaoxiao said, kicking at a small stone beneath her feet. Yi Suifeng affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "Go settle your affairs. If there are people you cannot bear to leave behind, bring them along. In a few days, we shall return to Yunxiao City together." Xiaoxiao's face lit up with surprise as she looked up and asked, "Really?" Yi Suifeng nodded. "You're the best, uncle," Xiaoxiao exclaimed, wrapping her arms tightly around him. After a moment, she released him and leaped backward, vanishing into the void, leaving her voice echoing in the small world. "Then I will bring more helpers, and we will plant trees together when we get home." Chapter 99, Arrangements. At the headquarters of the Celestial Society, 5 figures sat together in a room on the top floor of the attic, seemingly awaiting something. The Celestial Master suddenly called out anxiously, "Why did you summon us?" "I was just about to seek out the War God's men for a fight." Among them, a towering figure, known as Quang Dali, bellowed with a booming voice. He held the title of the 5th champion of the Celestial Society, also referred to as the Mad Lord. This moniker was self-bestowed, stemming from the fact that he had fused with a formidable and tempestuous beast spirit, the Furious Hound. Quang Dali himself was a peak 8th-tier beast spirit warrior. "Lu Ming, do you have any idea?" Quang Dali directed his gaze toward a seemingly frail young man beside him. This youth was the 4th champion of the Celestial Society, named the Calamity Lord. He was a powerful 9th-tier destiny mage, with his fate star symbolizing disaster, bringing decay wherever he ventured. "How would I know? Shouldn't you inquire with the Wolf Lord?" Lu Ming replied, shifting his attention to the Wolf Maiden. She shrugged her shoulders, expressing, "I too received urgent news to come here." As she spoke, her gaze shifted toward the 7th Elder, who merely shook his head in response. Turning to Feng Gue, they saw him voraciously gnawing on a substantial honeycomb he had somehow procured. Fine, asking him would be futile. Nevertheless, the Wolf Maiden found herself harboring some suspicions. 5 years had indeed elapsed. Suddenly, a figure descended from the void, taking a seat at the highest table. "Celestial Master." The group promptly rose in respect. Yi Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively, stating, "The purpose of your gathering today is singular. I intend to return to the southern region of Jailing. Anyone wishing to accompany me is welcome to do so." She spoke with unwavering resolve. The Wolf Maiden bowed her head in contemplation, while Feng Gue continued to indulge in his honeycomb. Both Quang Dali and Lu Ming were momentarily taken aback. Only the 7th Elder appeared to have anticipated this development, bowing and affirming, "Wherever the Celestial Master goes, I shall follow." "Very well, that makes one." Yi Xiaoxiao extended her finger and turned to the Wolf Maiden, inquiring, "Sister Wolf, what say you?" The Wolf Maiden smiled brightly. "I will remain by your side, and I have long wished to travel south." Yi Xiaoxiao nodded, then turned her gaze to Feng Gue, instructing, "Xianxia, prepare your belongings in the next few days. We are embarking on a journey." Oh, Feng Gue blinked, returning to his task with renewed focus. Meanwhile, the other two remained bewildered. This decision came rather abruptly. Moreover, their consensus was reached far too swiftly. "Celestial Master." Lu Ming cleared his throat and asked, "Why the sudden move to the southern region of Jailing?" "Because my home lies in that direction," Yi Xiaoxiao replied as she hopped down from the table. "This time, I grant you complete freedom of choice. Should you wish to remain in Yongdong, feel free to stay. But if you desire to join me in conquering the south, gather your belongings and prepare to depart in a few days." With a resounding thud, a heavy fist struck the table. Quang Dali glared, exclaiming loudly, Yongdong is inconsequential, but are we truly going to abandon the Celestial Society? Lu Ming nodded in agreement. For the Celestial Society represented the culmination of their collective efforts. Alas, Yi Xiaoxiao leaned against the table, arms crossed over her chest, and remarked, I understand. But have you ever contemplated whether there remains any room for progress within the Celestial Society in eternal winter? Her words rendered the group silent. Indeed, the most formidable faction in the Imperial City, the War God Gang, had now been trampled beneath their feet. Beyond this point, only the pursuit of royal status lay ahead. But how could that be feasible? After a moment of reflection, Yi Xiaoxiao continued, As long as we exist, the Celestial Society shall endure eternally. The world to the south is vast and exhilarating, with the strong akin to countless stars all around us. I confess, my primary desire is to return home. Yet, even without this matter at hand, I would never confine myself to the realm of eternal winter. The grand world of the south is our true stage. After her declaration, the two remained silent for a considerable time. They were, after all, still young, harboring aspirations as expansive as the ocean. To nestle within the borders of eternal winter and reign supreme was undoubtedly not their future choice. Eventually, Lu Ming spoke. You are correct. Our Celestial Society indeed deserves to ascend to a larger stage. However, the timing feels rather hasty, and there are numerous matters that we cannot attend to adequately. For instance, how many people should we bring to the south, and who should accompany us? Yi Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. I have already considered it. This news should be conveyed to those who initially fought alongside us. Those who wish to stay may do so, and those who wish to leave may depart. Lu Ming furrowed his brow. But if the upper echelons depart, the Celestial Society here may collapse instantly. The Celestial Society is still too young. It currently stands only due to the formidable strength of its leaders. If they all leave, it is likely to disband within days or be absorbed by other factions. However, Yi Xiaoxiao responded, Before we leave, I will speak with the Emperor of Eternal Winter to ensure the continued existence of the Celestial Society. Lu Ming felt a flicker of astonishment within. The outside world had long speculated that the Celestial Master shared an inseparable bond with the royal family of Eternal Winter. But now it seemed that the Celestial Master's identity was even more formidable than anticipated. With royal involvement, matters would be significantly easier. Only one final question remained. Lu Ming inquired, if the core members depart, who will oversee the normal operations of the Celestial Society? I cannot place my trust in that group, who just came from the War God Gang. This statement caused Yi Xiaoxiao to furrow her brow as well. Indeed, the urgency made it challenging to execute without any flaws. I happen to have a suitable candidate. A voice suddenly chimed in. Yi Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. Who? Half an hour later, Shi Chong emerged from the inn, pulling his father, Shi Haojia, along with him. Having not seen each other for several days, Shi Haojia appeared somewhat dispirited. Having served as the chief for a lifetime, his sudden dismissal had inflicted a significant blow upon him. Chonger, spare yourself the effort. I harbor no thoughts at present, Shi Haojia said weakly. This is truly an opportunity. Father, Shi Zhong spoke urgently. When the wolf girl and Yi Xiaoxiao found him, expressing their desire for Shi Haojia to manage the Celestial Association, Shi Zhong was utterly astonished and hurried back with great speed. However, his father seemed devoid of any fervor. Opportunity? Huh. Shi Haojia released Shi Zhong's hand, gazing at the palace in the sky, and chuckled softly. In this world, only those standing at the pinnacle have the right to speak of opportunity. Thus, one must become sufficiently powerful. Shi Zhong shouted, drawing the attention of passers-by. He approached Shi Haojia and lowered his voice. Father, 5 years ago, we witnessed that individual strike the great divine from the heavens to the ground, rendering it utterly defenseless. Though it was a bear, it was still a formidable 10th-tier being. Recently, I learned that he later arrived at the Imperial City and shattered the so-called eternally unyielding Imperial formation with a single blow, effortlessly destroying the 9 heavens worship. The millions of souls within the Imperial City trembled beneath his feet. To such a person, what is the royal family? Shi Zhong fixed his gaze upon his father. Over the span of 5 years, he had grown half a head taller than Shi Haojia. Observing the change in his father's expression, Shi Zhong sighed. Father, the Celestial Association was founded by that young girl from back then. Coincidentally, they are heading south to Jialing, presenting a tremendous opportunity for both of us. An opportunity to become sufficiently powerful. After this proclamation, Shi Haojia fell into a long silence. The memory of that person's formidable presence defying the heavens, flashed repeatedly in his mind. Ultimately, a flame reignited in Xianxia's eyes. Chapter 100. The Journey Back. Can he truly manage? Xianxia inquired of the wolf girl after meeting Xianxia. He is the lord of Pingyang Pass, with considerable strength. Managing a gang should pose no issue. The wolf girl replied. Xianxia nodded. Is he credible enough? The wolf girl smiled. Let's not forget, his son is with us. Once Xianxia was confirmed as the acting leader, Xianxia included Zhong among those heading south. In the realm of martial arts, certain tactics must be employed. Moreover, they could not find anyone more suitable than Xianxia in such a short time. Then it's settled, Xianxia declared. A few days later, within the small world, Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the lush enlightenment saplings before him. An enigmatic aura began to gather above them. It was an essence capable of awakening the innate wisdom of all beings. If an ordinary person, unable to cultivate, were present, they would transform into a genius within a mere tea time. Those other beings, lost in their ignorance, would also gain sentience and soar to greatness. As time progressed, the aura above the enlightenment tree became increasingly dense, gradually transforming into a verdant mist. At a certain moment, the entire miniature world trembled subtly. Countless saplings of the enlightenment tree underwent a transformation, evolving into mature entities, each possessing the potential to become a pillar of the world. At that instant, the emerald mist coalesced into countless droplets that cascaded downwards. Due to the overwhelming number of enlightenment trees, these verdant droplets began to gather, forming a gentle stream. Wasting no time, Suifeng produced a jade bottle and, with a wave of his hand, summoned the green liquid, which soared into the vessel. After collecting several cubic meters of liquid, the stream gradually dwindled. What remained had fully permeated the earth below, nourishing the newly sprouted saplings of the enlightenment tree. It was time to depart. With a grand gesture, Suifeng uprooted the thousands of enlightenment trees, gathering them into the sky. Their crystalline roots sparkled with a dazzling emerald glow. According to the descriptions from the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms, the enlightenment trees would only begin to turn white upon reaching the 6th stage. Prior to that, they appeared indistinguishable from other plants, all green. Once all the saplings were uprooted, Suifeng opened his spatial compartment and placed them within. Dozens of origin towers, deemed as refuse, followed suit. Before transplantation, these towers not only required sustenance from the origin towers, but also exhibited exceedingly slow growth. Only after being relocated to the main world would they draw upon the powers of heaven and earth to purify the land. Very well, let's be on our way, Suifeng declared. Subsequently, he and Gu Yulan departed the miniature world together. In the outside realm, upon a vast high platform, a large gathering of people awaited something. At the forefront stood Xianxia, accompanied by the 5 formidable leaders of the Celestial Immortal Society. Opposite her was Yu Hong, who had regained his vitality. Since their last encounter, Xianxia had not sought him out again. Rest assured, I have taken care of everything for the Celestial Immortal Society. Quickly prepare your belongings. We cannot afford to delay our departure, Yu Hong said with a beaming smile. This little ancestor was finally set to leave. Xianxia returned his smile, saying, You are too kind. Not only have you provided us with ample food for our journey, but also an abundance of spirit stones, beast inner cores, beast souls, and rare treasures. I cannot thank you enough. Yu Hong's lips twitched. It seemed that aside from the food, he had not prepared any of the latter items at all. Gazing into her crescent-shaped eyes, he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, I had completely forgotten. I had already prepared them for you. With that, he hastily communicated with the Eternal Winter Emperor to expedite the transfer of a portion of the royal treasury. As long as this lady could depart, it would be worth anything. Following this, the two engaged in a delightful exchange reminiscent of the joyous tradition of giving red envelopes during the new year. One person, while exclaiming, Oh no, I don't want it, is vigorously stuffing items into their pocket. Another insists, Take it. If you don't, it would be disrespectful. Meanwhile, they secretly snatch some back for themselves. Observing the overt hypocrisy of these two, the wolf girl cannot help but support her forehead with her hand. Fugaway, aren't you going to bid farewell to your family? She inquires, glancing at the small bear beside her. Fugaway rubs his eyes and replies, I've already said my goodbyes. The small bear appears dejected, prompting the wolf girl to crouch down and gently pat its head, offering comfort. Don't be too upset. There will surely be opportunities in the future. They told me to bring back a mountain of delicious food, or else they would unite to give me a beating. Fugue says with a pout, sorrow evident in his voice. The wolf girl muses, what a remarkable group of comrades she has. Only Lu Ming and Quang Dali seem somewhat normal. As for Lao Qi, one can never expect anything sensible from a foolish bird. At that moment, Shi Chong approached the wolf girl. Are you nervous? She raised an eyebrow and asked. A little, Shi Chong replied with an awkward smile. I've only ever heard of jailing Nanfang. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to go there myself. They say the place is filled with geniuses and powerful beings. Is that true? The wolf girl rolled her eyes. How would I know? You've been with the immortal master long enough. Shi Chong chuckled. You have a point. The wolf girl looked at the small figure and said with a smile. If the prodigies there are anything like the immortal master, we might as well content ourselves with being mere minions. Moments later, two figures landed atop a high platform. Yi Xiaoxiao hurried forward to greet them. Instantly, everyone else fell silent, their expressions turning respectful. They understood that this was the parent of the immortal master, an unimaginably powerful entity. Are you ready? Yi Suifeng asked. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. Gazing at the multitude of people on the platform, Yi Suifeng smiled. With so many, how will you manage? With the rainbow phoenix, Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, seizing the colorful bird that had transformed into human form. Now, a ninth-tier demonic beast, it could carry hundreds at once. The rainbow phoenix appeared weary, seemingly resigned to its fate as a burdened carriage once again. Yi Suifeng nodded, just look after your own. All right, then let us depart. Subsequently, the rainbow phoenix returned to its original form, its wings spanning over 100 meters as it settled on a high platform. One by one, the multitude climbed aboard. Naturally, Yi Suifeng would not join them. He plucked a leaf from the enlightenment tree and tossed it into the air, whereupon it swelled in the wind, transforming into a floating vessel. He, along with Yi Xiaoxiao, Gu Yulan, and Fugue, ascended together. Yu Hong watched them, a serene smile gracing his face. Suddenly, Yi Suifeng turned to him. Yu Hong, you should join us. The smile faltered on Yu Hong's face. Me? He nodded slightly, a gentle agreement. Before your teacher passed away, he entrusted me with the task of ensuring you witness the flourishing of the enlightenment tree, fulfilling the ultimate destiny of the Valley of Heavenly Mechanisms. Yu Hong's expression turned solemn as he bowed deeply, pledging to adhere to the wishes of both his predecessor and his teacher. He then cast a glance at the resting place of the Elder of Heavenly Mechanisms before turning to board the leaf boat. Moments later, a single leaf soared into the sky, rising high amidst the clouds, followed closely by a magnificent, vibrant phoenix that obscured the sun. They sped southward, one after the other. Chapter 101. The East is completely conquered. In the southeastern region of the Nine Cities Alliance, Limjiang City, at the foot of the city walls, a plump figure emerged with a frantic expression, squeezing through a narrow dog hole. Though his appearance was disheveled, the quality of his attire suggested he was an individual of considerable wealth. Yet, it was unclear why he found himself in such a desperate predicament, glancing back as he fled, seemingly escaping for his life. Suddenly, a long sword shot through the air, embedding itself in the ground before him, its hilt quivering and humming ominously. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted, his face etched with despair. Weak-kneed, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. A pair of black boots appeared before him. Slowly, he raised his gaze, revealing a tall figure standing in front of him, clad in black attire. She wore a somewhat worn purple cloak billowing in the wind. Blinding sunlight streamed from behind her, obscuring her face, leaving only wisps of hair dancing in the breeze. Yet, the middle-aged man recognized her. Bowing his head, two streams of murky tears fell to the ground. For a long time, a faction in Limjiang City had vehemently opposed the establishment of the Heavenly Phoenix Hall. The one who instigated the conflict was none other than you, Feng He. Speak why? Her voice emerged, low and indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Feng He managed a sorrowful smile. Your Heavenly Phoenix Hall is merely a vassal of the Yi family from Yunshao City. I could never submit to the greedy Yi Suifeng. Feng He's agitation intensified, his anger laced with deep-seated fear when he mentioned Yi Suifeng. Have you met him? She inquired, a hint of surprise in her tone. Of course, Feng He replied softly. Once, I conducted business in Yunshao City. After Yi Suifeng unified the city, he resorted to despicable means, forcibly acquiring my assets worth over 1 trillion with a mere inferior spirit stone, driving me out. He treats everyone this way. The figure before him stood silently, not uttering a word. Feng He's expression shifted as he suddenly crawled forward on his knees, saying, "Let me tell you, Yi Suifeng is a malevolent spirit. Collaborating with him brings no benefits whatsoever. Even if you pave the way for him to establish dominion, a tragic fate awaits you in the end. You, your companions, your subordinates, might not even be able to safeguard your own golden core. I'm a living testament." He fervently persuaded, his genuine emotions evoking tears in the listeners, compelling one to ponder just how ruthless Yi Suifeng truly is. It seems you express the same sentiments towards those who oppose the Tianluan Palace and the Yi family. Do you not? Suddenly, the woman before him inquired. Feng He was taken aback. Lowering his gaze, he replied solemnly, "What I speak is nothing but the truth. You may choose to disregard it. Yet when the time comes, should Yi Suifeng abandon you after using you, do not lament." The winds grew increasingly fierce. Suddenly, the woman laughed. "Do you know who I am?" she asked. Feng He nodded. "I am aware. You are the illustrious leader of Tianluan Palace, an unparalleled legend in recent years." The woman gently shook her head. "I am Yi Huang, daughter of Yi Suifeng. I trust my father would not resort to such treachery against me, would he?" Feng He abruptly lifted his head, the sunlight flickering, and at that moment, he finally beheld her countenance. Her beauty was unparalleled. It plunged him into an icy despair. A flash of swordlight. A head was sent soaring. Yi Huang stood, sword in hand. A cultivator at the golden core stage appeared as mere ants before her. Slaying him was as effortless as a breath. Her presence was merely due to Feng He being a pivotal figure in the opposition of Linjiang City. Little did she anticipate that this individual had a connection to her father. Gazing at the distant sky, 5 slender rays of color shimmered at the center of her brow, akin to half-bloomed flowers, radiating a soft glow. These were the colorful celestial lights she had captured in the heavens above. Each ray represented a supreme sword intent of the world. Over the years, none who had encountered those sword intents had lived to tell the tale. "Father, where are you now? Are you always watching over your daughter?" A sense of longing graced Yi Huang's exquisite visage. She believed her father had always kept an eye on her, even if they were separated by a million miles. With the passage of years and the defeat of formidable foes at her feet, she had come to understand just how powerful her father truly was. Even now, as a formidable cultivator at the integration stage, empowered by the 9 heavens sword intent, she harbored the chance to slay those at the tribulation stage. Yet, she still could not grasp even a fragment of her father's might. She wondered about her cousin who ventured out with her father. What degree of strength had she attained? Had she matured or remained as playful as before? And what of Yi Long heading southwest, Yi Qian who remained in Yanxiao City, and Yi Qianyao who joined Tianfu Academy? The 5 of them had been personally guided by her father. She was uncertain of their current circumstances. Nevertheless, Yi Huang believed they would soon reunite. For Linjiang City had become the last main city in the eastern part of the 9-city alliance. She is on the verge of fulfilling her initial promise, having conquered her way to the southernmost edge of the 9-city alliance. Wherever she treads, all bow in submission. Further south lies the Panlong mountain range, home to the Tianfu Academy. As Yi Huang pondered, several figures suddenly descended rapidly from the sky, landing behind her. Among them were Feng Ji and Lu Hong, the 4 great guardians. Alongside them stood a number of formidable warriors, each exuding an extraordinary presence. These individuals are the most powerful generals of the Tianluan Palace. The Lord of the Palace, along with all the remaining heads of families in Linjiang City, have willingly pledged allegiance to the Tianluan Palace. Feng Ji knelt on one knee, and the rest followed suit. Congratulations to the Lord of the Palace. Their voices echoed mightily, resonating through the heavens. A gentle breeze rustled the purple cloak behind Yi Huang. The battle robe her father had personally draped over her. Now, we must eradicate the rebellious forces across the lands. Let the banner of the Yi family's Tianluan Palace be planted throughout the eastern part of the 9-city alliance. Yi Huang declared. Yes. Everyone responded in a thunderous chorus. Moments later, Feng Ji approached Yi Huang's side. "My lord," he said. Yi Huang nodded slightly. "What is it?" The 4 great guardians were her most trusted allies. Feng Ji paused before speaking. Linjiang City has submitted. The remaining opposing forces are merely remnants, unable to stir any significant trouble. Their eradication is only a matter of time. However, Blackstone City remains the last bastion of resistance. With this, Feng Ji directed his gaze towards a remarkable young man among the crowd, whose dark complexion set him apart. Mi Feng, in recent years, had proven to be the most outstanding subordinate aside from the 4 guardians. His identity had gradually become known, He was the son of the Lord of Blackstone City, the sole legitimate heir. Yet, Blackstone City was the most ardent opponent of the Tianwan Palace and the Yi family. Let him handle it himself for now. Yi Huang replied, returning her gaze. When my father returns, I shall not allow even a whisper of dissent against him within the Nine-City Alliance. Chapter 102. Cloud Sky. The world. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of 3 resounding bells echoed throughout Cloud Sky City. Everyone within the city understood that this heralded the commencement of the monthly contemplation assembly at the Xianxia Academy. However, this bell also signified an even more momentous event, the arrival of the Spirit Rain. 6 years ago, the Yi family embarked on a grand endeavor to rebuild Cloud Sky City. At that time, many were unaware of what this truly meant. Yet, when the first drop of Spirit Rain fell, everyone was utterly astonished. On that day, the sky was adorned with auspicious clouds, and ancient trees swayed gracefully in the gentle rain, rejuvenating with new life. Countless birds circled continuously around Cloud Sky City, while beasts knelt upon the ground in reverence, as if in pilgrimage towards the city. The earth brimmed with vitality, lush with trees, as birds, fish, and insects reveled in the celestial dew. In the hearts of the people, there was a profound yearning. Could this be the divine grace bestowed upon the mortal realm? Yet, it soon became evident that this ethereal rain fell solely within the dominion of Xianxia City, gradually radiating outward from its epicenter. The populace gasped in realization. Could this miraculous rain be the handiwork of the Yi clan? The following day, speculation solidified into certainty as a monumental decree of rain materialized above Xianxia City, detailing a monthly spiritual rainfall, a transformative rain every 3 months, a soul rain annually, and a life rain every 3 years. The decree bore the signature of the Yi clan's patriarch, Yi Suifeng. It dawned upon the inhabitants of Xianxia City that the architect of this marvel was none other than the legendary figure they had heard whispers of. As they beheld the decree radiating with resplendent light, the people fell to their knees in reverence. It was not mere celestial favor, but rather a sanctified blessing. From that day forth, the title Saint Yi began to circulate among the masses. Within the realm of Xianxia City, this name became a symbol of faith, a sacred taboo, an entity that none dared to offend. It was also at this juncture that the Xianxia Academy flung open its doors, welcoming apprentices and becoming the most influential establishment in Xianxia City, aside from the Yi clan itself. The sound of 3 bells echoed, gradually fading away as a gentle rain fell, as anticipated. A slender figure clad in a light azure robe stood at the edge of a shallow pond, gazing at the lotus flowers swaying in the rain. Colorful little koi danced joyfully around the lotus roots, occasionally poking their heads above the surface. A few audacious ones stared curiously at the figure on the bank. The rippling water mirrored the visage of the man, a sharp brow, starry eyes, exuding an air of scholarly grace. At that moment, a young woman, similarly attired, approached with a small umbrella crafted from banana leaves. The man turned, recognition dawning. It was Yi Qian, the founder of Xianxia Academy. Teacher Xiao Yi, he greeted. She was the little girl Yi Qian had saved, now blossomed into a young woman of exquisite beauty, akin to a freshly bloomed lotus. You are thinking of Saint Yi again, aren't you? She asked softly, holding the umbrella over him. Yi Qian chuckled gently. In the future, please refrain from addressing him as such in person. He has never regarded himself as a saint and does not favor that title. But his deeds are those of a saint, Xiao Yi replied, extending her delicate hand, where raindrops gathered, transforming into a rich aura of spiritual energy that swirled above her fingertips. Over the past 6 years, the monthly spiritual rain had completely transformed Xianxia City into a sacred haven. The population had multiplied 100-fold, even beyond the borders of Xianxia City. Throngs of people had come seeking this miraculous phenomenon, nearly establishing a small nation of their own. Yi Qian remained silent, having observed the grandeur of Xianxia City over the past few years. It was a splendor he had never dared to dream of. Xianxia City had indeed transformed into a sacred realm, with the Yi family at its very heart, and his uncle, Yi Suifeng, serving as the sovereign of this hallowed ground. Director, do you know the current price for entry into the realm of Xianxia City? Xiao Yi suddenly inquired with a smile. How much? Yi Qian raised an eyebrow. Xiao Yi held up a finger. 10 million spirit stones. And that is merely the price for the peripheral areas. People are nearly going mad to experience the heavenly rain. Xiao Yi shook her head. It's only natural. Yi Qian remarked, spirit rain, metamorphic rain, soul rain, and life rain, all present fortuitous opportunities for practitioners to transcend their limitations. Even if one were to exhaust their entire lifetime, they would seek this chance. Pausing for a moment, Yi Qian asked, has there been any such situation in the core area of Yinxiao City, which spans 1,000 miles? Xiao Yi shook her head. No. Only those who have made significant contributions to Yinxiao City are granted the qualification to enter the core area. This has always been strictly regulated by the family. Yi Qian nodded. The hierarchy was clear-cut, with the core taking precedence, a rule established by his uncle that formed the foundation of Yinxiao City's enduring stability. The Yi family core, direct descendants, and those who have made significant contributions to the family are prioritized, followed by Yinxiao City, its surrounding 100 miles, and then the 1,000-mile expanse beyond. Resource allocation is strictly delineated according to this hierarchy, with the Yi family firmly in control of the core area within 1,000 miles. Thus, the Yi family's position remains transcendent and unassailable. Never mind, the elders of the family will manage that. Our task is to gather talented individuals, educating the masses while simultaneously securing the prodigies from the outside world under our wing, Yi Qian stated. By the way, have the 3 innate children been found this year? Before my uncle departed, he left behind not only the rain of blessing, but also 3 edicts of divine selection. Each year, 3 innate stones will fall. Every 3 years, 3 sacred stones, and every decade, 3 creation stones. In the first 5 years, 15 innate children possessing innate bodies and 3 sacred children who awaken divine abilities have already emerged within the realm of Yinxiao City. All of them have been introduced to the gates of the Xianxia Academy by me and are now prominent figures within the institution. And this year's innate stone has already descended. The sacred stones will soon follow. There is no need to search anymore. They have arrived at the academy on their own after acquiring their innate bodies. Xiao Yi chuckled. The reputation of the Xianxia Academy is only second to that of the saintly Yi family. However, suddenly, Xiao Yi furrowed her brows and remarked, the news of the divine stone has gradually spread. Perhaps this year, a fierce conflict will arise due to the sacred stone. The decree of the chosen one has not been made public, yet nearly 6 years have passed, and many have surmised certain information. Yi Qian chuckled softly. After all, it is an unparalleled divine artifact. Only through conflict can the most suitable talents be selected. Wouldn't you agree? Xiao Yi nodded in agreement, adding, but let us not cause too much commotion. Yi Qian turned, hands clasped behind his back, and strolled towards the courtyard. The head of the family might return at any moment. We must not allow him to perceive our home in disarray. I still wish to ask him to inscribe a name for the academy personally. Xiao Yi gently pressed her lips together, watching the tall figure with admiration, respect, and a hint of deeply concealed affection. Even at the late stage of integration, powerful beyond compare, does he still need to implore Yi Sheng? What manner of existence is the head of the family? Chapter 103, The Curtain Rises. In the Panlong mountain range, at the Tianfu Academy, is an apt description to say that all the world's prodigies converge here. Perhaps within your own family or sect, you are an unrivaled genius. Yet upon entering Tianfu Academy, you will discover that there are always greater heights to reach. It is possible that you may not even gain entry to the Junzi Academy. Above the Junzi Academy, there exist the Four Seasons Academy, the Starry Academy, and the Heavenly Earth Academy. Those who gain admission to the Heavenly Earth Academy are truly exceptional. If they mature, they could become figures of dominion. Though the student body of the Heavenly Earth Academy is not numerous, it is typically quite lively, with countless individuals eager to build rapport with these future rulers of the world. However, today, the Heavenly Earth Academy is peculiarly quiet. The previously elegant and ethereal courtyard, shrouded in mist, now emanates a faint crimson glow, evoking a sense of foreboding. One dares not gaze for too long. The dark red light resembles an uncanny vortex, capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Suddenly, a figure rushed in hastily. She surveyed her surroundings, and upon catching sight of the faint crimson hue on the wall, her pupils constricted in horror. No, Qingyao, no. She reached out, pressing her hand against the wall. Almost immediately, the faint crimson light began to spread up her arm and envelop her entire being. Subsequently, the scene before her eyes transformed. The courtyard was no longer empty. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, blood flowing like a river. Observing their attire, she realized they were indeed the celebrated prodigies of the Heavenly Earth Academy. The woman's expression turned to one of terror as the crimson mist gradually consumed her, the horrific scene becoming increasingly vivid, with distant cries of anguish echoing. She turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a figure clad in red, standing serenely. That figure glanced in her direction, resembling both an ethereal fairy and a sinister specter. Indeed, it is Xianxia. She cast a fleeting glance at the woman before her, only to turn her gaze away once more. Before her, a figure knelt on the ground, his face contorted in agony, seemingly enduring immense suffering. His body curled in upon itself, exuding a foul odor, a clear indication of physiological distress. "Spare me, kill me. No, please, spare me, I beg you." He struggled to utter these words, his consciousness evidently fading. "Did you truly believe that under the protection of the Heavenly Academy, you could remain unscathed?" Xianxia spoke slowly, her gentle voice betraying an icy chill reminiscent of a hellish realm. All the fallen figures around her were the result of her solitary hand. The so-called prodigies, the so-called anomalies, the so-called invincible talents with unparalleled futures were, under genuine strength, utterly feeble. They, who once exuded arrogance and looked down upon all, now knelt in desperation, pleading with Xianxia for a chance at survival. Xianxia denied them that opportunity. "Guanmu, look at this." Abruptly, she produced a piece of parchment and placed it before the kneeling Guanmu. It was a letter addressed to the headmaster of the academy, a missive beseeching forgiveness, signed by Zhang Dong. However, the subject of his plea was not himself, but rather Guanmu. "You have committed a grave error, and Zhang Dong merely sought to teach you a lesson. Yet, he still wished to protect you." What did he receive in return? Xianxia's expression hardened as she fixed her gaze upon Guanmu. Betrayal. "You disregarded everything and betrayed him. You plunged the knife into the very essence of Zhang Dong's life, shattering his soul, condemning him to eternal unrest." Guanmu stared at the letter, tears of blood streaming down his face, unstoppable. He trembled, sobbing, yet found no words to utter. Zhang Dong was dead. Xianxia continued. He perished by his own hand, by his foolish sense of justice, by his sense of responsibility towards us. I had long warned him against placing such trust in others. Yet he remained undeterred, convinced that a sincere heart could evoke a similar sincerity in return. Within the Heavenly Academy, I held him in singular respect. Therefore, Guanmu, I shall never forgive you. Upon finishing her words, Xianxia gently raised her hand. Countless crimson threads entwined around her jade-like fingers, with the other ends piercing into Guanmu's body. As her fingers moved, his body was lifted in response. Guanmu let out a wretched scream, each thread embedding deeply into the core of his soul, as he felt everything within him being torn asunder. "Xianxia," Guanmu bellowed, "you have slain me, killed so many illustrious students of the Heavenly Academy. You will undoubtedly face dire consequences. The headmaster will not let you go." Xianxia's expression remained indifferent, devoid of any tumult. "Is this your final farewell?" she uttered, pulling the crimson thread, causing countless slender columns of blood to erupt from various corners of Guanmu's body. The blood stained Xianxia's skirt, which was already red, rendering it even more enchanting. At that moment, a woman finally entered this realm, rushing over anxiously. She clasped Xianxia's arm, her eyes brimming with tears. "Xianxia, the dean and the others have arrived with the sacred artifact. You must flee now," the woman implored urgently. Xianxia raised her hand to wipe away her tears, smiling as she shook her head. "Yinshi, they're already here." No sooner had she spoken than a colossal divine light cleaved through the crimson world, allowing the white light of day to finally penetrate. Those outside could now discern the scene within the courtyard. A group of individuals clad in azure robes stood suspended in the void, their expressions shaken, eyes wide with horror. At the forefront was an elderly man with hair as white as snow, holding a string of silver bells that emitted a faint glow. That was an existence beyond the heavenly treasures, a sacred artifact. "Xianxia," the elder bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the Heavenly Academy. The terrifying might of the tribulation period surged toward Xianxia. Yet, a dark red radiance manifested before her, shielding both her and Yinshi. The elder's expression quivered slightly as he exclaimed, "Xianxia, you have actually slain all the prodigies of the Heavenly Academy." Xianxia's countenance remained placid. "They protected those I sought to eliminate. Thus I had no choice but to eliminate them." The elder's expression twisted with rage as he gritted his teeth. "You could have resolved this through the academy." Zhang Dong thought the same, and thus he was utterly consumed. Xianxia replied, "Dean, I do not wish to waste breath. I am the one who has killed, and I shall not sit idly by. So let what must come. The elder's eyes widened in fury. Xianxia, do you truly believe there is no one here capable of subduing you? Xianxia remained silent, the crimson mist before her growing ever denser. Behind her, a mirror gradually floated into the air. The two sides faced off, the impending battle poised to erupt. Xianxia, cease at once. Suddenly, a voice resounded. Following that, a towering figure descended from the heavens, exuding an ethereal presence, striding through the air to stand between the two. Lord Xianxia, the dean exclaimed in astonishment. Xianxia offered no response, instead fixing his gaze upon Xianxia, his stare lingering. Spare her. After a long silence, Xianxia finally spoke. My lord, she has slain all the prodigies of the Heavenly Academy. The dean exclaimed in shock. Prodigies? Xianxia looked at him, a hint of derision on his face. Those who are slain are still referred to as prodigies? He then turned his head. The time to determine the fate of this chaotic land of the Nine Cities Alliance is drawing near. In our Tianfu Academy, only true prodigies can seize the opportunity to emerge victorious. Xianxia, do you comprehend? With that, Xianxia soared into the sky. Chapter 104, The Return. Amidst towering mountains, atop a scenic peak, lay a crystal-clear lake. By its shores, a herd of deer with white tails frolicked joyfully. Among them, one particularly robust stag reclined by the water's edge, exuding an air of authority, clearly the leader of the group. Suddenly, a blue halo materialized around the stag. It opened its eyes, the blue light flickering across its face, revealing a hint of confusion. Abruptly, it felt a weight pulling it down, causing it to plunge through the blue circle and vanish. The surrounding deer perked up their ears, staring in shock at their suddenly absent leader, frozen in place. Above, two shadowy figures swiftly darted across the sky above the herd. With a splash, the stag landed upon a vast white leaf. The howling winds rushed past, clouds swirling around it, signifying that it had ascended to the heavens. Before it could fully comprehend its new surroundings, a flash of steel struck, and darkness enveloped its vision. Yu Hong stood at the front of the leaf, observing the two women, one giggling merrily while the other, wielding a sharp dagger, extracted a glowing white core from the stag's chest. He shook his head gently. A seven-tier beast, lost just like that. Yu Hong knew that within half an hour, it would be transformed into a delectable feast. Since entering the jailing half a month ago, he had witnessed similar scenes far too often. Beasts of the sixth tier and above rarely escaped such fates. This group of individuals was akin to geese plucking feathers, systematically stripping the Qinggu jailing. The high-quality treasures within either became sumptuous dishes or were temporarily stored, claimed to be nurtured for future enjoyment. As the sole heir of the Tianji Valley and a guardian of the world, Yu Hong felt a deep reluctance to witness such occurrences. He even contemplated shedding a few tears to express his sorrow. However, after Gu Yulan transformed them into meals, he found no tears, only the involuntary drooling at the enticing aroma. It was irresistible. With this thought, he could not help but glance towards Yi Suifeng, who stood ahead on the leaf. A true elder indeed. To venture out with such a skilled cook was remarkably astute. What is it? Yi Suifeng sensed Yu Hong's gaze upon her, noticing the peculiar expression, and inquired. Ah, it's nothing, Yu Hong replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After a moment, he asked, may I inquire how much longer we must remain in Qinggu jailing? Not to worry, it will be soon, Yi Suifeng assured him. Yu Hong nodded and stepped forward, stating, Esteemed senior, I must inquire when you intend to plant those numerous enlightenment trees. He shifted the topic to a more serious tone, concealing his slight embarrassment. This had indeed been a lingering question for him. There were over 10,000 enlightenment trees. If planted in their entirety, they could occupy an entire realm. How many origin towers would be required? And what colossal force would be necessary to ultimately accomplish such a feat? It certainly demanded a careful, meticulous, and remarkably detailed plan. Let me prepare first, Yi Suifeng replied. Yu Hong nodded earnestly. Such a monumental task. Indeed, the senior must have made preparations. Yet he wondered, would this take 500 years, or perhaps even less? Yu Hong dared not ponder further, fearing that his ambitions were becoming too grand. The matters that had eluded the predecessors of Tianji Valley, he was truly witnessing. At that moment, Yi Suifeng's consciousness arrived in his personal space. Here, tens of thousands of saplings flourished vibrantly. Surrounding them, the sky was filled with countless origin towers. Several of Yi Suifeng's spiritual avatars were seated within. continuously refining the origin towers. Over 90,000 had been completed. Suifeng estimated the count before shifting his gaze back to the small world. This, in fact, constituted his preparation. The Enlightenment trees required the sustenance of origin towers to thrive rapidly, akin to fertilizer. A 9-story origin tower served as the optimal nourishment for the Enlightenment trees, maximizing their growth rate. Through experimentation, Suifeng discovered that only with the combined influence of 10 origin towers could they truly reach that pinnacle, which was double the efficacy of a single tower. Thus, on his return journey, he had dispatched several of his spiritual avatars expressly for the purpose of refining origin towers. Without dedicating his full attention, it had taken over half a month to produce more than 90,000. At this rate, in just a few more days, he would be able to provide the highest quality growth conditions for all the saplings. At that point, the grand endeavor of planting trees would commence. Yuhong. Such matters require patience. One must be fully prepared before proceeding. Suifeng thought Yuhong was eager to plant the trees, considering he could scarcely wait a few days. Your words are indeed wise, Senior. It is I who am too impatient. Yuhong bowed, reflecting that he should not exhibit such urgency. For a matter of this magnitude, one should plan for at least a millennium. Suifeng nodded. Indeed, it is good that you understand. Thus, their dialogue, no longer aligned on the same wavelength, came to a close. Subsequently, they resumed their enjoyment of the two ladies' hunting process and indulged in the exquisite flavors of the world. A day later, Yuhong suddenly sensed a warmth enveloping the surroundings. Looking down, he found that the towering mountains beneath his feet had vanished. In place of the previous scene, there lay an expansive and boundless plain. We have arrived. Before he could utter a word, Xianxia leaped forward, exclaiming loudly. Immediately behind them, amidst the vibrant feathers of the 7-colored phoenix, a thunderous cheer erupted. Throughout their fortnight journey, they had not received provisions from Gu Yulan. The speed of the 7-colored phoenix was so swift that only the wolf maiden and a select few could occasionally descend to hunt. As for the other members of the Celestial Alliance, they were left to subsist on the rations they had originally prepared, which had long since become tiresome. Now, they had finally reached the fabled southern region of the Jialing. Huh, Uncle, this isn't the location of Yinxiao City, is it? Xiaoxiao gazed at the vastness beneath her feet, suddenly filled with doubt. The beasts in front of Yinxiao City have all been cleared. There is nothing left. Conveniently, Yongdong lies to the northeast of Yinxiao City, so I circled around from the east, Suifeng explained. Having traversed the Qinggu Jialing, it would be a shame not to restore the ecological balance. Haha, so that's the case, Xiaoxiao laughed. Where shall we head now? Just then, several long black lines began to writhe towards the west on the ground. Upon closer inspection, they were all humans, moving in the direction of Yinxiao City. Let's descend here. After a brief contemplation, Suifeng took the lead towards the earth. He was eager to witness the changes that had transpired in his absence of 6 years. Chapter 105. The Terrifying Savages Yulan Sect. Situated on the northeastern border of the 9 Cities Alliance, bordered many small nations to the east. The sect leader, Bailanji, was at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. In this chaotic realm, the Yulan sect had stood firm for hundreds of years, its power ranking among the foremost within a 1,000-mile radius. However, today, nearly all disciples of the Yulan sect, under Bailanji's leadership, embarked on a long journey westward. Few were aware of their reasons for relocating, nor their intended destination. Yet, as the long-standing rivals of the Yulan sect, the Jiahua sect was well aware. Shortly after the Yulan sect's departure, they too mobilized, following suit in their westward march. The two factions, one after the other, eventually encountered each other in a vast expanse of plain. Master Bai, what a coincidence to meet you here. An ethereal elder, standing atop a majestic celestial crane, obstructed the path of the Yulan sect. He was the leader of the Jiahua sect, known to the outside world as the Celestial Crane Taoist. Also at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, Bailanji regarded him with a slight furrow of her elegant brows. She possessed a striking beauty, exuding a sense of tranquility. A good dog does not block the way, Bailanji coldly admonished. The Taoist of the Celestial Crane twitched the corner of his mouth. Although the two sects frequently clashed, they now found themselves on the same path, and he was taken aback by the other's attitude. Bailanji, I advise you to temper your temperament once you arrive at the Holy Land. There, the gathering of heroes is vast, and those far superior to us abound. One careless word could bring about your own demise. He cautioned, yet he stepped aside, unwilling to engage in conflict with the members of the Yulan sect in such a setting. This is none of your concern, Bai Lanji replied coldly, leading her disciples onward. I do this for your own good, the Taoist of the celestial crane continued, following her closely. The Holy Land, Yuntian, is fraught with peril. Our two sects share a common origin. We ought to look out for one another to ensure our survival there, don't you think? Bai Lanji snorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Old Taoist, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You've already had a falling out with that serpent dragon over the matter of the Holy Land, and after much contention, it culminated in a fierce confrontation. Therefore, I suspect the force you bring is but a fraction of the Taoist sect. Having exchanged blows for years, they were so attuned to each other that even a simple gesture could reveal what the other had for breakfast. The Taoist of the Celestial Crane had no noble intentions in seeking collaboration with the Yulan sect. He was merely concerned for his own welfare, wanting a temporary ally. Once he secured his footing, Bai Lanji knew with certainty that he would undoubtedly turn his back on her. Caught out, the Taoist's expression turned awkward, a mix of green and red flashing across his face. However, he quickly regained his composure and coldly retorted, Bai Lanji, do not mistake my good intentions for folly. I seek your partnership out of respect for our shared origins, wishing to help you soar to new heights. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Bai Lanji looked at him intently, an amused glint in her eyes. Is that so? I'm quite curious as to how you plan to help me soar. The Taoist let out a cold snort and declared, in the Holy Land, I have already established contact with the Serpent Head. Once we arrive, settling down will be swift and straightforward. Entering the Holy Land to enjoy its blessings will be highly probable. At that time, do not come seeking my assistance. As he spoke, Bai Lanji suddenly produced a white token, waving it before him. The token bore two large characters elegantly inscribed, Tianluan. The Taoist's pupils constricted in shock. The platinum token of the Tianluan Hall. How could you possess this? His expression was shaken. This token was tantamount to a passport to the Holy Land. Holding it would allow one to easily secure a place to reside outside the Holy Land. And it even granted several opportunities to enter and enjoy the blessings and transformations within. He was immensely curious about how Bai Lanji had come into possession of such a treasure. Yet, Bai Lanji had no intention of offering any explanation. After shaking the token, she quickly tucked it away and smiled faintly, saying, Old Taoist, I advise you not to waste your efforts here. I am far too familiar with your character. To be honest, even if I were to randomly gather a group of people on the roadside to collaborate, I would never choose you. Bai Lanji was confident. This token was her talisman, and on the road to the sacred land, none dared to disregard it. The Crane Taoist naturally understood this principle, yet he would not concede outwardly. He snorted coldly, saying, if you have the ability, then go ahead and find someone else. I refuse to believe that anyone could be more suitable than the Taoist sect. Suddenly, a group of individuals appeared in the distance, causing both to become alert. As they approached slowly, they realized that this group was exceedingly peculiar. They were robust, dressed oddly, radiating an exceptionally strange aura and exuding a certain presence. Oddly enough, they appeared as though they hadn't eaten in days, each clutching a heap of ordinary worldly food, feasting with expressions of enjoyment. A tribe of savages? The Crane Taoist was taken aback. What were savages doing here? They must be people living in the mountains. Bai Lanji frowned as well. This group was truly bizarre. Out of caution, she intended to bypass them. However, the Crane Taoist chuckled and pointed at them, saying, did you not just say anyone could collaborate? Why not invite these savages to join? Bai Lanji rolled her eyes, not wishing to engage with him. Just then, a tall woman, her body adorned with black markings, approached them directly. Upon stopping, she looked at the two and inquired, who do you dare to ask? Her speech was rather unrefined, stumbling as if she had just learned the language. Ha! The Crane Taoist could not contain his laughter, pointing at her and saying, Bai Lanji, I believe these foolish savages would make for your most desired partners. Quickly take them in. Bai Lanji remained silent, sensing that the person before her was not as simple as she appeared. The woman looked momentarily confused, not fully comprehending, and prepared to speak again. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Sister Wolf, what are you babbling about? Just bring them over. We are not pretending to be ordinary people. The wolf woman nodded and then spoke. Come, my master wishes to see you. The Crane Taoist still wore a broad smile. He retrieved a piece of unknown beast meat from his storage bag and tossed it at the wolf woman's feet. Does your master desire something tasty? Don't be shy. Take it. Just remember to cook it thoroughly, haha. The wolf woman stared at the raw meat at her feet. Although she did not quite grasp what the person had said, this action, regardless of context, was a clear insult. Old Taoist, you have gone too far. Bai Lanji SA, the celestial crane Taoist, spoke, and suddenly he noticed that Bai Lanji had become paralyzed with fear, her gaze fixated behind him. Confused, the Taoist turned around and was immediately engulfed by a chilling sensation. Before him were a pair of blue eyes, radiating an icy demeanor, staring coldly at him. The Taoist was rendered speechless. Me? The wolf girl tilted her head and, without warning, delivered a fierce kick. The celestial crane Taoist was sent flying, spewing forth a copious amount of blood, his bones fracturing in numerous places, landing in a muddy heap. After a few convulsions, he lay motionless. Bai Lanji looked at the Taoist, who had instantly lost all combat ability and was teetering on the brink of life and death. A wave of chilling dread coursing through her spine. This peculiar woman possessed such formidable strength. Who on earth were they? Simultaneously, she recalled the Taoist's earlier words. There are countless individuals stronger than us. One careless remark could lead to our demise. The Taoist, through his own unfortunate experience, had substantiated his theory. Chapter 106, Companions. Bai Lanji stood amidst a group of individuals exuding an eerie aura and peculiar demeanor. Her hands crossed and hanging in front of her, too fearful to move. The Taoist lay there, his fate uncertain, and facing the inarticulate woman. She felt utterly incapable of resistance. Fortunately, their leader appeared relatively normal and quite handsome, resembling a local cultivator. Beside him, a girl with lovely long hair was engaged in conversation with the very woman who had just attacked. Why did you go and injure him so severely? Xianxia picked up a dry twig and poked at the celestial crane Taoist. How tragic. His nascent soul was shattered with a single kick. The wolf girl shrugged apologetically. How was I to know he was so weak? You said there were geniuses all over the south, each immensely powerful. I thought that kick wouldn't be enough to take his life. In a brief span of time, the wolf girl had become quite proficient in the local dialect. Is this my fault? Xianxia rolled her eyes, straightening up to say, you should quickly refine your divination skills, so you won't misjudge due to differing cultivation systems. This one is at the nascent soul stage, akin to a 6th-tier destiny mage of eternal winter. You have already broken through to the 9th tier a few days ago. Even a 7th-tier extraordinary being standing before you would be dealt with by a mere kick. The wolf girl nodded, indicating her intent to be more cautious in the future. Meanwhile, Shizhong, observing from the side, wore a complex expression, realizing he too would not withstand a kick from the wolf girl. Meanwhile, trembling in fear, Bai Lanji was utterly astounded. This group resembled a barbarian tribe, yet they exhibited such ferocity. They were not merely wild people. They were clearly a band of wild warriors. Moments later, Bai Lanji was brought before Suifeng. The previous girl was present as well. Bai Lanji felt a knot of anxiety in her heart, as she perceived that these individuals were likely the leaders of this group. Who are you? Where do you come from? And where are you headed? As Xianxia approached, she posed a series of profound questions about life. However, Bai Lanji responded to each one with grace. Fairy, I am Bai Lanji, the headmaster of the Yulan sect, hailing from the eastern border of the 9 Cities Alliance, journeying to the western sacred land in search of opportunities. The sacred land? Xianxia blinked in confusion. What sacred land is that? Bai Lanji was momentarily taken aback. How could they be unaware of the sacred land's existence? Naturally, it is the Yuxiao sacred land, she replied. Xianxia, further perplexed, turned to Suifeng. The Yuxiao sacred land you speak of is the Yuxiao city controlled by the Yi family, is it not? Suifeng inquired. Indeed, Bai Lanji affirmed. Wow! Xianxia exclaimed suddenly, her face a mixture of disbelief. In just a few years, that dilapidated place has transformed into a sacred land? Uncle, what's going on? Suifeng did not respond, yet the elevation of Yuxiao city to a sacred status was somewhat anticipated. If 1,000 towers of all origins could not elevate a mere Yuxiao city, they would not deserve the title of a supreme treasure. However, the reactions of the two only deepened Bai Lanji's intrigue. It appeared they were not well informed about the Yuxiao sacred land. Perhaps she could leverage this ignorance to navigate through her current predicament. Fairy, esteemed elder, Bai Lanji continued, I have been invited to the sacred land. As she spoke, she produced the black gold Tianluan order. From the eastern 9 cities, who would dare to defy the Tianluan order? Xianxia exclaimed, quickly snatching the order from her hands. What is this? It's so ugly. Bai Lanji, alarmed, exclaimed, Fairy, please be cautious with your words. This is the Tianluan order, representing the authority of the Tianluan palace. It must not be insulted. Xianxia blinked. The Tianluan order? Wait a moment. She opened her storage space and rummaged for a moment before producing 2 white tokens, placing them before Bailanji. Isn't the Tianluan order supposed to look like this? When did it become black? Upon seeing the 2 tokens, Bailanji's pupils constricted, and she gasped in astonishment. The white jade Tianluan order. How could you possibly possess this? And in duplicate, her expression was one of sheer shock. As Bailanji's complexion changed, Yi Xiaoxiao grew even more puzzled, and Yi Suifeng was equally bewildered, prompting Bailanji to clarify the significance of the Tianluan orders. Eventually, they came to understand the truth. The current Tianluan orders are categorized into 5 ranks, from lowest to highest: black gold order, red gold order, platinum order, and the highest, the white jade order. The Tianluan orders are exceedingly rare. Even possessing a black gold order ensures one's safety in the eastern 9 cities. The white jade order, however, is reserved for the founders of the Tianluan Palace or those who have made significant contributions to it. There are whispers of an even higher rank, the rainbow order, but no one has ever laid eyes upon it. Thus, the Baiyu Ling symbolizes the utmost authority of the Tianluan Palace. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao touched her nose and cast another glance at the storage space. A basket brimming with Baiyu Ling lay within, interspersed with a radiant piece glowing in 7 colors. All these treasures were crafted by her 6 years prior. At the inception of the Tianluan Palace, both Yi Huang and Yi Qingyao were consumed with their duties, leaving little room for other matters. Amused, Yi Xiaoxiao had fabricated a batch of Baiyu Ling, claiming they represented everyone's identity. As for the colorful tokens, known as the Rainbow Ling, they were specially prepared for the 3 of them, each symbolizing the status of the palace master. Who would have thought after 6 years the Baiyu Ling had become so valuable? Is it true that the Tianluan Palace is now formidable? Yi Xiaoxiao inquired, tossing the Heijin Ling back. Indeed, Bailanji replied, carefully accepting the Heijin Ling. The entire eastern half of the 9 cities alliance now belongs to the Tianluan Palace. At these words, a smile graced Yi Suifeng's face. His daughter had chosen the path of conquest, and she had indeed succeeded. He felt a sense of pride. However, Yi Xiaoxiao's emotions were somewhat mixed. She felt joy for Yi Huang's accomplishments, yet harbored concerns. Were the members of the Xianxia society truly capable of contending with the current Tianluan Palace? She surveyed the surroundings, her gaze settling on Fugui. Aside from herself, this bear was the most powerful within the Xianxia society, equivalent to a tribulation stage cultivator. Yet being somewhat simple-minded, he could easily be swayed by Yi Huang with a jar of honey. He was unreliable. After some contemplation, Yi Xiaoxiao approached a person nearby and gently nudged his arm. Ahem, Brother Yu Hong, the southern waters are treacherous. Would you consider joining our Xianxia society? I could offer you a position as a prominent leader. Yu Hong remained silent, contemplating whether he could only accept or be compelled to accept. Meanwhile, Yi Suifeng and Bailanji were engaged in conversation. Are you all preparing to head to Yinxiao City? Yes, Senior, Bailanji nodded. The deceased was also from your Baiyu sect? Not at all, Bailanji clarified. He was the headmaster of the Jiaohui sect. We merely encountered him en route. The individuals over there belong to the Jiaohui sect. Yi Suifeng glanced over before turning back. From this moment forth, they too shall be considered part of the Baiyu sect. We shall travel together to Yinxiao City. Chapter 107. Arrival at Wutong Pass. Bailanji could hardly fathom that the Jiaohui sect, adversaries to the Yulan sect for centuries, had fallen in such a manner. One utterance from that individual had led thousands of disciples from the Jiaohui sect to submit to the Yulan sect. Is this the true power of strength? She tightened her grip on the Tianluan Ling, resolutely determining to establish her sect firmly in the Holy Land, thus paving the way for a brighter future. In the ensuing days, Yi Suifeng and his companions set forth towards Yunxiao City alongside Bai Yulan. Throughout their journey, he gained a comprehensive understanding of the current situation in Yunxiao City. To encapsulate it in a single phrase, it was a veritable convergence of nations. They encountered numerous groups hailing from diverse locales, some being families relocating from other cities within the 9 Cities Alliance. Others, even from beyond the Alliance, had traveled vast distances, all in pursuit of an opportunity at the sacred grounds of Yinxiao. The pace of their procession was swift, and within mere days, they arrived at a densely populated area. As far as the eye could see, newly constructed houses adorned the landscape. Restaurants, inns, and shops were abundant, resembling a bustling city. According to Bai Yulan, they still had several miles to traverse before reaching the true domain of Yinxiao City. My heavens, How has it transformed so profoundly? Xiaoxiao gazed at the crowded streets, lost in contemplation. When she departed, even within Yinxiao City, such throngs were absent. This is the periphery of the sacred ground. If we proceed further, we shall reach Wudong Pass, Bailanji remarked. Wudong Pass. Yi Xiaoxiao paused in surprise. You must be referring to the Wutong town from a few years back. I cannot say for certain, Bailanji replied, but I have indeed heard that Wudong Pass was not originally extensive. It only flourished later on. Moreover, I have heard that within Wudong Pass, there exists a statue of the Hall Master. Yi Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, Wudong town did house a statue of Yi Huang, a place she had visited with Yi Suifeng years prior. It must be Wudong town. She pondered the reasons behind such a monumental transformation in her family within a mere few years. Who could be responsible for this? Her gaze involuntarily shifted towards Yi Suifeng, contemplating that only her uncle could wield such extraordinary influence. Yi Suifeng, however, remained remarkably composed. This spectacle was within his expectations. The issuance of the Rain Command and the chosen decree was intended to elevate the entirety of Yinxiao City. As he often stated, population is one of the most fundamental elements of power. It appeared that this aspect was now sufficiently addressed. Senior, Fairy, shall we proceed further? With the Black Gold, Tianluan order, we can surely find a suitable place to settle in the periphery of the sacred grounds, Bailanji suggested. Yi Xiaoxiao produced 2 white jade tokens. What if these are involved? Fairy. Bailanji was instantly taken aback, blocking the white jade tokens and lowering her voice. Fairy, I know not the origin of your tokens, but please do not reveal them here, lest they attract calamity. Her expression turned anxious, casting wary glances around. Initially, Bailanji had indeed been awestruck by the 2 white jade tokens. However, upon further reflection, she wondered how such a situation could be possible. The Hall of Heavenly Luan has long ceased to issue the white jade orders, and it is evident that these individuals possess little understanding of the sacred land. How could they possibly have a genuine white jade order? It must surely be a counterfeit. Forging the Heavenly Luan order is a capital offense. She certainly does not wish to find herself entangled in such a grave matter so soon after her arrival in the sacred land, before even having the opportunity to showcase her talents. I speak the truth, Yi Xiaoxiao asserted earnestly. Enough, Yi Suifeng interjected. Let us accompany her for now and observe the situation here. He chose not to return directly to Yinxiao City, wishing instead to truly experience the changes that had transpired there. Those in positions of power often overlook certain subtleties. Some emperors, for instance, greatly enjoy clandestine visits in plain attire. Soon, a multitude exceeding 10,000 continued toward Wudong Pass. The crowd surrounding them was vast and diverse, comprising individuals from various backgrounds. Fortunately, Yinxiao City had dispatched overseers to maintain order, so aside from a few ill-mannered individuals, they encountered minimal trouble. Before long, they arrived at Wudong Pass and beheld the true sacred land of Yinxiao. This truly is a sacred land, Yu Hong exclaimed suddenly, holding a small formation disc that radiated brilliant light. This is a geographical disc, he explained as others turned to him. It can detect any extraordinary talents or auspicious energies in the vicinity. The region ahead is unlike anything I have ever encountered. It is a land of profound creation, truly deserving of its title as the sacred land. Yu Hong marveled, contemplating how fortunate one would be to be born in such a place. That is an exaggeration, Yi Suifeng replied, shaking his head. While it has been nourished by 10,000 origin towers, it has only been a few years. The true sacred lands have been nurtured over tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years to reach their current state. Yinxiao City may require another decade or so to attain such a level. Not at all an exaggeration, Yu Hong insisted earnestly. This place is indeed an ideal location for planting enlightenment trees. Yi Suifeng nodded in agreement, considering that should an enlightenment tree be planted, the progress of Yinxiao City's transformation into a sacred land might be further expedited. Reflecting on this, he glanced at the miniature world, where 100,000 origin towers have been fully refined. Very well, upon returning, I shall plant one here, he declared. Yu Hong was momentarily taken aback. Senior, did you not say you needed more preparation time? Indeed, Yi Suifeng replied, looking at him. Have I not prepared for several days? Yu Hong was left speechless, his eyelid twitching. Was this the senior's sense of time? He had assumed preparations would take thousands of years. All right, do not be overly anxious. It will not be long before everything is planted. I do not wish to spend excessive time on this matter. After a considerable pause, Yu Hong bowed deeply. I shall faithfully heed your instructions, senior. Chapter 108. Are you not very brave? This gatehouse is truly unsightly. Outside Wutong Pass, Xianxia gazed at the brand new gate, curling her lips in disdain. Uncle, shall we enter? She inquired. Suifeng nodded. Over the past few days, they had acquired most of the knowledge they needed, rendering further covert investigations unnecessary. Cultivating the Enlightenment tree would require time, along with preparations for other essentials. They then readied themselves to head towards Wutong Pass. At that moment, a sharp slap echoed through the air, accompanied by curses. You vile woman, do you think this is some sort of place? Everyone turned to see Bai Lanji embroiled in a confrontation with a person who appeared to be in charge. The individual displayed a contemptuous demeanor, wielding only golden core-level cultivation, yet audaciously struck Bai Lanji across the face without a hint of fear. Remarkably, Bai Lanji did not retaliate. She bent down to retrieve a black gold Tianluan token, stating in a low voice, "This was bestowed upon me by the Tianluan Palace in gratitude for our Yulan sect's assistance in quelling the disturbances." They explicitly stated that this token permits our Yulan sect to secure a place to reside on the outskirts of the sacred land. Bai Lanji invoked the name of the Tianluan Palace, yet the overseer remained obstinate. Damn it, have you even considered how many people you've brought? Do you think this is a refugee camp? I will only grant you 50 spots. The rest is for you to figure out. As he spoke, the overseer's gaze pointedly flickered towards the storage ring in Bai Lanji's hand. Realization dawned upon Bai Lanji. This was not merely about denying them accommodation, but rather an attempt to extort from them. It seemed that wherever one went, one could not escape the torment of petty nuisances. Gritting her teeth, she removed the storage ring filled with supplies, preparing to hand it over to the overseer. Suddenly, a small hand grasped her wrist. Turning in astonishment, Bai Yulan beheld the girl they had traveled with, known as the Immortal Sovereign. In her eyes, filled with disbelief, the Immortal Sovereign produced a token radiating with iridescent light. Hey, will this work to exchange for land? The surrounding crowd fell silent. After a brief moment, the overseer paled in shock, retreating repeatedly while pointing at Xianxia, exclaiming loudly, "You audacious fool! You dare to forge a 7-colored Tianluan token." This proclamation drew the attention of many. Could it be that someone truly had the audacity to present such an item? Are you seeking death? Quickly, someone apprehend these thieves forging Tianluan tokens. The overseer shouted in alarm. A group of formidable figures immediately surged forward. Yet, before they could near Xianxia, they were sent sprawling by a peculiar group, rolling on the ground in anguish. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This group was indeed a formidable force. Subsequently, they began to disperse, for an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Fairy Bai Lanji was equally taken aback. She never anticipated that the Immortal Master would not only produce a 7-colored token, but would also take immediate action. This was a sacred ground, a place where authority must not be challenged. What should they do now? It's fine, just watch, she reassured. Yet, Xianxia merely smiled mischievously, appearing utterly unconcerned. You dare to strike. The steward finally recovered from his shock, glaring fiercely as he shouted. If I don't strike, should I simply wait for you to hit me? Xianxia retorted, exasperated. The steward's face contorted with rage as he snarled. If you possess any courage, wait right here. When the Lord of Wutong emerges, you shall not escape unscathed. With that, he produced a jade talisman, seemingly intended for communication. No need for that, Xianxia said, turning her head to see Suifeng's indifference. And with a playful smile, she added, let me personally invite him and discover who this unfortunate soul is. Did he not realize that chaos was the very thing he despised most? She glanced at the gate's archway and grimaced, having to admit it was quite unsightly. Without further ado, she unleashed a powerful punch, instantly tearing apart all formations guarding the entrance. The towering archway collapsed with a resounding crash, sending plumes of dust into the air. Onlookers were left dumbfounded. Who was this little ancestor, capable of demolishing even the sacred entrance? Truly, a force to be reckoned with. At that moment, a formidable figure shot forth from within Wutong Pass. Who dares to wreak havoc at Wutong Pass? He did not conceal his aura. His mid-stage integration strength was sufficient to suppress all challengers. He landed heavily, his broad back and powerful physique, along with his fierce gaze, surveyed everything before him. It was the renowned Lord Yiba. Rumor had it that he was a direct descendant of the Yi sacred family. The crowd gasped in astonishment. How unfortunate for these individuals to have provoked him. They had stirred up trouble with the very scion of the sacred ground. Their fate was surely sealed. Yiba's expression darkened as he scanned his surroundings, furrowing his brow. The individuals who had just committed violence exuded an unusual aura, and he could distinctly sense that several among them were immensely powerful, perhaps even rivaling his own strength. Notably, a long-haired bear demon amidst the crowd sent a shiver down his spine. Nevertheless, being in Xianxia City, he felt no fear. "Who are you?" Yiba demanded, his voice thunderous. "We're the Celestial Immortal Society," came a melodious voice. At that moment, a petite figure bounced into view before Yiba. She possessed a distinctive mane of purplish-red hair, an almost unchanged visage, and a wicked grin that sent chills down Yiba's spine. "Xiao, dear cousin?" Yiba uttered in disbelief, his legs beginning to tremble. If Yi Xiao was present, then what of their uncle? With a playful smile, Yi Xiao gestured toward the direction behind her. Yiba followed the guidance and looked over. A man stood there, expressionless, exuding an air of authority. Thud! With that, Yiba collapsed to his knees. The master of the house was in utter disarray, stammering, uncertain of what to say. Yi Xiao, standing before Yiba, vigorously rubbed his face as if he had tasted bitter gall, laughing. "Continue your bravado. Weren't you just so brave a moment ago?" This scene rendered the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Bailanji could barely maintain her footing. The head of the Wutong Pass had only glanced at him before kneeling down. Faced with the scrutiny of the immortal lord, he did not dare to show the slightest resistance. Who are these people? What manner of being is that man? Chapter 109. The Actions of the Strong. Wutong Pass is one of the key gateways located on the western edge of Xianxia City. It serves as a passage into the sacred lands, thus attracting a multitude of cultivators eager to seek fortune. In places bustling with people, a hierarchy naturally emerges. Those of formidable strength, affluent backgrounds, or connections within the sacred realm reside near the pass. Bailanji was once among such ranks, but an unexpected turn of events occurred. First, a steward demanded extra payment under the pretext that too many of her people accompanied her. Then, her cousin, in a fit of rage, shattered the gate of Wutong Pass with a single punch, prompting the gatekeeper to emerge in fury, just when they thought disaster was imminent. Who could have imagined that the formidable gatekeeper, brimming with authority, would merely cast a glance at that man and immediately kneel in fear? After all, he was a direct descendant of a Yi sacred family, a being no one dared to provoke even within the sacred lands. Yet here he was, trembling and unable to articulate a single coherent word. "Xiao, stop it." Yiba pulled Yi Xiao's hand away from his face, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Out of the corner of her eye, Yi Xiao spotted Yi Suifeng approaching and, with a mischievous smile, leaned in to whisper to Yiba, "You're in trouble now. Uncle despises such behavior the most." With that, she jumped back to Bailanji's side, clutching a handful of dried Songshan broad beans, eagerly watching the spectacle. Bailanji still felt a bit unsteady, astonished that the formidable gatekeeper had knelt just like that. How powerful must these individuals be? Thankfully, when she encountered them, she had no thought of rebellion. Otherwise, she would have been in grave peril. She looked up at the imposing man. As Yi Suifeng drew closer, Yiba's face was drenched in sweat, even the back of his clothing soaked through. "Wutong Pass. Gatekeeper," Yi Suifeng stated calmly as he stood before Yiba. Yiba lowered his head, too intimidated to respond. "Are you aware of the foul deeds you have committed as the gatekeeper?" Yi Suifeng pointed toward the steward standing nearby, who, moments ago, had been arrogant and domineering. Now lay limp, for his greatest support had crumbled in an instant. Yiba instinctively wanted to argue, but upon recognizing the significance of the figure before him, the head of the family, a being who had altered the fate of the entire Yi clan, he dared not act out of line, even though he was currently revered as a mighty figure. "Uncle, your nephew understands," he murmured. A resounding slap from a large hand struck Yiba's face, causing stars to dance before his eyes as he fell to the ground, blood mingling with teeth spilling from his mouth. Beside him, Bailanji was shaken, not merely by the sight of Yiba's punishment, but by his address of the man. Could it be that the individual accompanying her was the legendary Yi Sheng? Yi Suifeng regarded the fallen Yiba with an icy demeanor. "Since you call me uncle, I shall take it upon myself to discipline you on behalf of your father. I have consistently emphasized the importance of rules. Yet you allow that little brat to run rampant here. Is this how one behaves in the sacred land of Xianxia?" Faced with Yi Suifeng's reprimand, Yi Ba could utter not a single word. He was indeed aware of the practice of price gouging, receiving a substantial tribute each month. Yi Suifeng's gaze was frigid. His discontent stemmed not merely from the act itself, but from Yi Ba's failure to embody the mindset of a true powerhouse. Instead, resorting to the petty tactics of a small clan. Either set a clear standard for how many individuals are permitted to enter, or charge a fee per person. Even if you were to bar outsiders completely, demanding they remain 100 miles away from the borders of Xianxia City and threatening death upon those who dare approach. I would not be angered. But you, Yi Ba, allow a mere child to flaunt authority here, bringing disgrace upon us all. From this moment forth, relinquish your position as the master of Wutong Pass. Return to Xianxia City, and only emerge once you have come to a clearer understanding of your role, Yi Suifeng declared. Yes, Yi Ba replied, his countenance bleak as he rose from the ground, responding softly. Yi Suifeng scoffed and waved to Yi Xiaoxiao, preparing to depart. Uncle. Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly leapt forward, smiling. Now that my cousin has stepped down, shouldn't we find a new master to oversee the affairs of Wudong Pass? Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Do you have someone in mind? Yi Xiaoxiao chuckled, pointing to Bai Lanji. I believe she would be an excellent choice. She has experience in managing sect affairs and is quite prudent. Most importantly, I think she would be quite suitable. Bai Lanji was taken aback, the sudden turn of events overwhelming her. How had she suddenly been suggested as the master of Wutong Pass? Cousin, please don't theist. How can an outsider, who has just arrived and possesses merely Yuan-ing level strength, be made the master of Wudong Pass? Yi Ba exclaimed, fearing Yi Suifeng's ire. Why not? However, Yi Suifeng's reaction was quite unexpected. As long as Xiaoxiao is fond of it, she can assume the role of the leader. Do you understand? Yi Ba was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning of these words. Yi Suifeng shook his head and said, consider leaving Xianxia City only when you have grasped the intricacies of the relationships at play here. For true powerhouses, your preferences become the standard by which others act. You may exhibit mercy, act capriciously, or even indulge in bloodshed. However, one must never be petty or engage in trivial matters, for that would only invite ridicule and diminish one's dignity. Yi Xiaoxiao, having managed the Heavenly Fairy Association for several years, had long since understood this principle. Let us proceed as you suggested. We will rest at Wutong Pass, and you should ensure that Bai Lanji becomes acquainted with the affairs here as swiftly as possible. With that, Yi Suifeng walked toward the inner gate. Meanwhile, Bai Lanji, standing aside, was utterly bewildered. She had merely wished to find a suitable place to reside outside the Holy Land. Who could have imagined that, through unforeseen twists, she would become the leader of Wudong Pass? The power was overwhelming. It was a scenario she would never have dared to dream of. And this all came to fruition with a single utterance from a girl and a nod from a man. Are you all right? At that moment, Yi Xiaoxiao returned to their side. Bai Lanji, with a complex expression and at a loss for words, ultimately knelt on one knee and declared with a tremulous voice, Fairy Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Yi Xiaoxiao smiled gently. Very well. Henceforth, you shall be one of us in the Heavenly Fairy Association. In a serene, elegant courtyard, a young man dressed in a light blue long robe sat beneath a willow tree by the stream, exuding tranquility as he wrote with a brush at a stone table. A willow leaf gently floated down, landing beside an open book that appeared quite ordinary, containing illustrations of landscapes and accounts of extraordinary sights. At that moment, an ethereal woman approached, carrying a teapot. Director, she softly called. Xiao, is there something on your mind? The young man, who was none other than Yi Qian, set down his brush and turned to her. Not much. I merely came to see you. Xiao Yi crouched down and poured a cup of fragrant tea for Yi Qian, her cheeks involuntarily tinged with a faint blush. Have you found this year's holy sun? Yi Qian lifted the teacup, taking a gentle sip. The tea was refreshing and possessed a unique aroma. Yes, we have already located him. Xiao Yi moved closer to Yi Qian, retrieving the inkstone from the table, and while grinding the ink, she continued. Due to the unique nature of the Holy Sun, we have been closely monitoring this matter. Thus, when he fused with the Holy Stone and awakened his divine powers, we brought him back to the academy. Yi Qian nodded in acknowledgement. A delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils as he gazed at the petite figure of Xiao Yi before him, slightly turning his head. Have the identities and backgrounds been thoroughly investigated? Xiao Yi responded with a soft affirmation. 2 of them are locals from Xianxia City, and one is recently relocated from elsewhere. There are no issues. That is reassuring. Yi Qian sighed, rubbing his temples. The son of the sacred realm had grown exceedingly powerful over the years. He must exercise the utmost vigilance. Suddenly, a pair of delicate, cool hands rested upon his temples. Yiqingge, you seem to be overexerting yourself lately, came a gentle voice that resonated in his ears. Yi Qian sighed softly. There is little choice. The matters of the sacred land are ever increasing, and I have an unsettling premonition that the family head is soon to return. I cannot allow him to perceive our home as disordered. You are already doing splendidly. Xiao Yi's soft form leaned against him, her fair arms encircling him. If the family head were to witness the current flourishing state of the academy, he would surely commend your efforts. A subtle fragrance lingered around Yi Qian. Within Xiao Yi's embrace, his restless heart began to gradually calm. Unconsciously, he raised his hand to gently clasp her jade-like, warm hand. The atmosphere grew momentarily intimate. Suddenly, two prominent characters appeared on Yi Qian's forehead, radiating a brilliant golden light. Mountains and rivers. Yi Qian's demeanor shifted to one of alertness, the tender sentiments he had felt dissipating in an instant as he abruptly stood. His gaze fixed upon Xiao Yi, who was enveloped in a radiant golden glow, exuding an aura of righteousness. Xiao Yi smiled, yet as the golden light intensified, she began to fade away. You have fallen in love, a familiar voice chimed beside him. Turning to look, he saw a girl with crimson hair reclining on the table, her legs playfully swaying in the air. Propping her chin on her hand, her crescent moon eyes sparkled with mirth as she regarded Yi Qian. Well, I never expected you to experience the stirrings of affection, Yi Xiao remarked. Xiao. Yi Qian gradually regained his composure, realizing that the earlier events had been orchestrated by her. When did you return? He inquired as he reseated himself. Yi Xiao sat opposite him, playfully touching his forehead and exclaiming, You are truly ruthless, engraving words upon your own body. It was these very words that had shattered her dream. 6 years have passed, and you still delight in mischief. Yi Qian brushed aside her hand, feeling inexplicably vexed. Not all. Yi Xiao hugged her knees, adopting a gossiping demeanor. Come on, tell me, who is that girl? What is it about her that has captured your interest? Do not spout nonsense. Yi Qian quickly replied. She is currently a teacher at the academy. Our relationship is purely one of superior and subordinate. Cut it out. Yi Xiao, with a face full of disdain, remarked. Your earlier demeanor clearly indicates your fondness for her. This is entirely normal. Why are you so flustered? I'm not flustered at all. Moreover, that was merely an illusion you concocted. Yi Qian retorted loudly. Yi Xiao curled her lips in skepticism. You claim to be unperturbed, yet you cannot even distinguish between an illusion and a dream. She leaned closer to Yi Qian and said, I merely allowed you to indulge in a brief slumber. Those scenes were manifestations of your innermost emotions. It was akin to the spring dream you just experienced. Yi Qian lowered his eyelids, extending his large hand to push Yi Xiao's face away. He wished to steer the conversation in another direction. What about uncle? Has he returned? Yi Xiao shrugged. Of course, he is currently in the study, summoning my father, your father, as well as the third and fourth uncles. I suspect he is quite irate. Irate? Yi Qian was taken aback. More or less, Yi Xiao replied. On our way back, we noticed that some areas of Yinxiao City were in disarray. He was furious, and the repercussions, well, they are likely severe. Yi Qian furrowed his brow. He had been preoccupied with matters concerning the Tianxia Academy and had not been involved with the family's affairs, leaving him unaware of any issues. However, what troubled him most was whether there were any vulnerabilities at the academy. Rest assured, this does not concern you. Yi Xiao discerned his thoughts and reassured him. From what I observed, the only things that seemed to please him were Sister Yi Huang's Tianluan Hall and New Tianxia Academy. He explicitly stated that you are an excellent dean. Ah, I never anticipated that you would truly become the dean, Yi Qian chuckled. Nor did I expect you to have grown so formidable. Yi Qian continued, curiosity piqued. When did you allow me to enter the dream? At present. He had reached the pinnacle of the fusion stage and had inscribed the words penned by Yi Suifeng into his very being. Even a formidable being at the tribulation stage would find it challenging to contend with him. Yet, despite this, he had unknowingly fallen into Yi Xiao's dream. Yi Xiao remained silent, instead waving a willow leaf in her hand. Yi Qian suddenly realized that the dream had commenced at that very moment. Her methods remained as formidable as ever. Prepare yourself. Uncle will likely have matters to discuss soon. This pertains to a significant world-saving endeavor. Yi Xiao declared as she leaped off the table. Yi Qian nodded earnestly, pledging to exert his utmost effort in any undertaking. By the way, you should also seize the time to attend to your own affairs. Xiaoxiao grinned. Do not forget, having a child yields 5,000 contribution points. If you feel embarrassed, I could approach her and say you had a spring dream, with her as the leading lady. Yi Qian's expression darkened. No, do not mention this matter again. Chapter 111. Assaulted by a fish. By the lakeside, smooth as a mirror, the willows swayed gently in the breeze. The she-wolf stood at the water's edge, relishing the gentle caress of the breeze upon her face. Before her loomed a moss-covered monument, inscribed with two powerful characters, Mirror Lake. Recognizing the words, the she-wolf instinctively reached out, eager to touch them. Suddenly, a long branch descended from above, slowly sweeping past and brushing her fingers aside. Do not disturb the monument. It seemed to convey, to her astonishment, the nearby willow tree spoke with a human voice. Startled, the she-wolf examined it closely, discovering that this tree had indeed attained sentience. Its strength seemingly on par with an 8th-tier tree spirit. Do not move recklessly. This garden has awakened, it warned. At that moment, Yu Hong approached from behind, his expression one of incredulity. What does this mean? The she-wolf inquired. Yu Hong gestured towards the surroundings. All the flora and fauna here have gained consciousness and possess remarkable cultivation. Some of these beings even evoke a sense of trepidation within me. The she-wolf nodded in agreement, sharing a similar feeling. Ever since they had entered the domain of the cloud sky sacred land, everything they encountered continually reshaped their understanding. They had never witnessed such a magnificent spectacle. The fruit of any tree was a spirit fruit, and any flower by the roadside harbored extraordinary spiritual energy. Even a handful of soil, if taken outside, would be a rare treasure. It was no wonder that so many cultivators traveled great distances to reach the cloud sky sacred land. If one could enter, the opportunities here were indeed abundant. The closer they approached Cloud Sky City, the more prosperous the scenery became. From my observations, the source of all these changes must be the mirror lake before us, Yu Hong remarked, standing shoulder to shoulder with the she-wolf, hands clasped behind his back. He inhaled deeply, sensing the aura emanating from the essence of the origin tower, its sheer quantity overwhelming enough to instill fear. This recollection brought to mind a remark made by a senior several years prior. I possess over 10,000 origin towers. Initially skeptical, he now found himself believing wholeheartedly. Excitement coursing through him. If the enlightenment tree were planted here, its growth cycle would surely be drastically shortened. No wonder the immortal lord and that senior are so formidable. The she-wolf mused. Not quite, Yu Hong countered, shaking his head. The strength of Senior Yi is unrelated to this place, as he is the very architect of it. The immortal lord's prowess, however, is directly connected to Senior Yi. The she-wolf turned to him, astonished. So, you mean to say that the entire cloud sky sacred land exists because of him alone? That is simply unbelievable. How could one person be so powerful? Yu Hong chuckled softly. I find it equally unfathomable, yet that is the reality. Perhaps he is the celestial being sent to save our world. After witnessing the celestial sanctuary, Yu Hong's mindset has truly attained a state of profound tranquility. As long as Suifeng remains determined to save the world, there will undoubtedly be no issues. However, should he choose otherwise, there would be no one capable of restraining him. At that moment, a sudden cry echoed through the air. Soon after, a long-haired bear came barreling towards him from the distance, weeping and shouting, "Big brother you, please save me. I've got into trouble with the fish." In no time, Fuguwei dashed before the two. One side of its bare face was swollen, glistening with moisture, clearly having endured a severe blow. What happened? Yu Hong pondered in astonishment. Despite Fuguwei's clumsy demeanor, it was still a creature of divine status, akin to a human cultivator undergoing tribulation. How could it be so thoroughly beaten? Had it clashed with a member of the Yi family? Fuguwei wiped away its tears and explained the entire ordeal. After arriving at the Yi family, Xiaoxiao had allowed them some freedom to roam. While exploring, Fuguwei had stumbled upon a stream teeming with exquisite koi, each vibrant and lively, brimming with intelligence. Most importantly, they were rather large and appeared delectable. Remembering that its kin had urged it to bring back something tasty, lest they resort to violence against it, Fuguwei resolved to catch a few koi. However, the koi proved to be exceptionally agile, perfectly countering Fuguwei's attempts to capture them, and instead, they teased it by blowing bubbles. Enraged, Fuguwei unleashed its divine aura and began to pursue the school of koi. The chase led it all the way to Mirror Lake. Just as it was about to employ its powers to seize them, an enormous red koi leapt from the water, striking Fugue with its tail. Furious, Fugue retaliated, only to discover that this seemingly ordinary koi had evolved into a 10th-grade demon beast, equivalent to a divine creature. Its agility and myriad techniques overwhelmed Fugue, resulting in a severe beating. "Big brother, you must avenge me," Fugue sobbed, seeing its bare head transformed into a swollen mess. Yu Hong fell into silence. He had sensed several formidable presences earlier, but he never expected Fugue to engage with one. "You cannot best it, nor can I. Rest for now, and I shall search for something else delectable later," Yu Hong replied helplessly. This mirror lake was indeed perilously deep. It was wise to refrain from reckless actions. The she-wolf also sighed, remarking, "A few days ago, I inadvertently killed a cultivator, thinking that the folks from the Southern Highlands were not formidable. Yet now, it is evident that we are indeed lacking." Despite her words, the icy blue light in the she-wolf's eyes only grew more intense. It is indeed a blessing. Only by facing formidable adversaries can one truly grow in strength. Yu Hong nodded. Following the Celestial Master is undoubtedly a wise choice. The wolf girl teased with a smile. "So, you willingly join the Celestial Society now?" Yu Hong shrugged. Every individual possesses a peculiar sense of pride. It is only upon encountering genuine strength that one realizes the absurdity of their own pride. 5 years ago, a mere finger from me could effortlessly extinguish 100 Celestial Masters. Yet now, even with all my might, I could scarcely inflict a scratch upon her. Clinging to such a paltry pride would be utterly ludicrous. His gaze, beginning from the mirror lake, ascended to the vast sky, where a colossal character for Leaf loomed. And he smiled faintly. To be brought along by him is surely the most fortunate event of my life. The wolf girl smiled as well. Indeed, I too feel immensely fortunate to have encountered her that day. The affluent and noble, having just dried their tears, pondered how to eliminate that detestable carp. Chapter 112. The Objective Expansion. At the center of the mirror lake lies a small island. On this isle, pavilions and towers are adorned with the sounds of birds and fragrant blossoms, exuding an ethereal ambience. This is the newly constructed residence of the family head, which also houses a study. For 5 years, this place has only seen a few maidservants tidying up, but today, the family head study is filled with people. Yi Suifeng occupies the principal seat, flanked on either side by Yi Suiyun, Yi Suihu, and Yi Suibao, the 4 core decision-makers of the Yi family. Should they appear in public, their presence would undoubtedly incite considerable commotion, for they are the leaders of a sacred family. Within the Holy Realm, they wield absolute power and supreme authority. Yet now, each of them sat rigidly in their chairs, anxiety etched upon their faces, quietly awaiting the words of the man in the main seat. Yi Suifeng lounged languidly in his chair. Before him lay a resplendent treasure box. Within the box, there were no treasures, but rather a compilation of significant events that transpired in Xianxia City over the past 6 years, as well as all pertinent information regarding the family. This data was meticulously organized by Suiyun, ensuring that Yi Suifeng could swiftly grasp the current state of affairs upon his return. Soon, Yi Suifeng skimmed through the contents. First, the Yi family's direct lineage had expanded several-fold, nearing 10,000 members. Half of them were children born during these 6 years, indicating a diligent populace. Moreover, the upper echelons of the Yi family remained firmly in control of the family's vital authority. As per Yi Suifeng's directives, this status was unshakable. For instance, Suiyun and the others had already transcended to the integration stage, their prowess unparalleled. Following this, a multitude of collateral branches and external cultivators who had joined the Yi family numbered even more significantly, surpassing 100,000. They relished the cultivation resources that come second only to their immediate kin, and their collective prowess is truly remarkable. The Yi family, on the other hand, holds dominion over the entire Yuntian city, which commands the pivotal region within 1,000 miles. Below this lies the other realms of Yuntian city, hierarchically structured and descending in order. This management model is straightforward and effective, yet it is not without its numerous shortcomings. For instance, the incident involving Yi Ba at Wutong Pass stands as one of the most glaring flaws of such a system. It is inevitable. As a force experiences a sudden surge in scale, encountering issues is unavoidable. As long as the core authority and power remain unscathed, such matters are trivial. Overall, the performance has been commendable. After reviewing all the information, Yi Suifeng spoke up, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the heads of the various families present. However, there remain several minor issues that require attention. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng's gaze shifted towards Yi Suihu, for Yi Ba is his second son. At this moment, Yi Ba had returned. Aware of the circumstances surrounding his actions, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead under Yi Suifeng's scrutiny. Yet, after a brief moment, Yi Suifeng averted his gaze. Rapid family growth inevitably leads to minor issues. It is crucial to actively seek out and identify these problems, rather than remaining aloof and oblivious to the happenings below, stated Yi Suifeng. The key figures, who wield influence externally, nodded in agreement, none daring to utter a word of dissent. Yi Suifeng continued. Now that you have transformed Yuntian City into a sanctuary, it must embody the essence and dignity of such a place. Over 10 million cultivators congregating outside, resembling a swarm of refugees, is becoming akin to a small nation, chaotic and disordered. Either open the borders or enhance management. We must urgently devise a solution to this predicament. Suiyu nodded and replied, Elder brother, we have indeed been formulating strategies for this issue while awaiting the opportune moment. Now that our cousin Yi Huang has unified the eastern half of the Nine Cities Alliance, and Yi Long has taken the western half, it is time to expand. Yi Suifeng acknowledged with a sound of approval. Well then, you have all managed the family affairs commendably, and I have little more to add. Moving forward, I will initiate some actions on a global scale, and the pace of expansion will be swift. You must promptly mobilize family personnel to reinforce our ranks. The Enlightenment Tree and the 100,000 Origin Towers are ready. I have resolved to plant them all as soon as possible, to purify this wretched land and rejuvenate the world. Additionally, we shall ascertain what capabilities lie beyond the so-called ceiling, and whether anyone participated in the events of the Temporal River. After discussing a few more matters, Yi Suifeng dismissed the meeting. Through the years of development, these key individuals have demonstrated their ability to stand independently, rendering Yi Suifeng no longer burdened by the minutiae of family affairs. Soon, only Yi Suifeng remained alone in the study. Suddenly, he spoke to the empty space across from him. Come out. After peeking for so long, it must be quite exhausting. No sooner had his words fallen than a petite figure tumbled from the void, landing gracefully on the expansive table. Hee, uncle, I thought you would scold him thoroughly. Yi Xiaoxiao teased. You're not a child anymore. What is there to scold? Yi Suifeng replied, shaking his head in silence. Have you seen your mother? He inquired. I have. Yi Xiaoxiao said, reclining and gazing at the sky. I stealthily returned and surprised her from behind, giving her quite a fright. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that my parents are not as affectionate towards me as they once were. A hint of melancholy colored her tone. That's because you've grown up. They do not wish to bind your wings with familial ties. Regardless, they will always be the ones who love you the most. Yi Suifeng reassured her. Yi Xiaoxiao sighed softly, falling silent. In truth, despite her outward appearance as an immature girl, the myriad experiences she had undergone had rendered her wiser. Many things were clear to her now. Let Yu Hong and the others come. We need to prepare for planting trees, Yi Suifeng stated. And also summon Yi Qian. You should join us as well. We will require considerable manpower. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded, rolling over and vanishing into the void as she fell from the table. Chapter 113, The First Tree. At the center island of the Mirror Lake, in front of an elegant courtyard, lay a small, deep pond. Its size was modest, yet it possessed an extraordinary depth. Occasionally, a few seemingly ordinary koi would surface, playfully blowing bubbles. Yi Suifeng stood by the pond, hands clasped behind him. This will be the site for the first Enlightenment Tree. He felt a sense of anticipation regarding the transformative effects such a high-level tree might bring to the world. Uncle, they have arrived. At that moment, Yi Xiaoxiao leaped down from the void, landing beside Yi Suifeng. In the distance, a group descended rapidly from the sky. Yu Hong, the wolf girl, and Fugui, three celestial beings, accompanied by a man and a woman. Yi Qian and Xiao Yi. Nephew pays his respects to uncle. As soon as they landed, Yi Qian knelt on one knee, performing a deep bow. Xiao Yi followed suit, kneeling beside him. Rise, Yi Suifeng said with a gentle smile. It has been years. You've grown quite a bit. I have heard of the accomplishments of your Tianxia Academy. It is impressive and well regarded. Upon hearing this, Yi Qian's expression lit up with excitement as he stood. After years of effort, his greatest desire was his uncle's acknowledgement, and now it was finally fulfilled. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi looked on in astonishment. She had never seen Yi Qian in such a manner before. Come closer, everyone, Yi Suifeng instructed. Subsequently, Yi Qian and Yu Hong gathered around. Yi Suifeng then opened his palm, and a small, verdant seedling gradually magnified, ultimately occupying the entirety of his hand. Yu Hong's gaze blazed with fervor. It was the seedling of the enlightenment tree. At this moment, the elder revealed it, undoubtedly about to commence its planting, a process that surpassed his previous expectations by myriad times. The guardianship of generations within Tianji Valley was finally poised to flourish anew in the primary world. Meanwhile, Yi Qian's face was awash with curiosity. "Uncle, is this the enlightenment tree capable of saving the world?" he inquired. Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow, and Yi Xiaoxiao beside him chuckled. "I've already informed him of everything upon our arrival." Yi Suifeng nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is the enlightenment tree. Today, I have brought you here to witness the planting process of the enlightenment tree and the effects it shall engender. For a considerable duration thereafter, your tasks may revolve around this." With a single hand, Yi Suifeng cradled the enlightenment tree. "So, pay close attention." Upon finishing his words, the seedling of the enlightenment tree gently floated towards the pond. Under the gaze of all, the seedling trembled, as if it were encountering this world for the very first time. Its delicate roots slowly writhed, as if they were caressing the expanse of the earth. Suddenly, a flash of lightning emerged from the void, connecting to the young roots of the enlightenment tree. In an instant, countless minute arcs of electricity coursed through beneath the enlightenment tree, as if extending its roots. The void began to quiver. A heavy rumble of thunder resonated. Through the perspective granted by the heavenly Tao ring, Yi Suifeng could distinctly perceive numerous laws probing tentatively. Subsequently, they surged forth joyously, entwining tightly around the seedling of the enlightenment tree before him. When all the heavenly Tao laws coalesced to a substantial degree, the entire world seemed to freeze momentarily. Then, under the orchestration of countless arcs of electricity, the seedling of the enlightenment tree fell heavily to the ground. Following that, its roots began to expand wildly, each delving deeply into the soil and the void. Meanwhile, its trunk visibly thrived at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, it soared to several dozen meters high, erupting with numerous fresh branches and leaves that swiftly unfurled. Before long, a towering giant tree rose majestically in the center of the mirror lake. Its immense canopy nearly shrouded the entire islet at the heart of the lake. The onlookers could not help but exclaim. The scene was indeed extraordinary. Yi Suifeng could distinctly sense that the enlightenment tree before him had completely intertwined with the laws of the entire world. Through these laws, it gradually transformed the land beneath their feet and the surrounding environment, harmonizing them with the operational rules of the world. Moreover, through the myriad beings it sheltered, it nourished the heavenly Tao laws, establishing a tightly knit virtuous cycle. As Yi Suifeng gazed at the leaves dancing in the wind, he understood why the Elder of Heavenly Secrets proclaimed that the enlightenment tree could not only save this world, but also elevate it to a higher echelon of existence. Truly magnificent. He looked up at the canopy, unable to suppress his awe. His heart trembled, and his eyes moistened. The enlightenment tree had finally returned to the main world. It seemed to be transforming the very earth beneath our feet, aligning it more harmoniously with the celestial order. Yi Qian, with an expression of astonishment, discerned the remarkable essence of the enlightenment tree. Yi Suifeng nodded, recognizing that with the presence of the enlightenment tree, in just a few years, the sacred land of Yunxiao would ascend to a higher plane. Moreover, this transformation would not be confined to Yunxiao. Nearly the entire Nine Cities Alliance would fall within the sphere of influence of this tree. And this was merely the first stage of the enlightenment tree. Once it fully matured, it would possess the true capacity to reshape the world. Xiao, Yi Suifeng called gently. "Summon Yi Huang, Yi Long, and your sister Yi Qingyao back. We shall plant the enlightenment tree in every corner of the world." Chapter 114. The Death of Mi Feng in the eastern region of the Nine Cities Alliance. At the City Lord's mansion in Haishi City, a resounding slap echoed through the Grand Hall, piercingly loud. A group of formidable warriors, some filled with rage, others with disdain, and a few with solemn expressions, all fixated on a dark-skinned youth standing at the center. Before him stood a tall, imposing middle-aged man, who regarded the youth coldly. Having just delivered the stinging blow, "Father!" Mi Feng cried out, disregarding the fiery pain on his face. "Do not call me father." The middle-aged man struck him again, then turned to retreat to the city lord's throne. "I have no son like you. Go back to the embrace of that harlot in Tianluan Palace. Do you think I would yield or surrender? Never." The city lord's furious voice reverberated through the hall. Among the crowd stood a gaunt, bearded middle-aged man, his face etched with helplessness. It was when Shu, the very individual who had once taken Mi Feng to witness the battle at Yinxiao City. That is not surrender, father. Mi Feng exclaimed loudly. Why do you not venture outside to see? The entire eastern region of the Nine Cities Alliance is now under the banner of Tianluan Palace. Yinxiao City has long since transformed into a sacred realm, with countless cultivators gathering at its periphery, all seeking to draw nearer to the sanctity for their chance at fortune. This is an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He pleaded fervently, striving to sway his father's resolve. Yet, the Lord of Haishi merely scoffed dismissively, spitting a thick phlegm. To hell with your opportunities. To hell with your fortunes. To hell with Tianluan Palace. With Blackstone City at his command, Laozi has fought a lifetime against the bloodthirsty beasts and the very heavens themselves. Even in death, he would never submit to a woman. The Lord's declaration immediately ignited a fervent roar from the assembled warriors. This was a band of true men who would rather perish in battle than surrender. Mi Feng lowered his head, the surrounding curses ringing in his ears. He could not fathom why, despite the insurmountable disparity in strength, his father refused to yield. Such obstinacy. Even at the cost of the lives of all in Blackstone City, what was it for? He struggled to understand. Yet, he had to persuade him. For if negotiations failed, the onslaught from the heavenly Luan Palace would descend upon them in an instant. The only reason Blackstone City had endured thus far was due to Yi Huang's forbearance. Granted because he was the son of the city's lord. But now, with the entire Eastern Alliance gone, only Blackstone City remained. Father, Mi Feng felt a profound helplessness, tinged with sorrow. We truly have no chance. Think of Mother. Think of our family. Think of the warriors who have fought alongside you all these years. He wished to plead once more. However, the Lord's expression remained cold and unyielding. We, between you and Blackstone City, there exists no longer a we. Go back and inform your palace master. If she wishes to kill or to maim, let her come swiftly, lest I lose respect for her. Mi Feng stepped forward, intent on speaking again. Leave. The Lord's furious shout halted him. Following this, the curses from the warriors echoed around him. With a bitter expression, Mi Feng eventually turned and walked slowly out of the great hall amidst the din of condemnation. Moments later, he stood atop the city wall, gazing out at the distant sky. A few dozen miles away lay the main stronghold of the heavenly Luan Palace, where Yi Huang was poised to attack Blackstone City at any moment. Mi Feng stood in silence, torn between his allegiance to the palace master, the object of his affection for 6 years, and the memories of his father, mother, and home behind him. He found himself trapped in the center, caught between two impossible choices. He could not bear to see Yi Huang lead her forces to raise Blackstone City. Yet he could not persuade his father to submit to the heavenly Luan Palace. He truly did not know what to do. Perhaps he should not have followed Uncle Wan to Yuntian City that year. Perhaps after the battle at Yuntian, he should have returned to Blackstone City to inherit the lordship. In that case, at least he would not have to endure this torment now. But all of that could not be undone. After a long while, he suddenly smiled. Perhaps only in that way could he find release. Inside the expansive tent, Yi Huang's demeanor was grave as she fixed her gaze upon the map marked with Blackstone City. Suddenly, Feng Zhi entered and approached her side. Palace Master, perhaps we should consider an alternative approach. Yi Huang spoke coldly. I have shown considerable mercy. Before my father returns, I must completely quell the East. What if Blackstone City remains unyielding? Feng Zhi inquired. Then we shall eradicate it entirely. We have not shied away from the massacre of cities before. Yi Huang replied with a detached gaze. But Mi Feng has been our companion for many years, she added, her voice trailing off into silence. After a moment, she softly stated, I believe in him. Sometime later, a voice called from outside the tent, my lord. Jiang Fei stepped into the tent, her expression a tapestry of emotions, clutching a blood-stained cloth. Blood seeped from the fabric, trickling through her fingers and onto the ground. What happened? Yi Huang furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Jiang Fei sighed heavily. Mi Feng. Her words faltered as she extended the bloodied cloth toward Yi Huang. Receiving the cloth, Yi Huang slowly unfurled it. Within lay a letter inscribed in blood. My lord, for 6 years I have. The letter was lengthy, the handwriting meticulous. Yet, as Yi Huang read, her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Her face remained impassive, though her eyes flickered with tumultuous emotions. I only hope you can spare my mother. The letter concluded, signed by Mi Feng. Where is he? Yi Huang asked in a hushed tone. Jiang Fei pressed her lips together, replying, he took his own life beneath the city walls. With a crash, Yi Huang slammed the letter onto the table, inadvertently shattering it to pieces. I merely sent him to negotiate. How did it come to this? A dark aura began to swirl in Yi Huang's eyes. She stepped forward, unsteady on her feet, nearly collapsing. Feng Ji and Jiang Fei rushed to support her. "My lord, are you all right?" Yi Huang pushed them away, the dark energy intensifying within her. Petals, symbolizing the supreme sword intent, stirred restlessly in her forehead. "I only wanted my father to witness my accomplishments. I never wished for his death." Suddenly, a violent force erupted from Yi Huang, shattering the array-laden camp. An ominous black energy emanated from her eyes, rapidly spreading. Feng Ji and Jiang Fei stood frozen, recognizing something was amiss with Yi Huang. "My lord." They attempted to rouse her, but their efforts were in vain. The malevolent aura surged, reeking of blood, creating a whirlwind that made it difficult for them to approach her. The terrifying sword intent within Yi Huang's forehead grew increasingly restless. Feng Ji's heart raced with dread. Should that sword intent erupt, all present would likely suffer catastrophic losses. Yet the encroaching evil was advancing too swiftly to be thwarted. As the sword intent neared its explosive release, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Suddenly, a delicate hand emerged from the void. The index finger precisely pointed at Yi Huang's brow. Blue ripples, emanating from the fingertip, swiftly enveloped her entire being, extinguishing the ferocious black malevolence. In that moment, Yi Huang leaned unsteadily and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 115, The Cage. The aptitude assessment commenced. A dignified, middle-aged man announced loudly. A group of children, seemingly only 3 or 4 years old, stood together, gazing blankly at a lantern before them. This lantern was designed to evaluate one's aptitude, divided into 9 segments. Each segment that illuminated indicated a higher level of talent for the test subject. The first to approach was a quiet girl. Following the adult's instructions, she extended her small hand and placed it above the lantern. A sensation of warmth gradually developed in her palm. Soon, the lantern began to spin slowly. With each complete rotation, a portion glowed. Ultimately, after a full 7 rotations, it gradually came to a halt. "Qin Yao, superior aptitude," the middle-aged man declared with a booming voice. Joy illuminated the faces of those surrounding her. For such aptitude promised dedicated cultivation and the potential to reach at least the golden core stage in the future. "Xiaolong, your turn," called the middle-aged man. A plump little boy stepped forward, extending his chubby hand to the lantern, much like Qin Yao had done. The lantern soon began to spin. After completing 7 rotations, it stopped just shy of the 8th. "Yilong, superior aptitude." The expressions of the onlookers brightened even more, with some bursting into laughter. "Ha! Truly a blessing for the Yi family." If these 2 children lived up to expectations, they both possessed the potential to reach the nascent soul stage. In that case, the Yi family would firmly establish itself in Cloud City. Next came several other children. Among them was a smaller girl, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. Unlike the others, she did not stand with her peers but remained in the embrace of a young man. After the others had completed their assessments, the authoritative middle-aged man called out her name. "Xiao Huang, it's your turn." Xiao Huang lifted her head to gaze at the young man. "Daddy," she sweetly called out. "Go ahead, I believe in you," her father encouraged her. Xiao Huang hopped down from her father's arms and, with a slight sway, made her way towards the lantern. "Go for it. You got this." The other children cheered her on. Xiao Huang approached the lantern and, mimicking the others, placed her hand upon it. The lantern soon began to spin. 1 rotation, 2 rotations. Upon nearing the completion of the 4th rotation, it unexpectedly halted. "Yi Huang, talent classified as inferior," the middle-aged man declared. The little girl did not comprehend the significance of the moment. She merely observed that the once jovial adults around her had fallen silent. Her father, in particular, had lowered his head. "It's all right. In the future, Yilong and Qin Yao will surely assist Xiao Huang diligently." Someone broke the silence, prompting the others to resume their chatter. Yet, the little girl remained fixated on her father. She noticed a peculiar expression flickering in his eyes. It was only as she matured that she recognized this emotion as disappointment. "Father." 3 years later. "Father, I've finally cultivated my spiritual energy." A small figure dashed into the courtyard, unmistakably Xiao Huang. Unfortunately, her petite stature and the high threshold caused her to trip, tumbling face first into the dirt. Xiao Huang quickly recovered, brushing off the dust, only to be met with a sharp pain in her elbow. Raising her arm, she discovered a patch of skin had been scraped off, stinging painfully. However, She paid it no mind, wiping it with her clothing as she entered the room. "Father, I can officially begin my training," she exclaimed as she entered. At that moment, her father emerged from the inner chambers, holding an ancient-looking scroll. Xiao Huang recognized it depicted a beautiful woman, rumored to be her mother. "Father, look." Xiao Huang concealed her injured arm behind her back, extending her other hand as a small flame flickered to life at her fingertips, wavering and dancing. "Wonderful," he said, crouching down to wipe the dirt from her face, smiling. "Keep striving, my dear. I believe in you. You will succeed." Xiao Huang nodded vigorously. The concept of effort took residence in her heart from that day forth. Soon, she arrived at the family training grounds, disregarding the pain in her arm, delivering punch after punch against the soft training pads. It was then that a group of children took notice of her, beginning to whisper among themselves. "Hey, that S.E. Huang, the family head's granddaughter. I heard her talent is quite poor, far behind Yilong and Xianxia. She's so strange. While everyone else is resting and playing, she's still training. I heard she's a harbinger of misfortune, that she caused her mother's death." "Exactly. We should keep our distance from her." Xiao Huang overheard their words. Confused, she wondered why the other children disliked her. She had asked her father, who explained that her mother had been too weak and that she was not to blame. Yet, no matter where she went, she would still encounter such remarks. "What are you saying?" A loud shout interrupted her thoughts. Immediately after, a long whip cracked sharply against the backs of the children who had been speaking, causing them to yelp in surprise. "Wow, the leopard's envoy. We shall no longer dare." A fierce-looking young man let out a cold snort and admonished them before approaching Xiao Huang. He glanced at the wound on her arm and furrowed his brow slightly. Subsequently, he took out some medicinal ointment and carefully bandaged the injury. Observing Xiao Huang's small fists, now reddened to the point of almost being worn raw, he sighed. Yet, in his taciturn nature, he uttered not a word. He ruffled Xiao Huang's hair gently and turned to leave. Behind him, the sound of fists striking the soft padding echoed once more. 3 years passed. The family competition. Bang! With a resounding thud, a figure was sent crashing to the ground. Rolling off the stage, Wang Yu faced Yi Huang, and Wang Yu emerged victorious. The elder announced the result. Yi Huang rose. Wiping the blood from her lips and brushing off the dust from her clothes, she returned to her father's side amidst a sea of complex glances. "Father, it's nothing. Just rest for a while," her father sighed. Yi Huang sat down with her head bowed, the murmurs around her incessantly penetrating her ears. A direct descendant had actually been defeated by a side branch. How wasteful, especially given the resources she had enjoyed. Yi Huang knew these words had also reached her father's ears. "Look, it's Yilong." Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Yi Huang lifted her head to see a handsome youth on the stage, wielding a long spear, exuding an air of grandeur. Everyone erupted in cheers. 3 more years passed. Once again, the family competition came around. As Yi Huang stepped onto the stage, she cast her gaze towards the family elder's position, only to find it empty. She silently turned away, her hands instinctively clenching tightly. If only she possessed innate talent. If only she wielded formidable strength, she would certainly not let her father down. She vowed to herself that if she were ever fortunate enough to undergo a transformation, she would absolutely not allow that expression of disappointment to manifest in her father's eyes again. I cannot let him feel disappointment again. A long sword suddenly materialized in Yi Huang's hand. I must not let him down any longer. Yi Huang shouted fiercely, the sword arcing through the air as she struck at her opponent. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated, shaking the heavens and the earth. The scenery around her began to change rapidly. A faint floral fragrance gradually cleared her consciousness. Upon regaining her senses, Yi Huang found herself standing in a sea of roses. No, it was more accurate to say half a sea, for the other half had crumbled beneath her previous strike, transforming into an endless abyss. A girl with long, purplish-red hair stood before her, her complexion slightly pale. Xiao Xiao. Yi Huang was taken aback. Chapter 116, Retreat. What has happened to me? Yi Huang looked at Yi Xiao Xiao in confusion, her brow furrowed. After obtaining the self-destructive blood letter from Mi Feng, she suddenly found herself in a state of oblivion. Where's this place? How did Yi Xiao Xiao end up here? Yi Xiao Xiao remained silent, taking a few steps forward before suddenly collapsing to the ground. Oh dear, my poor back. Yi Huang hurriedly rushed over to help her up. I truly apologize. I have no idea what just transpired, Yi Huang said, her face filled with regret. I understand, Yi Xiao Xiao sighed and responded, you were possessed just now. Yi Huang was taken aback. Possessed? It seemed that way. She had never intended for me, Feng, to perish. Yet the reality was that her own obsession had driven him to his death. She had been too hasty, too eager to prove herself as a valuable person. She did not wish to see disappointment reflected in her father's eyes. You cannot take the words of a child too seriously, Xianxia remarked. At that time, they understood nothing. Perhaps they thought it was inconsequential, yet inadvertently caused you harm. Yi Huang's expression grew complex. Did you see all of that? Xianxia nodded. Please don't blame me for invading your privacy. When you were possessed, I had no choice but to pull you into a dreamscape. I simply did not anticipate how tragic your past truly was. Yi Huang smiled. What is tragic about that? I am, after all, the granddaughter of the clan leader and later, his daughter. My life has been affluent, and my siblings have always taken good care of me. There are many who have endured far worse. Standing up, Yi Huang gazed into the distance. I just do not wish for him to feel disappointment because of me anymore. Xianxia sighed again. I cannot judge the past, but I can assure you now that your uncle will never feel disappointment towards you. Though he may not express it overtly, I know in his heart. You are the epitome of perfection. Having spent 6 years by Yi Suifeng's side, Xianxia had long understood his temperament. His feelings towards others were peculiar. He was indifferent to strangers, whether they lived or died. However, he maintained exceedingly high standards for his family members, pointing out even the slightest faults, and, at times, administering punishment. This was evident in the recent incident with Yiba. Conversely, for those truly close to him, his tolerance and patience were boundless. During her 5 years in the Kingdom of Eternal Winter, the mistakes she made and the troubles she caused could be described as vast as the cosmos. Yet, her uncle had never truly been angry. Instead, he patiently guided her, step by step, towards the right path, often using Yi Huang as a positive example in his teachings. Intelligent, resilient, understanding, composed, she had encountered a plethora of commendatory adjectives. Thus, Xianxia firmly believed that her current uncle would never hold Yi Huang accountable for trivial matters. My uncle has returned. He instructed me to call you back as there are matters to arrange, she urged. You should hurry. As for your inner demons, I can only suppress them temporarily, while he, being cunning, will undoubtedly have a solution. Yi Huang remained silent. You are indeed still the same Xianxia, a prodigy with words, she remarked, inhaling deeply. Very well, I shall return at once. Turning to observe her surroundings, Yi Huang mused, is this the dreamscape you constructed? It feels so vivid and remarkable. I cannot discern any flaws. Enough of that, Xianxia retorted with a slight pout. Your sword nearly shattered the dream. What on earth was that? My finger is still bleeding, Yi Huang replied, extending her finger, revealing several deep cuts, crimson and vivid. In that moment, as she attempted to hypnotize Yi Huang, her fingertip had inadvertently pierced the sword intent at her forehead, resulting in a wound that bore the essence of destruction and proved difficult to heal. I truly apologize, Yi Huang said, feeling embarrassed. Not a concern. It will heal in time. Xianxia waved her hand dismissively. You ought to expedite the matters outside and seek your uncle thereafter. Are you not coming back with me? Yi Huang inquired. I still need to find Yi Long and my sister, Xianxia replied. Very well. I shall be swift. We will meet at home. With that, she waved her hand, causing the surrounding scenery to ripple like water. As the image faded entirely, Xianxia vanished as well. Yi Huang opened her eyes, finding herself back in the world of reality. Feng Ji, Lu Hong, Jiang Fei, and the subordinates of Tianwan Palace encircled her, their faces etched with concern. Palace Master. Upon seeing her awaken, they exclaimed in delight. Yes, Yi Huang replied, rising to her feet, the blood letter from Yi Feng still firmly grasped in her hand. Palace Master. What transpired just now? Who was that hand emerging from a void? Jiang Fei asked anxiously, as the scene had resembled an attack on Yi Huang. Yi Huang shook her head. It is all over now. Where's Mi Feng's body? Feng Ji responded. It has already been retrieved by the people of Haishi City. After a moment of silence, Yi Huang directed, send a few individuals to discreetly observe and ensure that he is properly buried. Additionally, prepare the highest level of arrangements to return him to our Tianwan Palace's Hall of Spirits. She handed the blood letter to Feng Ji. And what of Haishi City? Feng Ji inquired. Yi Huang sighed. Let be. There is no need for further discourse. To err is simply to err, no matter the attempts to atone. One cannot revive a living soul. Life must persist. The myriad souls of the Tianwan Palace still rely upon her. A decree shall be issued. Prepare to journey back to the sacred land of Yinshao. In the grand hall of Xianxia City, a simple wooden bed lay in the center, draped with a white cloth that unmistakably concealed the outline of a person. A woman sat beside it, utterly heartbroken. "It was you who killed Feng. It was you who drove him to his death," she wailed, accusing the lord of Xianxia City, who remained silent, yet in the depths of his eyes, an indelible sorrow lingered. As for the people of Tianwan Palace, he chose to evade the woman's accusations. Returning to the lord, the troops have already retreated. When Shu stepped forward to say, sighing inwardly, the events of 6 years prior remained his most regrettable decision. Alas! The lord of the city sighed heavily and then rose to his feet. "My son protected the entirety of Xianxia City with his own life. Regardless of his transgressions in life, they ought to be resolved and returned to the ancestral shrine. As for the rest of you," the lord sighed once more, stooped, and turned away. "Let each pursue their own paths." Chapter 117. The Might of the Dragon Lord. Golden sands obscured the sky, shrouding the vision. This place resembled the very heart of a terrifying sandstorm. Any mortal who lingered here would likely be torn to shreds in an instant. A long procession struggled forward, each individual wrapped tightly, exuding formidable presence. Leading them was a tall figure clad in white armor, donned with a helmet, entirely enveloped in armor, with a conspicuous spear upon his back. "The Dragon Lord must be just ahead," shouted a bald man beside him. "This is the last black sand heavenly python, and it is the most powerful of them all. If we manage to slay it, all our cities will be secured," the bald man declared, his voice brimming with excitement. The black sand heavenly python had long been a dire threat to several key cities in the Western Alliance. Each year, it unleashed terrifying sandstorms that eroded human settlements, amidst which numerous savage desert beasts lurked, claiming countless cultivators' lives. The black sand heavenly python, with its formidable strength, concealed itself deep within the desert, making it exceedingly difficult to confront, a persistent headache for several cities. Fortunately, a few years ago, the Dragon Lord emerged. He led the True Dragon Pavilion, initially sweeping through the major cities and establishing his repute. Upon learning of the black sand heavenly python, he resolutely ventured into the heart of the desert, intent on eradicating the scourge that had plagued them for centuries. After successfully slaying the first black sand heavenly python, the name of the Dragon Lord echoed throughout the West, rallying all to his call. After years of relentless struggle, the influence of the True Dragon Pavilion has grown immensely, and the call for the Dragon Lord has risen to unprecedented heights. If he can vanquish the final Black Sand Python King, the western half of the 9 Cities Alliance will undoubtedly hold him in reverence. The team pressed onward when suddenly the ceaseless sandstorm dissipated, revealing a land strewn with black gravel, the very epicenter of the storm. A colossal python, hundreds of feet in length, coiled in this desolate expanse. As the Dragon Lord and his companions entered, the beast opened its eyes. With a thunderous roar, the Dragon Lord charged forth, his spear slicing through the air, aimed directly at the python's massive head. The serpent reared back, letting out a fearsome cry, and lunged at the advancing Dragon Lord. However, the spear suddenly expanded, resembling a mighty hammer, striking the center of the python's nostrils with formidable force. Boom! A tremendous shockwave erupted, dispersing the raging dust storm in the distance. At that moment, the others surged forward, their voices resounding with fervor, each exuding an overwhelming presence. Some soared through the skies, while others burrowed into the earth, casting spells or hurling spiritual artifacts. Instantly, the massive python was encircled, akin to being swarmed by a multitude of flies. With the Dragon Lord at the forefront of the assault, the Black Sand Python King, a pinnacle-grade beast of the 9th tier, possessed a body as resilient as steel and skin as tough as gold. Yet, the warriors of the True Dragon Pavilion were also formidable, each radiating immense power and unmatched bravery. Soon, the python sensed the pain. It let out another piercing roar, and dark luminescence erupted from its maw. A wave of energy so immense it sent shivers down the spine, surging towards the Dragon Lord. Undeterred, the Dragon Lord steadied his spear, advancing rather than retreating. Boom! Another explosive clash sent the Dragon Lord hurtling through the air. However, the Python King was not unscathed. Black blood streamed from its jaws, swirling in the air like dark sand. The onlookers quickly evaded the toxic black sand, knowing well that contact with it could spell death or ruin. They continued their assault on the Python King. The beast roared in fury, its massive form twisting as it targeted the bothersome assailants. Yet a white figure surged forward, akin to a shooting star. With one thrust, the spear shattered one of its venomous fangs, piercing through its shin, thick black blood gushing forth. The previous collision had fractured part of the Dragon Lord's helmet, revealing a resolute visage, his gaze sharp and unwavering. With the passage of time, under the Dragon Lord's command, the immense black sand python king finally let out a final cry and collapsed to the ground. The boundless sandstorm ceased abruptly. The Python King was no more. The greatest threat to the western cities had at last been eradicated. Sunlight bathed the Dragon Lord's bloodied shoulders. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Dragon Lord! Dragon Lord! The echoes resonated throughout the boundless desert. In this moment, the true Dragon Pavilion truly ascended to the pinnacle of the western half of the Nine Cities Alliance. Yilong gazed at the distant sun, a long-lost smile gracing his features. The Dragon Lord is magnificent. The chants persisted around him. The Dragon Lord is so handsome. It's almost overwhelming. Suddenly, a lively yet discordant voice pierced through the throng. Turning to investigate, the crowd beheld a girl with flowing, beautiful hair standing beside the Dragon Lord, her excitement seemingly surpassing their own. In an instant, countless weapons were drawn, all eyes fixated upon her. The sudden appearance of this enigmatic figure was utterly bewildering. At that moment, the Dragon Lord also turned his head. Upon seeing the figure, he was momentarily stunned. Xiao Xiao! Hee! Yi Xiao exclaimed, taking a bite of a spirit fruit. Moments later, a long procession began its return from the desert. Dragon Lord, you were simply magnificent just now. Yi Xiao rode leisurely on a vibrant phoenix, soaring beside Yilong. He did not respond immediately, instead inquiring, has Uncle returned as well? You've been gone for quite a while. Where did you venture? To the north, Yi Xiao replied. First, we traversed the ancient Qing highlands. Then we visited a realm called Everwinter, where the snow was blindingly white. We stayed there for nearly 5 years, and then we crossed back through the ancient Qing highlands. Yilong marveled, how thrilling. Next time, you should join Uncle on his journey, Yi Xiao suggested with a smile. Absolutely, I would welcome that, Yilong replied. Being with Uncle undoubtedly brings benefits, as you can see. Yi Xiao looked slightly astonished. Can you truly part with the true Dragon Pavilion? I can see that they all hold you in high regard now. Yilong shrugged, and so what? If I leave, will the true Dragon Pavilion disband? We are not a mundane gang composed of mere mortals. We are cultivators. Departing for 30 or 50 years is no issue at all. Yi Xiao was taken aback. Is that so? Then why does it feel like my celestial association would struggle to survive without me? After pondering for a while, she could only conjure one term: cohesion. Both the Celestial Association and the Heavenly Phoenix Palace lacked sufficient unity. In contrast, the true Dragon Pavilion was established by Yilong through his formidable strength and exceptional charisma, rendering it a truly indomitable force. All right, then you should promptly attend to your matters and return home. Uncle is waiting for you, Yi Xiao urged. This time, we may all need to accompany him on his adventures around the world. Chapter 118. The Captivity of Qin Yao in the Depths of the Tianfu Academy. Within the confines of a secluded chamber designated for punishment, a young figure sat in tranquil composure. Despite her imprisonment, she bore an exquisite visage, her expression serene and devoid of any hint of anxiety. Outside the chamber stood a middle-aged man alongside an elderly gentleman, whose snow-white hair marked him as the esteemed headmaster of the academy, known by the title of Xianxia. Indeed, Lord Han Shuzi, Xianxia remarked. Ever since she eliminated all the prodigies of the Tianyi Academy and fell into our grasp, she has remained utterly silent, not even deigning to represent our academy in battle. Han Shuzi maintained an impassive demeanor, inquiring, have we ascertained her background? Yes, Zhan Xian replied. Yi Qin Yao joined the academy 6 years ago, hailing from a modest town on the northern frontier of the Nine Cities Alliance, specifically from Sioux City. However, her family seems to harbor an extraordinary individual, currently wielding considerable influence in the Nine Cities. Even the former Yanxiao city has transformed into the sacred land of Yanxiao, with her family as patriarch revered as Yisheng. Han Shuzi scoffed disdainfully. A mere speck of land dares to call itself sacred? In the Central Plains, there are but a few true sacred lands, all of which boast millennia of history. His contempt for this so-called Yisheng was palpable. Zhan Xian smiled faintly, but remained silent. Though reports indicated that the influence of Yanxiao City had spread throughout the Nine Cities Alliance, The region itself was inherently impoverished and backward. No matter its prowess, it would never garner the respect of the formidable sects of the south or the sacred lands of the Central Plains. Though the 9 cities may be barren, the expanse is considerable. The main academy still holds this area in high regard, he continued. We must persuade her swiftly. If necessary, we may employ alternative methods. Perhaps leveraging her kin. You know what to do. Xianxia nodded. Matters concerning the main academy are of utmost importance. I have also heard whispers of a hidden secret. It appears that the prominent figures of this world are vying for an unparalleled opportunity. Rest assured, before the contest for this opportunity commences, I shall ensure this matter is resolved, Xianxia assured him. Xianxia glanced around the chamber, assessing its security. This place is secure, I trust. We must bolster defenses. She is no ordinary individual and cannot be allowed to escape. Absolutely secure, Xianxia affirmed with conviction. This facility was specifically designed to confine the most nefarious of beings. Even cultivators in the tribulation phase, once they enter, shall find it impossible to leave, and no one can infiltrate unnoticed. Xianxia murmured in acknowledgement. That's good. He gazed at Xianxia within, a soft sigh escaping his lips. It was indeed surprising to discover such a prodigious talent in a seemingly inconsequential place. With her fighting for the academy, it would be safe to say that the Xianxia alliance would stand a nearly unassailable chance. After a brief moment, the two departed from the lower confinement chamber. Meanwhile, Xianxia remained silent in the room, sitting quietly throughout. Suddenly, her delicate brows furrowed as she opened her eyes. A yellow petal gently floated down from the sky, landing on her lap. Bewildered, Xianxia pondered how a petal could appear out of nowhere in this place, and the aura emanating from it seemed somewhat familiar. Just as she was lost in thought, the petal began to move on its own, gradually transforming into a bird the size of a fingertip. The tiny bird flapped its wings and settled on Xianxia's shoulder, then spoke with human words. You've fallen to such depths. Startled, Xianxia recognized the voice. Sister, you've returned? The little bird chirped playfully, hopping down to rest on Xianxia's chest, its mischievous eyes twinkling as they gazed at her. What happened to you? Why were you imprisoned? Xianxia sighed softly. It's a long story. I killed all the students from the Tiandi Academy of the Tianfu Academy. The little bird, Xiaoxiao, fell silent. She had learned about the Tiandi Academy and knew it was composed entirely of the Academy's most promising talents. She could hardly believe that Xianxia had swept them all away. So why didn't they go berserk and kill you? Xiaoxiao inquired. Xianxia replied, firstly, they were incapable of doing so. She produced a mirror, its faint aura sending a shiver through Xiaoxiao. She recognized it as the one their uncle had gifted to Xianxia. Secondly, they wanted me to participate in a battle. This conflict seems to pertain to the territorial claims of the Xianxia alliance, with several powerful factions involved. Xianxia put away the red dust mirror and continued. Are they out of their minds? Since when do unrelated parties have a say in the Xianxia alliance? If our uncle knew, he would slap them into submission. She was utterly speechless. It was outrageous that after Yi Huang and Yi Long had painstakingly captured all regions of Xianxia, others would dare to stake a claim. Then why didn't you come home and tell us? Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, Oh, I forgot, you were imprisoned. Haha, no offense intended. Xianxia shook her head. With the red dust realm gifted by my uncle, how could they possibly keep me confined? I remain here only because I've discovered something exceedingly peculiar. That entity appears to belong to a realm beyond our own, possessing an extraordinarily terrifying power that, if unleashed, could taint the earth and even influence the rules within a certain vicinity. I surmise that the impending so-called battle is intricately linked to this entity, Xianxia remarked. Yi Xiaoxiao listened in stunned silence. What is it? Where is it? Have you found it? The barrage of inquiries arrived as expected. It is located in a certain part of the back mountain of the Heavenly Academy, where I inadvertently sensed it while activating the red dust celestial canopy, Xianxia explained. I have already dispatched a friend to investigate, and I believe results will surface shortly. The so-called six-layer confinement chamber cannot deter Xianxia. She possesses her own methods to communicate with the outside world. Let us not complicate matters. Uncle has returned, and summoning him would be a mere snap of the fingers. You should return with me first, and then we can come back together, Yi Xiaoxiao suggested. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia replied, You can inform Uncle about this. I shall remain here to avoid alarming them. They cannot do anything to me. When you leave, please take my friend along, as her presence here poses some danger. As she spoke, Xianxia transformed into the likeness of a woman, embodying Yanxi. All right then. I shall take my leave, sister. By the way, after several years apart, you have truly become more enchanting, she added. With that, a little bird fluttered its wings on Xianxia's chest, then took flight with a soft sound, dispersing into countless shimmering points before vanishing. Xianxia gently shook her head and closed her eyes once more. In the Heavenly Academy's back mountain, a graceful figure stealthily wandered amidst the hills. Suddenly, a hand emerged from beneath her feet, gripping her ankle tightly. The woman was startled, and before she could utter a sound, the pulling force from her foot ensnared her. In an instant, she vanished into the depths of the back mountain. Chapter 119. The Return of the Dragon and Phoenix at Mirror Lake. On the central island beneath the Enlightenment Tree, Suifeng sat leisurely by the water's edge, enjoying some fruit. Beside him lay a fishing rod, naturally dangling into the pond. A lively group of colorful little carps swirled around the bait occasionally. A couple of the bolder ones would surface, peering curiously at the unfamiliar man on the shore with their large eyes. Suddenly, Suifeng felt a stirring in his thoughts and lifted his gaze. In the distance, a violet figure approached with measured steps. It was none other than the returning Yi Huang. Yi Huang walked slowly, appearing somewhat hesitant as she regarded Suifeng, approaching step by step. "Father," she finally spoke, her expression a tapestry of complexity as she faced the familiar man before her. 6 years had elapsed since they last met, and it seemed they had grown a touch estranged. "Come closer," Suifeng beckoned. Upon hearing this, Yi Huang moved to his side. "Father, how have you come to this state?" Suifeng murmured, his brow furrowed and his eyes filled with compassion. He extended his hand to gently caress the space between Yi Huang's brows. As she drew near, he discerned that his daughter had succumbed to darkness. The inner demons had nearly consumed her entirely, yet fortuitously, a certain whimsical and irreverent individual had dispelled the malevolence. With a delicate motion, Suifeng raised his hand, extracting an exceedingly sinister black aura from Yi Huang's brow. This chilling and nefarious force frightened even the fish in the pond, sending them scurrying to the depths. A cackling laughter echoed from the black mist, baring its teeth at Suifeng. "Nonsense!" Suifeng flicked his finger, instantly striking the black mist with a powerful blow, causing it to dissipate completely in the blink of an eye. In that moment, Yi Huang felt her spirit clear. The heavy burdens that had weighed upon her heart for days lifted entirely. "Silly girl, why do you place such immense pressure upon yourself? With me here, what is there to fear?" Suifeng remarked with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing his words, Yi Huang's nose tinged with emotion, and she could no longer contain herself, collapsing into her father's embrace. "Father," she wept, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Sighing, Suifeng held his beloved daughter, gently patting her back and inquiring, "What troubles you? Speak to me." Through her tears, Yi Huang confessed, "Father, I was unable to conquer all the cities in the east." "What does that signify?" Suifeng chuckled. "You have already accomplished remarkably well. On my way back, I heard many legendary tales of the lords." Yi Huang instinctively tightened her grip. "I have also taken the lives of many, many innocent souls." Suifeng stroked her silky hair and said, "The path of conquest inevitably entails casualties. This is quite natural. If you feel your methods were too extreme, simply exercise more caution in the future. There are many paths to domination." Yet Yi Huang had ventured down the path of slaughter. Suifeng did not wish to cast judgment. After all, he could not compel her to become like Yilong. Moreover, there are circumstances that require a harbinger of darkness. But Yi Huang sobbed, "I also caused the death of a companion who fought by my side due to my selfishness." Suifeng sighed. "Since you are aware of your mistakes, rectify them promptly. What has occurred cannot be altered. However, we must keep such lessons in our hearts, ensuring that the same misfortunes do not repeat. Understood?" Yi Huang tightened her embrace again. Her tears had soaked Suifeng's garments. "Father, do you also believe that I have become nothing but a ruthless and heartless executioner?" Yi Huang whispered. "Silly child." Suifeng chuckled softly, resting his forehead against hers. "No matter what you become, you will always be my daughter. Do you recall the words I once shared with you? As long as one does not forget their true nature, the path of slaughter can also be traversed. Have you forgotten?" Suifeng spoke gently. He had come to realize that his daughter's inner demons stemmed not from external sources, but rather from himself, or more accurately, from a version of himself that had long since perished. Yi Huang nodded, yet quickly shook her head, uncertain whether she was affirming or denying his words. After a considerable pause, she softly inquired, "Father, may I rest in your embrace a while longer?" Suifeng tightened his arms around her, thinking what a foolish girl she was. Sometime later, on the central island of Mirror Lake, two figures stood side by side at the edge of the isle, one clad in purple, the other in white. "You have triumphed, cousin," Yilong remarked with a smile. "I never anticipated that you would conquer the entire eastern domain. As for the west, I have merely subdued the main cities." An hour prior, Yilong had returned from the west, and after greeting Yi Suifeng and his own parents, he had accompanied Yi Huang back to the Mirror Lake. "No, you are the true victor," Yi Huang countered, shaking her head. "I merely harnessed the fear instilled by slaughter to intimidate them. You, however, have genuinely earned their allegiance. You are the one truly suited for leadership." Upon returning, Yi Huang had learned of Yi Long's exploits, which could be succinctly described in 3 words: great, radiant, just. His subordinates demonstrated sincere loyalty to him. Having served as the lord of the Tianluan Hall for many years, she understood deeply the immense effort and challenges required to attain such a level of respect. "Spare me the modesty. If we were to engage in combat now, I would undoubtedly be the one lying down," Yilong declared. Yi Huang chuckled. "If that were the case, then surely it is Xianxia's celestial prowess that reigns supreme. I was incapacitated by but a single finger of hers." Yilong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Surely you jest. I have encountered her, and while she is indeed formidable, she cannot possibly be your match." Yi Huang shrugged. "It is the truth. When she returns, you may inquire for yourself. She went to fetch Sister Xianxia, though I know not where she has wandered off to." In the sky, a magnificent, multicolored phoenix soared swiftly. Xianxia sat upon the phoenix's back, feeling the rush of the wind against her pallid face. She had been searching for clues on the Academy's rear mountain when she was abruptly whisked away, and upon regaining her senses, found herself atop this phoenix. The girl with the crimson hair before her was the instigator of this unforeseen turn of events. Overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from the creature, she dared not move. "Who are you?" Xianxia ventured cautiously. He. The girl did not respond, but instead emitted a chilling and sinister laughter. "Why have you captured me?" "He," came the reply. "Where are you taking me?" "Gaga gaga." Xianxia felt herself teetering on the brink of madness, nearly leaping from the back of the phoenix. However, she managed to restrain herself. The witch before her would not permit any attempt to escape. Should she provoke her ire, the consequences might be inhumane. Xianxia dared not move or inquire further, curling up her legs in a silent hope that Yi Qinyao would soon realize her absence and come to her rescue. As time passed, the resplendent 7-colored phoenix seemed to traverse a barrier, arriving in a realm abundant with spiritual energy akin to a sacred sanctuary. Curiosity compelled her to peer downward, where a familiar circular city gradually materialized before her eyes. Chapter 120. The decision to engage in battle. The magnificent 7-colored phoenix descended from the heavens, landing gracefully in a garden brimming with vitality. Yi Xiaoxiao leaped down and cast a sly glance at Xianxia. "Little darling, come with me." Xianxia shivered in fright, trembling as she descended from the back of the phoenix, whispering, "What have you brought me to Yinxiao City for? Do not act recklessly. I know Yi Qinyao and the head of the Yi family, Yi Suifeng." Yi Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, and all her menacing aura dissipated in an instant. "You've been here before?" Xianxia nodded. "Indeed, I once visited the head of the Yi family and took Yi Qinyao with me to Tianfu Academy." "Who on earth are you?" She felt a tinge of paranoia. This girl before her was utterly enigmatic. Yi Xiaoxiao giggled, skipping over to embrace Yanxi's arm. "I am Yi Qinyao's younger sister, her real sister. She mentioned to me that your circumstances at the academy are rather perilous. So I was asked to bring you back to Yinxiao City first." Yanxi was momentarily stunned. This, which was actually Yi Qinyao's sister? She distinctly recalled Yi Qinyao speaking of her sister's kindness, charm, and endearing nature. Now, she simply wished to drag Yi Qinyao from her confinement and confront this witch, questioning her comprehension of kindness and charm. "Yanxi, why do you look so pale? Did you not sit steadily and were jolted?" Yi Xiaoxiao remarked, pointing at the now shrunken phoenix and exclaiming, "Old 7, if you dare to fly unsteadily again, I shall send you to Gu Yulan." "Old 7. Yanxi, do you truly have no inkling as to why my complexion is ashen? By the way, how did you communicate with Qinyao? Her situation is even more perilous now. We must hurry to rescue her," Yanxi urged. Yi Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. "No need to rush. My sister is quite formidable. They cannot handle her. First, We shall meet someone and determine our next course of action. With that, Yi Xiaoxiao took Yanxi's hand and headed towards Jinghu. Moments later, as Yanxi walked through the garden, she marveled at the scenery surrounding her, feeling the palpable richness of the spiritual energy that enveloped her. When I last visited, this place was not quite like it is now. It feels as though the spiritual essence here is several times richer than that in the cultivation secret realms of our sect. It is simply astonishing, Yanxi exclaimed. A sect? Aren't they all rather weak? Yi Xiaoxiao questioned, perplexed. Yanxi replied, our sect is quite different from those here in the 9 cities. Over there, it is predominantly governed by powerful sects. The one I belong to is a first-rate major sect known as Taiyu sect. It oversees a territory nearly as vast as half of the 9 cities alliance, and our sect leader is a formidable cultivator in the tribulation stage. Yi Xiaoxiao responded with an O. One of the bears in my family is also in the tribulation stage. Yanxi's eyelid twitched. It seems that conversing with this little demoness is quite challenging. Nevertheless, this garden indeed appears to surpass the cultivation secret realm of the sect. It is worth noting that only direct disciples are permitted to cultivate there, and she has only visited a handful of times, all on the periphery. After walking for a while, the two arrived at the edge of Mirror Lake. You can play here for a bit. I will go over there, Yi Xiaoxiao said as she soared toward a small island at the center of the lake. Yanxi sighed, and then turned to look around. Not far away, a peculiar group of individuals had gathered, and the colorful phoenix was among them. Moreover, there was indeed a bear there. It stood upright, holding a long spear with one hand, intently gazing at the water surface. How remarkably clumsy. Is it truly in the tribulation stage? Unless the koi in the lake are also in the tribulation stage. Yanxi shook her head and approached them. On the small island in the lake, beneath the enlightenment tree, something that does not belong to this world possesses immense power, capable of permeating the earth and altering its rules. Listening to Yi Xiaoxiao's recounting, Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Isn't this description akin to what the old man of heavenly secrets spoke of regarding the remnants of gods and demons? It seems that the Tianfu Academy is yet another thief of the world's essence. Indeed, my sister mentioned that, though I do not grasp what it means, Yi Xiaoxiao replied. By the way, they even coerced my sister into participating in some inexplicable battle, claiming that victory would grant possession of this area within the 9 cities alliance. My sister would rather die than yield, a chaste and virtuous woman. Yi Suifeng nodded, deliberately disregarding her subsequent remarks. With the red dust realm bestowed upon her, Yi Qingyao would undoubtedly not utter such declarations of defiance. The individuals at the academy likely covet the territory of the 9 cities alliance due to those remnants of gods and demons. The more tainted the land, the more essence of the world they can absorb. Unexpectedly, before I even sought it out, Yi Qingyao encountered it first. Additionally, it appears that several forces are involved in this matter, all possessing remnants of gods and demons. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to investigate. Let's proceed in this manner. Yi Suifeng interrupted Yi Xiaoxiao's lengthy discourse, saying, you must return once more and inform Qingyao to accept that battle. We shall also proceed to see who desires the territory of the 9 cities. The grand endeavor of planting trees shall commence from there. Yi Xiaoxiao instantly burst into laughter. Splendid. I delight in stirring up trouble. Yi Suifeng was speechless. Then why are you not hastening? I shall go at once, Yi Xiaoxiao declared, turning to leave. However, after just a few steps, she pivoted back. Approaching Yi Suifeng, she donned a demure expression. Uncle, could you provide me with a mirror or something? I wish to appear formidable, or perhaps the sword energy of Sister Yi Huang. That would be magnificent. Oh, that ring on your finger is exquisite. Why not gift it to me? She pointed at the Tiandao ring. Having witnessed its power firsthand as it obliterated the grand formation of the eternal winter imperial city in an instant. Be off, Yi Suifeng retracted his hand. If I were to remove the Tiandao ring, there would be no need to plant trees, for the world would shatter in an instant, and no effort could restore it. But they all possess treasures you have given them, and I do not, Yi Xiaoxiao lamented, appearing as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. You desire it as well? Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded eagerly. In that case, Yi Suifeng continued, first notify your sister and prepare a place for us to stay. When the time comes, I shall present you with a gift. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled. It's a promise. You must not go back on your word. I absolutely will not, Yi Suifeng assured. You are truly kind, uncle, Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, embracing him briefly before performing a somersault and vanishing into the void. Yi Suifeng watched her departure and shook his head. A gift, indeed, is quite simple. I shall ask Yi Qian for a copy of the Tao Te Ching and perhaps a collection of 800 or so exercises and exam papers. It is entirely normal for an adult to present a child with a set of exercises. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 121. Departure. The sacred land of Yunxiao has partially opened its borders. However, the borders are not entirely unrestricted. The sacred city has introduced a series of assessment criteria, and only those who pass all evaluations may be admitted into the sacred land for cultivation. The top performers may even be enrolled in the Xianxia Academy, despite the restrictions. This announcement has stirred immense excitement beyond the borders, with people rejoicing. At last, a tangible standard has been set, and now they merely need to strive for it. In addition to opening the borders, the sacred land has personally planned and integrated gathering places for cultivators outside the borders. They have constructed several grand cities standing majestically beyond the pass: East Outer City, South Outer City, West Outer City, and North Demon City. Indeed, the beasts of the ancient High Ridge also wish to enter the sacred land, for it is equally their land of fortune. Beyond the northern realms, the Yi family established a fortress on the outskirts of the highlands, a gathering place for beasts and fairies who aspired to enter the sacred land. A series of regulations were disseminated from the top down, resulting in a remarkable orderliness within the sacred territory. Everything fell into a harmonious arrangement. Yi Suifeng merely proposed a few requests and directions, while the specific implementations were deliberated upon by the family's officials. This signified that the Yi family had fully matured, allowing Yi Suifeng to relinquish mundane affairs. The magnificent multicolored phoenix had perched at the edge of the central island, poised for flight. According to the information relayed by Yi Xiaoxiao, the so-called battle in which Yi Qinyao was to participate was set to commence in a fortnight, prompting Yi Suifeng to prepare for an early visit. Yi Huang and Yi Long were also present. In recent days, they had settled their respective matters. The Tianwan Hall, led by the four great protectors, commenced a thorough purge of all rebellious forces within the 9 cities, further solidifying the Yi family's dominion. The primary duty of the Tianwan Hall was to eliminate dissent, while the True Dragon Pavilion focused on governance. As for Yi Xiaoxiao's Celestial Society, still acclimating to the Southern Society, it was temporarily overseen by Lu Ming and Quang Dali. They devised a plan to act once the situation in the 9 cities stabilized. With the Tianwan Hall, True Dragon Pavilion, Celestial Society, and the esteemed Academy, alongside the sacred land itself, each selecting a distinct path to advance. They aimed to conquer the 9 cities and extend their reach across the world. Regarding the expedition southward, Yi Suifeng brought only a select few leaders. The Wolf Maiden, Yu Hong, and Fubo were all set to accompany him. From Yi Huang's side, only Jiang Fei joined. Yi Long brought along 2 companions, a bald, muscular lord from the western main city, named Xianxia, who possessed combined stage cultivation, and a woman clad in mere strips of cloth, her sun-kissed skin gleaming. Her name was Si Chenlan, a loyal aide to Yi Long over the years. This time, Yi Suifeng insisted that Yi Qian join as well, undoubtedly accompanied by Xiao Yi. Together with Yi Suifeng, Gu Yulan, and Yin Shi, who had been brought back by Yi Xiaoxiao, they numbered 12, 1 bear and 1 bird. Moments later, the vibrant phoenix spread its wings and soared swiftly southward. In the depths of the Tianfu Academy's confinement chamber, Yi Qinyao sat in quiet contemplation. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, a smile blossoming upon her face. Subsequently, she grasped the communication jade talisman beside her, infusing it with her spiritual energy. Dean, I have come to a realization. I'm willing to fight for the Tianfu Academy. After a brief interval, a colossal ship ascended from the Tianfu Academy, soaring towards the south. On the uppermost deck of the vessel stood a figure, his long sleeves billowing in the cool breeze. It was Han Shuzi. 2 figures, one in front of the other, approached. It was the Dean, Zhan Xian, along with Yi Qinyao, who had just emerged from the confinement chamber. My lord, she has arrived, Zhan Xian said respectfully. Han Shuzi nodded slightly, maintaining his gaze ahead, and spoke in a calm tone. Qinyao, I hope you comprehend that fighting on behalf of the Academy is both a blessing and a fortune for you. I trust you will not squander the fortune that rightfully belongs to you. Yi Qinyao smiled gently, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Fortune, or perhaps misfortune, who can truly ascertain? Silence. Zhan Xian admonished fiercely. How dare you speak to the Lord in such a manner? Do you realize who he is? Han Shuzi raised his hand, interrupting Zhan Xian's words. He then turned to Yi Qinyao, this ethereal yet worldly woman, who still left him in awe despite the passage of time. Qinyao, Do you understand whom you have slain in the Academy of Heaven and Earth? Han Shuzi inquired. Xianxia replied nonchalantly, I do not know, nor do I care. You ought to care, Han Shuzi responded, turning back to her. Let me provide a few examples. Tong Feng, the son of the esteemed leader of Lingyun's sect, one of the most promising prodigies in centuries, destined for ascension. Wan Donger, granddaughter of the elder of Qijing's sect, known for shattering numerous records, hailed as the once-in-a-thousand-years divine talent. Wen Taichu, the 19th prince of the Eastern Yuan-Kai Empire, favored most by the emperor, with unparalleled cultivation aptitude among all princes. These individuals all possessed formidable backgrounds, should they discover that it was you who vanquished their prodigies. What do you suppose their reaction would be? Han Shuzi enumerated several names, all of whom were exceptionally distinguished and notoriously arrogant, within the Academy of Heaven and Earth. Yi Qingyao replied slowly, I am aware of them, but I only remember the sight of them kneeling at my feet, begging for mercy. Ah, bold indeed, Han Shuzi exclaimed, laughing heartily and clapping his hands. What I admire most is a spirited young person. But have you considered that even if you are unafraid of them, what about your friends and family, your kin? Can they withstand such overwhelming power? What if they come for you? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao nearly burst into laughter. If they truly came for her, well, the image was too beautiful for her to dare contemplate. Yet, she did not reveal her amusement, merely responding with a light laugh. It would be best if they did not come. Understanding is all that matters. Han Shuzi nodded, believing he had finally made his point. However, you need not worry. As long as you fight on behalf of the Academy, win your battles, and fully comply with the Academy's arrangements thereafter, I will ensure that those powers will not harm you in the slightest. For above them all stands our Tianfu Academy. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao finally grasped the situation. After considerable deliberation, it appears you wish to convey the formidable strength of the Tianfu Academy. Indeed, the ability to govern numerous superpowers is a testament to the Academy's astounding prowess. However, Yi Qingyao secretly chuckles to herself. My affairs are the responsibility of my family. If you desire my allegiance, you may consult my parents. I am curious to see if they will acquiesce. Chapter 122, Lingyun Sect. The Lingyun Sect, a prominent super sect located in the northern part of the Star Sea Mountains, commands a vast territory spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. As a prestigious first-class sect, it boasts over 1 million disciples, rendering them unchallenged in this region. The sect leader, Tong Xianxia, is a formidable cultivator at the tribulation stage, possessing immense power and authority. His demeanor both stern and unyielding. Yet today he sits in a secluded courtyard on the sect's rear mountain, clutching a small toy, his sorrow evident despite his efforts to conceal it. Master. At that moment, a young man approached with a respectful salute. Yuan Hao. Tong Xianxia stowed the toy away, gradually suppressing his emotions. Yuan Hao regarded him with a gentle sigh. Master, please take care of yourself. None of us wish for this tragic fate to befall our junior disciple. Grief resurfaced on Tong Xianxia's countenance. Had I known, I would not have allowed Feng to attend Tianfu Academy. I believed he would acquire greater knowledge there, only to learn of his demise in the secret realm trials. Tong Xianxia let out a heavy sigh. Yuan Hao, with a complex expression, replied, Master, such occurrences are not entirely unforeseeable, given our junior disciple's temperament. Silence. Tong Xianxia's gaze suddenly turned piercingly cold. Having held his esteemed position for many years, his formidable aura compelled Yuan Hao to kneel instantly. Forgive me, Master. Yuan Hao stammered, struggling under the oppressive force. The overwhelming pressure persisted until he was drenched in sweat. Only then did it abruptly dissipate. He has already perished, and you still seek to fabricate stories about him. Tong Xianxia thundered. Yuan Hao repeatedly acknowledged his fault, yet internally he sighed. Perhaps it was due to the master's boundless indulgence that their junior disciple, Tong Feng, met such a tragic end. However, he dared not utter such sentiments before his master again. After a brief silence, Tong Xianxia coldly inquired, You have come today for a specific purpose? Yuan Hao swiftly responded, It concerns news from the Academy. A distinguished individual is personally bringing a chosen one and should arrive within the next few days. Tong Xianxia's expression darkened. That chosen one's position was originally meant for my Feng. After a moment's pause, he asked, Do you possess any information regarding this chosen one? Yuan Hao nodded affirmatively. The chosen one is named Yi Qingyao, a young woman and a student of the Heavenly Academy. It is rumored that she hails from a talented lineage in the northern frontier, having joined the Academy 6 years ago. Tong Xianxia snorted coldly. Is there truly no one left in the academy? Without my Fenger, they dare to send such a person, unafraid of disgrace in the battle of destiny? His narrowed eyes glinted with menace. How dare they seize my Fenger-esque opportunity? Yuan Hao was taken aback and hastily replied, Master, the one who has come is a dignitary from the Central Academy, of great standing. Please, do not act impulsively. Tong Xianxia's expression remained indifferent. Do you take me for a fool? I certainly want to confront her directly, but let it be known that some of the younger generation are quite hot-headed. If someone were to teach that provincial woman a lesson, perhaps that dignitary would even find it amusing. After all, he holds a significant interest in that wild land of the 9 cities. Yuan Hao, perplexed, could not discern the connection between this chosen one and the Northern Alliance of 9 cities. Enough, Tong Xianxia said casually. Prepare well. Let us see what this exceptional woman from the Heavenly Academy is truly made of. A day later, a colossal vessel sailed above the mountains. Soon, a towering mountain range loomed ahead, resplendent with colorful glass and ethereal light, resembling a fairyland. We have arrived, said Han Shuzi, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Where's this? Yi Qingyao inquired. Lingyun's sect, Han Shuzi replied, turning to her. This is the sect of Tong Feng, whom you killed. The sect leader, Tong Xianxia, is Tong Feng's father. Yi Qingyao fell silent. Was she to embark on another bloody rampage upon her arrival? Yet, there was no need for concern. Han Shuzi smiled. As for the deaths of Tong Feng and the others, our temporary response will be that he perished accidentally during an expedition in the secret realm. As long as you strive to win the battle of destiny, no one will know of your involvement. Yi Qingyao nodded, pondering the tragic fate of Tong Feng's father, who remained oblivious to the true cause of his son's death. However, Han Shuzi continued, knowing Tong Xianxia's temperament. He will likely send some capable individuals to trouble you. When that time comes, try not to let it escalate to fatalities. He understood Tong Xianxia well. When Tong Feng was sent to the academy, Tong Xianxia was nearly certain his son would be the current chosen one. Now that his son was dead, any new chosen one would inevitably face provocation. Han Shuzi was not worried about Yi Qinyao's suffering. He was quite confident that none of the talents within the Lingyun sect could match her. Even if Tong Xianxia himself were to take the field, he would likely gain little advantage. Perhaps only by unearthing the few ancestors buried beneath the earth can one subdue Yi Qingyao, a notion I cannot guarantee, Yi Qingyao remarked. Han Shuzi replied with a calm demeanor. It matters not. Should the adversary overstep their bounds, then slaying is a viable option. To defy authority is to be prepared for death. Yi Qingyao nodded in acknowledgement. She then inquired, after several days of travel, where precisely is the battleground for this fateful contest? Han Shuzi gestured ahead, indicating, not far from a Lingyun sect lies a natural secret realm, perfectly suited for our confrontation. In the coming days, I shall guide you there for familiarization. Yi Qingyao nodded once more and asked, which factions will participate in the fray? I must know the identity of my opponents. Han Shuzi chuckled. In the Destiny War, 6 factions vie for supremacy. The Tianfu Academy, the Eastern Chongwang Empire, the Southeastern Mingyan Empire, the Western Eshan Sect, the Wanbao Pavilion, and the Central Plains Tian Swan Sacred Ground. It is indeed a true sacred domain. Han Shuzi emphasized the last point, evidently concerned that Yi Qingyao might misconstrue it as akin to the Yunxiao Sacred Ground. And Wanbao Pavilion? Yi Qingyao queried with mild astonishment. In her recollection, it was merely a commercial entity, uninvolved in worldly disputes. The Wanbao Pavilion refrains from engaging in ordinary conflicts due to their grander ambitions, Han Shuzi elucidated. Do not underestimate them. The most formidable adversary you may face is likely the Wanbao Pavilion. Yi Qingyao nodded, sensing that as she ascended to greater heights, certain secrets of this world began to unfold before her. Why now? Are you willing to share this with me? She questioned. Along their journey, she had previously posed this query, but Han Shuzi had remained reticent. He smiled and replied, in this world, some powerful entities surpass your imagination. My identity is unique. Should I mention them in the outside world, they would swiftly sense it, and you would be the one in peril. Thus, only upon arriving here could I disclose such matters. With that, Han Shuzi waved his hand, conjuring a thin veil of transparent light that rippled above them. The barrier was vast, encompassing a territory spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Most crucially, Yi Qingyao sensed an extraordinary aura, one not belonging to this realm, akin to that of the entity within the Academy's rear mountains. Once within such a sanctuary, no one can spy upon us, Han Shuzi stated with a smile. However, Just as he finished speaking, a delicate, fair hand suddenly appeared behind him, poised to deliver a playful slap to his head. Ahem. Yi Qingyao quickly cleared her throat. Huan Shuzi frowned slightly and turned abruptly, yet found nothing amiss. Confused, he felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation moments ago. My lord, we have arrived. At that moment, Xianxia approached. The grand flying ship had arrived above the Lingyun sect. Chapter 123. One must not indulge. The enormous vessel descended slowly upon the highest peak of the Lingyun sect. The disciples of the sect gazed upward, aware that a remarkable figure had graced them with their presence. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for anyone to ascend directly to the summit. Lord Han Shuzi, Dean Zhenxian, welcome to the Lingyun sect, greeted Tong Shanqing, wearing a smile as he stepped forward. Behind him stood several elders of the Lingyun sect, along with his few cherished disciples. Naturally, there were also some young prodigies, their expressions filled with curiosity as they observed this esteemed guest, who commanded such deference from even the sect leader. Han Shuzi disembarked from the ship and remarked, I share in your sorrow regarding the fate of your son. The path of cultivation is fraught with tribulations. I hope you find solace in these trying times. Tong Shanqing replied respectfully, Thank you for your concern, my lord. My son lacked fortune and destiny. He can blame no one but himself. As he spoke, he unconsciously cast a glance at Yi Qingyao, standing nearby. Is this the chosen one? Beyond her exquisite beauty, there seems to be nothing remarkable. Could it be that she has employed her allure to gain favor? What a triviality. Master Tong? Han Shuzi roused him from his thoughts, saying, Allow me to introduce this individual. She is the chosen one from our academy, named Yi Qingyao. Yi Qingyao nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Tong Shanqing. As she is new here and still unfamiliar with many aspects, perhaps you could guide her around to explore? Han Shuzi suggested, having discerned Tong Shanqing's underlying intentions, which stemmed from his grief over the loss of his son, seeking a means to vent his frustrations. Very well, I shall grant you this. Indeed, upon hearing these words, a glimmer of joy appeared on Tong Shanqing's face. This is excellent, he called out. Yuan Hao, a young man clad in a golden-trimmed robe, promptly stepped forward. Please take this esteemed Lady Qingyao to experience the beauty of our Lingyun sect. Yuan Hao bowed and approached Yi Qingyao, extending his hand. Milady, please. Yi Qingyao nodded and followed Yuan Hao as they departed. Soon, the group of young elites exchanged glances and began to trail after them. Han Shuzi observed the scene with a faint smile, remaining silent. In the presence of Yi Qingyao, these individuals were merely playthings. Should any of them manage to defeat or slay her, the academy would gain an even more formidable chosen one. My lord Dean, please. Tong Shanqing urged. Moments later, Yi Qingyao, accompanied by Yuan Hao, arrived at a picturesque location. This is the Xiyin Pool, the place of enlightenment for the core disciples of the Lingyun sect, Yuan Hao explained. Yi Qingyao glanced around. Beside them lay a shallow lake adorned with azure lotuses, where dragon fish frolicked and played. The group of dragon fish, all descended from a lineage of noble beastly bloodlines, possessed capabilities equivalent to those of golden-bodied cultivators from the moment of their birth. In this lake, some dragon fish even rival those at the integration realm. Moreover, the environment here is exceptionally conducive to cultivation, with dense spiritual energy and a subtle aura of Tao permeating the air. It is no wonder that Yuan Hao referred to this place as the martial arts training ground for core disciples. Truly, as a first-rate sect, it is nothing short of extraordinary. However, recalling Yi Xiaoxiao's words, it seems that in Yinxiao City, even an ordinary carp in Mirror Lake possesses the strength of one undergoing tribulation. If she was not exaggerating, Yinxiao City has likely surpassed Lingyun's sect by an immeasurable margin. Fairy Qingyao, Yuan Hao suddenly spoke. What is it? Yuan Hao's expression was somewhat conflicted as he said, I am aware of your formidable strength. Yet the current situation is rather peculiar. It would be wise for you to exercise caution. Yi Qingyao was slightly taken aback. She had assumed that Yuan Hao was merely sent by Tong Shanqing to deal with her. She did not expect him to offer a word of warning. Not a problem. Yi Qingyao replied with a faint smile. Yuan Hao seemed poised to say more, but suddenly a voice interrupted. Senior brother Yuan Hao, what brings you here? The master is calling for you. You must come with me. A young lad rushed over, addressing Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao hesitated, and the youth's expression shifted as he whispered. Senior brother Yuan Hao, the master is awaiting you. With a soft sigh, Yuan Hao cast a glance at Yi Qingyao before departing with the young lad. Yi Qingyao watched them leave with an air of indifference. Hey! No sooner had they departed Then a voice rang out from behind her. Xianxia turned to find a group of young men and women, led by a brooding youth who fixed his gaze upon her intently. "Who are you? And why are you in the forbidden area of Lingyun's sect?" he shouted, his voice resonating with authority as his companions moved to encircle Xianxia. The atmosphere was charged with hostility. Xianxia could only sigh. It seemed they were intent on framing her. However, seeing that their highest cultivation level was merely at the pinnacle of the transformation realm, she felt little interest in their threats. A fishing rod materialized in her hand. "If you seek trouble, then come forth," she declared. With that, she settled by the lakeside, casting her line into the water and leisurely fishing. Ignored in such a manner, the once mighty young elites were instantly incensed. "Impudence! How brazen!" the youth snorted. "You wretch! Do not forget, this is Lingyun's sect." With a swift motion, Xianxia pulled up her line, only to find a clump of water weeds. She cast her line again, saying, "Truly, spare me the chatter. Speak further, and I shall take the initiative." Fury erupted. "You seek death." The young man let out a furious shout, and, in an instant, unleashed a jade bottle of mutton fat, which swelled with the wind, transforming into a small mountain that bore down upon Xianxia's head. The others followed suit, either summoning their own magical treasures or unleashing their most formidable martial arts. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of powerful attacks surged towards Xianxia. Without uttering a word, Xianxia flicked her finger, and the cluster of aquatic plants she had just fished up erupted in an explosion. Countless slender blades of grass scattered like celestial flowers, bombarding the magical treasures and martial techniques. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated. The young man emitted a muffled groan, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion instantly paling. His expression turned to one of horror as his life-bound treasure, the jade bottle, was obliterated by the aquatic plants that Xianxia had casually unleashed. With the damage to his life-bound treasure, his very being suffered a grievous blow. Yet, that was not all. The aquatic plants, after shattering all the attacks, surged towards him, their momentum unabated. "Retreat!" The young man cried out in desperation. But it was evidently too late. The aquatic plants moved with blinding speed, and a steel needle pierced directly through his dantian. Overwhelmed by immense pain, he collapsed to the ground, feeling the world spin before him as he lost consciousness. Xianxia remained seated in tranquility, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. Suddenly, a sharp dagger materialized above her, piercing through the void and appearing directly overhead. However, a faint dark red aura rose, ensnaring the dagger, preventing it from advancing even an inch. "So close, yet so far. I have seen you long ago." Xianxia waved her hand, and a slender figure descended from the void. To her surprise, it was a woman. The red aura spread, binding her entirely, rendering her immobile. A mid-stage fusion cultivator, exceptionally skilled in concealment. Alas, she was not as formidable as Xianxia, and thus was sensed by Xianxia. The woman, restrained and yet still fierce, snarled, "You dare usurp Brother Tongfeng's position? The Lingyun sect will not tolerate you." Xianxia sighed. She was not bloodthirsty by nature. The individuals who had just fainted merely bore a wound on their dantian, and after a few months of recovery, they would be as good as new. However, if the Lingyun sect continued to provoke her, a tragic repeat of the Tiandi Academy incident might indeed unfold. "Do not presume that you are invincible," the woman retorted coldly. "There are many stronger than you in our Lingyun sect." Slap! A brick unexpectedly appeared and struck the back of the woman's head with a heavy thud. Instantly, she lost consciousness. "So much drivel, I can hardly wait," Xianxia remarked, tossing aside the brick and clapping her hands. "Sister, quickly reel in that dragonfish king. It looks absolutely delicious." She crouched beside Xianxia, eyeing the dragonfish in the water, drooling in anticipation. Xianxia was at a loss for words. Her sister had never been so gluttonous before. When would she learn this from? Day by day, she seemed to learn nothing of value. "Oh no, the fishing rod is empty again," Xianxia exclaimed. It was only then that she realized Xianxia was simply engaging in ordinary fishing, devoid of any skill. How could one possibly catch the Dragon King fish like this? Nearby, the Dragon King fish lingered, disdainfully blowing bubbles in their direction. Xianxia was immediately incensed. "Sister, I must tell you, this approach is utterly futile. That fish king is merely toying with you. It one tea bite the hook. You mustn't indulge it." With a splash, Xianxia leaped into the water and delivered a punch to the Dragon King's head, splattering Xianxia with water and accentuating her features. Yi Xianxia held her forehead in exasperation. Oh dear, please hurry. Chapter 124. Remnants of Gods and Demons. A large bird swiftly soared through the sky, with several figures standing atop its back. Yi Suifeng sat at the forefront, gazing at the distant mountain range that lay like a dragon upon the earth. It was the Panlong mountain range. The Tianfu Academy is over there, Yanxi pointed out. Soon, the bird approached a magnificent mountain gate. At that moment, Yi Suifeng focused his thoughts and snapped his fingers. A comically peculiar monkey tumbled from the void, startling Yanxi. Go, there, ho. The monkey bounced around, making its sounds. Isn't that Xiaoxia's monkey? Yi Huang recognized it. Yi Suifeng nodded. Indeed. It's a message she left for us. Why doesn't she speak properly? Yi Huang inquired, puzzled. Could there be some hidden meaning? Do you expect her to articulate herself? Yi Suifeng retorted with mild irritation. Qin Yao and the others have already departed. The entity resembling a remnant of gods and demons still lingers here. We must investigate. With that, Yi Suifeng instructed Lao Qi to approach the academy. Above the mountain gate loomed a massive light shield, pulsating with intense energy and hinting at a lethal aura, nearly rivaling 1/10 of the formation surrounding the eternal winter imperial city. Senior, this is the purgatory killing formation. Once triggered, escape will be exceedingly difficult. We must proceed with caution and find a way to infiltrate, Yanxi advised cautiously. Yi Suifeng nodded in agreement. Understood. Subsequently, the heavenly Dao ring shimmered slightly, suddenly unleashing several gray tendrils of law that plunged into the formation above. With a thunderous roar, the purgatory killing formation shattered instantaneously, transforming into a cascade of black lines that scattered in all directions. Yanxi exclaimed, "What did you mean by good?" Without a second thought, "You destroyed the formation. This is the style of Elder Qin Yao? How impressive. Let us go." With a commanding call from Yi Suifeng, the seventh brother spread his magnificent wings and soared directly towards the back mountain of the academy. He had already sensed the presence of that entity. Suddenly, the protective mountain formation was shattered, leaving the inhabitants of the academy in utter bewilderment. Moments later, they beheld a colossal phoenix swooping down upon them. An enemy attack. It was a monstrous beast, summoned the vice president at once. Chaos erupted throughout the academy. In the ensuing moments, powerful auras surged into the sky, racing toward the multicolored phoenix. These were the elite forces of the academy, each of whom had reached at least the god transformation stage. Leading them was an elderly figure, a formidable cultivator at the integration stage, the vice president of the Tianfu Academy. Upon sighting the enormous phoenix, his gaze turned icy, and he bellowed with authority, "Foul creature, desist!" Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the seventh brother flapped his wings, unleashing a terrifying force imbued with the innate Taoist brilliance of the seven-colored light, crashing forth. Over the years, by Yi Suifeng's side, he had successfully broken through to become a peak 9th-grade beast, coupled with his mastery of innate Taoist arts. Even an ordinary tribulation-transcending cultivator would find him a formidable opponent. Sensing the overwhelming power rushing toward him, the vice president was struck with dread, hastily summoning his personal treasure to shield everyone before him. Boom! A tremendous collision ensued. The Academy's elite forces were sent tumbling from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating massive craters. Blood spewed from the vice president's mouth as his expression turned horrified. With the principal and Lord Hun Su absent, they stood no chance against this beast. Fortunately, after repelling them, the phoenix did not pursue further, but instead flew straight towards the back mountain, vanishing from sight. Having narrowly escaped disaster, the vice president, still shaken, urgently shouted, "Quickly, notify the principal." At the edge of a secluded pond on the back mountain of the academy, Yi Suifeng and his companions had gathered. The seventh brother had transformed into human form, obediently standing behind them. Yanxi, beside him, felt her legs weaken in trepidation. She had only recently learned that the phoenix, once dismissed and threatened by Yi Xiaoxiao, was actually a formidable creature. With a single strike, it had repelled all the Academy's elite forces, even causing the vice president to bleed profusely. Thankfully, in recent days, she had shown it no disrespect and managed to keep a low profile. Yi Suifeng gazed into the pond before him, having already discerned that the entity resided there. Surrounding the pond were over 100 intricate formations, the majority designed for concealment. Even an ordinary tribulation-transcending cultivator would likely fail to notice anything amiss in this place. Such a precious find was likely the remnants of a divine or demonic being. Without hesitation, Yi Suifeng activated the heavenly Tao Ring, and the tendrils of the laws swiftly dismantled the formations layer by layer. As the final formation crumbled, an unusual aura surged forth, enveloping him. Ah, this seems to be a presence not of our world. Yi Long exclaimed in astonishment. The rules are not quite the same. Yi Huang, equally intrigued, mused, it must be remnants of divine and demonic essence. I never would have expected to find it here. Yu Hong's expression shifted. For the northern regions were vast and sparsely populated, with hardly any forces investing in such remnants. This was his first encounter. Let us proceed, Yi Suifeng declared, leaping into the deep pool first. The frigid waters parted automatically from the center, revealing a shadowy passageway. Moments later, they arrived at the bottom of the pool, where a cave adorned with intricate symbols awaited them. Countless black stripes adorned the walls of the cavern. In the center stood a tall, circular stone platform, resembling an altar. Above the altar, several delicate filaments hovered silently in the air. What is this? Yi Long inquired curiously as he stepped into the cave. However, upon entry, dark lines immediately appeared upon his white armor, resembling living tendrils that spread outwards in a most eerie fashion. Yi Long gasped, hastily retreating. The black tendrils ceased their expansion, but remained affixed to his armor. It is siphoning the spiritual energy from my body. Yi Long's expression shifted in alarm. He could distinctly feel the vital energy within him being forcibly extracted, leaving him powerless to resist. This was indeed his first encounter with such a peculiar phenomenon. This is a rule that does not belong to our world. Yi Suifeng waved his hand, and the black tendrils on Yi Long instantly vanished. So those individuals are utilizing this horrifying entity to erode the world? Yi Huang asked in shock. Yi Suifeng nodded. The entity before them carried laws that transcended the very fabric of this world. Thus, in the absence of the celestial laws and the tree of enlightenment, it could recklessly alter the world, draining its essence to augment itself. If such entities were numerous, then, just as the old man of heavenly mechanisms foretold, the world truly teetered on the brink of death. Chapter 125, Fertilizer. At the bottom of the deep pool, after Yi Long's tentative exploration, the others hesitated to venture further. Though they were indeed formidable, they felt utterly powerless when confronted with an existence that surpassed the rules of their world. However, Yi Suifeng was an exception. You all stay here and do not move. I shall fetch an orange. Ahem, I will take a closer look. With that, Yi Suifeng entered the cave. No sooner had he stepped inside than countless black tendrils surged toward him. The heavenly path ring emitted a faint glow, forming a black shield that repelled all the tendrils at bay. Confronted with this barrier, the black tendrils seemed to go wild, thrashing even more vigorously in their attempts to breach this protective law. Yet, they had miscalculated. Yi Suifeng, adorned with the Taoist ring of heaven, embodies the confluence of all cosmic principles, effectively representing a distinct essence of the Tao itself. In this role, he parallels the spirit of the Tao, yet possesses a power exponentially greater than that of the true Taoist spirit. Thus, even the most frenzied of the dark tendrils cannot approach him in the slightest. He swiftly arrives before the altar, where several black hairs, sharp as needles, intertwine and float ominously in the air. Once tranquil, they now exhibit signs of agitation, seemingly sensing an external threat. Yi Suifeng scrutinizes these hairs and retrieves an array plate, upon which an assortment of colors converge, some vast, others minute. This is the celestial mechanism plate bestowed upon him by the elder of celestial mechanism. The plate reveals the remnants of deities and demons, currently tainting the balance of worldly laws. As he examines it closely, he fails to identify the wolf hair-like substance before him. A frown creases his brow. The celestial mechanism plate, a treasure forged through generations of effort by the celestial mechanism valley, is designed to discern anything not belonging to this world. Could it be that this is merely a fragment? Upon further inspection, his gaze fixes upon an object, a fractured brush. The brush's tip comprises numerous strands reminiscent of wolf hair, and the territory claimed by the force it represents ranks impressively among the top 20 of all residual divine and demonic essences. Such a minuscule remnant possesses astonishingly potent corruptive capabilities, prompting Yi Suifeng to murmur in astonishment. Without hesitation, he extends his hand, grasping all the black hairs. The tendrils writhe violently in his palm, striving to breach the confinement of the Taoist ring and assault Yi Suifeng. He smiles gently. If you wish to meet me so eagerly, I shall oblige. With that, he opens a minuscule breach without disturbing the external realm. The moment the hares detect this opening, they surge forth in a frenzy, breaking through the Taoist laws, confronting Yi Suifeng directly. In an instant, the hares tremble violently, overwhelmed by an oppressive force they perceive as annihilation. In the blink of an eye, they attempt to retreat, now more frantic and desperate than before. Yet, it is too late. The breach has been sealed by Yi Suifeng. He seizes one of the hares, and with a gentle stroke, it shatters instantaneously, transforming into countless slender black threads that entwine around him. These threads are pure laws, fundamentally alien to this realm. Indeed, these laws transcend the boundaries of this world. As the threads make contact with his fingers, Yi Suifeng completely unravels their essence. Having comprehended the reasons for their global infestation and their siphoning of primordial power, it became evident that this was merely a manifestation of higher dimensional realms exerting dominion over lower ones. Upon grasping this concept, Yi Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement. Next, he turned his attention to the enlightenment tree and its method of purification. With that, he retrieved a young sapling of the enlightenment tree from his spatial pouch. As the sapling entered the main world, it swiftly assimilated the laws of this realm, akin to the specimen planted in the mirror lake. However, to prevent it from causing the cave to burst, Yi Suifeng restrained its growth. Remaining at its original size, the enlightenment tree took the place of the residual hair, gently floating above the altar. Once it had integrated all the laws, a verdant mist began to emanate from the tree. Upon contact with the surrounding black tendrils, the light intensified dramatically. A torrent of luminescent mist surged forth, encircling the dark appendages. Yi Suifeng observed as the ensnared tendrils gradually coalesced, and with the passage of time, they were entirely consumed by the mist, as if undergoing digestion. In a mere quarter of an hour, every black tendril within the cave had been purified by the enlightenment tree, leaving only the original strand of hair in Yi Suifeng's grasp. Following the completion of the purification, the enlightenment tree swayed gently, radiating an unmistakable sense of joy. Yi Suifeng mused softly, acutely aware that the tree's growth state had indeed improved after the absorption of the black tendrils. Furthermore, a fragment of the foreign laws that had not belonged to this world was seemingly assimilated by the enlightenment tree, gradually merging into the heavenly Tao's principles. Remarkably, the heavenly Tao itself began to flourish. Yi Suifeng was astonished. He had not anticipated that the enlightenment tree possessed such a remarkable ability to absorb external laws and convert them for its own use. The remnants of divine beings were akin to its fertilizer. If it could absorb a sufficient amount of foreign laws, the entire world would evolve in tandem. It was simply astonishing. Contemplating this, Yi Suifeng crushed the original strand of hair in his hand, releasing pure laws. Instantly, the enlightenment tree stirred with renewed vigor. This time, it extended its roots, ensnaring all the black laws, gradually absorbing them and nurturing the heavenly Tao in return. After consuming the final vestige of law, the growth state of the enlightenment tree elevated once more. It reached out its branches, affectionately brushing against Yi Suifeng's hand, seemingly expressing its delight and gratitude. How intriguing! Yi Suifeng caressed the tender leaves of the enlightenment tree, prompting it to sway its branches exuberantly, its entire form bouncing joyfully as if a child celebrating in glee. At that moment, with the cave now purified, others began to gather around. Gazing upon the spirited enlightenment tree, one is filled with wonder. This little entity possesses a certain charm. Yilong, intrigued, extends his hand to touch its leaves, only to be met with a swift strike from the tree's branches, leaving a crimson mark on his palm. Ha! It seems to be particularly fond of my father, Yihuang chuckles. Meanwhile, Yuhan's expression is complex. The seeds of the enlightenment tree were cultivated by the predecessors, and its saplings were nurtured by them as well. Now, these predecessors have brought them into the main world. Thus, in a sense, the trees have adopted them as their father. Yihuang's laughter abruptly halts. If memory serves, there are tens of thousands of enlightenment tree saplings in her father's small world. This implies that I have suddenly gained over 10,000 younger siblings? She gazes at the sapling affectionately nestled in Yi Suifeng's hand, her emotions becoming exceedingly intricate. Chapter 126, A Cycle of Slaps. The colorful phoenix, soaring from the rear mountains of the Tianfu Academy, heads southward. Before departing, Yi Suifeng left the Enlightenment Tree in a cave, along with 10 origin towers to provide sustenance. The location is quite suitable. Once planted, it will eventually connect with the tree in the Mirror Lake, collectively purifying and enhancing the entire world. As for the concealment formations, Yi Suifeng has restored them and casually arranged an illusionary array. Should anyone come to investigate, they would find no anomalies. This is to avoid premature exposure. He wishes to observe which factions, bearing remnants of divine and demonic forces, are participating in this so-called battle of destiny. The vice president of the Tianfu Academy, witnessing the colorful phoenix's departure, secretly wipes the cold sweat from his brow. The ancestor has finally left. President, what was that terrifying beast doing here? A teacher inquires. The vice president shakes his head. How should I know? Perhaps it simply came in search of water. Such a being, we cannot fathom their temperament. The fact that no casualties occurred during the absence of the president, despite the presence of a pinnacle 9th-grade beast, is indeed a stroke of fortune. Have you informed the president? The vice president inquires. Yes, I've already notified him. What about the damage to the academy's formation? Fortunately, it can be restored swiftly. It seems to have merely passed through, disrupting the formation without damaging its foundation. The vice president breathes a sigh of relief. That is good, given the current circumstances. It appears that the colorful phoenix inadvertently intruded. Otherwise, why would it not seize the academy's abundant cultivation resources? Those are coveted even by those transcending tribulation. Lingyun's sect. In the garden at the rear mountain, within a pavilion, Han Shuzi and Tong Xianxia sat across from each other. Is everything prepared in the Abyss Valley? Han Shuzi inquired. It is all in order, replied Tong Xianxia. We have established a villa amidst the volcanic storms. If you wish to proceed ahead of time, it is possible to do so now. The Abyss Valley is the decisive battleground of the Celestial Mandate War. It plunges deep underground, where the volcanic fury is exceedingly fierce, capable of instantly obliterating even those of the nascent soul stage. However, at the deepest part of the Abyss Valley lies a natural secret realm. While the resources within are limited, the environment is exceptionally unique, perfectly suited for the 5 factions to contend within. There is no rush, Han Shuzi remarked. Let Xianxia first acclimate to this environment. After all, the Star Sea mountain range is vastly different from the barren regions of the 9 cities. Tong Xianxia nodded in agreement. Then a smile graced his face as he asked, May I pose a question, my lord? Speak, Han Shuzi replied leisurely. Ahem, Tong Xianxia began. I find it perplexing that, despite the academy being filled with prodigious talents and celestial elites, you ultimately chose someone from a remote region. Xianxia does not seem particularly extraordinary to me. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Han Shuzi's mouth. He had anticipated that Tong Xianxia would broach this topic. This man, in his affection for his precious son, harbored a rather blind confidence. When he initially allowed Tong Feng to enter the academy, it was primarily for the sake of the Chosen One title, as outstanding performance would lead to selection into the main academy, a true land of fortune. Thus, when Tong Feng tragically met his demise, Tong Xianxia would inevitably direct his ire towards Xianxia. Tong, if you believe she lacks the qualifications. You could also allow the prodigies of Lingyun's sect to have a try. I would welcome the emergence of an even stronger candidate, Han Shuzi said with a smile. And I trust that you have already taken such steps. Unperturbed by the revelation of his thoughts, Tong Xianxia chuckled heartily, stating, Well, my lord, I have great faith in my own group of youths. He remained unconvinced that a woman from the fringes could possess much capability. Tong, allow me to offer a word of caution, Han Shuzi advised. Do not underestimate Xianxia too greatly. If you wish to test her, send forth your strongest. Do not dispatch mere cannon fodder. Should Lingyun's sect incur significant losses, it would bode ill for both you and the academy. Han Shuzi subtly conveyed his concerns, fearing that provoking Xianxia might lead to a repetition of the tragic events of the Tiandi Academy, potentially impacting the upcoming Celestial Mandate War. Tong Xianxia laughed lightly. I did not expect you to have such confidence in Xianxia. If that is the case, the Celestial Mandate War will surely be within our grasp. Han Shuzi sighed softly. In matters such as these, who can truly predict the outcome? Xianxia possesses formidable strength. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility of encountering formidable adversaries in a place like Wanbage. It is essential to recognize that what they govern is far more potent than our own. As he spoke, Han Shuzi suddenly shifted his tone and remarked with a smile, regardless of whether Xianxia emerges victorious or not, we shall not relinquish our claim over the territory of the 9 cities. Tong Xianxia was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implications. Han Shuzi continued, "Do you believe that the Academy, having established its roots in the southern 9 cities for over a century, has not left behind anything of significance? We have already brought a portion of it here. Should Yi Qingyao triumph, we shall awaken it. If she fails, we shall still partake in its bounty." Tong Xianxing's understanding dawned upon him. Truly, the Academy is remarkable. They managed to discreetly transport it here. That which possesses the terrifying ability to alter the laws of nature and draw upon the essence of existence. Once it takes root successfully, no one will be able to contend with it. Moreover, Ling Yun's sect, serving as the vanguard in this endeavor, stands to gain considerable advantages. The two exchanged knowing smiles and clinked their cups in camaraderie. Suddenly, 2 figures hastily approached from behind them, Zhen Xian and Yuan Hao. Both bore anxious expressions as they drew near to Han Shuzi and Tong Xianxia, whispering urgently, "Master, may we have a word?" The others were taken aback, but they soon retreated to a distance. "What is it?" Han Shuzi inquired. Zhen Xian, his countenance grim, replied, "Master, we have received word from the Academy that a pinnacle 9th-tier beast has forcefully breached the Academy and made its way to the rear mountain." Han Shuzi's expression shifted immediately. The rear mountain is where that particular object is kept. There must be no room for error. What did it do? Han Shuzi's demeanor darkened. Zhen Xian responded, "It appears nothing significant occurred. According to the vice president, the beast merely passed through without causing harm or seizing resources. It lingered for a moment and then departed." Han Shuzi fell silent, pondering the sheer coincidence of it all. After a brief pause, he declared, "We must return and conduct an inspection. It absolutely cannot encounter any complications. You go ahead, I will follow shortly." Zhen Xian nodded and turned to leave. Meanwhile, on another front, what? Even Suifeng has been defeated? Tong Xianxing's expression was one of shock as he incredulously inquired. Suifeng is undoubtedly the most exceptional prodigy of Ling Yun's sect. Indeed, Yuan Hao confirmed. In a mere exchange, senior brother Suifeng fell at the feet of Yi Qingyao, his life now uncertain. Furthermore, the dragonfish king Yu personally nurtured in the Xian pond has already been roasted and consumed by her. Tong Xianxing's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept Yuan Hao's words. Just moments ago, he believed that the talented individuals of Ling Yun's sect could easily subdue Yi Qingyao. He never anticipated such a swift downfall. How dare she eat my fish? You go and stabilize the situation. I shall arrive shortly. Dismissing Yuan Hao, Tong Xianxing returned with renewed determination. At this moment, Han Shuzi returned. The two exchanged glances, and suddenly, the warmth of their previous conversation dissipated as they both felt an unsettling aura emanating from one another. Chapter 127. The True Uncovering of the Ancestor. At the Xian pool of Ling Yun's sect, a group of young individuals lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. Should any disciple of Ling Yun's sect be present, they would tremble in fear, for each of those fallen was a paragon of brilliance within the sect. Among them were even a few direct disciples of the sect's leader. Beside the Xian pool, 2 figures sat by a fire, where half of a dragonfish, with round eyes wide open, exuded an incredibly tempting fragrance. "This is simply unpalatable," Yi Xiaoxiao remarked as she took a hearty bite from the fish. "Then why are you consuming it so eagerly?" Yi Qingyao questioned, holding a piece of fish herself. To her, such exquisite ingredients, when simply prepared, were already a delicacy of the world. "I'm simply hungry," Yi Xiaoxiao retorted, discarding the fish bones. "If Gu Yulan were to cook this fish, it would surely leave you astounded." Yi Qingyao could not dispute this. She was already aware that this Gu Yulan was the one her uncle had brought along to prepare meals for him, suggesting her culinary skills were indeed commendable. After a moment, Yi Xiaoxiao stood, stretching lazily as she surveyed the sprawled figures around her. "Why is no one coming? I haven't had my fill of fighting yet." Earlier, while they were grilling the fish, there had been occasional ambushes, most of which were thwarted by Yi Xiaoxiao with a mere turn of her head. "Let us wait a little longer," Yi Qingyao replied calmly. "If no one arrives, I shall seek them out myself. Do they truly believe I am easy to provoke?" "Wow!" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed. She then playfully wrapped her arms around Yi Qingyao's neck. "Sister, after several years apart, not only have you become fierce, but also quite formidable." She punctuated her words by pinching her sister's cheek. Yi Qingyao swatted her hand away and stood up, gazing into the distance. "They are already here." A powerful aura was rapidly approaching the Xian pool. "Then you play first. I shall cover you from the shadows, Yi Xiaoxiao chuckled, stepping back and vanishing from sight. At that moment, a formidable figure descended from the sky. It was Tong Xianxia. Upon witnessing the fallen prodigies of Ling Yun's sect and the half-cooked dragon fish on the fire, his eyes widened in fury. That fish was one he had nurtured with great care. It was akin to family. Yi Qingyao Yu, Tong Zhangjiao, your Ling Yun sect has gone too far. Do you not regard me, Yi Qingyao, at all? Before Tong Xianxia could finish his sentence, Yi Qingyao interrupted, confronting him with an accusatory tone. He was momentarily bewildered, as the words he intended to speak had been seized by her. What do you mean? Tong Xianxia bellowed furiously. Yi Qingyao surveyed the individuals sprawled around her and coldly retorted, I'm the chosen one of the academy, arriving at your Ling Yun sect. Yet not only have I received no due respect, but I have repeatedly faced assassination attempts. I cannot even enjoy a simple meal in peace. Do you wish to engage me in a life-or-death struggle? This outburst left Tong Xianxia in a state of disbelief. He had come to seek justice. Yet the roles had inexplicably reversed, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Yi Qingyao, do not become too arrogant, Tong Xianxia exclaimed angrily. That dragonfish was a spirit beast I personally raised, destined to be the guardian of the Ling Yun sect, and you dare to treat it as mere sustenance. What punishment do you deserve? Ultimately, Tong Xianxia managed to regain his composure. However, Yi Qingyao merely smiled serenely. No one informed me of such matters. So what crime do I bear? If you cannot accept this, let us fight, and I shall witness the true strength of the sect leader of a first-rate sect. Her tone dripped with provocation. Indeed, she sought to deliberately infuriate Tong Xianxia. She was weary of encountering such inexplicable individuals daily and preferred to resolve the issue at its root. Tong Xianxia was undeniably enraged, his fury reaching a boiling point. Yi Qingyao, you are unbearably arrogant. His voice turned icy as he suppressed his murderous intent. I advise you to retract your words. Lord Hongsu has just departed, and now no one can protect you. Yi Qingyao's lips curled into a smirk. Is the leader of a sect so verbose, perhaps fearful of battle? Tong Xianxia could no longer contain himself. You seek death, he roared, his voice echoing like thunder, causing the entire Ling Yun sect to sense his overwhelming wrath. The disciples and elders alike displayed expressions of shock. Come at me. Tong Xianxia bellowed again, clawing the air with his fingers, summoning an immense force that erupted with a thunderous roar. A powerful gravitational pull descended upon Yi Qingyao. Yet, her expression remained unchanged. A dark red aura slowly surged forth, appearing fragile yet effortlessly withstanding Tong Xianxia's might, remaining steadfast. Is that all? Observing Yi Qingyao's defiant demeanor, Tong Xianxia felt his anger nearing its peak. You shall perish. He unleashed a punch, a terrifying force nearly rending the very fabric of space as it hurtled toward Yi Qingyao. Unfazed, she extended her palm, and a crimson ancient zither materialized before her. Subsequently, she delicately plucked the strings with her slender fingers. A resonant sound echoed, and a transparent ripple instantaneously radiated from the zither, colliding with the violent energy in the void. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled. The entire Ling Yun sect felt as if it were quaking. Accompanied by a tremendous explosion, the core Disciples' Enlightenment area, the Xiang Pool, erupted in a cataclysmic blast. The disciples and elders within the sect were left aghast. They beheld the long-cherished land of enlightenment, now utterly obliterated. Rocks, water, soil, flowers, and numerous dragon fish ascended into the sky, only to cascade down like rain. Some were left slumped on the ground, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, a few formidable elders discerned two silhouettes amidst the turmoil. One was their sect leader, while the other was an ethereal woman, engaged in a fierce confrontation with him. Oh! Witnessing the Xianxia turn to ruins, Tong Xianxia succumbed to madness. He disregarded any consequences of potentially killing Yi Qingyao, unleashing all his might in a reckless charge. Yi Qingyao remained impassive, her fingers deftly plucking the strings of her zither, manifesting profound and enigmatic powers. In the skies above, they clashed violently. Several ethereal pavilions disintegrated into dust beneath the tumultuous aftershocks of their battle. Ling Yun sect seemed to be facing its apocalypse. I will slay you, Tong Xianxia raged, invoking celestial-level techniques that threatened to rend the heavens. Yet, Yi Qingyao remained composed. With a graceful flick of her jade fingers, an arcane melody resonated throughout Ling Yun's sect. Subsequently, a dark crimson canopy descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire peak of Lingyun's sect in its embrace. The world transformed into a scarlet haze, obscuring sight and sound. No one could discern what transpired beneath the crimson veil. Moments later, the canopy dissipated. The onlookers beheld the Lingyun sect's main peak, now half-collapsed, leaving only the solitary figure of Xianxia in the sky. She hovered in the void, gazing down upon the summit. Xianxia, now bloodied and sprawled on the ground, struggled to breathe. He looked up at Xianxia, incredulous at her staggering strength. Yet in that moment, a smile crept upon his lips. You were doomed. Even if the soul-vacant ancestor were here, he could not save you. No sooner had he spoken than 4 terrifying auras erupted from the ground below. Their might far surpassed Xianxia's by several magnitudes. The disciples of Lingyun sect knelt in abject terror, their faces pale. We pay homage to the ancestors. They prostrated themselves. In an instant, 4 figures surrounded Xianxia, their murderous intent locking onto her with unyielding ferocity. To dare cause chaos in Lingyun sect, you shall face no mercy. The 4 ancestors bellowed in unison. The overwhelming pressure surged toward Xianxia. She emitted a soft groan, the music of her zither abruptly ceasing. These 4 ancestors were near the pinnacle of tribulation, formidable beings indeed, and facing them alone proved to be a daunting task. Xianxia exhaled softly. It seemed she would have to resort to her ultimate means. Just as she prepared to summon the crimson dust mirror, suddenly, a colossal flower blossomed from the depths of the earth, enveloping the entire Lingyun sect within its embrace. Its white petals, purple stamen, and inky black center emanated an eerily enigmatic aura. It was none other than a celestial blossom. Chapter 128, Sisters Unite. Amidst the ruins, a figure emerged from the pile of rubble. It was Yuan Hao, covered in dust and disheveled. He coughed, spewing a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Kneeling, his eyes reflected profound terror. Earlier, he had accompanied his master to the Xian pond, where they had found Xianxia roasting meat. He had prepared a speech to defend her, hoping his master would spare her. Yet, who could have anticipated that this seemingly younger woman would exhibit such overwhelming strength? The battle commenced immediately, and with a single strike, the sacred ground of the Lingyun sect was shattered. Yuan Hao suffered an unwarranted calamity, being blasted away along with the Xian pond, subsequently buried beneath the debris. Why was she so formidable? He coughed up blood again. The residual force from that strike shattered his life as treasure, leaving his body gravely injured. Where were they? Yuan Hao struggled to rise, glancing around in confusion. The sight that met his eyes was one of utter devastation. Most of the loft had collapsed, and the once ethereal realm now resembled a desolate battlefield. He turned in a daze, a chill creeping up his spine. Half of the mountain before him had crumbled. Beneath his feet lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. In the sky, a red figure stood like a demonic deity, surrounded by 4 beings exuding a terrifying presence. Yuan Hao recognized them. They were their ancestors, the last vestige of the Lingyun sect's legacy. Xiao Hao. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. Yuan Hao turned, his expression one of bewilderment. Father? The immense celestial blossom blossomed beneath the Lingyun sect, casting a shadow over the entire mountain gate. An ethereal blue aura slowly ascended, permeating the mountainside, rendering the Lingyun sect extraordinarily surreal, yet slightly sinister. Above, 3 venerable Taoists and an elderly matron felt the extraordinary resonance of the celestial blossom and wore expressions of grave concern. They are masters. They sensed an unfamiliar energy. The ethereal blue mist gradually enveloped them, swirling around their bodies. Instantly, their brows furrowed, their expressions shaken. This bizarre mist could directly affect the soul. Observing the scene below, they understood that everyone in the Lingyun sect, save for them, had been dragged into another realm by this celestial blossom. Who could wield such terrifying power? They remained vigilant, on guard against their surroundings. At this moment, Xianxia, encircled by them, once again began to play her guqin. A complete piece of music unfolded, soothing and melodious. Soon after, the curtain of the mortal realm descended once more. This time, it enveloped the entirety of Lingyun's sect alongside the celestial maiden. Dark crimson mist began to materialize around the 4 ancestors. The intertwining of ethereal orchids and deep red fog enveloped the 4 of them, intensifying their pressure manifold. Esteemed guests, perhaps we should engage in conversation, Xianxia proposed. To destroy our mountain gate, injure our disciples, and yet seek dialogue? You must be dreaming. Prepare to pay with your life. The ancestors roared in unison, their immense power forcefully shattering their restraints. Each unleashed their formidable techniques, casting a barrage of terrifying spells in an attempt to subdue Xianxia in a single strike. The might of those at the pinnacle of tribulation was not to be underestimated. Even Xianxia dared not confront it head-on. Just as their assault was about to descend upon her, a small hand emerged from the void, grasping the collar of Xianxia and yanking her backward with great force. Her form was pulled entirely into the void. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated as the combined attacks of the four pinnacle beings were far from trivial. Even the eerie aura pervading the air was expelled, creating a massive void. Yet, Xianxia remained unscathed. Has she escaped? One elder remarked, his brow furrowed. He had clearly seen someone draw the woman into an extraordinary space. Curse it! If I find her, I shall tear her to shreds. The elder seethed, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, a chill crept up his back. Before he could react, the other three ancestors saw a brick materialize abruptly behind his head and promptly struck down. Bang! The brick struck solidly against the elder's skull, shattering into dust. Quite resilient, a voice lamented with a tone of regret. The elder's head buzzed. Despite being at the pinnacle of tribulation, his body having reached an astonishing level, that blow still left him dizzy. Upon feeling the back of his head, he discovered blood. What in the world was that brick? Yet, before he could ponder further, another identical brick appeared behind him. This time, he reacted promptly, turning his head just in time. Thus, his smooth forehead received a heavy blow, causing blood to gush forth. Hey, hey, hey! A chilling laughter reverberated through the void. Regrettably, no matter how they searched, they could not locate the source of the Black Hand. Be cautious. Another is coming. Another exclaimed. The elder quickly pinpointed the Black Hand's location, bellowing as he launched a powerful punch. The force was so tremendous that it caused the void to tremble. Unfortunately, the assailant had already retreated, leaving only echoes of laughter behind. Meanwhile, Xianxia appeared behind a gaunt Taoist priest. The sound of the guqin produced ripples that struck against his back. The Taoist let out a muffled groan, his vital energy surging. This strike had already reached the realm of tribulation. Yet, just as he attempted to lock onto Xianxia, she vanished once more. Damn it! Damn it! The elders were filled with frustration. Clearly, their opponent stood at a significantly higher realm, and their raw power could not match hers. However, she did not engage them directly. Instead, she employed bizarre tactics, appearing and disappearing with great frequency, occasionally delivering a heavy blow. Particularly infuriating was that wretched Black Hand. Bricks, dog-beating sticks, rice bowls, there was no end to the assortment of items hurled at them. At times, she even threw unknown, limp objects that splattered across their faces. Though the damage was minimal, the humiliation was profound. Coupled with that soul-piercing azure aura and the entangling dark red mist, the elder's patience was nearing its breaking point. After being doused with an inexplicable liquid once more, one elder could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Who are you? Do not go too far. Our Lingyun sect is under the protection of the Tianfu Academy." He attempted to intimidate his adversary with the name of the academy. However, this only elicited a chilling laugh in response, accompanied by further assaults. As time passed, the strength of the four elders began to wane. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. More critically, the disciples of the Lingyun sect, under the combined influence of the red dust, celestial veil, and the celestial maiden, had become increasingly trapped, unable to extricate themselves. Esteemed one elder spoke again. Please, let us cease hostilities. Perhaps we can have a proper discussion. There is no enmity that cannot be resolved. He conceded, determined that the Lingyun sect could not collapse at his hands. Finally, the attacks ceased. Moments later, Xianxia's figure reappeared, her expression calm, though her tone carried a hint of mockery. Are you now willing to have an earnest conversation? Chapter 129. The Direction of Xianxia. Tianfu Academy. Two figures descended rapidly from the sky, heading straight for the rear mountain. They were Han Shuzi and Xianxian. Han Shuzi's expression was grave. Should anything happen to that item, the main academy would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Soon, the two arrived at the secluded pond on the back mountain. The formation was intact. Xianxian gazed at the complete pond, finally releasing a sigh of relief. Let us descend and take a look. Han Shuzi retrieved a small jade talisman, which emitted a faint glow, beginning to merge into the layers of the formation. This was the key to entering the pond. Moments later, they reached the bottom of the pond. Before them lay a cave, its interior walls adorned with black stripes. At the very center of the altar, several delicate filaments hovered in the air. Fortunately, Han Shuzi felt a sense of relief. It appeared that the beast was not targeting him. My lord, perhaps we have been overly cautious. Although it is a creature nearing the status of a sacred beast, it could not possibly approach such a supreme entity, Xianxia remarked. When it concerns matters of destiny, it is prudent to exercise utmost caution, Han Shuzi replied, carefully examining the surroundings of the cave and finding no other abnormalities. Subsequently, he departed the depths of the secluded pool alongside Xianxia. Beneath the concealment of a certain defiant formation, a verdant seedling unfurled its leaves, as if bidding them farewell. After a while, Han Shuzi and Xianxia emerged in the council chamber of the academy. The vice president and several formidable teachers were present, having already familiarized themselves with the unfolding events. Though some aspects remained perplexing, they ultimately concluded that it was indeed an unforeseen occurrence. It seems unfortunate that we encountered a top-tier beast devoid of intelligence by mere chance. With that, Han Shuzi and Xianxia soared once more towards the direction of Lingyun's sect at an astonishing speed. My lord, is there truly a need for such haste? Xianxia, whose cultivation was inferior to Han Shuzi's, found himself somewhat strained in keeping pace. Do your utmost to keep up, Han Shuzi said in a deep voice. A divine artifact is in peril, and I return to my anxiousness. It has just occurred to me that Tong Xianxing seems to have personally confronted Yiqingyao. Xianxia paused momentarily before replying. Regardless of Tong Xianxing's disposition, he would not dare harm anyone from our academy. Would he? It is merely a matter of putting Yiqingyao through some trials. Han Shuzi shook his head. He is a madman. When seized by frenzy, he recognizes no one. I fear for Yiqingyao safety. The battle of destiny holds immense significance for us. With that, he accelerated once more, hoping fervently that Yiqingyao could withstand Tong Xianxing's pressure. At Lingyun's sect, within the main hall of the sect master, Tong Xianxing knelt upon the ground, while Yiqingyao sat regally at the highest seat. For venerable ancestors occupied the sides, their countenances reflecting deep dissatisfaction as they regarded Yiqingyao above them. Yet feeling powerless to act, they were unable to contend with her. What could they do? Moreover, through their discussions, it was evident that she was a crucial figure within the academy. This conflict had been instigated by Lingyun sect itself. Thus they could not place the blame solely upon her. Tong Xianxing, are you aware of your transgressions? One of the most authoritative ancestors thundered sternly. His heart brimmed with fury. Were it not for Tong Xianxing's reckless provocation, Lingyun's sect would not have suffered such tremendous losses. Unable to confront Yiqingyao, they had no choice but to vent their anger upon him. Tong Xianxing bowed his head in submission, his expression despondent. Having lived for centuries, he now found himself in the humiliating position of kneeling before a youth of merely 20 years. He could scarcely fathom that Yiqingyao had grown to such formidable heights. Within that bustling realm, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance. Even the four venerable ancestors, united in their efforts, failed to subdue her. Instead, they were overpowered, nearly losing the lives of over 100,000 members of the Lingyun sect. Such a prodigy was beyond anything he had ever heard of. The so-called geniuses of the Lingyun sect appeared laughable in comparison. At this moment, Tong Xianxing was engulfed by humiliation and endless regret. Why had he dared to provoke her? The disciple acknowledged his transgressions. Tong Xianxing bowed deeply. The ancestor let out a cold snort before turning his gaze toward Yiqingyao, immediately donning a smile that crinkled the deep lines on his face. Fairy, please see. Enough, Yiqingyao replied indifferently. Your habit of oppressing the weak is well known. I am aware that you would relish the opportunity to see me suffer. The elders chuckled awkwardly, hastily denying such intentions. Yiqingyao continued, in truth, I harbor no ill will towards the Lingyun sect and have never taken any interest in your affairs. Had you not provoked me, this situation would not have arisen. Rising to her feet, she declared, I have but one request. Before the conclusion of the Destiny War, I wish for no further disturbances to beset me for inexplicable reasons. Should there be any further intrusions, I shall relay your fate in Tong Zhangjiao's own words. Even the sole Void Master cannot save you. Yiqingyao surveyed the assembly, and the formidable figures of the Lingyun sect lowered their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze. This scene evoked a memory of her uncle's words. I have always cherished reasoned discourse, yet possessing strength is a prerequisite for others to engage in such discussions. She wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Having spoken, Yi Qingyao stood and departed the grand hall, disregarding the kneeling Tong Shanqing. In the serene garden of the Lingyun sect's rear mountain, Yi Qingyao sat in a pavilion, gently plucking the strings of an ancient zither. Nearby, beneath a pear tree, Yi Xiaoxiao blissfully swung on a swing. This area had been specially designated for Yi Qingyao, ensuring that no one would disturb her. "Sister, I'm not joking. You're really quite fierce right now," Yi Xiaoxiao remarked. Yi Qingyao paused to adjust a few discordant notes before resuming her playing. "Such is life. If you are weak, you will be bullied. If you don't strike them hard at once, they will seek revenge, escalating the conflict. It becomes a nuisance to deal with the younger ones before the older ones," Yi Qingyao explained. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have come to understand this principle as well. However, I usually preemptively administer a beating to those who would bully me, nipping trouble in the bud." Ha! With that, she leaped from the swing and, in the blink of an eye, sat across from Yi Qingyao. "Sister, I have always been curious about the direction you found during that trial 6 years ago," Yi Xiaoxiao inquired. At that time, Yi Suifeng subjected the 5 of them to a trial, allowing each to express a wish. Yi Qingyao's desire was to find direction amidst confusion. The music abruptly ceased. With a gentle sigh, Yi Qingyao confessed, "I actually deceived my uncle." "Ah!" Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. Yi Qingyao continued, "I claimed that I had entered the second layer of the red dust mirror, where a single day in reality equates to 10 years. However, the truth is that I ventured into the third layer of temporal existence, where I spent a full millennium." Yi Xiaoxiao's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with astonishment. 1,000 years was beyond her comprehension. She could hardly fathom what Yi Qingyao had endured. Dozens of centuries, numerous lives, yet I failed to find direction. However, I did come to understand one crucial truth, Yi Qingyao elaborated. Strength is the prerequisite for all paths. Only individuals like my uncle can truly pursue their desires. Yi Xiaoxiao rested her hands on her face, murmuring, "No wonder I feel that your approach is increasingly reminiscent of uncle's." Yi Qingyao nodded in agreement. "If one must seek direction, it can only be in becoming a person like my uncle. Yet, I do not aspire to be him." Yi Xiaoxiao paced back and forth with her arms crossed. "Look at him. He spends his days reading, eating, sleeping, and now he intends to cultivate some inexplicable trees. It's dreadfully mundane. He doesn't even consider finding a beautiful woman to bear a few siblings for Yi Huang." Yi Qingyao chuckled softly. "Everyone is unique, be it you, me, Yi Huang, Yi Long, or Yi Qian. Our aspirations and goals diverge. Uncle has always allowed us to grow independently. Otherwise, with your temperament, he would have long since reprimanded you." Yi Xiaoxiao retorted, "Sister, just because I'm small in stature doesn't mean I haven't matured." With that, she lay on the table, gazing at the sky, and sighed softly. Her long hair cascaded like a rainbow over the tabletop. "Imagine if we could remain forever young. How wonderful that would be." Chapter 130, Arrival at the Abyss City. Nestled within the mountains, there lay an expansive valley. At its center was a colossal sinkhole, unfathomably deep, seemingly connecting to the very depths of the earth. Within the sinkhole, thick plumes of crimson smoke occasionally billowed forth, filling the air with a searing scent of sulfur. Surrounding the sinkhole, numerous edifices formed a burgeoning city. Above the city, an intricate array enveloped it entirely. Suddenly, a magnificent, multicolored phoenix rapidly approached from the distance, eventually landing before the formation. Behind the phoenix stood several figures. "Is this the site of the fateful battle?" Yi Huang inquired as she stood at the forefront. Yi Suifeng nodded. "According to the information left by Xiaoxiao, the location lies within a hidden realm at the bottom of the sinkhole. As the fateful battle approaches in just a few days, let us first enter the city and wait." Yi Long tilted his head and inquired, "Shall we dismantle the Great Formation? I would like to give it a try. This formation should not be too formidable." His fighting spirit was palpable. Yi Suifeng cast a sidelong glance at him. "Why are you so violent? It is no small feat to establish a protective formation. Let's maintain a low profile this time." Subsequently, Yi Suifeng instructed Old Seven to fly in another direction. On the opposite side of the Great Formation stood a high platform designated for receiving cultivators arriving on flying spiritual devices or mounts. At that moment, a 7th-tier flying demon beast, the Xianxia tiger, descended majestically, prompting gasps of awe from onlookers. To ride a 7th-tier demon beast is no ordinary achievement. It surely belonged to someone from a prominent sect. From atop the Xianxia tiger, a group of elegantly attired individuals dismounted. Among them a young girl adorned with numerous small bells, her head held high, exuding an air of disdain. "What a bunch of rustic bumpkins," she remarked, her appearance charming, yet her tone exceedingly haughty. An elderly man stepped forward and said with a smile, "Fairy Yin Tong. The majority of the cultivators here are merely ordinary ones seeking fortune in Yuan City. However, the Lingyun sect, which oversees Yuan City, is a first-tier sect, just like our Taiyu sect. With the grand event approaching, many powerful factions will come to spectate. It would be wise for us to temper our demeanor." The old man's tone was amiable, yet the girl scoffed dismissively. "What is there to fear? I have Brother Lin Peng to protect me. Anyone who dares to bully me is courting death." Humph. Yin Tong wore a face of indifference. The old man sighed softly, feeling helpless. After all, Yin Tong had associated herself with Lin Peng, the most exceptional prodigy of the celestial calculation, Sacred Land. Although rumors suggested that their relationship was not particularly deep, the bond between Lin Peng and Yin Tong was well known. With Lin Peng's pride, he would never allow anyone to insult his woman. "Elder Jiang, I have heard that the Tianfu Academy will also send representatives this time, correct?" Yin Tong suddenly inquired. Elder Jiang's gaze sharpened slightly before he replied with a smile. "Indeed. The Academy is among those participating in the battle." "Ha!" Yin Tong laughed heartily, though her eyes glinted with a hint of malice as she said, "It would be splendid if she could come along. I want her to know that, in the end, I'm the one who won Brother Lin Peng." Elder Jiang remained silent. In truth, he had not wished to come to Yuan City. It was merely that Yin Tong had thrown a tantrum, insisting on seeing Lin Peng. With no other option, the Taiyu sect had assigned him to accompany her, hoping to prevent any unforeseen troubles. It now seemed that Yin Tong's intentions were not solely about Lin Peng, but also about that poor girl who had been expelled all those years ago. He sincerely hoped to see her soon. Yin Tong caressed the neck of the Xianxia tiger and coldly remarked, "Let her witness the treatment that rightfully belongs to her, now bestowed upon me, while she is condemned to a life of desolation within the academy." Such a scene was indeed highly anticipated. Elder Jiang observed her, and gently shook his head. This woman harbored too much scheming in her heart. The events of yesteryear had already driven that girl away. Did she now wish to look down upon her from a position of superiority? He sincerely hoped that the girl would not appear here. Suddenly, a formidable and unsettling aura descended from the heavens. Elder Jiang looked up, only to see a colossal rainbow-hued phoenix diving down, aimed directly at the high platform. In an instant, his expression changed dramatically. That was none other than a terrifying ninth-grade demon beast. "Quick, take cover!" Elder Jiang bellowed, seizing Yin Tong's garment and fleeing rapidly. The phoenix landed with a resounding thud upon the platform, unfurling its gigantic wings and letting out a piercing cry to the sky. The overwhelming pressure caused all other demon beasts on the platform, including the previously imposing Xianxia tiger, to tremble in fear, lying still as if paralyzed. The aura of the ninth-grade pinnacle shook the entire platform. The guards quivered, having never encountered such a fearsome creature. Enough! At that moment, a voice emanated from above the phoenix. It was not loud, yet it resonated with authority. The guards were astonished to see that the terrifying beast shrank back in trepidation. Subsequently, the phoenix swiftly diminished in size, transforming into a rather unseemly Taoist figure. A dozen figures appeared before the crowd. Observing the startled and trembling expressions of those around him, Yilong exclaimed, "Uncle, I have truly witnessed your understated demeanor." Suifeng's gaze lowered slightly. "Little dragon hatchling, I summoned you back not to critique me." Yilong beamed. "I am merely emulating your grandeur, uncle." Behind them, Xiaomia and Si Chenlan wore expressions of shock. They had never seen this side of the Dragon Lord. The image had utterly collapsed. Suifeng snorted lightly and stepped forward. The guard trembled uncontrollably, nearly losing his balance. That demon beast was already terrifying enough. How powerful must the one who rode it be? "Senior, we are from the Lingyun sect," he stammered. "We manage the Lingyun sect. Do not panic. We are merely here to enter the city. This is the entrance, is it not?" Suifeng inquired. The guard replied with a quick yes. "Senior, you can enter the Abyss City from here. The toll is 1,000 spirit stones per person." Soon, Yi Huang counted the spirit stones and handed them over. With their wealth, they would not stoop to taking the highway by force. Just as they prepared to enter, they noticed that Xianxia had not followed, but stood at the back, gazing blankly at the edge of the high platform. There, an elderly man and a young girl were equally taken aback. "Grandfather Jiang?" After a brief moment, Xianxia spoke. In the distance, Elder Jiang appeared. his face etched with shock and surprise. He had never anticipated encountering that girl from years past in this very place. Xiaoxi, it has been a long time. His voice was somewhat hoarse. At that moment, Yi Suifeng approached. An acquaintance? To encounter someone familiar here is indeed a rare twist of fate. However, Xianxia shook her head, her expression intricate. No, head of the Yi family. I am no longer connected to them. Having said that, Xianxia turned and rejoined her group. Yi Suifeng glanced at them, but said nothing further, leading his entourage to vanish at the entrance of the Abyss City. Sigh. Watching Xianxia depart, Elder Jiang let out a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Yin Tong stood beside him, utterly bewildered. How could this be? How could such a powerful individual be by her side? How could she possibly ride such a fearsome beast? Was she not supposed to remain alone in the academy? Weeping in sorrow, Yin Tong found it difficult to accept. She turned her gaze to the Xianxia tiger, which she had once proudly showcased, now trembling on the ground. Overwhelmed with fear, a surge of anger and resentment welled up within her. No, I refuse to believe it. Chapter 131. The Bewilderment of Han Shuzi. Outside Lingyun's sect, two figures swiftly traversed the sky, arriving above Lingyun's sect. It was Han Shuzi and Xianxia. They had raced at full speed for an entire 2 days, finally making a round trip between the academy and Lingyun's sect. However, upon witnessing the scene below, they immediately gasped in shock. Has someone attacked Lingyun's sect? Xianxia's eyes widened, his expression filled with disbelief. Below, numerous structures lay in ruins, the area a chaotic mess of debris. More astonishingly, the main peak of Lingyun had collapsed by half. It had been perfectly fine when they left, and merely 2 days had passed. Yet it had transformed into such a state. What on earth had transpired? A troubling premonition arose within Han Shuzi. He observed carefully, detecting a familiar aura lingering in the air, identical to the methods employed by Yi Qinyao during their time in Tiandi Garden. They had, indeed, made their move. Moreover, judging by the scene below, both sides had unleashed their true power, and it was possible that some ancient ancestor, buried deep underground, had also intervened. Damn it! Han Shuzi's expression darkened as he transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the hall of the sect leader. Tong Shangqing, come out! His furious shout echoed through the sky. If Yi Qinyao were to be killed or gravely injured, impacting the forthcoming heavenly destiny war, he would not spare Lingyun's sect. Han Shuzi, seething with rage, arrived at the hall of the sect leader, where Tong Shangqing also lifted his head. Tong Shangqing, you! He was just about to erupt with anger when he noticed Tong Shangqing, his complexion pale and his breath shallow, with half of his hair turned white. He clearly appeared to be gravely injured. What has happened to you? Han Shuzi's fury transformed into astonishment. Hee, Tong Shangqing managed a faint smile, his face full of despondence. It would be better for you to inquire about this matter directly from Yi Qinyao. Han Shuzi's brows knitted slightly. Where is she? She is resting in the immortal garden on the back mountain, Tong Shangqing replied slowly. The ancestors have arranged a precious place for her within the Lingyun sect. Han Shuzi was taken aback once more. The ancestors? Tong Shangqing nodded. Indeed, the 4 ancestors have safeguarded our Lingyun sect, preventing us from facing annihilation. What? Han Shuzi was dumbfounded. He had thought that if the ancestors of the Lingyun sect were to emerge, Yi Qinyao would likely suffer dire consequences. Yet, the reality seemed to diverge from his expectations. What exactly did she do? Han Shuzi inquired. Tong Shangqing let out a long sigh. Nothing much. She merely defeated all of us. A moment later, in the immortal garden on the back mountain, Yi Qinyao sat by a crystal-clear lake, tuning her strings. Suddenly, she sensed something and turned her head. Han Shuzi was rushing towards her from a distance. Yi Qinyao. Han Shuzi frowned deeply, gazing at the ethereal woman before him, and said with a solemn tone, How could you leave Tong Zhongman in such a state? His very life essence had been severely damaged. Yi Qinyao turned her head, her expression unruffled. He attempted to capture me. I couldn't simply stand there and allow myself to be apprehended, could I? Han Shuzi was momentarily speechless. But you cannot, in a fit of rage, devastate half of the Lingyun sect. He stepped closer. The Lingyun sect is a crucial piece on our academy's chessboard, should it be destroyed. The main academy will not spare us. No, they will not spare you, Yi Qinyao replied with a smile. Han Shuzi, my lord, I believe you should not forget that I am not a member of the main academy. My participation in this heavenly mandate war was born out of necessity. Our relationship is not as amicable as you might think. Thus, Yi Qinyao rose to her feet. If you still wish for me to represent the Tianfu Academy in battle, it would be wise for you to refrain from always adopting a commanding demeanor. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what may transpire in the future." Upon hearing her words, Han Shuzi was left in a state of shock. A threat. A blatant threat. How long had it been since someone had dared to confront him so directly? How could this woman, barely in her 20s, have the audacity? Han Shuzi's hand slowly reached for a jade talisman covered in black patterns. Yet moments later, he released it. Yi Qinyao was correct. The Heavenly Mandate War was of paramount importance to the Academy, and they still depended on her. Moreover, she astonishingly possesses the ability to subdue the combined might of four-peak tribulation transcendence. Such prowess renders her opponents in the fateful battle insignificant. Even he, without the aid of divine artifacts, would find it exceedingly difficult to prevail. The likelihood of seizing victory is remarkably high. Sigh. Han Shuzi let out a heavy sigh. Young one, I advise you not to be overly youthful. In this world, there are countless individuals who tower above us. Should your brilliance shine too brightly, you may one day face catastrophic consequences. Yi Qinyao nodded gently. I have learned from your wisdom. Han Shuzi shook his head, stating, in any case, should you succeed in the fateful battle, everything from the past shall be erased. If you fail, you must take care of yourself. With that, Han Shuzi drifted away. Yi Qinyao watched his figure vanish from sight. Sister, how dare he threaten you? We should find an opportunity to bury him in a pit. Yi Xiaoxiao emerged from the void. Yi Qinyao slightly shook her head. This person is, in fact, quite decent in his dealings. However, he has long been accustomed to looking down upon others. Perhaps he believes that obedience is a given. Yi Xiaoxiao scoffed. He has never encountered our uncle. His vision is too narrow. Yi Qinyao chuckled. Who, before meeting our uncle, possesses a broad perspective? They cannot fathom just how distant those who tower over us truly are. By the way, our uncle and the others should have arrived by now. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. Oh, right. I'll go find them first. I'm worried they might attract the ire of the wrong people in this unfamiliar place. Yi Qinyao, speechless, replied, If you wish to go, then go. What a poor excuse. Hurry along. I have a piece of music to refine and need some quiet. All right. Good luck. Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, then eagerly tumbled away into the void. Yuan City. Here, too, there is the Wanbao Pavilion. In front of the opulent building, Yi Long gaped in astonishment. Over the years, he has traversed many places and has encountered this treasure trading organization everywhere. Truly remarkable. Let's go in and take a look, Yi Suifeng suggested. Father, you're not planning to empty their entire treasury again, are you? Yi Huang laughed. Why are you mocking me? You make it sound as if your father is a nouveau riche. Yi Suifeng rolled his eyes and then led everyone inside. Meanwhile, at the top floor of Wanbao Pavilion, several immensely powerful figures were seated within. Among them was one individual whom Gu Wanxin would undoubtedly recognize. He was Shen Tianming, the steward of Su City at that time. When Yi Suifeng had first seen him at 27 years old, wielding the cultivation of the transformation realm, he was quite astonished and wished for the Yi family disciples to reach such heights. He was a true genius. At this moment, his countenance was far from pleasant. Allow me to advise you once more. It is best that we refrain from meddling in the affairs of the Joqing Alliance. Chapter 132. The long-awaited monetary ability in Yuansheng. At the Wanbao Pavilion, Yi Suifeng and his companions entered without attracting much attention, for the peculiarities of the patrons here were even more pronounced than their own. Among them were scholars, towering figures exceeding 3 meters in height, their muscles bulging with vigor. Some dashed about atop turtles, while others amusingly paraded with a chicken that playfully balanced on a round ball. The atmosphere here was markedly different from their own realm, as Yi Long remarked. The management of the sect was rather lax, devoid of many worldly rules. Of course, disputes are frequent, Yi Qian elucidated, just as two cultivators nearby began to quarrel and shove one another, on the verge of drawing their blades, only to be swiftly ejected by the guards of the Wanbao Pavilion, who seized each by an arm and tossed them aside. Yi Suifeng paid no heed to the commotion and approached the counter. Here, a comprehensive inventory of the first floor's merchandise was laid before him. A cursory glance revealed that it was similar to other Wanbao pavilions, predominantly stocked with items of yellow grade, which held no value for the Yi family at this juncture. However, he was not here merely for a clearance sale. After a brief moment, an intriguing item caught Yi Suifeng's eye. Excuse me, he called to the attendant. Was this earth firestone? You must be a first-time visitor to Yuansheng, the attendant replied with a broad smile, proceeding to explain. The Earth Firestone is a specialty of our Yuansheng, a treasure of remarkable rarity. Please bring one for me to examine, Yi Suifeng requested. Soon, the attendant returned with a red stone, presenting it to Yi Suifeng. As he handled it, his spiritual sense thoroughly explored the stone's inner workings. To put it simply, it was a stone rich in earth-fire energy. This energy could refine spiritual essence and enhance physical strength, making it a commendable item for cultivation. Alas, the purity of its energy was rather low, imbued with a volatile essence. Excessive absorption could lead to adverse effects, even scorching one's soul. However, Yi Huang's cultivation method was particularly suited for harnessing the Earth Firestone. Surely, there are superior variants of this item? Yi Suifeng inquired. Indeed, the attendant replied with a twinkle in his eye, recognizing a significant patron before him. What you hold is merely a low-grade Earth Firestone. Above it, we have the medium, high, and supreme grades. Which would you prefer? Let me see the supreme grade, Yi Suifeng stated. Certainly, the attendant exclaimed, please follow me. I shall fetch the manager. The supreme Earth Firestone is exceedingly precious, and I cannot make decisions regarding it without consultation. That is quite all right, Yi Suifeng reassured him. He then entered an inner hall, where, shortly, the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion made his entrance. Before he could utter a word, Yi Suifeng interjected, let us dispense with the pleasantries. I wish to see the items. If they meet my satisfaction, I shall make a purchase. The shopkeeper was taken aback for a moment. Then a smile spread across his face. He relished such forthrightness and generosity. As you wish, he replied, stepping forward to retrieve a beautifully crafted small box. Upon opening it, a stone resembling a red crystal was revealed. This stone seemed to emanate a fiery essence, raising the temperature of the entire room. Dear guest, please exercise caution. The inner fire is exceedingly volatile and could cause harm, the shopkeeper cautioned. However, to his astonishment, Yi Suifeng grasped the exquisite firestone with ease, as if it posed no threat at all. It appeared he must belong to a prominent sect. Nonetheless, upon acquiring it, Yi Suifeng frowned. The quality of the firestone was indeed exceptional. Its energy was remarkably pure, so much so that it could be deemed a treasure. In the outside world, even cultivators at the god transformation stage would vie fiercely for such an item. Yet for him, it was merely sufficient for cooking. Is there nothing of higher quality? Yi Suifeng inquired. Are you dissatisfied? The shopkeeper exclaimed in astonishment. Having spent many years in this trade, he had never encountered a customer who found even the finest firestone lacking. Yes, there are others, but their price. Listen, Yi Suifeng interrupted impatiently. I do not wish to hear any more about status or pricing. If you have it, present it. I assure you, I can afford it. Ah, yes, of course, the shopkeeper replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling the pressure of such a wealthy patron. After a short while, he returned, cradling a pitch-black iron box. I apologize, esteemed guest, but the energy of the fire crystal is too potent, necessitating the use of thousand-year-old mysterious iron for its sealing, he explained. Yi Suifeng nodded and opened the box without hesitation. Instantly, a small figure soared into the air, accompanied by the melodious chirping of a bird. It was a manifestation of pure, elemental fire energy. The firebird ascended with a ferocious momentum, charging directly towards Yi Suifeng. With a swift motion, he clapped his hand, capturing it back into the box and sealing it once more. What is the price? He inquired. The shopkeeper beamed. If calculated in high-grade spirit stones, a single fire crystal would require 100 million high-grade spirit stones. However, we can also accept other treasures in exchange, and we will assess their value accordingly. Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. I shall use spirit stones. He glanced at his purse. The number of spirit stones had remained unchanged for quite some time, a source of annoyance. How many fire crystals do you have in total? He asked. The shopkeeper hesitated before responding. We have a total of 31 pieces. Is that all? Yi Suifeng frowned. 31 pieces are hardly sufficient for any meaningful cultivation. The proprietor was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Yi Suifeng would be astonished by the figure presented, yet it was he himself who was left dumbfounded. Clearing his throat, he addressed the guest. Such treasures are typically retained by their discoverers for personal use and are seldom sold to the Wanbao Pavilion. If you truly desire them, you might venture to the Abyss Valley, where a recent surge of volcanic activity has led to an abundance of fire crystals. However, be warned, many formidable cultivators will also be vying for them. Yi Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, gather all the fire crystals you currently possess. Additionally, bring forth the premium fire crystal stones. They still hold some value. After a brief interval, Yi Suifeng returned to the grand hall on the first floor. Yi Huang and her companions were each engrossed in seeking out items of interest, as they were not short on funds. Even the wealthy individual had purchased several large honeycombs. Suddenly, a delicate pair of hands covered his eyes. Taken aback, he dropped the honeycomb. "Ah, Brother Yu Hong, save me. I can't see," he cried in panic, careening about and inadvertently knocking over several cultivators, causing a commotion. Yi Suifeng, exasperated, flicked his finger. With a resounding pop, a petite figure tumbled from the void. "Immortal Master?" Yu Hong exclaimed, cradling the flustered individual. Yi Xiaoxiao giggled, materializing beside Yi Suifeng in the next instant. "What is you so joyous? Have you pilfered tiles from someone else's roof?" Yi Suifeng inquired with a hint of irritation. "Of course not. I am merely filled with delight. Is that so wrong?" Yi Xiaoxiao replied. "And speaking of demolishing houses, my sister excels in that far more than I do, I assure you." As Yi Xiaoxiao rambled on about her and Yi Qinyo's recent exploits, guard from the lower level of the Wanbao Pavilion rushed over. "Who dares to act unruly within the Wanbao Pavilion?" they bellowed, encircling Yi Suifeng and his companions with a menacing air. At that moment, the proprietor dashed out. "What is happening? Everyone disperse," he commanded, successfully driving away the guards. Then, with a beaming smile that narrowed his eyes to mere slits, he inquired, "Esteemed guest, have we disturbed you?" The surrounding cultivators were left speechless by the scene. The usually imposing proprietor appeared remarkably subservient before this man. Who could he possibly be? Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Continue with your duties." Upon saying this, he beckoned Yi Huang and the others to depart the Wanbao Pavilion. He had long lost interest in such trivial disputes. Once Yi Suifeng had left, the proprietor gradually retracted his smile, reverting to his typically stern demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he turned towards the upper levels, aware that such a personage was certainly no ordinary individual and needed to be reported to the pavilion master without delay. It was rumored that someone from the main pavilion had arrived in Abyss City. Chapter 133, Missed Opportunities. Wanbao Pavilion, top floor. The atmosphere was tense, charged with unspoken hostility. "Shen Tianming, what do you truly mean?" A formidable middle-aged man exclaimed with anger. "Master Feng," Shen Tianming replied, his gaze dark and resolute. "I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. We cannot recklessly intervene in the territory of the Nine Cities Alliance." Master Feng flashed a broad grin, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "So, according to your reasoning, are we at Wanbage to forfeit this battle for destiny?" "Indeed," Shen Tianming affirmed without hesitation. "You speak nonsense." Master Feng erupted, overturning the table and advancing towards Shen Tianming, his voice booming. "Young man, do not think that your current position as a steward grants you the authority to dictate terms in Yuansheng. I have devoted decades to preparing for this battle for destiny. How dare you dismiss it with a few trivial words?" He glared fiercely at Shen Tianming, who stood unfazed. The tension escalated, and it seemed they were on the brink of physical confrontation. "Enough," interjected an elder with hair as white as snow. "Both of you have made significant contributions to Wanbage. Do not let trivial matters provoke discord." The elder's words held considerable weight. Master Feng snorted derisively and returned to his seat. "Steward, it is not my temper that is excessive. It is this young man's words that are utterly unfounded. I was assigned to Yuansheng precisely because of the battle for destiny. After all these years, can he simply declare it off? Look at him," he continued, "having built our second 9-story origin tower, basking in glory. What about me? If this affair goes awry, it is my strategies in the 9 cities that will crumble, and I will bear the consequences." His frustration was palpable. However, Shen Tianming spoke slowly. "There will be no strategies. I have already had the origin tower returned to the main pavilion." This revelation stunned both men into silence. The elder furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you serious?" Shen Tianming nodded solemnly. Master Feng burst into laughter. "What did I say? This lad has completely lost his mind." The elder's frown deepened. "Why would you do such a thing? Capturing the 9 cities is an order from the higher-ups in the main pavilion, and you dare to take matters into your own hands?" Shen Tianming sighed deeply. "Elder, I have explained repeatedly. An extraordinary individual has emerged there, unifying the 9 cities alliance. We cannot proceed lightly without preparation." "Are you referring to the Yi family?" the elder asked. Shen Tianming nodded. "Over the years, I have personally witnessed the Yi family's ascent. What they have achieved is beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. The strength of Yi Suifeng, the head of the Yi family, is such that even as I approach the tribulation phase, I cannot fathom his true power. If you doubt my words, you may investigate for yourselves. Shun Tianming's expression was urgent. For years, he had been covertly preparing Wanbei's second 9-story origin tower in Suicity. The Yi family seems to change almost daily. With just 2 direct descendants, they have conquered the entire 9 cities in a mere 6 years. He had once witnessed the sword strike left by Yi Huang in Huangyi City, an aura of destruction that sent chills down his spine. At that time, Yi Huang was merely a foundational-level cultivator. One can only imagine the terror of her father, Yi Suifeng. Given this, why have you not reported to the main hall? The Grand Elder inquired. I have mentioned it several times. Shun Tianming replied, lowering his head. However, the main hall's reaction was quite similar to yours. They do not believe that a small, peripheral force could threaten the Wanbao Pavilion within just a few years. They deem me too young and my judgment flawed, which is why they have yet to send anyone. Upon finishing, silence enveloped the room. The pavilion master clicked his tongue and ceased speaking. The Grand Elder, however, was deep in thought, contemplating the validity of Shun Tianming's words. After much consideration, he concluded that the likelihood was nearly non-existent. Throughout history, there have indeed been forces that rose rapidly, but they predominantly emerged from the Central Plains, a land rich in talent and resources. The 9 cities, however, are far too barren to support such a rise, especially in such a short span of time. Just 5 or 6 years is hardly sufficient. One retreat could take longer than that. Nevertheless, he knew Shun Tianming well enough to trust that he would not engage in frivolous exaggeration. Perhaps it would be worth investigating. Sensing the Grand Elder's wavering confidence, Shun Tianming spoke. There are 4 days left until the Destiny War. We can make a round trip and uncover the truth. The Yi family is truly formidable, he asserted. When have the Shen family ever been easily frightened? Suddenly, a cool voice interrupted. A woman entered, her gaze sharp, her brow etched with determination, disdainfully eyeing Shun Tianming. Ningyu? Shun Tianming was taken aback. Huh, Ningyu, I have waited for you for quite some time. The pavilion master rose, his face alight with joy. Are you the one chosen for this mission? Shun Tianming's pupils constricted. Indeed, came her reply. Even the Grand Elder's demeanor softened as he remarked. Shun Ningyue has returned from the Divine Gate trial and obtained the true heritage of the divine artifact. This Destiny War will be within our grasp. Shun Ningyue performed a respectful bow to the Grand Elder before taking a seat beside Shun Tianming. At that moment, Shun Tianming's expression shifted dramatically, his face paling. No, he suddenly shouted, rising to his feet and addressing Shun Ningyue. Sister, you absolutely cannot participate in this Destiny War. The others were taken aback, not expecting Shun Tianming to be so resolute. You must return with me now. Shun Tianming spoke in a low voice. In any case, the Origin Tower has already been returned to the main pavilion. I have retrieved it. In a few days, it will be sent to Abyss City. Shun Ningyue smiled faintly and remarked, Shun Tianming, I never expected that after years apart, you have become so timid. Can a mere border family frighten you to such an extent? Shun Tianming gritted his teeth, gazing at his sister, whose eyes were filled with disdain. He found himself speechless. This is my first battle after exiting seclusion. No matter what, I must seize it. If you are afraid, you might as well return home and hide in our mother's embrace. Shun Ningyue wore a scornful smile. Meanwhile, the Grand Steward and Pavilion Master Fong fell silent. A profound sense of disappointment and sorrow welled up within Shun Tianming. Even his own sister refused to believe his words. After a moment of silence, he said nothing more and turned to leave the room. Now, he could only hope that the Yi family had not sent anyone over. Once the fateful battle concluded, he would do everything in his power to bring his sister back. As he stepped out the door, he brushed past the manager of Wanbao Pavilion. The manager greeted him with a beaming smile, oblivious to Shun Tianming's expression, before stepping inside. Gentlemen, Pavilion Master Fong, I have joyous news to report. Pavilion Master Fong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what is it? The manager replied with a grin. Just a moment ago, someone came to our Wanbao Pavilion and purchased all the top-grade firestones and fire crystals with spirit stones. Pavilion Master Fong's face instantly lit up with joy. He understood that spirit stones were the most valuable asset for Wanbao Pavilion. Ha! Miss Ningyue is truly my lucky star. This time, our Wanbao Pavilion shall receive one good news after another. At that moment, Shun Tianming had already walked far away and did not hear Pavilion Master Fong's laughter. Otherwise, he would have surely recalled that there was someone who had similarly engaged in such grand endeavors. Chapter 134. Nodes of Heavenly Tao. Abyss City, the outskirts of Abyss Valley. This place is perpetually scorching, with the air filled with the acrid scent of sulfur. Every day, chaotic and violent flames erupt from the depths of the valley. Occasionally, a surge of fiery chaos occurs, and any cultivator with insufficient strength who draws near would meet their demise. Yet, despite the dangers, as long as treasures exist, cultivators will come to seek their fortunes and opportunities. Firestones are the treasures of Abyss Valley. With the eruption of flames, numerous firestones are expelled, serving as an extremely precious cultivation resource. Should one be fortunate enough to find a top-grade firestone, they would instantaneously become wealthy beyond imagination. Countless cultivators gather here daily, awaiting the fiery eruptions in hopes of embarking on the path to riches. Suifeng and his companions have also arrived at this location, though they do not come in pursuit of wealth. In this place, we seek to acquire some fire crystals for Yi Huang to enhance her training, and to explore the depths of the Abyss Valley to uncover the true nature of the so-called secret realm and the battlefield of the fated war. Let us first find fire crystals for Sister Yi Huang, exclaimed Yi Xiaoxiao. Along the way, Yi Suifeng had already informed them about the fire crystals and allowed Yi Huang to try one. Indeed, as Yi Suifeng had anticipated, the fire crystals significantly aided Yi Huang's cultivation. Suddenly, a slender old Taoist nearby burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Whose adorable little child is this? How charming! Do you think fire crystals are so easily found? Little one, they are coveted even by those in the tribulation stage." A group of cultivators beside him joined in the laughter, for they regarded Yi Xiaoxiao's words as the folly of the naive. Upon hearing their murmurs, Yi Suifeng turned his head. "This is my child. Do you have an issue with that?" The old Taoist glanced over and saw Yi Suifeng grasping a fire crystal, resembling a fluttering moth, which was flailing about in his hand. The old man's expression changed dramatically. To capture a fire crystal with one's bare hands was no ordinary feat. "Forgive my impudence, esteemed one," he stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "I truly misjudged the situation. I did not realize this unfamiliar face belonged to a legendary figure." Yi Xiaoxiao hopped excitedly, snatching the fire crystal from Yi Suifeng and presenting it before the old Taoist. "Hee, dear uncle, would you like it?" Feeling the terrifying aura of the fire crystal, the old man felt his legs weaken and hurriedly chuckled. "Little fairy, you misunderstand. That was not my intention. Indeed, fire crystals were exceedingly precious, yet not everyone could possess them. If he were to hold it, it would likely incinerate him in an instant." "Enough, let him go," Yi Suifeng instructed. "It was merely an offhand remark. There's no need for such hostility." Soon after, the area was left with only Yi Suifeng and his companions, with their weakest member at the transformation stage. The raging ground fire of the Abyss Valley posed no threat to them. Yi Suifeng reached out and, from the depths of the flames, captured yet another fire crystal resembling a butterfly in his hand. If the other cultivators present were to witness this, they would surely be left astounded. Others risked their lives, even to the brink of death, for a chance to obtain a single premium firestone, while he effortlessly secured one. Indeed, comparing oneself to others could be infuriating. However, Yi Suifeng furrowed his brow, then turned his gaze towards the ancient depths. "The quantity of fire crystals here is too meager. I shall venture down to investigate. You all remain outside for now." With that, Yi Suifeng swiftly leaped into the Abyss Valley. Exchanging glances, Yi Long suggested, "Then let us search for fire crystals outside. This place is quite intriguing and offers a chance for some training." "All right, there's nothing else to do," Yi Xiaoxiao remarked. Subsequently, the group joined the quest for the fire crystal. Meanwhile, Yi Suifeng had already ventured deep into the Abyssal Valley. The geothermal flames here grew increasingly ferocious. Perhaps even a nascent soul cultivator would struggle to withstand them. After descending nearly 5,000 zhong, Yi Suifeng suddenly sensed something peculiar about the surroundings. A sweep of his spiritual consciousness revealed a vast estate within his perception. Simultaneously, a faint aura of spatial essence emerged amidst the flames. So this is where the secret realm lies. Yi Suifeng realized that this must be the location for the fateful battle, and the estate was likely prepared for the participating forces. Quite discreetly arranged, Yi Suifeng smiled, then extended his consciousness, laying bare the entirety of the secret realm. The secret realm was divided into 5 distinct regions: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was indeed a rare 5 elements secret realm. Each area possessed unique heavenly rules, requiring cultivators from the main world to first adapt upon entry. Within each elemental region, there were numerous formidable transformations, with the strongest entities having reached the tribulation stage. How intriguing! Suifeng stroked his chin, contemplating that utilizing such a secret realm for combat was indeed highly feasible. Once he returned, he could certainly arrange for 100 or 80 similar venues in Xianxia City for amusement. After observing for a while, Suifeng continued his descent. There was no need for any underhanded tactics. He wished to witness the true prowess of the top talents from other elite factions. As he delved deeper into the abyssal valley, the geothermal flames intensified, soon reaching a level where even those in the tribulation stage would find it challenging to descend. Here, the quantity of fire crystals was visibly increasing. Suifeng casually reached out, collecting a dozen sizable fire crystals in his grasp. His curiosity about what lay at the very bottom grew stronger. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Suifeng finally arrived at the very base of the abyssal valley. The scene before him was a vivid crimson, suffused with an aura of destruction, nearly rivaling the celestial radiance of the heavens above. In the distance, a broad river flowed, but it was not water that coursed through it. Rather, it was molten rock transformed into liquid magma, surging forth. The magma erupted intermittently, swept upward by the geothermal storms. Upon cooling along the way, it formed the geothermal stones that appeared in the outside realm. Occasionally, within the bubbles, a creature-like entity emerged, revealing itself as a fire crystal. Suifeng deftly swept them into his spatial storage, then rose to his full height, soaring forward along the magma river. Soon, he reached the source of the magma river, where a striking red lotus flower bloomed. As Suifeng approached, he discovered that the lotus had long since perished, now resembling a stone-like entity, with a significant portion of its body having already dissolved. The lotus, now dissolved, has transformed into a torrent of molten lava, forming a subterranean river of magma, which in turn has given rise to the external abysses. What is this? Suifeng pondered for a moment before seizing the stem of the lotus. In an instant, the world before him altered dramatically. Countless delicate threads of celestial laws radiated from the lotus, erupting violently towards the unknown distance. Suifeng furrowed his brow as his immense consciousness unfurled, extending along the various lines of law in different directions. Soon, his awareness traversed over 1,000,000 miles, revealing several locations nearly identical to his own. The same lotus, the same demise, the same dissolution. Only the resultant transformations varied. Some had become rivers. Others had transformed into spiritual essence. Some had evolved into illusions. And in certain places, vast karmic burdens had formed. What could this possibly mean? Suifeng's gaze sharpened as his consciousness surged again, tracing a new starting point in search of the past. After a while, a peculiar map spanning myriad miles materialized in his mind, a three-dimensional representation of heaven and earth. Countless lines of law traversed through it, and every 1,000,000 miles, a point resembling a lotus gathered all the laws. Thousands of points acted as numerous magnets, while the celestial laws resembled magnetic field lines, connecting them all together. Ultimately, this formed a complete celestial order. This was a certain node of the celestial order. Based on his understanding, Suifeng bestowed upon them a name. Each node was a fragment of the celestial order, once teeming with life that belonged to the celestial order itself. Yet now they were lifeless. In Chapter 135, the Saint Child of the Qilin and Peng, Suifeng finally encountered the celestial order of this world. Or rather, it was the manifestation of the celestial order after its demise. The true celestial order is formless and abstract. The lotus before him essentially constituted a portion of the celestial body's essence. Its continuous dissolution sustains the flawless laws of this world. For generations, the heavenly mechanism valley believed that the remnants of gods and demons posed the greatest threat to the destruction of this realm, nurturing the enlightenment tree to save the world. How naive they were! If one day the lotus completely dissolved, there would be no need for any deities or demons. This world would disintegrate on its own. Of course, the remnants of gods and demons are indeed a significant calamity if they are allowed to indiscriminately corrupt the world. There will be no waiting for the lotus to dissolve. The world will still perish. Oh, how tragically unfortunate this world is. Suifeng couldn't help but mutter in disdain. Regardless of the scenario, it is inescapably destined for destruction. unless a being of extraordinary beauty, unparalleled elegance, boundless strength, and a willingness to intervene emerges. The world may have a chance at survival. Suifeng now harbored grave suspicions that his arrival in this realm was orchestrated by the very fabric of this world. Shaking his head, a verdant sapling materialized in his palm. Indeed, based on his recent revelations, the enlightenment tree was most aptly planted at the nodes of the heavenly path. Not only would it assimilate into the laws with remarkable swiftness, but its own growth rate would also accelerate. Conservatively estimated, what would ordinarily require approximately 70 years for the enlightenment tree to fully mature could be reduced to merely 50 years if situated within these nodes. Furthermore, its capacity for world purification would be significantly enhanced in this locale. Thus, I need not expend my efforts in searching for suitable planting grounds. Upon counting, there were over 6,000 nodes of the heavenly path throughout this world. After planting the enlightenment trees at each node and subsequently clearing away the most formidable remnants of divine and demonic entities, this realm would truly come to life. Perhaps the spirit of the heavenly path would even be reborn, bestowing upon the world a renewed hope for ascension. Thereafter, Suifeng extracted the deceased lotus flower and planted the sapling of the enlightenment tree within the heavenly path node. Instantly, the tree unfurled its branches and leaves, with its roots vigorously extending. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a towering giant. The node beneath his feet seemed to be activated by the enlightenment tree, gradually emanating a vital essence. The node had awakened. Soon, the enlightenment tree began to fade, merging into the node, rendering it undetectable even to ascendants approaching in the Mahayana stage. Very well, Suifeng cast the remaining half of the lotus flower into his personal space. This particular heavenly path node manifested the law of fire, thus transforming into a river of lava that nurtured the fire spirits. He intended to bring it back for Yi Huang's cultivation. As he removed the lotus flower, the river of lava lost its source. Perhaps in a few years, the Abyss Valley would become a relic of the past. Does this count as uprooting the foundation of Abyss City? Intriguing. At that moment, above the Abyss Valley, Yi Huang and her companions employed their respective techniques to search for fire crystals amidst the raging geothermal flames. However, while Suifeng captured a fire crystal with seemingly effortless ease, the task was, in truth, quite challenging. These entities were exceedingly agile and formidable, with some even opting for self-detonation. Yi Long suffered a significant blow, left covered in soot, his hair standing on end. Yet the greater the challenge, the more it ignited their enthusiasm. Soon, the group reaped substantial rewards. In addition to them, several other powerful cultivators were also on the hunt for fire crystals. A contingent clad in coordinated attire, adorned with an embroidered abacus bead on their chests, was in pursuit of a fire crystal the size of a sparrow. Each individual exuded a formidable aura, unmistakably formidable. Should individuals from Xianxia be present, they would undoubtedly keep their distance. For this group hailed from the sacred ground of heavenly calculations in Xianxia, a formidable force not to be trifled with. At the forefront stood a young man with striking eyebrows and starry eyes, leading the charge against the fiery avian, tirelessly depleting its vigor. He was none other than Limpang, the holy son dispatched by the celestial calculation sacred land to partake in the destiny war. In a short span, the aura of the firebird significantly waned, and soon it would undoubtedly be within his grasp. Yahuan, come quickly. There's a large one here. Suddenly, a voice resonated from across the way. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged within their line of sight. She was petite, with cascading long, purplish-red hair. Upon spotting the group from the celestial calculation sacred land, she momentarily paused, then grinned mischievously, summoning a cerulean bubble that enveloped the firebird, before swiftly retreating, leaving behind a laugh that could gnash teeth. Limping's expression darkened. Pursue. He could not swallow the indignation of having his prize snatched away. Therefore, he led his companions in a swift chase. In no time, they located the young girl, who was now handing the firebird to another woman amidst a group of seemingly formidable individuals. Yet Limpang was undaunted. They were from the celestial calculation sacred land. Stop! Limpang bellowed, crashing down with such force that the surrounding ground fire diminished in intensity. Observing the commotion, several cultivators hastily distanced themselves, for skirmishes were a commonplace occurrence here, and they wished not to be caught in the fray. What is the matter? Questioned Yi Xiaoxiao, raising an eyebrow. Limping's demeanor remained impassive. That fire crystal was discovered by this holy son. Return at once. He commanded, his followers glaring in unison, a formidable pressure emanating from them. The wolf girl, Yu Hong, Xiaomia, and Si Chenlan also glared back, their presence equally imposing. A powerful tempest erupted around them, dispersing the surrounding ground fire, causing distant cultivators to retreat in shock. This was indeed a formidable encounter. Feeling the weight of their formidable presence, Limpsheng was momentarily taken aback. Such powerful young cultivators existed in this realm? Could they be from other factions participating in the Destiny War? Who are you? He inquired coldly. Standing at the forefront was Yi Huang. And who might you be? Limpong scoffed. I am the holy son of the celestial calculation sacred land. His proclamation, imbued with a touch of mysticism, resonated deeply, instilling awe in those present. The sacred land was a legendary entity. This group of youths had truly stumbled upon a formidable opponent. However, Yi Huang remained unfazed. I am Yi Huang from the Yi family of Yinxiao City, she stated calmly. Limpong furrowed his brow slightly. He had never heard of Yinxiao City, let alone the Yi family. Could it indeed be a local force? He impatiently exclaimed, Return the fire crystal to me at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. A murderous intent surged forth from his gaze. He had slain countless arrogant cultivators who underestimated their own limits. Upon sensing this malevolence, Yi Huang offered a gentle smile. What we have captured belongs to us. I advise you to depart swiftly, lest you find yourself awash in blood. You seek death. Lin Peng immediately erupted in fury, unleashing the terrifying aura of his tribulation stage. His golden fist, imbued with boundless might, hurtled directly towards Yi Huang and her companions with crushing force. This strike bore the intent to kill. However, the individuals before him did not display the fear typically seen in his previous encounters. Instead, they wore expressions tinged with mockery. Clang! A beam of sword light soared into the heavens,